Chapter 1. In a past life, a hero. In this life, a god of slumber? Help! Help me! Squad leader. There's a cry for help. This. Squad leader, I'm going. Boom. The world trembled violently, the oppressive heat and dust rendering breath impossible. Hold on. Just a little longer. Someone. We'll save. Chien knelt on the ground, his back firmly pressed against a fallen wall. His teeth clenched so tightly they creaked, veins surging grotesquely from his neck to his forehead. He was on the verge of collapse. Warm, viscous liquid trickled down from his forehead, dripping onto the ground. His chin fell weakly against his chest, his vision entirely blurred. He knew that the liquid dripping from his head was not sweat, but blood. In a daze, a figure appeared before him. The person bore an uncanny resemblance to him, clad in an indescribably magnificent white robe, akin to a deity. That figure silently observed his struggling self amidst the ruins of the inferno, letting out a gentle sigh. His lips moved, as if uttering something. Yin could not discern a single word. Through his hazy vision, he could only vaguely make out that the figure seemed to be calling his name. Yin? Yin? Yin. His body was violently shaken, and consciousness was abruptly torn from the dream by this overwhelming force. Yin jolted awake. A plump, robust face loomed so closely it nearly obscured his entire field of vision. Slap! Without a moment's hesitation, Yin pushed outward, his palm making solid contact with that face. What the hell? Yin, I kindly called you to wake up, and you actually slapped my face. The chubby face turned visibly red with indignation, and the stout boy, covering his face, erupted in a furious shout. Who told you to get so close? You look like a wash basin. Yin instinctively scratched his head, offering a somewhat awkward smile, his voice still thick with sleep. This was merely an instinctive reaction. It could barely be classified as excessive self-defense, you know? Since awakening memories of his past life a fortnight ago, he had been plagued nightly by this recurring nightmare. The scenes in the dream were memories from the final moments of his past existence. A somewhat cliched tale of a self-sacrificing hero. Yet, no matter how many times he relived it, the words of the figure in the white robe remained incomprehensible to him. Haha, Yinga, have you been practicing your skills a bit too much lately? The boy's anger dissipated quickly, morphing into a lewd grin as he approached Yin with exaggerated expressions. You look utterly drained. Get lost. Yin replied weakly. How would I know what's going on? I could fall asleep while standing. This was no exaggeration. Just yesterday, he had been reprimanded by their homeroom teacher, Lao Wu. The reason was that during physical education class, he had dozed off while standing during roll call. The physical education teacher called his name multiple times with no response, and, perplexed, approached him, lightly tapping his shoulder. He collapsed like a wooden stake. With a thud, he landed on the track. The experienced physical education teacher was startled, momentarily fearing his student had collapsed and died. Should we visit the school doctor? The playful demeanor on the stout boy's face faded, replaced by genuine concern. The doctor is in today. He's a level 50 physician, a big shot at the federal hospital. He might be able to discern something. Yin nodded. He felt something was indeed amiss. Returning home, he collapsed into bed, sleeping until dawn, unable to rouse even when the alarm rang, relying solely on the stout boy's knocking at the door. Upon arriving at school, he felt just as fatigued, his eyelids heavy as though burdened by 2 lead weights. This state was exceedingly strange. I'll accompany you. The stout boy slapped his chest with a sense of camaraderie. I'll go ask Lao Wu for leave. Before he could finish speaking, he dashed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. Yin watched his stout yet agile figure, warmth blossoming in his heart. The stout boy, named Wang Fatsai, was a childhood friend, minus the childhood romance. They had grown up together, bare as they came, since the days of the Hope Institute. Neither of them had parents. To be precise, the majority of children in this world lacked parental figures. A century ago, a dimension known as Su-Jie invaded reality, unleashing countless monsters through fissures, threatening human civilization. On the very last day civilization was set to fall, he descended. With supreme power, he subdued all monsters and bestowed humanity with a new lease on life, the system. Indeed, it was the system that had become commonplace in his past life. Yet in this world, it was a universal endowment. That fateful day, later referred to as the Day of Divine Descent, also marked the awakening day for all upon reaching 18. As for who their parents were, no one knew. Adults who reached the age of 20 would deposit a part of their life essence at the Human Life Maintenance Institute, where the Federation would cultivate it uniformly. Afterward, they would have to strive on their own. Chi-Yin and Wang Fatsai emerged from the same Hope Institute. Throughout their lives, they not only attended the same classes, but also became next-door neighbors after moving into school district housing. Recently, Chi-Yin's alarming changes were tied to the sudden awakening of his past life memories a fortnight prior. Let's go. Lao Wu has given his consent. Wang Fatsai rushed back, seizing Chi-Yan's arm and dragging him outside. Lao Wu says you should hurry and get checked out. If the school doctor can't help, he'll personally file a request for you to go to the federal hospital. That requires the principal's signature. Chi-Yin was half pulled, half dragged along, his expression one of resignation. We are destined to awaken our combat professions and become the strongest partners. Wang Fatsai rambled on ahead, saliva flying. Make sure nothing happens at this crucial moment. Otherwise, if I awaken as a tank, who will provide me with damage? What a fortunate event. A tremendous fortune. In the school infirmary, the silver-haired old physician had his back to them, rummaging through a cabinet while calling out without turning, his voice tinged with an uncontainable excitement. He had just used the skill physical examination on Chi-Yin, and upon seeing the panel display the status of extreme energy deficiency, he leaped from his chair in astonishment. This isn't an illness. Your talent has awakened prematurely. Your body's energy supply is far behind the demands of your awakened talent, triggering a self-protective mechanism that induces lethargy to reduce consumption. Simply supplement your energy. With a clang, 10 tubes shimmering with blue light were placed heavily on the table. The old physician turned around, adjusting his glasses that had slipped slightly due to his excitement, a rare flush gracing his cheeks. Young man, your talent is remarkable. To generate such a colossal energy demand before awakening, in my entire career as a physician, this is a first. Chapter 2. A Celestial Talent. His tone was filled with astonishment and admiration. Chi-Yin gazed at the tubes on the table, the blue liquid gently sloshing within the transparent walls, exuding a faint energy wave. He picked one up, mimicking what he had seen on television, twisted the cap open, and tilted it back to drink. A wave of sweet, metallic warmth exploded in his stomach, coursing through his limbs, invigorating his spirit and alleviating some fatigue. Yet, within 3 seconds, that warmth vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The familiar drowsiness surged back like a tide, even more intense than before. Burp. Chi-Yin expressionlessly let out a burp, casually opening the second tube and downing its contents. It felt as though he had taken a sip of slightly flavored lukewarm water. Wang Fatsai stood beside him, utterly astonished, mouth agape, nearly drooling. This was an energy supplement. Each tube cost 500 federal coins. Chi-Yin had struck utter luck. Now he had the chance to drink it like water. The third, the fourth. The old physician's excitement began to solidify, his hand trembling slightly as he adjusted his glasses. The fifth, the sixth. Wang Fatsai's mouth had formed an O shape, his jaw nearly dislocated. The seventh, the eighth, the ninth, the 10th. As Chi-Yin tossed the final empty tube into the recycling bin beside the table, an eerie silence enveloped the infirmary. He smacked his lips, casting a helpless glance at the astonished Wang Fatsai and the elderly physician. I feel this 10 may not suffice. 10 isn't enough? Wang Fatsai's expression of despair vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in shock as he let out a high-pitched shriek. Holy crap, Yinggu, what kind of divine talent do you possess? He was so stunned that he leaped into the air, his flesh quivering. That was 10 energy supplements. 5,000 federal coins. All gone in mere minutes. The crux of the matter was they were ineffective. The old physician wore a ghostly expression, trembling as he pointed at Chi-Yin and then at the door, his lips moving for quite some time before he finally managed to utter a sentence. Hurry, go find your homeroom teacher. I can't handle this. I lack the authority to keep replenishing you. Wang Fatsai snapped back to reality, his spirit revitalized as if he had been injected with adrenaline, seizing Chi-Yan's arm. Let's go. Quickly find old Wu. If he learns about this, he'll be grinning from ear to ear. I'm not even hoping for an early awakening. Next week's awakening day, all I need is to awaken a combat profession. A tank. It must be a tank. Then we'll join forces and conquer the world. I'll take the hits, you'll do the killing. Utterly annihilate. Sound good. Qi Yin was infected by his enthusiasm, the gloom of recent days dissipating, and a radiant smile finally graced his face. With your physique, you're a natural-born tank. You'll hold the front while I provide support from the back, ensuring maximum safety. Absolutely. The two of them chattered excitedly as they dashed back to the teaching building. Bang! The wooden door emitted a resounding thud, causing the doorframe to tremble. Wang Fatsai burst into the office. Inside, several teachers engrossed in grading papers were startled by the sudden commotion, their pens leaving long marks across the pages. They abruptly lifted their heads, all eyes fixed on the doorway. Standing opposite the door was their homeroom teacher, Wu Shiji. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his bald head glistening under the fluorescent lights. And though he donned a sharply tailored suit, it did little to conceal his bulging muscles, straining against the fabric. He was elegantly flipping through documents, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, exuding an air of authority. Hearing the noise, Wu Shiji's brow furrowed. He slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Wang Fatsai's flushed face. Fidgeting about, what's going on? Wu Shiji's voice carried an inherent calmness that commanded respect without anger. Wang Fatsai, breathless from his haste, leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Old Wu, it's a colossal matter. Every word trembled from his lips. Wu Shiji's expression darkened instantly. He swiftly removed his glasses, slamming them onto the desk with a crisp thud. The gold-rimmed spectacles bounced twice on the surface before coming to rest. His demeanor transformed dramatically, shifting from that of a delicate scholar to a streetwise enforcer capable of pinning someone to the ground. The atmosphere grew tense, and the other teachers in the office halted all movements, holding their breath. Is there a problem in class? Wu Shiji's voice escalated, imbued with an undeniable pressure that struck each heart like a hammer. And no, not at all. Wang Fatsai trembled under the weight of his aura, quickly shaking his head, taking a few deep breaths before finally managing to convey his message. It's a good thing, a monumental good thing. His excitement caused his face to flush red. Old Wu, the infirmary provided 10 energy supplements, and Yin Gu consumed them all, yet it's still not enough. We need to seek your approval. Wang Fatsai's voice was laced with incredulous excitement as he recounted the events witnessed in the infirmary. As the words left his mouth, the office fell into a profound silence. All the teachers paused their work, turning to look in their direction, their expressions filled with astonishment and curiosity. Everyone knew what energy supplements were for, but an unawakened student consuming 10 bottles? Wu Shiji froze, his expression solidifying, muscles taut. He gradually rose, his imposing figure radiating an intimidating presence, stepping slowly toward Qi Yin. Qi Yin stood rooted to the spot, feeling as if a small mountain was pressing down on him, his breaths becoming cautious. Wu Shiji remained silent, extending his rough, calloused hand to firmly grasp Qi Yan's wrist. His fingers were robust, the patterns on his fingertips distinctly visible. Probe. A gentle energy flowed from his palm into Qi Yan's body. Qi Yan felt a warm current surge within him, akin to a spring breeze, alleviating a fraction of his fatigue. In the next moment, Wu Shiji's breathing grew labored, his chest heaving. His bronze skin flushed unnaturally from overwhelming excitement, as if he had just emerged from a sauna, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Good, good, good. He shouted the word good 3 times, each utterance louder than the last, culminating in a near roar. Every good resonated with a thunderous power, causing Qi Yan's eardrums to hum. Ha ha ha. Excellent. After 20 years of teaching, I finally encountered one. Chapter 3, the reappearance of the white robe in that moment. There was no trace of the refined demeanor one would expect from a level 42 scholar. His large hand, akin to a fan, suddenly struck Qi Yan's shoulder with a force that betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Caught off guard, Qi Yan staggered, nearly losing his balance. A fiery pain radiated from his shoulder, and he grimaced at the thought that Lao Wu, with his heavy-handedness, might truly break him. You rascal! You are indeed my lucky star. Wu Shiji grinned widely, his smile stretching so far that the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. Here are 8 vials. Take them and make the most of it. He rummaged through his drawer and unceremoniously shoved his treasured 8 vials of supplements into Qi Yan's arms. The vials clinked together, producing a melodic chime. I will go speak to the principal. I'll secure you more. With that, Wu Shiji turned and dashed out, his robust figure transforming into a gust of wind as he exited the office. The door slammed shut behind him, reverberating against the wall, leaving behind only his disappearing silhouette and a lingering gust in the room. His decisive action was, as always, remarkable. Lao Wu is too much. Wang Faocai sat at a distance, sulking as he muttered, his lips puckered as if to hold an oil bottle. After hearing about your affairs, he completely ignored me. You've known him long enough, Qi Yan replied, retrieving a vial from his arms. The blue liquid swayed gently within the transparent container, emanating a faint energy wave. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to consume it. A warm, sweet, metallic rush exploded in his stomach, spreading rapidly to his limbs. Qi Yan felt a surge of vitality, the weariness that had seeped into his bones dissipating somewhat. However, within mere seconds, that warmth vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The familiar drowsiness surged back like a tide. Heaving, Qi Yan could not suppress a wave of dry heaves, his stomach churning violently. That sweet metallic taste clawing its way up his throat, inducing a physiological gag reflex. He braced himself against the table, gasping for breath. A bitter smile crept onto his face. It was as if the supplement had done nothing at all, and it came with side effects. I feel like this method of consumption will be the death of me, Qi Yan mused self-deprecatingly, his voice hoarse. Before my talent even awakens, I might well be overwhelmed. He cast a helpless glance at Wang Faocai, whose expression was more sorrowful than a cry. Wang Faocai straightened up immediately, his face filled with righteous indignation. You are being ungrateful. His voice was tinged with disappointment. If this opportunity were given to me, I would gladly endure any discomfort. Just as Qi Yan was about to retort, if you're so keen, why not drink it yourself? A sudden, thunderous ringing erupted in his mind, as if a searing steel needle had been plunged into it. Qi Yan's body jolted violently, and he instinctively clutched his head. A sharp pain exploded from the depths of his mind, instantly enveloping his entire being. What happened? Wang Faocai rushed to his side, his round, chubby face nearly pressed against Qi Yan's, brows furrowed with concern. Are you really pushing yourself? The surrounding teachers noticed Qi Yan's distress and quickly gathered around him, their faces etched with worry. Qi Yan remained silent. Every muscle in his body tensed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his complexion turned a ghostly white. Before him, a wave of darkness surged, as if shrouded in a veil of black mist. In that fleeting moment of haze, a figure clad in a magnificent white robe reappeared in his vision. That figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him, yet exuded an ineffable authority. Silently, the figure stood atop the ruins, gazing down at him. This time, a voice cold and commanding, devoid of any human emotion, resonated clearly within his mind, exploding with terrifying clarity. Each word bore an essence that pierced through the soul, striking deep within his heart. Do you not regret? Regret what? Qi Yan's body froze. Even his breath momentarily halted. He felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, rendering it motionless. Those 4 words struck like lightning, cleaving through the fragmented images in his consciousness, tearing open the bloody memories, presenting them before him without reservation. Thick smoke billowed, a choking scent of charred remnants filling his lungs. The deafening roar rang in his ears, and debris of steel and concrete rained down like droplets, stirring clouds of dust. His body was pinned beneath heavy objects, each movement sending waves of agony coursing through him. He could hear the faint cries for help trapped beneath the rubble, each sound a needle piercing his heart. He realized this was not a dream. This was the memory of his last moment in a past life. So vivid was the experience that every breath felt laden with lime and the metallic taste of blood, each cell screaming in pain. The sense of despair, helplessness, and suffocation flooded over him once more. Cold sweat dripped down his temple like icy beads, cascading down his cheeks. The chilling sensation jolting him back to a semblance of clarity amidst the darkness. This intense reaction caused Wang Faocai to panic entirely. His round face was drawn close to Qi Yan's, brows knitted tightly, his pudgy hands waving anxiously before Qi Yan's eyes, his voice trembling with urgency. Don't scare me, Qi Yan. Wang Fatsai's voice quivered, his flesh shaking. Your face is as pale as paper. Teachers, what is happening to him? Wang Fatsai called out in desperation, his tone filled with helplessness. Qi Yin shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the chilling voice and excruciating pain. The buzzing in his mind gradually subsided, and the black mist before his eyes began to dissipate. He gasped deeply several times, finally feeling the air fill his lungs, easing the tightness in his chest. He raised his hand, fingertips brushing against the cold sweat on his forehead, forcing out a smile that was more painful than a cry. That smile was stiff and strained, as if he wore a mask. It's nothing. Qi Yan's voice was hoarse and raw, like sandpaper scraping against his throat, tinged with weakness. I drank it too quickly, and it made me a bit nauseous. He attempted to mask his distress with a light-hearted tone, though his trembling body betrayed him. Wang Fatsai tilted his head, suspicion etched in his small eyes. He scrutinized Qi Yin, seemingly trying to discern the truth from his face. Is that true? Don't pretend. Wang Fatsai's tone was rife with doubt. He knew Qi Yin's tendency to feign strength. If you're genuinely unwell, I'll carry you to the infirmary right now, Wang Fatsai declared, rising to his feet, ready to assist Qi Yin, his genuine concern evident. Chapter 4: A Gifted Talent. In perfect harmony with his profession boom, the office door suffered another brutal assault. A voice brimming with exuberance and triumph reverberated throughout the office, drowning out all conversations. I'm back. Wu Shiji's voice exploded once more within the office, his robust frame emanating a tempestuous energy, reappearing at the doorway. In just a few strides, Lao Wu Apoteki-zan, with a resounding thud, a metal briefcase landed heavily on the desk. With a swift motion, Lao Wu pressed down on the box, and it sprang open. Inside lay 3 neat rows of vials. The deep blue liquid shimmered under the light, exuding an alluring glow. A total of 30 vials. Wang Fatsai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He swallowed hard, his neck stretching long as he stared at the box of supplements, stammering, 30 vials? The quantity far exceeded his expectations. Lao Wu puffed out his chest with pride, a sound of triumph escaping his lips. His broad palm landed heavily on Qi Yan's shoulder, causing him to sway slightly from the impact. Qi Yan felt a burning sensation on his shoulder, as if Lao Wu intended to pound him into the ground. When Lao Wu became excited, he truly lacked restraint. You, my boy, have brought me immense pride this time. Lao Wu's voice boomed with fervor, his muscles twitching with excitement, his bald head gleaming under the light. Do you understand what it means to awaken your talent early? Qi Yin shook his head. The intense energy surging within him left him no time to ponder such matters. He casually twisted open a vial of energy supplement and downed it. A wave of nausea surged within him, yet the familiar and overwhelming hunger from deep within his body drowned out all else, compelling him to continue replenishing. It felt as though there was an insatiable void within him. No matter how much he poured in, all he heard was an echo, never feeling full. This means you've struck it rich, Lao Wu exclaimed, saliva flying as he spoke. Awakening your talent early indicates that your body and soul have resonated deeply with the system. This resonance would allow the system to match you with a profession that perfectly suits you on the day of awakening. Lao Wu paused deliberately, taking a deep breath. Lowering his voice, he struggled to contain his excitement. Let me put it this way. Others' awakenings depend on luck, much like drawing from a blind box. He pointed at Wang Fatsai, then at the other teachers in the office. But you have a guaranteed outcome. Lao Wu suddenly raised his voice, slamming his palm on the table, producing a dull thud. On the day of awakening, the profession you receive will undoubtedly be the one that aligns best with your talent. His words were resolute, filled with unshakable confidence. Wang Fatsai yelped, springing up from his chair. The noise was sharp, akin to stepping on a cat's tail, causing him to leap 3 feet into the air, his chair wobbling as he landed. He clutched his hair, pointing at Qi Yin, his face a mix of jealousy and excitement, contorted in expression. Wow, Yan Yi, you're about to take off, huh? A guarantee, a suitable profession. Isn't this just cheating? Wang Fatsai's voice cracked with astonishment, laced with a hint of bitterness. Qi Yin was also taken aback. He stared blankly at the empty energy supplement vial in his hand, feeling the lingering fatigue within his body. Lao Wu's words had subtly alleviated the pressure he felt about the impending awakening day. In its place, A sense of anticipation and relief began to blossom. But what exactly is this talent of mine? Qian couldn't help but ask. Curiosity burning within him like a flame he could hardly contain. I don't know, Lao Wu replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation, pride evident in his tone. The early awakening of talent manifests as a heightened demand for energy. Although the Federation has not explicitly classified the tiers of talent, one thing is clear: the better the talent, the greater the energy requirement. Your current energy demand certainly indicates that your talent is extraordinarily powerful, among the very best. But as for the specifics, we can only wait until the day of awakening to find out. Only then will the system grant you access. Lao Uzitka Kizan. His rugged features softening, revealing undisguised admiration and hope. He leaned forward slightly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. 30 vials. That's the limit we can provide at our school. Drink these first. If it's not enough, I will speak to the principal and apply to the Federation Education Department. In the distance, Wang Fatsai had completely deflated, slumped in his chair like a puddle of mud, sighing at the ceiling, mumbling incessantly. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. My battle profession, my tank dream, why can't it be mine? Why didn't I awaken early? His mournful expression displayed all his grievances. Utterly disregarding the presence of other teachers in the office, Lao Wu shot him a glare, huffing in annoyance. What are you crying about? If Qian is strong, then so are you. You two are like two peas in a pod. If he awakens a powerful output, and you awaken as a warrior, what has to worry about? Your strength will certainly find its place. With those words, Wang Fatsai's lamentations vanished in an instant. His chubby face transformed from a tragic mask to one of comic relief. His eyes sparkled as he sat up straight, as if inflated like a balloon. He slapped his thigh with a loud pop, grinning from ear to ear, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Exactly. Yin Ge takes care of the chaos, and I handle the defense. We will still be invincible. Wang Fatsai excitedly waved his arms, envisioning their triumphant sweep through the dark realms of the virtual world. He even began to fantasize about wearing heavy armor, standing protectively in front of Qi Yin, while Qi Yin unleashed devastating skills behind him, monsters falling in heaps. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Qi Yin looked at this lively character before him, feeling a mixture of helplessness and warmth. Wang Fatsai always had this knack for quickly finding a bright side to any situation, using his naivete to uplift those around him. He picked up a fresh vial of energy supplement. A wave of intense nausea washed over him. I truly owe you for my past life, Qi Yin murmured under his breath, twisting open the vial, the rich, sweet, and fishy scent assaulting his nostrils. He fought against the churn in his stomach and downed it once more. The moment the warmth surged through his body, the response was no longer the previous hunger. Instead, every part of him radiated a sense of satisfaction. Qi Yin let out a comfortable sigh, the drowsiness dissipating significantly. He felt an unprecedented clarity, even able to distinctly hear the rustling of leaves outside as the wind blew. Chapter 5. The Troubles of a Genius. You wouldn't understand. Note, there are no vulgar antagonists. But not everyone is a saint. It's perfectly normal for a 16-year-old to compare themselves and feel jealousy. If you can't accept such common human behavior, you really shouldn't read. Go to Leshan, pay 80 yuan to enter the Leshan giant Buddha, and let him stand up while you sit on him. The night was deep and dark. Qian found himself back in the charred ruins. The broken walls and twisted rebar surrounded him, the air thick with acrid smoke and the stench of burnt debris. He knelt half on the ground, his back pressed firmly against the collapsed wall, every bone in his body screaming in agony. That familiar figure appeared once more, with an identical face, clad in an indescribably magnificent white robe. It stood atop the ruins, gazing down at him as he struggled on the brink of death. This time, there were no incomprehensible whispers. That authoritative, hollow voice, devoid of emotion, exploded in his mind. Do you not regret? Those 4 words cut through his deliberately forgotten memories like a knife, dragging forth once more the bloody scenes he wished to bury. Thick smoke choked his throat, searing his lungs, bringing excruciating suffocation. The pain from the concrete and rebar crashing down on him, the sharp sound of bones shattering, and the increasingly faint cries for help from beneath the rubble. Regret? He regretted the piercing pain, regretted the helpless despair of watching life slip away before his eyes. He regretted never witnessing the sun rise again. Yet, If given another chance, hearing that tearful cry for help, he would still charge in, bracing against the fallen wall. He wanted to speak, but his throat produced no sound. He could only scream that silent answer deep within his consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Yi, time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside. The boisterous banging on the door, mixed with Wang Fatsai's trademark loud voice, rudely yanked Qi Yin from the abyss of darkness. He jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. The familiar sensation of hunger, emanating from the deepest recesses of his body, surged once more. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed and grasped an energy supplement from the bedside table, gazing at the azure liquid within the tube. Qi Yin wore an expression of resignation. Once again, he was confronted with that sickly, sweet taste. Pinching his nose, he tilted his head back and down the entire tube in one fluid motion. The two entered the teaching building in succession. Wherever they went, the previously raucous hallway fell into a significant hush. Countless gazes converged upon them, a mixture of envy, jealousy, curiosity, and barely suppressed murmurs. Look at him, Qi Yin. I heard he awakened his talent early, and Old Wu personally requested 30 energy supplements from the principal for him. My goodness, what level of talent must that be? 30? I heard it was 50, but why does he look so frail, as if he just woke up? Qi Yin paid no heed to the chatter, maintaining his lethargic demeanor, yawning and meandering into the classroom. As he approached his seat, a group of individuals confronted him, blocking his path. The leader of the pack, dressed in an expensive designer casual outfit, stood tall with his chin slightly raised. Lin Feng, the top student of the grade, came from a wealthy background, and unless something unforeseen occurred on Awakening Day, he was a formidable contender for the title of the strongest newcomer this year. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the drowsy Qi Yin with his piercing gaze, as if appraising an object. After a moment, he scoffed. I thought it was some extraordinary figure causing such a commotion. Turns out, it's just a sickly wretch. Such exceptional talent wasted on you. Truly a gem buried in the dust. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the classroom, revealing the biting sarcasm within. Wang Fatsai exploded in anger, his rotund figure surging forward like an enraged bull, ready to confront Lin Feng. Qi Yin seized him by the arm, with a languid lift of his eyelids. He yawned deeply, even shedding a few tears from the corners of his eyes. There's no helping it, Qi Yin drawled, his voice muffled yet distinctly reaching every ear in the room. The troubles of a genius, you wouldn't understand. Just maintaining existence requires a tremendous amount of energy, unlike you. Saving power. Upon finishing his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All those who had anticipated a spectacle were momentarily stunned. They had envisioned a flurry of sharp retorts or even a physical altercation, yet they were met with this seemingly lighthearted response. Lin Feng's face, which had been brimming with pride, instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. The pent-up frustration, with no outlet, made him feel a tightness in his chest. Next, Lin Feng. Lin Feng inhaled sharply and stepped forward from the crowd. The lesson was about basic combat techniques. The teacher explained how to execute the most efficient attacks and defenses. At the conclusion of the lesson, there was a power test conducted on specially designed training dummies. Lin Feng approached the training dummy, assumed a standard fighting stance, and, channeling power from his core, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The display screen on the training dummy flickered momentarily before revealing a line of data. Power, 15, rating, excellent. Wow, an excellent rating. As expected of Lin Feng, even before awakening, he has a power rating of 15. Excited applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Feng retracted his fist and cast a casual glance at Qi Yin, laced with provocation. Next, Qi Yin. Qi Yin staggered forward. He surveyed the training dummy, casually struck a pose, and then inhaled deeply, exerting all his strength into his punch. Bang! The sound resonated even more profoundly than Lin Feng's. The display screen lit up. Power, 8, rating, pass. A wave of suppressed snickers rippled through the crowd. Lin Feng's face displayed unabashed mockery. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a piercing crackle of electricity echoed. The training dummy's display screen flickered wildly, emitting a wisp of smoke before plunging into darkness. Completely unresponsive. What happened? The teacher approached with a furrowed brow, tapping the darkened screen and checking the wiring. Strange, it must be an aging device. Perhaps a short circuit. He waved his hand dismissively, announcing the conclusion. All right, that's enough for today, class dismissed. Most students accepted this explanation, dispersing in small groups while still discussing Qi Yan's pitiful score of 8. Wang Fatsai approached with a worried expression. Brother Yan, are you all right? How could your power be only 8? Last month, you tested a 10. Qi Yan shook his head, perplexed himself, for he had felt he exerted his full might. Only Lin Feng remained rooted in place. Chapter 6, Brother Yan, have you turned into a warm baby? Lin Feng ignored the surrounding individuals, fixated intently on the now-defunct training dummy. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. Something was amiss. It was absolutely inconceivable that a passing rating could cause such a robust training dummy to short-circuit and fail. His gaze slowly shifted toward Qi Yan, whose seemingly unremarkable and somewhat frail silhouette now bore an air of mystery in his eyes for the first time. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Wu Shiji observed everything unfolding in the training area through the office's surveillance screen. Upon witnessing the moment the training dummy went dark, he set down his teacup. An uncontrollable joy spread across his rugged face. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, such a talent that demands such a vast amount of energy. How could it not exhibit any external signs of its power? That evening, in Qi Yan's bedroom, he unscrewed the last energy supplement and consumed it with an expressionless face. The vexing hunger within him was finally subdued, replaced by a long-lost sense of satisfaction. He exhaled deeply, preparing to lie down. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable warmth radiating from his heart. The warmth was not violent, yet it bore an undeniable presence, akin to an ember buried deep within the ashes, finally accumulating enough energy to emit its first flicker of light and warmth. Time slipped by. 10 minutes? 30 minutes? The warmth in his heart did not dissipate. Instead, it settled into a gentle flow, coursing through his bloodstream, leisurely spreading to every limb and sinew. Qi Yan turned over, stretching his body, his joints cracking with delightful pops. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, warm and cozy, as if soaking in a hot spring. Did I drink too many energy supplements and catch fire? He mumbled, not taking it too seriously, his eyelids growing heavy, and soon he succumbed to slumber. Once again, he found himself in that charred wasteland. The figure clad in white, identical to him, stood over the ruins, gazing down at his own struggle on the brink of death. An imposing, hollow voice devoid of emotion reverberated in his mind for the third time. Do you not regret it? This time, Qi Yan did not feel suffocated or despairing. The energy surging within him seemed to ignite the latent fury deep within his soul. He recalled the gratitude of those he had rescued, the profound fear and unwillingness he felt when he perished as a hero. He also remembered Wang Fatsai's exaggerated concern and old Wu's frustrated roars. In that moment, the will of his past life intertwined with the bonds of his present, coalescing into a single, resolute force. He faced the lofty figure, summoning all his strength to unleash a roar. Every night, the relentless questions echo, leaving no respite. Yerbo no regrets. My roar reverberates throughout the dreamscape. The towering figure clad in white robes undergoes a drastic transformation for the first time. Its form begins to waver, reminiscent of a television plagued by poor reception. And with a resounding whoosh, it dissolves into a myriad of golden sparks, vanishing completely. The ruins beneath my feet crumble, plunging into an abyss of infinite darkness. The following morning, bang, 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 Yan Ye, rise and shine. Open the door. If you don't, I will break it down. Wang Fatsai's iconic booming voice is more punctual than an alarm clock. Qi Yan, stifling a yawn, groggily gets up to open the door. As soon as it swings open, Wang Fatsai squeezes in, clutching 2 bottles of drinks glistening with beads of condensation. Try this. I specially went to buy sparkling Bishua last night and froze it overnight. The advertisement claims that 1 sip will invigorate your spirit. He exclaims, deftly twisting open a bottle and thrusting it into Qi Yan's hands. Just awakening, Qi Yan, parched and disoriented, accepts it without a second thought. The moment his fingers clasp the cool bottle, a faint sizzling sound reminiscent of water droplets hitting a hot iron plate suddenly pierces the air. Wang Fatsai is taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He realizes he hasn't misjudged the situation. The condensation on the bottled Qi Yin holds evaporates at a visibly rapid pace, releasing wisps of steam. What on earth? Wang Fatsai's voice shifts in pitch. He snatches the drink from Qi Yin, finding that its surface is no longer icy, but rather slightly warm. He then hands over another unopened, thoroughly chilled bottle to Qi Yin. The same phenomenon occurs once more. Wang Fatsai's mouth hangs agape, his chubby cheeks quivering in astonishment as he points at Qi Yan's hand still emanating steam, stammering, "Yin Ge, is your talent awakening, transforming you into a warm baby?" Qi Yin glances at his hand and then at Wang Fatsai, feigning innocence. "I don't know, perhaps I've overindulged in energy supplements and am feeling a bit off?" "Off my head." Wang Fatsai slaps his thigh, exclaiming that this is an anomaly. "Do you understand? This is a manifestation of your formidable talent. My goodness, we won't need hand warmers in winter anymore." Qi Yin retorts, "Look at your level of excitement." Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's residence, in a room replete with technological flair, a report hovers in midair as a holographic projection. Donghai City, 3rd Middle School, T3 Type, Junior Training Stake. Damage report, cause of damage. Internal core energy conduction circuit melted due to a sudden high-temperature energy impact. Note, the melting point for this model is 800 degrees Celsius. Lin Feng switches off the light screen, and silence envelopes the room. He sits in his chair, entrenched in prolonged contemplation. How could a fist rated merely as competent generate sufficient heat to melt specialized metallic circuits? Isn't his talent still dormant? The question eludes him. A day later, the 30 energy supplements given by Wu Shiji are completely consumed. The familiar, insatiable hunger surges from the depths of his being, more ferocious than ever before. Qi Yin, yawning, with dark circles under his eyes, lethargically shuffles to the office door and knocks lightly. "Old Wu, I've run out." Wu Shiji, preparing for his lessons, looks up at Qi Yin, whose demeanor suggests he could fall asleep at any moment, his thick eyebrows shooting up in surprise. "All 48? Not a single one left?" "Yes." Qi Yin nods, feeling that uttering another word would be an effort. Wu Shiji springs from his chair, his robust form pacing the small office, his calloused fingers vigorously rubbing his shiny bald head, creating a creaking sound. "Damn it, this consumption rate," he mutters under his breath, and then his eyes ignite with determination. "Let us go. We need to see the principal." He grips Qi Yan's wrist with his large, calloused hand, dragging him out as if they are not reporting but rather collecting a debt. Chapter 7. A shocking revelation of an 80-level expert. Such talent is unparalleled. In the principal's office, a plump, square-faced elder with old-fashioned black-framed glasses meticulously reviews documents. He is Wang Jiangwo, the principal of Donghai City 3rd High School, a level 73 planner. Bang! The office door is kicked open by Wu Shiji with a resounding crash. Wang Jiangwo's hand trembles, and he lifts his gaze, his eyes radiating palpable displeasure. "Wu Shiji, did your manners get eaten by a dog?" "Principal, the urgency is paramount. We can't afford to worry about formalities now." Wu Shiji, unfazed by the principal's fury, pushes a lethargic Qi Yin forward and passionately recounts the events, embellishing details from the 10 supplements in the school nurse's office to the 8 he personally funded, culminating with the 30 requested from the principal, emphasizing Qi Yan's current state of utter exhaustion. Qi Yan, nearly stumbling from the push, feels lightheaded and empty, as if his stomach could accommodate a cow, while Wu Shiji's booming voice reverberates in his ears. All he desires is a bed to lie down upon, wishing to be left undisturbed. Upon hearing the account, Wang Jiangwo's expression grows increasingly grave. He adjusts his glasses, scrutinizing Qi Yin intently. "Mr. Wu, are you certain he isn't suffering from some ailment?" He sets down the documents, intertwining his fingers on the desk, leaning slightly forward. How can an unawakened student possess such an extraordinary energy requirement? This defies logic and surpasses all documented talent consumption examples in the Federation. I've observed the records, and even the most energy-intensive talent, the dragon's armor, requires only 45 supplements for awakening. 48? Wu Shiji, do you comprehend the implications of this number? Wang Jiangwo's voice deepens, imbued with the caution and logic characteristic of a planner. I would bet my integrity and intellect on it. Wu Shiji, hearing this, grows agitated, pounding his chest and shouting fervently, insisting this is undoubtedly a talent, An unprecedented talent. Principal. You've been in the Boundary Guardian realm long enough to understand that high risks often accompany high rewards. Humanity needs heroes. We need miracles. This child is a miracle. Qian, listening to their back and forth, silently laments. While these two dignitaries argue, could I at least have a meal? The miracle you speak of is about to starve before you. His eyelids grow heavier. Wang Jingwo ponders for a moment, unaffected by Wu Shiji's fervor. As principal and a former Boundary Guardian, he has witnessed too many hopes ignite and extinguish. He must be responsible for every student, particularly those with the potential to alter the course of events. He activates his personal terminal, deftly swiping his fingers to dial a number. Hello, is Director Su there? This is Wang Jingwo. I have a matter that requires your immediate attention at the school. There is a student with a particularly unusual condition that necessitates your thorough examination. His tone is polite, yet the content brooks no refusal. After ending the call, he turns to the anxious Wu Shiji. I have contacted Director Su Yixing from the Federal Hospital. He is an 80-level physician, and he will come. We shall ascertain the truth. Until the results are in, refrain from making any further commotion. Wu Shiji opens his mouth, but ultimately stifles his words. His thick brows twitch incessantly. The office falls into a brief silence. Wu Shiji paces like a tiger confined in a cage, restless and agitated. Wang Jingwo picked up the document once more, yet it was evident to everyone that he was not truly engaged, only occasionally glancing at Qian, who had already fallen asleep on the office sofa. Half an hour later, a gentle knock echoed at the office door before it was pushed open. An elderly gentleman, slender in stature with gray hair, yet vibrant in spirit, entered while carrying a silver medical case. He was Su Yisheng, the chief physician of the Donghai City Federal Hospital, renowned as the finest medical practitioner in the entire city. Old Wang, which student has stirred you up so much that you specifically requested my presence? Su Yixing inquired with a warm smile, his tone laced with curiosity. His arrival brought a sense of calm to the previously agitated office. Old Su, spare me the small talk. Just take a look and you'll understand. Wang Jingwo gestured toward the oblivious Qian sprawled on the sofa. Su Yixing approached, with Wu Shiji anxiously trailing behind him, his breath barely audible. Su Yixing circled around Qian, initially assessing his complexion and state before extending his hand. A gentle white light emanated from his palm, enveloping Qian entirely. This was the master-level skill of a physician, life dialysis. In his slumber, Qian felt a warm current surrounding him, akin to being nestled beneath 3 thick quilts in winter, so comfortable that he nearly sighed. In the next moment, a data hologram, visible only to Su Yixing, Wang Jingwo, and Wu Shiji, unfolded before the three. It displayed Qian's detailed bodily data. Name, Qian. Age, 16. Life status, healthy. Physical function, normal. Energy reserves, severely depleted, red alert. Assessment. This individual is currently undergoing an unknown period of rapid energy consumption, with energy supply grossly inadequate. Various self-protection mechanisms, such as drowsiness and hunger, have been triggered. Immediate high-concentration energy replenishment is advised, or irreversible permanent damage to bodily functions will occur within 72 hours. The office fell into an eerie silence. Wu Shiji's face flushed with excitement. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. He had bet correctly. The glaring red alert and the phrase permanent damage shone brighter than any metal in his eyes. Su Yixing, a seasoned physician accustomed to various complex ailments, also widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape as he pointed at the virtual hologram, seemingly attempting to confirm this was not a figment of his imagination. He scrutinized every word on the hologram, muttering to himself, how can this be? The physical functions are entirely healthy, with no signs of disease or erosion. Purely energy depletion? Has he awakened his talent prematurely? No. What talent could cause such colossal energy consumption? The most astonishing reaction came from Wang Jingwo. The usually stern principal's expression transformed within mere seconds, shifting from doubt to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately culminating in an uncontrollable wave of joy. Chapter 8. The S-Class Genius Cultivation Program is initiated. He fixated on the striking red alert and the assessment conclusion, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Having stepped down from his role as a guardian for over a decade, He believed he had encountered countless so-called geniuses, but had never seen a student yet to awaken with such an outrageous bodily report. Good, 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 Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the heavy wooden desk, causing documents and pens to leap. A radiant glow illuminated his traditionally serious face. He turned to Qi Yan, who was startled awake, looking bewildered as the three adults surrounded him like a national treasure. A monster? Are they referring to me? Qi Yan pondered. That's impossible. My face, while not claiming to be the most handsome in the world, is certainly that of a good-looking young man. He touched his face, appearing innocent. Wang Jiangwo disregarded Qi Yan's antics, excitedly pacing in place, promptly activating his personal terminal again. Upon connection, his demeanor shifted dramatically. I am Wang Jiangwo, Guardian SJR-03109. Upon uttering this, both Wu Shiji and Su Yixing stood at attention. The identity of a guardian represented sacrifice and honor. The 03 designation further attested to his elite status. After a brief pause, presumably for identity verification, a respectful voice responded, Comrade Wang Jiangwo, the Donghai City Federal Affairs Office, Level 1 Communications Officer reporting for duty. Please provide your instructions. Wang Jiangwo wasted no time, his voice resonating like a bell. In my capacity as the current principal of Donghai City 3rd High School, I hereby officially apply for the Genius Cultivation Program for my student Qi Yan, targeting an S-class rating. A sharp intake of breath was heard from the other end. Comrade, are you certain it is S-class? The last recorded S-class cultivation program was in the year 88 of the divine calendar. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed S-class. Wang Jiangwo interrupted forcefully. I have eyewitnesses and an 80-level master physician S report to vouch for this. I demand the initiation of a special approval process and an immediate submission of a special supply application for energy potions to the Federal Education Authority. His voice crescendoed with urgency. Energy potions? The officer's tone shifted. Comrade, I must remind you that energy potions were originally designed for practitioners. Unawakened, ordinary individuals are virtually incapable of withstanding the immense energy impact of these potions. I am fully aware. This conversation is being recorded and will be escalated to higher authorities. They will understand. He emphasized, remember, I require 20 vials of energy potions. They must be delivered within 48 hours. Should there be any delays in delivery or approval, I, Wang Jiangwo, will personally hold the Federal Council accountable. With that, Wang Jiangwo abruptly ended the call, leaving the office resonating with his heavy breaths. Qi Yan remained nearby, utterly stunned. We're energy potions. They sound far more advanced than energy supplements. As Wang Jiangwo hung up, his joy and excitement gradually subsided, replaced by calmness and decisiveness. Wu Shiji, come here. Wu Shiji instinctively straightened up, his robust form standing tall. From now until the awakening day, you will accompany Qi Yan 24 hours a day. You'll be stationed at the door when he uses the restroom. Understood? Wu Shiji grinned widely, revealing a row of bright white teeth, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Principal, I doubt I'll encounter such an extraordinary genius again in my lifetime. Wang Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, then turned towards the still-dazed Qi Yan. He approached Qi Yan and gently patted his shoulder. You need not worry about anything. Just focus on absorbing energy as much as you can. Qi Yan blinked, observing the almost fervent principal and the excited homeroom teacher beside him. This spectacle makes it seem as though I am not about to awaken, but rather ascend to a throne. However, having someone to protect me certainly feels rather nice. Meanwhile, Director Su Yixing finished packing his instruments and nodded to Wang Jiangwo and Wu Shiji. In that case, my task is complete. I will keep this child's situation confidential. Principal Wang, I bid you farewell. At the same time, within a highly secured communication center at the Donghai City Federal Affairs Office, a Level 1 communications officer typed rapidly on the keyboard. A request report marked S-Class Confidential was transmitted through a special encrypted channel, swiftly reaching the upper echelons of the Federation. The report circulated within the virtual network, with each transition elevating the receiver's access level. Moments latte. Within the sanctuary of holy light, an elderly man, adorned in the robes emblazoned with the emblem of the Holy Light Church, knelt before the faceless deity, his eyes closed and lips moving in fervent prayer. Before him, a miniature light screen flickered to life, accompanied by a series of beeping notifications, revealing an S-class application from Donghai City. The old man paid no heed, remaining engrossed in his devotions. However, the persistent beeping roused him, compelling him to open his eyes. As he scanned the report, his gaze landed upon the insatiable energy demands and the keywords indicating a potential manifestation of a fire affinity. His prayers ceased abruptly. In his murky eyes, a sharp brilliance erupted, incongruous with his advanced age. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Slowly, he extended a gnarled finger to tap the light screen, magnifying the details of Qi Yan's dossier. 16 years old, a beacon of hope, the old man murmured, his finger lingering on the words indicating fire affinity. Fire indeed. As night descended, at Wu Shiji's residence, Wang Fatsai was unusually subdued, burdened with unspoken worries. When Wang Jiangwo and Wu Shiji descended the stairs to retrieve the energy potions, he abruptly seized Qi Yan, who was about to collapse onto the sofa. For the first time, the usually boisterous man wore a serious expression. Yinzi, you must tell me honestly. Wang Fatsai's voice was low, his round face etched with tension. Are you about to become a superhuman? Qi Yan chuckled at his friend's concern, lazily raising his eyelids. What? Are you afraid I'll fly off and leave you behind? Nonsense. Wang Fatsai retorted, agitation evidente. If you're already this formidable, what will happen when you surpass me? Sensing the worry in his dear friend's eyes warmed Qi Yan's heart. Stretching languidly, he replied in a teasing tone, Fear not, my friend. Even if I do become a superhuman, I will assuredly wear my underpants on the inside. Wang Fatsai paused, then, realizing the jest, playfully punched Qi Yan's chest. Get lost. Just then, a barely perceptible engine sound drifted in from outside. A car, unremarkable in appearance, quietly halted beneath Wu Shiji's building. The door slid open, and two soldiers clad in the standard combat uniforms of the boundary guard disembarked. They stood tall, exuding a solemn presence. Wang Jiangwo and Wu Shiji had long awaited at the entrance. The lead soldier, without uttering a word, saluted Wang Jiangwo crisply and solemnly presented a silver metal briefcase. Comrade Wang Jiangwo, 20 vials of energy potions have been delivered. Chapter 9, an ominous phenomenon, energy surges. As the briefcase opened, a brilliant azure light burst forth, casting a dreamlike glow across the living room. 20 vials were neatly arranged in custom grooves, their liquid resembling a starry sky, gently flowing. Qi Yan, Wang Jiangwo personally handed a vial of energy potion to him, his expression grave. This is the energy potion. Theoretically, it is intended for emergency use by professionals facing energy depletion. However, it has proven largely ineffective for them, while astonishingly replenishing the innate potential of those yet to awaken. He paused, emphasizing nonetheless, its energy is overwhelmingly vast and violent. Even top-tier talents only require a single vial. You may wish to give it a try. Give it a try? Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, he accepted the vial and twisted off the cap. Then, tilting his head back, he drank. To his surprise, the anticipated surge of energy and intense pain did not manifest. Instead, a warm flow, 100 times gentler, yet 1,000 times richer than any energy supplement, coursed down his throat into his stomach, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Every cell rejoiced, and a profound sense of satisfaction resonated from the depths of his soul, leaving him almost breathless with comfort. A resounding belch broke the silence of the living room. Wang Jiangwo, Wu Shiji, and Wang Fatsai stared at him in astonishment. Qi Yan wiped his mouth, glancing appreciatively at the remaining 19 vials in the box. I must say, this flavor surpasses that of energy supplements by leaps and bounds. No sooner had he spoken than an unforeseen change occurred. A visible wave of pale, golden heat surged forth, emanating from the sprawled Qi Yan and rapidly radiating outward. The temperature in the living room soared. The water droplets clinging to the cup Wu Shiji had just poured evaporated in an instant, the surface bubbling with steam. Holy cow, it's hot. Wang Fatsai, closest to the source, yelped and leaped up. Yengu, have you truly become the fireman? The pale golden heat arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet, the abrupt rise in temperature served as a stark reminder to the 3 of them of what had just transpired. Qi Yan felt an indescribable comfort. The warmth bestowed by the energy potion was both rich and gentle, like a stream flowing through every corner of his being. He felt an overwhelming fullness, a languid pleasure coursing through his bones. A peculiar thought emerged in his mind, as if this warm flow were responding to his will. Perhaps I should give it a try? Concentrating all his mental energy at the fingertip of his right index finger, he extended it. In the next moment, a wisp of pale, golden heat emanated from his fingertip, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The heat swirled momentarily before dissipating. The temperature in the living room seemed to rise another 2 degrees. Wang Fatsai's mouth fell agape. Wang Jiangwo and Wu Shiji exchanged glances, both unable to conceal their elation and astonishment. They had witnessed talents awaken early and had heard of innate powers manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Yet, they had never encountered someone like Qi Yin, who, after merely replenishing his energy and without even knowing the specifics of his talent, could initially control the manifestation of his power. Ahem! Wang Jiangwo was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat to mask the grin threatening to spread across his face. Wu Shiji, it seems your 24-hour personal protection will need to upgrade to 24-hour firefighting readiness. Wu Shiji, grinning broadly, approached Qi Yin, his palm poised to pat Qi Yan's shoulder, but he halted mid-air. Principal, just you wait and see. He rubbed his hands together, excitedly circling Qi Yin twice. Qi Yin felt their gaze upon him, making him uncomfortable, and he waved his hand languidly. All right, Principal Wu, enough of that. Any more staring, and I might charge a fee. Yawning, he added, I'm tired. Where can I sleep? Wu Shiji paused, then burst into laughter, pointing to the guest room. It's all prepared for you, right in there. Sleep well, I'll keep watch. Wang Jiangwo approached, patting Qi Yin on the shoulder with an uncharacteristically gentle tone. If you need anything, you can always find Teacher Wu. If he can't help, come to me. I'll be heading back now. Qi Yin nodded, truly exhausted. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he fell asleep, Wang Jiangwo and Wu Shiji conversed for quite some time. Do you think there is still hope? Wang Jiangwo's voice dropped, tinged with despair. Wu Shiji's expression turned serious. Principal, each generation has its own mission. In the darkest of times, there are still those whose arrival allows us to persevere. The death of the White Bear King has plunged us into temporary darkness, but that does not mean we can give up. Wang Jiangwo sighed. Hope, perhaps. I will do my utmost to support him. Elena's fall has dealt a tremendous blow to humanity. I do not expect him to save humanity. I merely hope this young man can venture far and reveal to us what the future holds. Wu Shiji clenched his fist, resolute. He certainly will. On the other side of Donghai City, in an upscale residential area, Lin Feng's father, Lin Jianya, a mid-level official in the Federal Affairs Office, had just returned home from work, lamenting to his wife about the day's events. Today's overtime was due to an extraordinary genius emerging from Xiaofeng School. I heard it's a fire affinity with an astonishing energy demand. The higher-ups have directly approved an S-class cultivation plan and even allocated a batch of energy potions. Lin Feng's mother, half watching television, asked absently, what genius has caused your entire department to work overtime? Who knows? It doesn't really concern us. However, they did apply for a batch of energy potions, which is the true reason for our overtime. Lin Jianya let out a hum, his tone somewhat grave. To demand such a quantity of energy potions, the higher-ups must truly be unafraid of repercussions. In the study, Lin Feng, holding a cup of water, was about to step out when he overheard these words, causing him to halt abruptly. S-class genius, fire element, energy potions, these keywords buzzed in his mind like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the fog of confusion within him. His mother's voice echoed once more. It has nothing to do with you. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Avoid idle chatter about geniuses lest you attract trouble. I know. I'm merely venting in your presence, dear. Come give me a kiss. Ugh, Xiao Feng is still upstairs. What is he afraid of? He has grown up and understands things now. Chapter 10. Consuming all, protecting all, a choice and a thought. Lin Feng's movements suddenly froze, his face turning crimson. He hurriedly returned to his desk, flustered as he turned on the sound system, filling the room with the deafening beats of rock music. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. After 2 minutes of composure, he accessed his personal terminal and pulled up the T3 training equipment damage report he had downloaded from the school's internal network a few days prior. The conclusion of the report stated, internal core circuitry melted due to a sudden surge of high temperature. Melting point, 800 degrees Celsius. He had previously found it perplexing, How could a punch with a power rating of merely 8 cause such destruction? Yet now, all the clues had converged. Qi Yan, that usually languid, sleep-loving fellow, the one who claimed you don't understand the troubles of a genius while being weaker than himself. He was actually an S-class genius. Fire element. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. A wave of intense unwillingness surged within his chest. He had always been the top of his class, the elite in his teacher's eyes, the pride of his family. He was disciplined and hardworking, training several hours more than others each day, solely to grow stronger. But what of Qi Yan? His academic performance was mediocre, his physical abilities unremarkable. Aside from his looks, he was utterly ordinary. Now, having awakened to talent ahead of time, he had surged ahead of Lin Feng. Why? Why was he bestowed with such talent? Lin Feng's breathing grew heavy. He acknowledged Qi Yan's impressive talent, yet that did not equate to surrender. He would strive, he would fight. He would prove to everyone that talent was not everything. Hard work could surpass innate gifts. He would show Qi Yan that he, Lin Feng, was not someone to be easily surpassed. His clenched fist slammed down onto the desk. Thud! The dull sound reverberated, causing the pen holder atop the desk to jolt. Then, some strange noises from the sound system left him feeling exasperated. He hastily turned up the volume to drown out the awkward sounds. Night had deepened. Qi Yan was sleeping soundly in Wu Shiji's guest room. He once again entered the realm of dreams. But this time, the dream was no longer oppressive. There were no ruins, no desperate cries for help, nor the stench of blood and char. He found himself standing in an expansive, peculiar space. Surrounding him was an endless sea of flames, varying in size and brightness, quietly burning and dancing. There was no searing heat, only a pure, primordial wave of energy. A figure, identical to him and clad in a splendid white robe, stood not far ahead. The robed figure had its back to him, neither questioning nor speaking. Under Qi Yan's watchful gaze, the figure slowly raised its right hand. A ball of golden flame, resembling a miniature sun, appeared in its palm, burning serenely. It exuded an unparalleled majesty, radiating warmth as if it could melt all the world's coldness. A grand, ancient voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated deep within Qi Yan's mind. Fire consumes all, protects all within a thought. This phrase etched itself into the very depths of Qi Yan's soul. He could not fathom the meaning of this phrase. Yet, gazing at the golden flame, an impulse surged within him, a desire to approach it, to touch it, to feel the power it contained. Just as he took a step forward, the robed figure and the entire fiery expanse shattered like a mirage, dissolving into countless specks of light. Qi Yan jolted awake. He lay in the guest room of Wu Shiji's house, the first light of dawn breaking through the window. The images of the dream and the phrase still echoed vividly in his mind. Fire consumes all, protects all within a thought. He turned over, feeling an invigorating comfort coursing through him. The previous drowsiness and fatigue had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and vitality. He felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing, brimming with energy. This feeling is simply delightful. Qi Yan stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. Upon exiting the guest room, he was greeted by an enticing aroma of food. Wu Shiji, robust and clad in a pink bear apron, busied himself in the kitchen. The scene appeared oddly mismatched, yet carried an indescribable humor. Wang Fatsai, like a local tycoon, sprawled across the entire sofa, his cheeks stuffed, his mouth moving rhythmically. Yan Yi, you're awake. Wang Fatsai greeted, his speech muffled by food. Come eat. Old Wu's gone all out. It's all meat today. Wu Shiji emerged from the kitchen holding a large platter of roasted meat, casting a glare at Wang Fatsai. Your mouth is so stuffed it could use some blockage. He placed the platter on the table and retrieved a vial of energy potion from a nearby silver metal box, handing it to Qi Yan. How do you feel? Drink this first, Wu Shiji inquired. Qi Yan accepted the potion and twisted off the cap. Both Wu Shiji and Wang Fatsai fixated on him, their eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. I hope I want to experience another heat wave. Qi Yan mused as he tilted back his head and downed the potion in one go. A rich, warm current surged through his body. Yet this time, the anticipated pale golden heat wave did not erupt. The immense energy was like a gentle stream, perfectly absorbed by his body, without a hint of leakage. The entire process was astonishingly tranquil. Qi Yin exhaled comfortably, feeling even more fulfilled than the previous day. Incredible, Yan Ye. Wang Fatsai was the first to regain his senses. Excitedly slapping his thigh, his face glowing with pride, "You've become more monstrous." Nothing happened after that bottle. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Yet as he laughed, the excitement on his face gradually faded. A wave of anxiety surged within Wang Fatsai. Qi Yin's talent was simply astounding. He had always believed that he and Qi Yin were equally matched, destined to be the strongest partners in the future. He had envisioned awakening as a mighty warrior alongside Qi Yin, wreaking havoc in the dark realms, becoming the next by Xiongwang. Yet now, Qi Yin's strength instilled a sense of dread. With such extraordinary talent, Qi Yin would undoubtedly face immense challenges in the dark realms ahead. Suddenly, he felt fear creeping in. He feared that on the day of his own awakening, he might not awaken a powerful profession. He feared that his future pace would lag behind Qi Yin's. He dreaded that he would no longer be able to stand beside him as naturally as he did now, fighting side by side. He did not wish to become a burden to Qi Yin, nor to be the one who could only stand behind, shouting praises at Yin Ge. The sensation of being left behind tightened his chest. The sudden surge of emotion rendered the smile on his face somewhat stiff, causing even the barbecue in his mouth to lose its flavor. Qi Yin keenly sensed the fleeting strangeness in his close friend's demeanor. Chapter 11. Do you have a crush on me? Qi Yin gently nudged the chubby companion beside him with his elbow. Chubby, he prompted. Wang Fatsai mumbled through a mouthful of meat. Do not worry. Qi Yin's tone was remarkably calm. Even if you awaken as a chef, you will only cook for me. Such a domineering proclamation. Wang Fatsai abruptly halted his chewing, raising his head in bewilderment to look at Qi Yin. Qi Yin's expression remained lazily infuriating as always. In that moment, the anxiety, panic, and unease that had been lodged in his heart dissipated completely. A wave of warmth surged unexpectedly from his core, rushing into his nasal passages with a stinging sensation. His eyes brimmed with tears. Wang Fatsai quickly lowered his head, blinking vigorously to suppress the oncoming tears. He hastily grabbed the largest piece of barbecue from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, cheeks puffed out like a hamster, using food to stifle the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Damn it! Wang Fatsai's voice was muffled and gruff, sounding quite fierce due to the food stuffed in his mouth. You are the one awakening as a chef. I aim to be the strongest warrior. Do you understand? The strongest. Qi Yin chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, and leisurely took a piece of barbecue for himself. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the two in warmth. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Wang Zhengwo stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect as he gazed out at the distant city. He activated his personal terminal and dialed a number. The call connected almost instantly. It's me, Wang Zhengwo. A steady voice resonated from the other end. Principal, what instructions do you have? The awakening day is the day after tomorrow. Elevate the security level of the 3rd middle school to the highest tier. Wang Zhengwo's tone left no room for negotiation. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Not even a spark is permissible. Understood, came a crisp reply. After ending the call, Wang Zhengwo wearily rubbed his brow and leaned slightly against his desk. Memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind of that afternoon 27 years ago, when the news of the failure of the divine trial of the White Bear King, Elena, spread throughout the Federation via system notifications, silencing the world. In the assembly, the usually formidable figures wore expressions of ashen despair. In the city, countless individuals wandered the streets in confusion, gazing up at the sky as if they had lost their souls. It was the darkest day since the Federation's establishment. The torch of hope was extinguished before everyone's eyes by a fierce wind. He wished never to endure such profound silence and despair again. In the distant core of the Federation, within an unremarkable church that appeared almost dilapidated, an elderly man clad in a simple white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, knelt quietly in prayer before a faceless statue. He was the current pope of the Holy Light Church, Anders, a divine shepherd, whose level had long since reached 149, yet had stagnated for decades at the doorway of the divine trial. A young priest approached him silently from behind and whispered a quick report. Anders slowly opened his eyes, which were as tranquil as an unfathomable ancient well, impervious to the turmoil of the world. Unmeasurable energy demand. Suspected talent manifestation. Fire type. He remained silent for a long while. Finally, a long sigh echoed softly in the cathedral's vast space. Is this fire? This sigh carried a multitude of complex emotions, including anticipation, concern, and even a deep sense of confusion and fear. Therefore, tomorrow everyone gets a day off. Go back and rest well, adjust your mindset. Be prepared for awakening day the day after tomorrow. Keep your expectations to a minimum. The burly class teacher, Wu Shiji, announced this news while leaning on the podium. Hooray! Long live old Wu. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the raucous applause nearly lifting the classroom ceiling. The exuberant children paid no heed to old Wu's admonition. They were solely concerned with the day off tomorrow. The ringing of the bell signaled the charge into this sea of joy. Almost instantaneously, Qi Yan's seat was surrounded by eager classmates. Yan Yi, have you awakened? I heard you drank all the energy supplements in the infirmary. Is that true? Your talent must be extraordinary, right? Will you take me along in the future? Their clamorous voices buzzed like a swarm of flies in his ears. Qi Yan felt overwhelmed and was about to concoct a poor excuse about needing to go to the restroom when a figure forcibly pushed through the crowd. Standing directly before him, the noisy classroom fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed, all gazes converging on the newcomer, brimming with excitement, curiosity, and an eagerness to witness the spectacle. It was Lin Feng. He maintained his usual cold demeanor, chin slightly raised, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Looking down at Qi Yan, who was slumped over his desk, seemingly on the verge of sleep. The showdown between the top student and the newly emerged genius. In recent days, these two had become the focal point of the most sensational gossip among their peers. Your talent is fire type? Lin Feng cut straight to the chase. His voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Qi Yan lazily lifted his eyelid to glance at him, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Oh, isn't this Lin Feng? Quite well informed, I see. What's wrong? Afraid your top spot is in jeopardy? Came here to scout the competition ahead of time? Lin Feng's facial muscles twitched slightly. He forced himself to suppress the irritation sparked by Qi Yan's words and posed another question. A few days ago, was it you who damaged the training post in the basic combat class? He had pondered this question for several days. A fist with only an 8-point strength rating had somehow induced a core circuit to melt at 800 degrees. Indeed, Qi Yan replied succinctly without a hint of hesitation. This left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. He had prepared a host of questions and logical deductions, even contemplating how to unravel any denials from Qi Yan step by step. Yet the latter had simply admitted to it so readily. It felt like a punch landing squarely on a pile of cotton, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Observing Lin Feng's defeated expression, Qi Yan found it amusing and grinned broadly, slowly straightening his posture and leaning closer to Lin Feng. I say, Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable with Qi Yan's sudden proximity, instinctively wanted to take a step back, but his pride held him firmly in place. Qi Yan's expression turned playful as he lowered his voice, adopting a tone that was both ambiguous and inquisitive, slowly saying, Are you perhaps harboring a crush on me? Chapter 12. Awakening Day ignites the crowd. 3 golden lights shatter the clouds. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. The moment the words fell, the classroom erupted into a chorus of splutters and violent coughs from those who were choking. Wang Fatsai was particularly exaggerated, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath and slid off his chair, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the subject of the revelation, stood frozen in place. His face transitioned from pale to crimson, then to a deep purple, ultimately turning a shade reminiscent of liver, all at a visibly alarming pace. His mind went utterly blank. What nonsense are you spouting? He exclaimed, his voice, charged with excitement and indignation, took on an almost piercing tone. What is wrong with you? Qi Yan spread his hands, wearing an expression of innocence mixed with audacity. You were peeking at me during class. Then you deliberately blocked me after class, and now you can't stop thinking about me breaking that training post. He counted off on his fingers, each point reinforcing his conclusion. Tell me, is this not a secret crush? I do not. I am not. I'm merely. Lin Feng struggled to articulate a coherent rebuttal. It seemed that Qi Yan's assertions were steeped in undeniable truth. But could it possibly be the same? He felt as if his mind had shattered into fragments. with all logic, composure, and pride obliterated by the thunderous revelation of "Are you secretly in love with me?" Ultimately, amidst the bizarre atmosphere in which his classmates stifled their laughter to the point of trembling, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, his face aflame. "You just wait." With that, he could no longer bear to linger, awkwardly turning on his heel and almost fleeing. Observing Lin Feng's hasty retreat, Qi Yin returned to his desk, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "Oh, so you wish to play with me?" He closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, soon enough, he found himself unable to maintain his mirth, for he realized that while that fellow had fled, the surrounding audience remained present. Furthermore, why did their gazes seem even more peculiar now? A strange glimmer of mixed surprise and realization was pulsating among the crowd. Qi Yin felt that his innocence was not as pristine as he had believed. Wu Shiji drove his rugged SUV, akin to his own robust persona, taking Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai on a day of unrestrained fun throughout the city. From the cacophonous arcade to the bustling amusement park, Wu Shiji resembled a doting father, indulging the two boys in their escapades. However, every 2 hours, old Wu would precisely produce a bottle of energy potion. "Drink up, old Wu. This stuff shouldn't be treated as a beverage," Qi Yin remarked, eyeing the azure liquid with a sense of trepidation. "Enough chatter. It's the principal's order." Wu Shiji glared, insisting that they must ensure they were in optimal condition for the awakening day. Wang Fatsai, munching on a chicken leg, chimed in gleefully, Exactly, Yin Ge. "This is the exclusive drink for S-class geniuses. You should be grateful." With no other choice, Qi Yin twisted open the cap and downed the potion in one go. The rich energy coursed through him, dispelling his fatigue. That evening, upon returning to Wu Shiji's home, Qi Yin gazed at the last vial of energy potion in the metallic case, feeling a surge of complexity within. These 20 special potions were finally nearing depletion. Without hesitation, he unscrewed the cap and drank it all. A wave of drowsiness overtook him. He bid farewell to Wu Shiji and Wang Fatsai before collapsing into bed. Once again, he slipped into a dream. It was the boundless expanse, composed of endless dancing flames. The figure clad in an opulent white robe stood quietly before him. Qi Yin observed the silhouette, his heart tranquil. This time, the figure in white did not turn away. Slowly, it pivoted to face him. A visage identical to his own appeared before Qi Yin, with features and contours bearing no distinction. Yet, that face bore no expression, detached, aloof, void of any semblance of human emotion. Qi Yin locked eyes with his doppelganger, a flurry of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. "This being looks exactly like me, yet it feels utterly inhuman, doesn't it? Could it be attempting a soul takeover? That is too outrageous. Isn't it?" The figure in white lifted its right hand, a golden flame flickering softly in its palm. A grand, ancient voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded deep within his soul. It was no longer a question, but a statement. "Bearer of the flame, do not forget the reason for your fire." At that moment, the figure in white and the fiery realm disintegrated into countless specks of light, ultimately converging into a stream of brilliance that entered Qi Yin's brow. The following day marked the awakening day. On the expansive playground of Donghai City, 3rd Middle School, thousands of 16-year-old students donned identical uniforms, arranged in neat formations according to their classes. The air was thick with a complex blend of tension, anticipation, and solemnity. Each individual understood that today would determine the trajectory of their lives. On the platform, Principal Wang Jiangwo, homeroom teacher Wu Shiji, and all the faculty stood with grave expressions. Their gazes, whether intentional or not, frequently darted toward a specific spot within the crowd. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Meanwhile, within the distant core city of the Holy Light Cathedral, a humble figure clad in a white robe stood before a colossal luminous mirror. The mirror vividly displayed an aerial view of the playground of Donghai City, 3rd Middle School. His expression remained calm, though the gem atop his platinum scepter shimmered faintly. At precisely 9 o'clock, a melodious chime resonated through the heavens. The clouds above seemed to part as if by an invisible hand. Thousands of pure white beams of light cascaded from the sky, landing with pinpoint accuracy on each student in the playground. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped in a sea of milky white light. The students basked in the radiance, their faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions: excitement, reverence, and anxiety. However, This magnificent spectacle lasted barely 3 seconds. Boom! 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 3 thunderous roars echoed, as if the sky had been rent asunder. In an instant, 3 resplendent, golden pillars of light, more brilliant and robust than all the surrounding white beams combined, tore through the clouds, descending with unparalleled might. The golden light swiftly overwhelmed all white, transforming the playground into a magnificent ocean of gold. Heavens! Golden pillars! 3 rare professions. Our school has produced 3 rare professions. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps and uproar. All the teachers and younger students who had yet to awaken stared in awe at the towering golden columns, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Chapter 13. 3 Prodigies. Within the most dazzling, almost tangible golden pillar, Chi-Yin felt himself enveloped in a warm energy. Countless streams of data cascaded before his eyes, culminating in a flurry of cold system notifications echoing in his mind. Connecting to the Apocalypse system. Connection successful. Processing data. Data processing complete. Detecting early awakening of talent. Proceeding with talent identification. Talent identification successful. Talent name. Flame Seed. Matching the most suitable profession based on talent compatibility. Match successful. Congratulations on awakening the rare profession, Flame Envoy. Regional announcement. Chi-Yin has successfully awakened the rare profession, Flame Envoy. Flame Envoy, a profession name never before recorded in any texts. Immediately thereafter, his personal attributes panel unfolded before him, clear and intuitive. Name, Chi-Yin. Occupation, Flame Messenger, rare, level 1/100, strength 12, agility 14, constitution, spirit 20 mana, 200,200, talent, Seed of Flame, S rank. All fire-related skill proficiency increased by 50. All fire-related spell effects enhanced by 50. All fire-related spell consumption reduced by 50. When inflicting damage on enemies, may stack 1 layer of Scorching Soul, ignoring fire resistance. Each layer causing the target to suffer 5 fire damage, up to 10 layers. Fire skills can be cast without incantation assistance. Garbled text, Flame. I wield the seed of Heartfire for the sake of all beings, not to incinerate the world, but to protect it. Having accepted this flame, one must understand that fire can warm the heart, yet also consume it. Flame can illuminate the night, yet may also burn me. If one day you find your feelings as cold as ash, and see no kin in your eyes, know that you have arrived at the precipice where I once stood. Remember, those who wield fire must not forget the reason for their flame. Skill, Flame Star, active, Flame Star, beginner consumes 10 mana. Conjures a fire arrow to attack the target. Proficiency 0/100. Chi-Yin gazed at the garbled message beneath his talent and could not help but scoff internally. What is this? The system has glitches? How unprofessional. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussions about the unheard-of occupation of Flame Messenger, Wu Shiji on the platform was nearly leaping with excitement. Suddenly, a solemn, grand, and resounding system announcement echoed throughout the sky of Blue Star without warning. Area announcement. Wang Fatsai has successfully awakened the rare occupation of Oathkeeper. On the playground, Wang Fatsai, surrounded by another golden beam of light, felt a weighty force surging through his limbs. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly, every inch of muscle filled with explosive power. Name, Wang Fatsai, occupation, Oathkeeper, rare, level. Strength, 12, agility 10, constitution, 9 to spirit, 7 mana, 70/70. Wang Fatsai looked at his impressive constitution of 19 points, then glanced at his occupational skills, instantly comprehending the implications. His face flushed with excitement as he instinctively turned to seek out that familiar figure amidst the crowd and the golden light. Chi-Yin happened to look his way as well. Their gazes crossed in the bustling throng, separated by the brilliant light. No words were exchanged. They simultaneously broke into a radiant, understanding smile. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of 2 consecutive server-wide announcements, that grand voice resonated through the heavens once more. Area announcement. Lin Feng has successfully awakened the rare occupation of Gale Ranger. The third announcement. In the same school, 3 server-wide proclamations in succession. The playground erupted into a frenzy. Madness. Our school has gone completely insane. 3 rare occupations. In the third golden light, Lin Feng ignored the astonished, envious, and jealous glances from his fellow students. His hands clenched into fists, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He fixated on the two figures standing side by side, sharing a smile not far away. The ecstasy and excitement in his eyes transformed into an even more fervent and pure battle intent. We are starting from the same point again. I am still the strongest, though the three golden lights were dazzling. The playground was filled with ordinary students enveloped in sacred white light. As the radiance faded, some rejoiced while others despaired. A typically reticent boy stared at his panel displaying occupation, repairman, his face draining of color in an instant. His legs buckled, and he slumped to the ground, muttering incessantly. How could it be? How could I be a repairman, my combat occupation? A nearby companion wished to console him, but opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. In this world, while support occupations are undoubtedly important, the inability to fight means living perpetually under the protection of others. Meanwhile, another robust boy excitedly waved his fists, whispering to his companion, "Fantastic! A warrior! A fondamental combat occupation! I can finally slay monsters in the void." His companion expressed relief. "Me too, a ranger. Though not rare, it's still better than support." Many students found themselves caught between these two extreme emotions, either relieved, disappointed, or perplexed. This is Awakening Day, where one moment may lead to paradise, while the next may plunge into hell. On the platform, Wu Shiji, exuberantly laughing, exclaimed, "Did you see that, old Wang? Did you see?" His face flushed with excitement. He slapped the back of Principal Wang Jiangwo with a forceful hand. The sound echoed, causing Wang Jiangwo to stumble slightly, nearly toppling off the platform. "Two of my students, both rare occupations. Ha ha ha." Wu Shiji laughed heartily, saliva flying. Wang Jiangwo adjusted his glasses, suppressing his own elation to maintain the dignity of a principal, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. In the core city, at the Cathedral of Holy Light, the Pope gazed at the three resplendent golden beams in the light mirror, a hint of astonishment flashing across his calm face. "A single high school has awakened three rare occupations?" He murmured to himself, then straightened his expression. In previous years, the entire Federation might see 2 or 3 rare occupations emerge in a year, which was considered commendable. This year, merely one Donghai City number 3 has produced 3. This is highly abnormal. He immediately picked up the communicator on his desk, issuing a stern order. "Compile a complete report on the awakening situations across all cities in the Federation this year, and send it to me immediately." Chapter 14. Immunity to Instant Death. As the awakening ceremony concluded, and as the golden beams dissipated, everyone remained immersed in overwhelming shock and fervor. Principal Wang Jiangwo ascended the platform. Clearing his throat, he commenced the customary, lengthy, and tedious speech lasting an hour. "Dear students, from this day forth, you are proud practitioners. Your journey as practitioners has only just begun. Those who awaken a basic combat occupation should not become arrogant. Remain humble and patient. Those who awaken a basic support occupation should not lose heart, nor give up. Every occupation is an indispensable cog in the Federation." Qi Yin felt drowsy, his head bobbing. Had it not been for Wang Fatsai nudging him with his elbow, he would likely have dozed off on the spot. My goodness, old Wang's lullaby is more effective than energy potions. Finally, as all the students were on the verge of standing asleep, Wang Jiangwo concluded his lengthy address. At last, his gaze swept across the crowd, his voice suddenly rising. "Qi Yin, Wang Fatsai, Lin Feng, the 3 of you, please come to my office after the ceremony." Wang Jiangwo sat behind his large desk, struggling to muster a friendly smile, but his stern, accustomed demeanor, combined with deep-set lines, made it hard for him to appear amiable. As Qi Yin entered, he made himself at home, unceremoniously sinking into the only guest sofa in the office and adjusting himself into a position conducive to lying flat. "Continue the performance." Qi Yin rolled his eyes internally. "This sofa is quite nice, far more comfortable than old Wu's hard bench." Wang Fatsai followed closely behind, nervously unsure of where to place his hands and feet, eventually sitting beside Qi Yin, sitting up straight with his hands neatly resting on his knees. Previously, he had never been a focal point when meeting Principal Wang, simply remaining an inconspicuous presence. This time, however, it was different. He was now one of the protagonists. and his mindset had completely shifted. Lin Feng was the last to enter, shutting the door behind him, his posture impeccably upright, maintaining an impeccable demeanor throughout the encounter. Wang Jiangwo adjusted his black-framed glasses, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. "Please take a seat." He pointed to the vacant seat beside Wang Fatsai. Lin Feng complied and took a seat, maintaining his poised demeanor. "I have several matters to discuss with you," Wang Jiangwo stated, fingers interlaced on the table, getting straight to the point. First and foremost, his tone intensified. "From this day forth, any information regarding your talents must remain confidential. I do not wish for you to disclose your abilities to anyone, including your parents or friends. Should anyone attempt to inquire about your talents in any manner, you are to regard them as adversaries." Wang Fatsai swallowed nervously, and Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Qian, however, remained languid, offering a dismissive hum. "Now, please share your profession and attribute panels with me." Wang Jiangwo activated his personal terminal and manipulated it, ensuring that talent information could be concealed. "I'll go first." Without hesitation, Lin Feng summoned his panel and shared it. Name: Lin Feng. Profession: Gale Ranger, Rare Ranger Profession. Level: Strength, 16, Dexterity, 14, Constitution, to Intelligence, to Magic Power, 100,100, Wine Strike, Entry, 0-100, Cooldown, 30 seconds, Effect: Fires an arrow infused with wind power. Capable of forcibly repelling targets with physical strength. Wang Jiangwo observed the data on the terminal, nodding gradually. The total of the initial 4 dimensions reached an impressive 50 points, with an allocation ideally suited for the ranger profession, marking him as a veritable genius. The skill was also standard, featuring a weak control ability from the outset. "Excellent," he affirmed, then turned to the other two. Wang Fatsai took a deep breath and attempted to operate his panel as Lin Feng had done. Name: Wang Fatsai. Profession: Oathkeeper, Rare Warrior Profession. Level: Strength, 12, Dexterity, 10, Constitution, 19, Intelligence, 7, Magic Power, 70-70. When Wang Fatsai's panel data appeared on the terminal, Wang Jiangwo's gaze lingered on the impressive 19 points in Constitution, his brows arching slightly, though he refrained from comment. "What about your skills? Please demonstrate," he prompted. Wang Fatsai obediently shared his skill list. Guardian Oath. Entry: 0-100, Cooldown, 30 seconds, Incantation: In my name, I establish this oath. Your pain, I shall share. Effect: Establishes a Guardian Oath with a selected ally, lasting 15 seconds. During this time, you bear 20 points of damage, physical and magical, for them. The target becomes immune to instant death effects, such as decapitation, heart penetration, throat crushing, etc., if an attack strikes a fatal area. The damage of that attack is increased by 500. Your own damage received is reduced by 10, if the target is in a critically injured state. You gain an additional 15 points of damage reduction. Wang Jiangwo's expression shifted from amiable to serious, then to astonishment, and finally to incredulity. He fixed his gaze on the line, describing the skill on the screen, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. In the next moment, he removed his glasses, wiped them with his sleeve, and put them back on for a closer inspection. Wang Fatsai was taken aback by the principal's silent, repetitive scrutiny. Immunity to instant death. Excellent. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Wang Jiangwo suddenly burst into laughter, his booming voice resonating throughout the office. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by the principal's reaction. Did such a costly life-saving skill truly warrant such a display of excitement? Do you comprehend what instant death entails? Wang Jiangwo forcibly suppressed his overwhelming emotions and resumed his seat, striving to maintain a calm tone. The three shook their heads simultaneously. Everything concerning professions may appear to be data-driven, yet we are ultimately human. Data cannot encompass all. Wang Jiangwo's voice grew low and hoarse. A pierced heart, a shattered brain, no system can save you. That is instant death. Regardless of your level or equipment, a critical hit to a vital area results in true demise. His gaze burned intensely upon Wang Fatsai as he enunciated, Wang Fatsai. Your skill is the first and only one recorded in a century of the Federation's establishment that grants allies immunity to instant death. Wang Fatsai was utterly stunned, glancing at his hands and then at the principal's face, feeling as though he were in a dream. The only one? Immunity to instant death? Chapter 15. exceedingly high initial spirit. The cost is to endure fivefold damage. Who can withstand that? After the initial shock, Lin Feng's rationality swiftly returned, and he coldly raised a query. This skill is one that no non-defensive profession could possibly endure. His statement doused any flicker of excitement Wang Fatsai had just felt, his face flushing crimson as he opened his mouth to retort but could not utter a single word. Indeed, who could withstand 5 times the damage for the profession he was meant to protect? That was damage calculated at double for critical hits, multiplied by 5. The atmosphere in the office turned awkward due to Lin Feng's brutally calm analysis. Wang Fatsai's shoulders sagged, his spirit deflating. Just then, Qi Yin, who had been lounging on the sofa as if on the verge of slumber, suddenly stirred. He slowly sat upright, maintaining his languid demeanor, but calmly directed his gaze at Lin Feng. You won't even be able to use this skill, so don't worry about it. His tone was bland, devoid of emotion, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat. He wasn't foolish. He immediately grasped the underlying implication of those words. This skill was not meant for him. This skill was intended for Qi Yin. The air in the office seemed to solidify, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. Enough, Wang Zhangwo interjected at an opportune moment, adjusting his glasses as his gaze swept over the two youths, breaking the momentary silence. Qi, it's your turn. Qi Yin shrugged, appearing indifferent, and casually shared his attribute panel. Name, Qi Yin. Profession, Flame Envoy Rare. Level, Strength, 12, Dexterity, 14, Constitution, 10 Intelligence, 20, Magic Power, 200200. When this panel data appeared on Wang Zhangwo's personal terminal, his pupils imperceptibly narrowed. Initial intelligence at 20 points. A monster, Wang Zhangwo thought, the words flashing through his mind. Among initial attributes, intelligence is the most challenging to enhance. It correlates with willpower and focus, and is said to be linked to the soul. Typically, a mage transitioning classes with 12 or 13 points would be considered exceptionally gifted. Yet this lad had soared to 20. What about your skills? Wang Zhangwo suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining a steady voice. Qi Yin presented his skill as well. On the panel, there was only a solitary skill icon. Flame Star, Entry, 50,100, Cost, 10 points of magic power. Incantation, 3 syllables, cooldown, 0 seconds. Effect, conjures a fire arrow to attack the target. That was it. Truly, there was nothing more. Just this single, basic fire spell that nearly all fire mage apprentices would learn. Wang Zhangwo stared at the rudimentary skill description, glancing at Qi Yan's expression of a nonchalant ordinary mage, as if to say, don't make a fuss, and his brow slowly furrowed. Something was amiss. This was far too unusual. A genius who had consumed numerous energy potions, awakened an unheard-of rare profession, with an initial intelligence soaring to 20 points. Yet this was his skill? Suddenly, Wang Zhangwo's gaze froze. He fixated intensely on the numbers in the skill proficiency column. Entry level, 50,100. His pupils abruptly constricted, and his body leaned forward uncontrollably, his voice laced with an uncontainable astonishment. This proficiency. Qi Yin lazily lifted his eyelids. Oh, I was just curious earlier in the light column. So, I used it once on the ground. Once. Wang Zhangwo felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. Just one use added 50 points to the proficiency? It is known that when a professional releases a skill, the proficiency only increases by 1 point. This lad's single use equals that of 50 others. Wang Zhangwo ceased his inquiries. He instantly understood that this must be related to Qi Yan's innate talent. Perhaps the profession of Flame Envoy is not particularly strong, possibly just on par with the average of rare professions. What truly stands out is Qi Yan's innate ability. This terrifying proficiency boost is likely just the tip of the iceberg regarding his talent. Since it pertains to talent, he chose not to elaborate further. Very well. Wang Zhangwo leaned back against his chair, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals. The reason I summoned you here, besides emphasizing the confidentiality of your talents, is to address a second matter. The resources of the Federation will always lean towards those geniuses who can prove their worth. He paused, dropping a bombshell. As rare professionals, according to Federation conventions, each of you will receive a skill talisman free of charge. The skill talismans will be delivered tomorrow, but that is all. Subsequent training resources will need to be fought for, demonstrating your value that warrants the Federation's investment. Skill talismans. Lin Feng's breath quickened. Those are skill talismans. Resources that can only be obtained by breaching the virtual realm's dark areas. Moreover, those who normally breach the virtual realm's dark areas tend to use them immediately, with very few being able to save them. They're truly strategic level resources. A skill talisman allows the selection of one skill from 3 options, and the probability of obtaining advanced skills is exceedingly high. In contrast, the skill stones used by ordinary individuals, though differing by just one word, yield vastly different effects. Skill stones randomly generate a skill, and they're almost always basic skills, with no option for selection. You can only choose to possess or forego. However, skill stones can be obtained through hunting virtual beasts, albeit with a very low probability. Outside, the normal price of a skill talisman is 500,000 credit points, and they are rarely available in the market. On the other hand, skill stones only require 10,000 credit points. Wang Zhangwo did not give them much time to digest this information, continuing, in 7 days, the annual Donghai New Youth Arena competition will take place, during which a Federation evaluation team will be present. His voice suddenly became serious and powerful. Your task is to demonstrate to them, under the watchful eyes of the entire city and even the entire Federation, that you are worthy of this investment. Subsequently, he seemed concerned that Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai might not understand, specifically looking at them and elaborating. The Donghai New Youth Arena competition is a contest conducted under the auspices of the Tianqi system. Contestants will not truly perish within. Upon defeat, they will be directly teleported out. However, participants can wear equipment, making it the most equitable, yet also the most inequitable stage. Its existence allows you to showcase yourselves and acquire resources, but you must also overcome the advantages afforded by your opponent's backgrounds. The top 5 competitors will have the opportunity to participate in subsequent Federation New Youth Arena competitions. Those who perform exceptionally will be specially recruited by the Federation's top universities, exempt from entrance examinations, and once enrolled, will have an abundance of resources directed towards them. By the way, Qi and Wang, you two will reside in the faculty dormitory on campus during this period. Xiao Wu will arrange that for you. Skill proficiency. Entry level, 100, proficient, 200, mastery, 1,000, expert, 10,000, grandmaster, 100,000. Effects of proficiency increase. Skill power gradually strengthens. Each level increase proportionally enhances the base damage of the skill from the previous level. Entry level, 100 points. Base damage 100 proficient, 200 points. Damage 120 mastery, 1,000 points. Damage 180 expert, 10,000 points. Damage 360 grandmaster, 100,000 points. Damage 900 grandmaster, 200. Damage 2,700. Simplified version. Each level increase proportionally enhances the base damage of the skill. Entry-level base damage. With a base damage of 100 proficient, 20 damage, 120 mastery, 80 damage, 180 expert, 260 damage, 360 grandmaster, 800 damage, 900 grandmaster, 2,600 damage, 2,700. Casting speed accelerates. As proficiency increases, the time required to release skills gradually diminishes. Mastery unlocks the mana infusion mechanism. Upon reaching mastery, one can expend additional mana when releasing skills to significantly enhance their power. Specific effects determined by the skill. Grandmaster level mana control. Upon reaching Grandmaster, skills can be finely adjusted. For example, Yinxing could initially consume 10 points of mana to deal 100 points of damage, adjusted to consume 1 point of mana to deal 10 points of damage. Chapter 16. Class Division. After the conversation concluded, the 3 exited the principal's office. The corridor was quiet, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Lin Feng, belonging to Class 1, halted at the fork in the path. He turned around, saying nothing, but casting a deep, inscrutable glance at Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai, before ultimately turning silently and entering his own classroom. TCH, what S with the deep act, making it feel like a spy drama. Wang Fa Kai muttered quietly to Lin Feng's retreating figure. Qi Yin patted his robust back, maintaining a leisurely tone. All right, why bother squabbling with a pretentious person? It diminishes your value. That makes sense. Wang Fa Kai was immediately amused. The two chatted and laughed, linking arms as they returned to their class. Yan Yi, fat brother. The moment they stepped into the classroom, they were instantly surrounded by a throng of classmates, resembling a scene in a zoo where onlookers gawk at newly arrived rare species. Fat brother, what kind of profession is the guardian? Just hearing the name sounds awesome. Yes, yes. Is it the kind that stands at the forefront, single-handedly battling 10 foes? Wang Fa Kai, already stout, was enveloped by several boys who had also transitioned to warrior classes, showering him with compliments and inquiries. He was somewhat buoyed by this unexpected enthusiasm, his large round face beaming with joy, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Conversely, Qian's reception was entirely different. He was surrounded by a group of chattering girls. Qian, what does the Flame Envoy do? You're so impressive, being a rare profession. One audacious girl inched closer, her eyes sparkling. Help. Girls are such a nuisance. It feels like 1,000 ducks are holding a concert in my ears. Qian dreaded dealing with such situations. So he simply crouched down, utilizing his agile physique to slip through the crowd, ultimately seeking refuge behind Wang Fa Kai's broad back, using him as a sturdy human shield. This comical act elicited laughter from the crowd, instantly invigorating the classroom atmosphere. Just then, a booming voice cut through the cacophony. Silence. The crowd turned to see. At some point, the homeroom teacher, Wu Shiji, standing at the podium, hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern. Old Wu cleared his throat, his gaze steady as it swept across the entire class, and he solemnly announced, "Now, I declare the class division decision. Qian, Wingfa, Chai, Suao, Zhanggrui, Tao Jia, and Li Yi. Starting today, you are all transferred to Combat Class 1. All other combat professions who are not mentioned will be assigned to Combat Class 2. The remaining logistics professions will stay here, as there will be corresponding logistics instructors to guide you later." Upon these words, the once boisterous classroom fell into an immediate silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Moments later, the muffled sound of sobbing began to spread from a corner of the classroom, as if it were contagious. The students who had awakened to combat professions bore expressions of unrestrained relief and joy, instinctively straightening their backs. In stark contrast, those who had awakened to logistics professions appeared ashen and hollow-eyed, as though their futures had been irrevocably sealed in that very moment. This was reality, cruel yet undeniably true. Old Wu's efficiency was astonishing. Scarcely had the class divisions been announced when he led Qian and Wang Fa Kai to the depths of the school, to the teacher's dormitory. Although referred to as a teacher's dormitory, it was merely a single room with an independent bathroom, furnished with 2 single beds and a simple desk. It was clean and tidy. Just after placing their luggage down, the two did not even take a moment to sit on the beds before they dashed eagerly towards the training ground. "Come on, Yinzi, stand back and watch me perform something impressive," Wang Fa Kai exclaimed enthusiastically, positioning himself in the center of the training ground. Clearing his throat, he struck a pose he deemed exceptionally cool, then inhaled deeply and began to chant his excessively dramatic incantation. "In my name, I vow to share your pain." As the incantation concluded, a halo of pale, golden light erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping his robust form entirely. The halo swirled slowly, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. However, this display of grandeur lasted but a mere 3 seconds. In the next instant, Wang Fa Kai's large, round face fell, wrinkles creasing across it as beads of sweat visibly formed on his forehead, escaping from his lips with a gasp. "Goodness, this skill consumes far too much magic power," he thought, feeling as if a substantial portion of his strength had been abruptly drained, a wave of intense weakness and dizziness washing over him, causing his legs to tremble. The panel indicated a maximum magic power of 70 points, yet a single skill had consumed 50 points, leaving him with a pitiful 20 points. Although magic power was quantified, the sensations remained closely tied to the body. With a low mental attribute and inherently limited magic capacity, drawing over 70% of his magic in one go was bound to be taxing on his body. From the other side of the training ground, Qian's languid voice drifted over. There's no shortcut to overcoming that sensation. It can only be conquered through frequent practice and gradual habituation. Wang Fa Kai turned to look at him, instantly frozen in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. Qian stood with one hand in his pocket, the other casually raised, not even striking a proper spell-casting pose. From his fingertips, fiery projectiles shot forth in rapid succession, reminiscent of a machine gun, each one firing with a sharp bayu. Chapter 17. Talent Unleashed, Skills Transformed. Those diminutive fire arrows traced precise arcs through the air, unerringly striking the moving target in the distance. Wang Fa Kai was left utterly mesmerized. What astonished him most was that Qi Yan hadn't uttered a single word throughout. No incantación. The entire process was instantaneous. Simultaneously, a flurry of system notifications flooded Qi Yan's mind. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50, current level. Novice 100, level up. Skill: Yanxing current level. Proficient 0, 200. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50. Current level: Proficient 200, level up. Skill: Yanxing current level. Mastered 0, 1000. Wait, this leveling up is happening too rapidly. Like giving a video a thumbs up. Just poke a few more times, and it's full. As he continued to unleash his fiery projectiles, Qi Yan silently critiqued the absurdity of the situation. After unleashing his 25th Yanxing, the notifications finally heralded the ultimate transformation. Skill: Yanxing Proficiency 50. Current level: Mastered 1000, level up. Skill: Yanxing current level. Expert 0, 10,000. In total, he had fired 25 arrows, taking less than 20 seconds in total. The foundational skill, Yanxing, had been elevated from novice level to expert level through sheer repetition. The rate of progression was akin to riding a rocket. Thanks to the talent Yanji Zhong, which reduced the consumption by half, each Yanxing consumed merely 5 points of magic power, totaling only 125 points for 25 shots. He glanced at his panel. With a maximum magic power of 200 points, he still had 75 points remaining. Hey, the remaining mana is higher than Fatty's total mana. Wah, Yanzi, has your fire arrow gotten bigger? Wang Fa Kai's exclamation interrupted Qi Yan's thoughts as he pointed at Qi Yan's fingertips, stuttering in disbelief, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. With proficiency soaring to expert level, the Yanxing had undergone a dramatic transformation. The novice Yanxing had appeared as a tiny, somewhat ethereal flame toothpick. Now, the arrow coalescing at Qi Yan's fingertips resembled a half-meter-long projectile engulfed in dark red flames. The astonishing heat radiating from the arrow distorted the surrounding air visibly. Is it? Qi Yan glanced at the impressive flame arrow at his fingertip, his expression unchanged, and casually waved it toward a nearby target designated for damage testing. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted in the expansive training ground, causing Wang Fa Kai's eardrums to resonate. He instinctively squinted, looking towards the specialized alloy target. The center of the target, where the flame arrow had struck, had charred to a dark black, even slightly dented inward. Immediately, a bright red number materialized in the air above the target, glaringly clear. 129. Wang Fa Kai's breath caught for a moment. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, momentarily believing he was hallucinating due to excessive magic expenditure. Yet, that number remained glaringly suspended in the air, showing no signs of vanishing. 129. What kind of joke is this? He had transitioned to a warrior, starting with a strength of 12 and a physique as high as 19. Even with all his might, a punch against the target had barely registered over 20 points of damage. Qi Yan's foundational skill dealt over 6 times that amount. Yin Yin Zi, not Yin Ge. Wang Fa Kai's voice trembled as he turned to Qi Yan, exclaiming, "What on earth is this skill?" Ignoring Wang Fa Kai's astonishment, Qi Yan merely tilted his head, seemingly evaluating the impact of that strike. The base damage at expert level is 260, plus my talent enhancement of 50, gives me a base damage of 24. So, 129, close enough. He raised his hand again, fire coalescing at his fingertips once more. This time, Wang Fa Kai watched intently. Another arrow, identical to the previous one, took form, burning with dark red flames. Whoosh! The arrow flew free, leaving a straight line of fire in its wake, once again striking the same spot on the target with precision. The damage number above the target refreshed. 135. Wang Fa Kai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The damage increased? Why? Before he could fully comprehend the underlying principles. The third arrow was already in flight. The fourth, the fifth. Qi Yan, appearing as if he had discovered an intriguing toy, expressionless, unleashed 6 more fiery arrows. causing the target's score to skyrocket. The Scorching Soul effect added 5 fire damage per layer, with a maximum of 10 layers. Now, they had reached the 10th layer. Upon the final arrow striking true, the vivid crimson number settled at its peak. Wang Fatsai was utterly bewildered. His mouth agape. He transitioned from astonishment to admiration, then to disbelief, finally culminating in sheer silence. His mind had completely crashed, unable to process this extraordinary spectacle. How could the damage continue to escalate? What sorcery was at play? Was there no cooldown for the skills? He was left dumbfounded, saliva escaping his lips. Qian, lazily retracting his hand, approached Wang Fatsai and patted his stiff shoulder. Goodness! Wang Fatsai leaped as if someone had stepped on his tail. Yinzi, you must confess. Are you cheating? What on earth is this? He was flushed with excitement, pointing at the battered target in the distance and then at Qian, his words tumbling over each other in incoherence. A basic skill achieving over 100 damage was one thing, but how could it possibly intensify with every strike? Tell me, is this reasonable? Qian, digging at his ear with a look of disdain, retorted, why are you shouting so loudly? He took a glance at his remaining 25 mana points and casually replied, talent, merely talent. It's basic operation. Sit down. Basic operation. Chapter 18. Brothers unveiled. Wang Fatsai felt as though his worldview had been twisted into a pretzel by Qi Yan's display. Why are you shouting so loudly? Qi Yan repeated, dismissively. The two walked side by side out of the expansive training ground. Night had quietly descended, enveloping the campus in a profound tranquility. Streetlights flickered to life, casting soft orange hues on the ground, elongating and shortening their shadows with each step. Wang Fatsai remained in a daze, the overwhelming shock still echoing in his mind. Occasionally, he would turn to gaze at Qi Yan's relaxed profile. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Fatsai plopped down heavily on the edge of his bed, producing a dull thud. Qi Yan, far more at ease, approached his desk, flipped a chair around, and casually rested his feet on the edge of the table, reclining back with his hands behind his head, leisurely gazing at the ceiling. Fatty, what's your talent? He suddenly broke the silence in the dormitory. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Fatsai readily shared his talent information. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before him. Talent, steel body, passive. When you receive any form of damage, including through the Guardian's Oath, you gain 1 layer of steel mark. Each layer increasing your damage reduction by 2, stacking up to 5 layers. Maximum 10 damage reduction, lasting 60 seconds. Once fully stacked, it nullifies any control effects and activates the ultimate. Ultimate. This skill can only be used when the steel mark reaches maximum layers, dealing 10 true damage to the target. Upon use, the steel mark disappears, requiring reaccumulation. Can only be used once per target. Ian merely glanced at it before nodding. Not bad. Quite suitable for you, he commented in an even tone. Wang Fatsai smirked, and after the initial shock faded, he felt a twinge of envy. What do you mean not bad? Can it possibly compare to yours? My talent is purely for absorbing hits and survival, a quintessential meat shield. Yours is practically cheating. Come on, what is yours? Don't keep your brother in suspense. Qian chuckled lightly, not withholding any secrets, and, with a flick of his finger, shared his talent information. Talent, Seed of Flames, all fire skill proficiency, 50. All fire spell effects increase by 50. All fire spell costs reduced by 50. When dealing damage to an enemy, can stack 1 layer of Scorching Soul, ignores fire immunity. Each layer inflicting 5 fire damage, maximum 10 layers. Fire skills require no incantation assistance. The dormitory was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Fatsai froze, maintaining his forward-leaning posture, eyes unblinking as he stared at the lines of text. Qi Yan turned his head, savoring Wang Fatsai's astonished expression. Hey, are you stunned? He teased. Stunned, Wang Fatsai mechanically replied, his voice dry. Slowly, he lowered his hand as the shared interface automatically closed. His throat swallowed hard, producing a clear, gulping sound. 50 times proficiency? He trembled. Indeed, Qi Yan nodded. Effects increased by 50%? Yup. Costs reduced by 50%? Correct. And it stacks damage, ignores fire immunity, and requires no incantation. Wang Fatsai's voice grew increasingly faint, until the final words barely escaped his lips. He paced around Qi Yan, muttering incessantly. This is unreasonable. Utterly unreasonable. 50 times proficiency means that while you can use it once, others must expend 50 uses. If we factor in mana, the gap widens dramatically. Others might practice for hours, but you could achieve the same with a mere lift of your hand. The effects increase, costs have, equating to double damage and reduced mana consumption. Sustained capabilities skyrocketing. And that scorching soul, the more you strike, the more it hurts. Even monsters immune to fire would fear you. Instant cast. The most outrageous part is the instant cast. The dignity of a mage. Incantations, reduced to mere triviality. He abruptly halted, pointing at Qi Yin, his face a blend of confusion and admiration, ultimately culminating in a resolute conclusion. You are a cheat. Upon uttering this, he seemed to lose all his energy, collapsing back onto his bed, appearing somewhat dejected. It felt akin to laboriously saving for a QQ account, only to turn around and discover that his friend had acquired a Bugatti Veyron. How could one even compare? There was no contest whatsoever. Qi Yin observed his demeanor, closed his eyes, and a faint smirk graced his lips. Fatty, from now on, I've got your back. His tone was teasing, laced with a hint of relaxed amusement. Wang Fatsai, initially crestfallen, paused at these words, then broke into a mischievous smile, the earlier disappointment dissipating like mist. He winked at Qi Yin, responding in an overly affectionate tone. Then brother Yin must protect me. The following morning, their biological clock awoke, the two precisely on time. After freshening up, they followed their homeroom teacher, Wu Shiji's instructions to the designated cultural classroom. Upon opening the door, they found a number of students already seated, mostly familiar faces from yesterday's combat class. Zhou Hao, Zhang Rui, Li Yi, and Tao Jia were gathered together, quietly discussing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Feng occupied the front row. At the podium stood a plain-faced, competent-looking female teacher. Noticing Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai enter, she merely cast a glance their way without any unnecessary pleasantries. My name is Zhang Diyu. You may call me Teacher Zhang. Her voice was crisp and direct, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, she did not allow time for introductions among the students, promptly activating the projector. On the screen, several prominent characters emerged. Common knowledge and survival laws of the virtual realm. Today, we shall delve into this world. Zhang Diyu's voice resonated within the hushed classroom, imbued with an undeniable gravity. Qi Yin casually chose a seat by the window, with Wang Fatsai naturally settling beside him. He adjusted into a comfortable posture, resting his chin on one hand, ready to absorb the lesson. Firstly, let us discuss the virtual realm. Zhang Diyu commenced her explanation at a brisk pace, yet her enunciation remained clear. The world in which we exist is not the sole reality. Beneath the surface of the real world lies an alternate space composed of countless fragments, which we refer to as the virtual realm. As soon as her words fell, a three-dimensional world map began to rotate slowly on the projection screen behind her. Chapter 19. This is not a game. Death here is irrevocable. Take heed. The map presented is merely an enlarged version of our former map, and the boundaries of the current map remain unknown. Zhang Diyu's voice echoed in the still classroom. The once great White Bear King had spent a year exploring, yet found no end, ultimately having to turn back in resignation. Thus, no one knows how much the land beneath our feet has truly expanded. Within the virtual realm, numerous dark chambers exist. These chambers serve as gateways for monsters to invade the real world, appearing randomly and varying in size. Zhang Diyu paused, emphasizing her words. The smaller ones may be no larger than a coin. The larger ones can encompass the entire territory of the Federation. A collective gasp resonated through the classroom. Qi Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. Goodness, this is not merely a dungeon. It's akin to a complete map transition. This setting is far more brutal and direct than the dungeon concepts from his past life memories. The dark chambers of the virtual realm are categorized by energy intensity, ranging from low to high, small, medium, large, giant, and abyssal. Each successful breach of a dark chamber yields rewards from the Apocalypse system. The first successful breach of a large or higher chamber grants an additional first clear reward, typically consisting of exceedingly rare skill runes, items that permanently enhance attributes, or high-tier blueprints. Upon hearing the term first clear reward, Wang Fatsai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He eagerly nudged Qi Yin with his elbow, lowering his voice to a near whisper, nearly spitting in Qi Yin's face. Yinzi, did you hear that? First clear. Isn't this tailored for us? Together, we shall conquer the world. Qi Yin pushed his face away, disdainfully wiping off the saliva that had splattered onto him. Only large chambers grant first clears. However, take note. Zhang Diyu's voice suddenly elevated, stressing that dark chambers come with level restrictions. Before entering a chamber, the system will provide a prompt, clearly indicating the chamber's level. If one forcibly enters a chamber exceeding the indicated level, a boss of one tier higher than the intruder will emerge. One tier higher, not merely one level higher. She articulated each word with precision, hammering them into the hearts of her students. Monsters possess tiers. Ordinary monsters are basic units. Elite bosses surpass ordinary monsters, typically accompanied by a few smaller monsters, and are the primary targets in small dark chambers. Leader bosses, accompanied by small monster groups, are the main targets in medium dark chambers. Legendary bosses, with elite small monster groups, may be accompanied by elite bosses and are the primary targets in large dark chambers. Epic bosses, accompanied by leader small monster groups, may have leader bosses in tow and are the primary targets in giant dark chambers. Monarch bosses, of which there have been very few cases, have only appeared once in an abyssal chamber, with only the monarch boss as the target, resulting in the demise of 764 breach hunters. When Zhang Diyu mentioned that staggering number, her tone remained devoid of fluctuation, as if merely stating a fact. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Even Wang Fatsai's excitement was replaced by shock. Zhang Diyu paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and continued. Durability system. A long sword, marred with cracks, appeared on the screen. All equipment, including weapons, armor, and accessories, possesses durability. During combat, equipment continuously consumes durability, especially for you melee combatants with weapons in high-intensity confrontations. The rate of durability depletion is alarmingly swift. Her words caused a slight change in complexion among several warrior practitioners, led by Zhou Hao. Remember, Zhang Diyu's voice rose again. Equipment with zero durability will completely lose its effectiveness. If it is attacked after reaching zero, it will suffer irreversible damage. Repairing equipment requires a substantial amount of resources, and some high-tier equipment necessitates specific rare materials. However, damaged equipment cannot be repaired. It can only be smelted for reforging. The phrase smelt and reforge carried a heavy weight. The atmosphere in the classroom grew somber, as this implies that a precious piece of equipment could be rendered utterly useless due to a single mistake. Wow, this means that warriors and tanks are not just consumables. They're also financial burdens. Qi Yin silently mourned for Wang Fatsai for a brief moment. The monsters of the virtual realm do not materialize from thin air. They're the products of the intertwining of virtual realm energy and real-world matter. Their instinct is to kill and destroy the real world. Zhang Diyu paused, seemingly allowing the students to digest the information. Monsters possess intelligence. The higher the tier, the more complete their intelligence becomes, and they may even surpass human cunning. Monsters have tiers, and so do we humans. However, human tiers are bound to levels. Level 110 is referred to as novice practitioners. You belong to this stage. Level 130 is termed primary practitioners. Most of your seniors from last year fall into this category. After passing the primary trials, one can advance to intermediate practitioners. Level 3159 is classified as intermediate practitioners. This is the endpoint for most of our combat practitioners. To ascend further, one must undergo extraordinary trials. Even after being weakened, the survival rate for extraordinary trials remains below 40%. Levels 60-99 are identified as advanced practitioners, classified as high-tier combatants within the Federation. Levels 100-149 are deemed extraordinary practitioners, representing the pinnacle of combat strength within the Federation. The current apex of various professions also resides within this tier. To ascend beyond this, one must undertake a task known as the Trial of the Chosen. No one knows how to succeed, and all who have attempted have met with failure, none surviving. As she reached this point, Qi Yin had the distinct impression that Zhang Diyu cast a fleeting glance in his direction. The primary means for combat practitioners to gain experience is by slaying monsters from the virtual realm, completing tasks issued by the system, or participating in specific events. After awakening, your bodies will partially digitize, manifesting attributes such as attribute points, magical power, and health. However, always remember Zhang Diyu's voice turned chillingly cold. Your bodies remain flesh and blood. You will experience injuries, bleed, grow weary, and ultimately die. Attribute points can enhance your fundamentals, but in true combat, experience and skill are the decisive factors in determining victory or defeat. Do not presume that possessing a few attribute points renders you invincible. A stab to the heart will still lead to death. Her words fell like a bucket of icy water upon all the students who were exuberant from their awakening. Qian absently tapped his fingers against his cheek. She is right. Although the populace has been digitized, we fundamentally remain flesh and blood. Even if one has health points, losing one's head still results in immediate death. And he understood better than anyone the true taste of death. Chapter 20. Do not leave after class. A challenge has been issued. Equipment tiers are classified as ordinary, rare, exceptional, legendary, and divine, with their corresponding colors in the system display being white, green, blue, purple, and orange, respectively. The higher the tier, the stronger the attributes. Aside from a select few items that the system rewards directly through initial rewards, all other equipment and weapons rely entirely on the diligent craftsmanship of logistics professionals. A stable zone is established when an area with a population exceeding 50,000 has been inhabited for over 5 years, thereby gaining recognition from the apocalypse system. Within such stable zones, the frequency of rifts in the virtual realm significantly diminishes, and extreme weather caused by virtual energy ceases to occur. The city of Donghai, where we reside, is a prominent stable zone. Finally, the logistics profession is rare. Zhang Diyu's tone grew increasingly solemn. Professions such as blacksmith, tailor, alchemist, chef, enchanter, runesmith, and scout are indispensable for your future endeavors. They form the cornerstone upon which all combat professions operate. Without them, you would be unable to wield even a decent weapon. Zhang Laoshi spoke for an entire morning without a moment's pause, showing no inclination to entertain questions from the students. Functioning like an efficient machine that forcefully implanted this life and death information into everyone's minds. Well, that concludes today's theoretical lesson. She turned off the projector, and the classroom was once again illuminated. In the afternoon, all students are to gather at training ground number 1 for simulated combat. After finishing her words, Zhang Diyu picked up her lesson plan and turned to leave the classroom. The previously silent classroom erupted into a cacophony. Wow, so this is what the world is like. It feels just like playing a game, yet it is so incredibly real. Zhou Hao was the first to express his astonishment, his face alight with curiosity and shock, as he waved his fists, seemingly eager for the afternoon's battle. What game? Didn't you hear the teacher? People can die. If the equipment breaks, it's gone. Zhang Rue interjected, clearly more concerned with the harsh realities of the rules, his face etched with worry. Are we going to fight each other in the afternoon? Or will we battle virtual monsters? I'm a bit anxious. That logistics profession sounds so vital, especially the blacksmith. I must cultivate a good relationship with them in the future. Qian, listening to the surrounding chatter, lazily rose from his seat, stretching his back with a satisfying crack. Let's go, fatty, to the cafeteria for a meal. We have training in the afternoon. Wang Fatsai stood up as well, savoring the morning's lesson, his face unable to hide his excitement and yearning. The runesmith sounds incredibly impressive. Each person can only have one in their lifetime, permanently bound, akin to their innate magical artifact. Indeed, Qian replied casually, though his mind was racing. Runesmith enhancement skill effect, permanently bound. The strategic value of this item is likely greater than that of a legendary artifact. I wonder if this can enhance talents. He dared not ponder further. The imagery was too beautiful. As the two exited the teaching building, the midday sun was somewhat blinding. Just as they prepared to head toward the cafeteria, someone approached from the side and blocked their path. It was Lin Feng. He emanated an aura of strength and seriousness. Wang Fatsai immediately grew cautious, instinctively moving closer to Qian, shielding most of his body. What do you want? Looking for a fight? Wang Fatsai's tone was unfriendly. Lin Feng disregarded Wang Fatsai, his sole focus unwaveringly fixed on Qian. His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight of seriousness. For the afternoon's simulated combat, please be my opponent. He used the word please, yet his tone bore no hint of a request. It resembled an ultimatum that brooked no refusal. The air seemed to solidify. Students passing by sensed the unusual atmosphere and halted, curious glances darting about. Wang Fatsai wished to say something, but Qi Yin raised a hand to stop him. Qi Yin sauntered out from behind Wang Fatsai, first shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight before lazily directing his gaze toward Lin Feng. He did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. Here he comes again. Did I provoke him? Qi Yin mused internally, a playful smile creeping onto his face. Oh, he elongated his tone, the last syllable rising slightly. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Lin Feng's brow twitched imperceptibly. Qi Yin's flippant demeanor unsettled him. I am certain, he replied with resolute finality. Very well. Qi Yin agreed promptly, then mischievously added, however, I tend to be rough. If I make you cry, don't go home and complain to Daddy. This remark elicited a suppressed wave of laughter from the onlooking students. Wang Fatsai could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter and winking at Qi Yin. As if to say, Yinzi, you're awesome. Lin Feng's cheeks twitched, evidently infuriated. He had never endured such mockery in his life, yet he managed to restrain himself. He merely cast a deep, significant glance at Qi Yin, as if to say, wait for the afternoon. Then, without another word, he turned and left. Hey, is that it? Qi Yin called lazily after him. Lin Feng paused momentarily, but ultimately did not turn back, hastening away. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, Wang Fatsai laughed uncontrollably, delivering a hearty slap to Qi Yin's back. Ha ha ha. Yinzi, you're too much. Just basic operations, Qi Yin responded nonchalantly. Fight me? When I was arguing online in my past life, you were still playing in the mud. In good spirits, he whistled. Let us go eat. We need to stretch our muscles this afternoon. Since someone has graciously volunteered to be beaten, he naturally had no reason to decline. In the afternoon, at training ground number 1, the scorching sun blazed down on the earth. All the students of the combat class stood there, the atmosphere more restless than the weather. Zhang Diyu positioned herself at the center of the training ground, not holding a lesson plan, her hands clasped behind her back, her posture upright. She said nothing, but projected her personal profile into the air for all students to see. Name, Zhang Diyu. Profession, priest. Level, 62. Strength, 45. Agility, 48. Stamina, 81. Spirit, 217. Chapter 21. Instant kill. A series of numbers that far exceeded the students' expectations. Particularly the level of 62 rendered the entire training ground silent. Look closely. Zhang Diyu's voice was calm, but resonated clearly in everyone's ears. My profession is priest, a combat profession that earns 5 points of free attributes with each level up. However, through training, I have additionally gained 4 points in strength, 6 in agility, and 5 in stamina, totaling 15 points. She emphasized the word training. Combat professions determine your starting point, but only sweat can dictate how far you may go. This statement invigorated many, especially Lin Feng, who straightened his back even more, casting a challenging glance in Qi Yin's direction. Zhang Diyu retracted her profile and continued to announce the rules. The purpose of the forthcoming simulated combat is to familiarize you with your profession and skills, and to learn how to fight. For both sides, I will grant you a holy shield with 200 points of shield value. Attacks to the throat, heart, and back of the head, vital areas, are strictly prohibited. The sole objective is to break the opponent's shield. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually pointed to 2 students. Tao Jia, Li Yi, you 2 come up first. The 2 named students walked forward in bewilderment, glancing at each other after Zhang Diyu bestowed the shield upon them. Fight! Zhang Diyu urged. The 2 individuals were utterly unfamiliar with the incantations of their skills, rendering them incapable of unleashing any abilities. Instead, they engaged in a comical brawl reminiscent of street thugs, exchanging punches and shoves, much to the amusement of the onlooking students, who erupted into laughter, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. As time passed through a series of duels, Lin Feng boldly stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze firmly fixed on Qi Yin. Teacher, I request a simulated duel with Qi Yin. Instantly, all eyes converged on him. Lin Feng's voice resonated with calm strength, echoing throughout the training ground. Before awakening, I preemptively harnessed my talent. After awakening, we both belong to rare professions. I wish to demonstrate that an early awakening of talent signifies nothing. The sweat of my daily toil will undoubtedly surpass the ephemeral nature of talent. His declaration struck a chord, garnering applause from many students. Go, Lin Feng. Show him what true effort looks like. Defeat him. Amidst the chatter, Wang Fatsai leaned toward Qi Yin, whispering conspiratorially, Yinzi, Make it quick. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so red. Qi Yin lazily stepped forward, while Zhang Diyu did not impede them, merely casting a gentle shield of soft white light around each of them. Begin. The moment she announced it, Lin Feng sprang into action. He stepped back half a pace, drawing his bow with seamless fluidity. In a swift and precise motion, 3 azure arrows composed of wind elements materialized on the bowstring, arranged in a triangular formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio of arrows shot forth, slicing through the air with piercing shrieks, aimed directly at Qi Yin from 3 angles. This impressive rapid-fire display showcased his exceptional combat skills, far surpassing his peers, eliciting cheers from the sidelines. As expected of the top-ranked, his fundamentals are solid. A fleeting thought crossed Qi Yan's mind as he executed a roll to the left. He then raised his right hand, pointing at the leftmost arrow, his index finger gently tapping. No incantation, no preparatory movement. A cluster of dark red flames ignited at his fingertip, swiftly coalescing into a crimson fire arrow, Yin Xing. The fire arrow, released after the wind arrows, trailed a faint flame tail, striking the azure arrow with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion. Upon contact with the dark red flames, the azure magical arrow disintegrated like ignited paper, turning to ash in the air. The Yin Xing, however, continued unabated, soaring past Lin Feng and colliding with the distant energy wall, scattering a few sparks. An eerie silence enveloped the training ground in an instant. Everyone was taken aback. What was that? He didn't chant a spell. Instantaneous casting? How could that be? Even Zhang Diyu's gaze flickered with intense surprise as she cast a profound glance at Qi Yin. Lin Feng's expression darkened immediately, shoving aside his shock. He attributed it to Qi Yan's unique skill effects. It's merely a faster casting speed. The damage can't be high. He quickly distanced himself further while knocking another arrow, this time gathering an even greater surge of magical energy on the bowstring, azure wind elements swirling around him. Wind strike! Wang Fatsai watched with delight, nudging the awestruck Zhou Hao beside him. Did you see that? That kid is still unconvinced. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Just as Lin Feng was preparing to unleash this more powerful strike, Qi Yin raised his hand once more, pointing towards Lin Feng, his fingertips tapping in rapid succession. 3 dark red fire arrows materialized one after another, hurtling towards Lin Feng. The first fire arrow easily collided with Lin Feng's recently shot arrow, enhanced by the wind strike. The azure vortex of wind clashed with the dark red flames, holding for merely a fraction of a second before the wind was utterly torn apart and incinerated. The fire arrow, having shattered Lin Feng's attack, surged forward a distance before gradually dissipating. But this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could recover from the shock of his attack being effortlessly dismantled, the subsequent 2, Yin Xing, arrows had already crossed the distance, precisely striking his holy light shield. Bang! The first fire arrow struck, causing Lin Feng's white shield to tremble violently, its glow fading instantly as the shield value panel fluctuated wildly. 200,000, 271,200. Before he could react, the second fire arrow followed closely. Crack! A sharp sound akin to shattering glass resonated. The white holy light shield shattered, dispersing into a myriad of glowing particles. Shield broken. At the very moment the shield crumbled, a new, thicker holy light shield manifested in front of Lin Feng. A reflexive measure from Zhang Diyu. The entire training ground was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone seemed paralyzed, staring blankly at the scene before them. From Lin Feng's initial strike to the shattering of the shield, barely a few seconds had elapsed. What they anticipated to be a fierce confrontation concluded in a manner that resembled a complete domination. Qi Yin leisurely lowered his hand, even pretending to blow away the non-existent smoke from his fingertip. He regarded Lin Feng, who was now pale-faced, with a look of feigned innocence. Is that it? Your wind-enhanced skill wasn't that impressive, was it? This seemingly light remark struck Lin Feng like a heavy blow, deeply affecting his psyche. His body began to tremble slightly, not from anger, but from a profound panic born of a crumbling belief. Observing Qi Yan's nonchalant demeanor, he recalled his own earnest efforts, which now seemed comically futile, shattering his long-held conviction that hard work could triumph over all. Lin Feng uttered no harsh words, nor did he spare another glance at Qi Yan. Silently, he turned away, dragging his despondent feet out of the training ground amidst the profound silence. His silhouette appeared desolate and bewildered. Zhang Diyu withdrew her gaze from Lin Feng and shifted it to Qi Yin, her expression a complex amalgam of shock, confusion, and a hint of unacknowledged elation. She opened her mouth, seemingly poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. As the last group of battles concluded, Zhang Diyu announced the end of the day's lesson. All right, that will be all for today. Dismissed. Chapter 22, trending across the internet. The monster rookie with the final group battle concluded. Zhang Diyu proclaimed the day's lesson at an end. All right, that will be all for today. Dismissed. No sooner had her words left her lips than a palpable tension snapped in the training ground, igniting a cacophony of discussions akin to a raging torrent. Yanzi. Incredible. A thunderous roar erupted from the back of the crowd. Before Qi Yin could turn around, he felt a whirlwind approach from behind. In the next moment, a massive figure, weighing over 200 pounds, lunged at him with an agility that belied its size, crashing into him from behind. Wang Fatsai, heedless of everything, wrapped his thick arms, thicker than Qi Yin's thighs, around his neck, lifting him off the ground and hanging him on his back. Whoa! Instantaneous casting. Did you see that? Lin Feng's face looked like he just crawled out of a toilet, green and pale. Wang Fatsai's voice boomed in Qi Yan's ear, causing his eardrums to thrum, while his neck felt as though it might snap from the tight grip. The excitement and pride on his face were unmistakable. Surrounding students instinctively formed a circle, their expressions a mix of awe, envy, jealousy, and an overwhelming disbelief as if they had witnessed a ghost. Cough, cough, you heavy-set fool. Let go. Are you trying to commit patricide? Qi Yin was gasping for breath, his face flushed crimson as he frantically pounded on Wang Fatsai's rock-solid arm. Despite lacking in strength, Wang Fatsai possessed an astonishingly robust physique, which rendered him overwhelmingly dominant over Qi Yin. Oh, only then did Wang Fatsai, belatedly realizing the situation, release his grip. Qi Yin stumbled 2 steps before regaining his balance, inhaling fresh air in large gulps. Meanwhile, Wang Fatsai remained enveloped in exuberance, dancing around Qi Yin with exuberant gestures, his corpulent form surprisingly agile, continuously exclaiming, "This is incredible. Yanzi, you are truly my idol. Now the entire class, no, the whole school knows how extraordinary you are." Subtlety. Do you understand the meaning of subtlety? Qi Yin muttered, rubbing his nearly strained neck while casting him a disgruntled glance. He reflected on the earlier battle, clean and efficient, having unleashed only 4 Yin Xing without any unnecessary delays. The skill of Yin Xing was characterized by its instantaneous casting, catching adversaries off guard, and its single-target potency was sufficient to overpower opponents of the same level. As long as his mental strength was high enough, the damage could continue to escalate. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. His thoughts raced. The pure single-point burst was formidable against one opponent, but against 2 he felt flustered. If confronted by a group, he would be like a living target, merely waiting for his demise. Additionally, he lacked any defensive or evasive capabilities. Today, he had faced Lin Feng, an archer, and managed to catch him off guard with his instantaneous strikes. However, if he encountered a swift, agile assassin or a swarm of spectral creatures, his limited mana, relying solely on instantaneous Yin Xing for takedowns, would prove inefficient, and the mana consumption was a significant concern. 3 Yin Xing consumed 15 mana points, which was negligible compared to his total of 200. Yet, if the battle dragged on and the number of enemies increased, this would become a critical weakness. He needed to acquire new skills as swiftly as possible, a wide area attack skill for clearing mobs, and a survival skill, preferably one that offered mobility or a shield. Moreover, a skill for mana recovery was also essential. This thought flickered through Qi Yan's mind. Amassing wealth quietly was the true path. Putting on a show in front of the entire class today was merely a reaction to the irritation brought on by that Lin Feng. Yan Yi, Zhou Hao, and Zhang Rui approached, Zhou Hao's face alight with admiration, his eyes sparkling. Yinggu, you were incredible. Instantaneous casting. Yanzi, why not celebrate with a meal? It's on me. Wang Fatsai lay on his bed, his legs swinging, the flesh on his belly jiggling with each movement. Not going, I'm exhausted. Qi Yin replied weakly, slumped in his chair, his fingers gliding across the terminal screen. Almost simultaneously, Both Qian's and Wang Fatsai's terminals received a message from the entire class group of the first-year combat class. Show how wow, wow, wow. Everyone, go check out the trending bite. Yinggu is famous. He has gone viral. Zhang Rue, what is happening? Lin Feng. A link was shared by Zhou Hao, instantly flooded with dozens of astonished comments and various shock emojis. Wang Fatsai attempted an exaggerated flip off the bed but failed. Rolling to the floor, yet unfazed, he promptly clicked on the link. The next moment, his booming laughter echoed through the dorm, capable of shaking the roof. Ha 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 ha. Yanzi, come look. You're famous. Wang Fatsai had projected the video into the air. The screen displayed a glaring title crafted with dazzling red effects. A monster newcomer emerges at Donghai Sangao. Instantaneous spell casting dominates rare class talent. 1 second shield break. The publisher's ID was anonymous. The video captured the entirety of his battle with Lin Feng at training ground number 1 that afternoon. The angles were expertly chosen and clearly lifted from the official surveillance footage of the training ground, meticulously edited. The video commenced with Lin Feng stepping forward to challenge, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack. His declaration that hard work would eclipse talent was included verbatim, with the comment section filled with encouragement, praising his efforts. Then the scene shifted to Lin Feng unleashing 3 arrows in perfect form, radiating confidence, with effects maximized. Next, it was Qian's turn. His languid roll and the effortless ignition from his fingertips were showcased in slow motion. The dark red, Yanxing swiftly consumed the azure arrows, offering a striking visual impact. The background music halted abruptly. The entire video fell into a brief silence. Following this, Qian executed 3 consecutive instantaneous shots with nonchalance. The crisp sound of a shield shattering was highlighted with an exaggerated glass-breaking effect, as Lin Feng's shield value plummeted from 200 to 71, and then to 0. The entire process displayed with clarity. The video concluded with Qian casually blowing on his fingers, accompanied by a cheeky dog emoji overlay. The video creator undoubtedly possessed expertise. The comment section and bullet chats were overwhelmed. Wang Fatsai turned off the bullet chats, pointing at the comments while laughing uncontrollably. Guatian Li De Cha, front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. What the heck? Is this a newly awakened high school student? Instantaneous? Am I seeing things? Effortful away. It's fake. It must be edited. How could a mage cast spells without incantations? Uncle Wang next door replied to effortful away. Could it be that you're so inept that it limits your imagination? He has a rare class. Perhaps his talent lies in this area. God of War, Yu Tao Ge. Quite interesting. Donghai Sangao, you say? I hope to have the opportunity to witness Qian's prowess. I am a legend. Everyone, stop arguing. You missed the point. The focus is on the damage. Did you see? The first Yanxing took down 129 points of Lin Feng's shield. How can a level 1 mage deal 129 points of damage? Is that even possible? Is it reasonable? Qian observed the myriad of comments, particularly those from God of War, Yu Tao Ge, and I'm a Legend, feeling a twinge of frustration. Rash. Just as he was engrossed in scrolling through these peculiar comments, a communication request suddenly appeared, covering the entire screen. Caller ID, Lao Wu. Qian's heart sank. An ominous premonition washed over him. He glanced at the time. 9:30 p.m. What could Lao Wu want at this hour? He swiped the screen, accepting the call. Wu Shiji's deep voice resonated through the terminal, but this time it lacked the usual playful banter, replaced by an unprecedented cold and serious tone. Qian, come to my office immediately. The call ended abruptly, cleanly, without room for discussion. Qian's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowed deeply. In the dorm, Wang Fatsai sensed the shift in atmosphere. His boisterous laughter ceased abruptly as he approached, a rare look of concern on his face. Yanzi, Lao Wu is looking for you. His tone doesn't sound right. Is it about that video? I don't know. Qian shook his head, uncertainty gnawing at him. I'll go see. He stood up, donned his jacket from the hanger, and swiftly exited the dormitory. The campus at night had shed the day's clamor, enveloped in a profound silence. The path to the faculty office building was deserted, the streetlights casting long, lonely shadows on the ground. Qian walked briskly, his mind racing. The tone of Lao Wu is undoubtedly not trivial. Is it because of the video? Perhaps the school believes it could have adverse effects? No. Lao Wu is not that kind of person. He is famously protective. So, what exactly is the matter? A flurry of speculations raced through his mind, each one promptly dismissed. Soon, he arrived at the office building. Approaching Wu Shiji's office, he found the door slightly ajar, enveloped in darkness. With only a sliver of pale light seeping through the gap, Qian knocked gently. "Come in," came Wu Shiji's muffled voice from within. Qian pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was unlit, illuminated solely by the dim glow of a terminal screen, casting a faint light on one corner of the desk. Wu Shiji, a robust and towering figure, sat in his chair, casting a colossal shadow that exuded an oppressive aura in the dim light. He was not perusing any documents. The jovial, somewhat rugged demeanor he usually possessed had vanished, replaced by a weighty solemnity that rendered the air almost stagnant. "Lao Wu, you called for me?" Qian ventured, breaking the suffocating silence. Wu Shiji lifted his head, his sharp eyes gleaming behind his scholarly glasses. Without any preamble or mention of the afternoon skirmish or the online video, he posed a question that left Qian momentarily flabbergasted, utterly perplexed. "Qian, do you perceive our current federation as secure or insecure?" Qian was taken aback by the inquiry. What kind of question was this? A philosophical discussion? After a brief hesitation, he stammered, "It should be relatively safe, I suppose. After all, we have stable zones and numerous formidable individuals." Wu Shiji did not comment on his answer. Instead, he manipulated his terminal, producing a virtual screen before Qian. The screen displayed a document titled Statistical Report on the Survival Rates of Rare Professionals Breaking Through Trials in the Last 30 Years. A row of chilling data and crimson percentages made Qian's heart constrict sharply. Since the past 26 years, the highest survival rate had barely reached 58, with the lowest plummeting to below 30. The Federation was no longer secure. Wu Shiji's voice was low and powerful, each word striking Qian's heart like a hammer. Since the moment the White Bear King, AI Lina, fell 27 years ago, the Federation had ceased to be absolutely safe. Lina, the name resonated like thunder, as she was the most frequently mentioned powerhouse within the Human Federation, the unrivaled, strongest professional. The Federation had already fractured, a faction of individuals disillusioned after AI Lina's demise, no longer believed humanity could rely on its own strength to overcome the virtual realm. They asserted that only through unwavering faith in the deity that digitizes us could there be a glimmer of hope. But would he truly save humanity? Or did he even care for humanity? No one knew, and that group of hopeless individuals had descended into madness, unable to envision a future for humanity. They felt the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, thus devoting themselves entirely to him, hoping that their faith would elicit his benevolence towards humanity, even if it were merely a fleeting glance. They referred to themselves as the devotees. Wu Shiji's knuckles turned white as he clenched his hands. Talents like you, who exhibit unparalleled gifts in the early stages of awakening, are their primary targets. The air in the office felt as though it had solidified. Observing Qian's pallid complexion, Wu Shiji continued, "I have seen the video from this afternoon. Its reach is extensive, which will expose you directly to their scrutiny. Initially, they will send individuals to court you, tempting you with various lucrative offers to join them and worship their deity. If you refuse..." Chapter 24. Life is like Wu Shiji's words echoed in the silent office, imbued with a metallic chill. They will regard you as a blasphemer against the deity, a heretic that must be eradicated. Then, like a pack of rabid dogs catching the scent of blood, they will stop at nothing to extinguish you. Wu Shiji did not allow Qian any respite. He swiped the virtual screen, bringing up the report, his finger pressing heavily upon it. A line of scarlet data expanded, nearly consuming the entire screen. In the year 115 of the Divine Calendar, in Shishu City, Xiaoliu, a rare profession thunder mage, went missing half a month after awakening. A month later, the corpse was discovered in an abandoned urban area. The official cause of death was determined to be an attack by a virtual creature, Shadow Cat. This was the official notification. Wu Shiji's tone was devoid of emotion. He slid his finger again, revealing an attachment, comprising a close-up photo from the autopsy and a few lines of brief analysis. The body exhibited signs of burns, with residual energy confirmed as magical power. A chill surged through Qian, coursing from his soles to the crown of his head. In this report, Wu Shiji pointed to a lengthy list, indicating that at least 30% of accidental deaths were inextricably linked to this pack of mad dogs. He rose, his massive frame casting a formidable shadow in the dimness as he strode toward the window, gazing out at the tranquil night enveloping the campus. I have submitted a high-privilege report to the Byte Bureau's regulatory department. The video will be deleted shortly. However, it will be of little use. Once something is disseminated, it cannot be retracted. Those who ought to see it have likely already done so. A note of helplessness tinged Wu Shiji's voice. In the short term, the only recourse is, he suddenly turned, enunciating each word with urgency. Enter the Lianbang Dashue. The Lianbang Dashue is the heart of humanity's resistance against the virtual realm, housing the Federation's most elite combatants and the largest interest groups, a true congregation of the human elite. Only in such a place will the devotees dare not act recklessly. Therefore, in the upcoming New Youth competition, you must emerge victorious. From Donghai City to the core of the Federation, you cannot afford to lose a single match. Wu Shiji's voice escalated, infused with an unwavering intensity. Since you have already been thrust into the spotlight, you might as well stand in the brightest place. Illuminate all shadows. You must win. Win until everyone knows your name. Win until your name resonates throughout the entire Federation. Win until they must weigh the consequences before daring to act against you, considering the storm it would unleash. Qian stood rooted in place, rendered speechless. He felt as if doused in icy water from head to toe, chilled to the bone. All he desired was a stable path to grow stronger, to share light-hearted banter with his friend and live his own life. How did he suddenly entangle himself with a frenzied religious organization? This feeling could be summed up in 2 words, utterly absurd. I thought I had accrued quite a bit of merit in my past life. Saving a life is immeasurable merit. I should be at least tenfold in merits. How did I end up suffering this in my new life? In the office, the two stood in silence, neither uttering another word, the terminal screen's dim glow flickering. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Shiji's tone softened slightly as he approached, his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, thumping heavily on Qian's shoulder. Go rest for now. Tomorrow, the skill talismans for your cohort of rare professionals will arrive. This is the utmost support the school can offer you and the capital for your rise. Choose a skill that you truly need. I am not a combat profession, so I cannot provide much reference in this regard, but you are a clever child. You should know what you require. Remember, choose a skill that will enable you to prevail. As Qi Yin turned toward the door, Lao Wu's voice resonated once more. I will handle the matter regarding the video uploader. This issue will not be brushed aside. The school must provide an explanation, and so must you. After a lengthy pause, Qi Yin trudged back to the dormitory with a heavy heart. Upon opening the door, a large figure immediately leaned in. How was it? Yinzi, what did Lao Wu say? Wang Fatsai's face was etched with anxiety. He had been waiting for nearly an hour, his heart twisted in turmoil. Qi Yin closed the door and leaned against it, refraining from responding immediately. The dormitory was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Yinzi, please don't scare me, Wang Fatsai implored. Qi Yin lifted his head and recounted Wu Shiji's words, from the Fengshan Society to Elina's demise, and then to that chilling death report, verbatim. With each word Qi Yin uttered, the color drained further from Wang Fatsai's face. By the time Qi Yin finished his final sentence, Wang Fatsai's visage resembled that of a ghost. His lips trembled, desperate to articulate something, yet not a single word escaped his mouth. Surely, he could not delude Qi Yin into believing that perhaps they had not seen anything, could he? With a resounding crash, Wang Fatsai slammed his fist onto the sturdy iron bed frame, causing the entire structure to shake violently. Damn it, we've entered a new era. Yet there are still traitors. These scoundrels. Bastards. He paced like an enraged bull within the cramped dormitory, his substantial frame causing the furniture to creak as he incessantly cursed. Observing the worried, furious, yet helpless expression on the portly man's face, Qi Yin felt a surprising release of the pent-up frustration within him. He exhaled deeply. Fear is futile. Qi Yin's voice was soft, yet managed to silence the tempestuous Wang Fatsai instantly. After all, it's a second chance at life, a worthless existence. If we are to challenge, then let us do so. One shall not suffer loss, but rather gain immensely. Qi Yin straightened, retrieving his coat from the hanger with deliberate slowness. Let us go. Huh? Where to? Wang Fatsai was momentarily taken aback. Qi Yin's familiar, slightly mischievous, lazy smile returned. To the training ground. He flexed his wrists, the joints emitting a crisp crack. Life is akin to a certain something. Since we cannot resist it, we must devise ways to grow stronger and ultimately conquer it. Wang Fatsai stared at Qi Yin, momentarily entranced. He recognized that familiar, slightly mischievous, lazy smile, yet it felt entirely different from before. That smile lacked the youthful frivolity and indifference, replaced instead by an inscrutable depth he could not fathom, yet distinctly felt. "Come on, Fatso, why are you dawdling?" Qi Yin had already opened the dormitory door, glancing back to urge him on when he noticed Wang Fatsai still standing there in a daze. "Oh, coming." Wang Fatsai, as if roused from a dream, quickly grabbed his coat and hurriedly followed. Chapter 25. The night of transformation. The campus at night was vast and silent. The two walked along the path to the training ground, the dim streetlights casting elongated shadows behind them and short, compact forms ahead. "Yinzi," Wang Fatsai's voice was subdued, lacking his usual boisterousness, instead tinged with a sense of foreboding. "Old Wu mentioned that the skill runes will arrive tomorrow?" "Yes." Qi Yin nodded, his hands tucked into his coat pockets, his pace steady, though unhurried. "Have you decided what skills you want?" "I have." Qi Yin's response was succinct, devoid of hesitation. He paused, looking up at the night sky, tinted orange by the streetlights. "After my encounter with Lin Feng this afternoon, I realized my shortcomings were glaring. Yin Xing offers single-target burst damage, which is sufficient for one or two enemies, but when faced with a multitude, I would be at a loss. Not to mention, if the opponents were not just Lin Feng, but 3 or 5 of them, even if they were weaker, I would struggle. Although I don't require incantations to cast skills, I cannot unleash dozens of skills instantaneously. Magic must flow through my body in due time." He held up 2 fingers. "Thus, I must acquire an area of effect attack skill for crowd control. However, that is not the highest priority at present. Secondly, I lack any means of self-preservation. No mobility, no skills, no crowd control. Once I am engaged in close combat, I am essentially doomed. This is my utmost priority." His reasoning was chillingly clear. "What about you? What do you desire?" Qi Yin glanced at the portly figure beside him. "Me?" Wang Fatsai scratched the back of his head. "I'm destined to take hits. I plan to specialize in tanking. The most practical skill for a tank in the early stages is block. Its cooldown is short, costs little, and can mitigate 80 of damage, superior to anything else." He paused, his tone growing unusually earnest. "I will stand in front of you. You can focus on dealing damage." Qi Yin remained silent, merely cracking a smile. They soon arrived at the training ground. The training ground was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the emergency exit signs and the faint green glow of the safety indicators, adding an eerie ambience to the vast space. "First, drain your magic power. Then focus on physical training." Qi Yin had a clear objective as he made his way to the shooting range. "Fatty, toss a guardian oath and then head to the physical training area." Qi Yin's voice echoed from afar. "Got it," Wang Fatsai called back, throwing a guardian oath towards Qi Yin before heading to the physical training zone. Meanwhile, Qi Yin stood before the 100-meter target, slowly exhaling, clearing his mind of all distractions. His personal panel materialized before him. Yin Xing. Proficiency, expert, 750 10,000. During the afternoon's duel with Lin Feng, he had utilized 4 instances of Yin Xing. And with the talent bonus, his proficiency had only increased by 200 points. To reach the next level of master, he required a total of 9,250 proficiency points. With 9,250 points at 50 points per shot, he needed to fire 185 shots. Each shot consumed 5 points of magic, summing up to 925 points of magic. With the 200 points of mana he possessed, he would need to exhaust his resources 4 times over. Qi Yin clicked his tongue. He extended his right index finger, a cluster of dark red flames igniting at the tip, dancing quietly. Whoosh! The first instance of Yin Xing tore through the air, creating a straight line of fire that accurately struck the center of the target. The damage value flashed momentarily above the target. Qi Yin did not pause, nor did he glance at the damage statistics. Whoosh! 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 One shot after another, the dark red fire arrows formed a continuous line of flames, relentlessly bombarding the same target. The training ground resonated only with the sharp sound of air being sliced and the hissing of flames scorching the target. His gaze was intensely focused. It seemed as if the world had narrowed down to the flickering flame at his fingertip and the distant bullseye. In a mere 30 seconds, magic power, 0, 200, The flames extinguished with a soft puff as Qi Yin halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breath quickening. He had fired 40 instances of Yin Xing, completely draining his magic power. Proficiency. Expert, 2,750 10,000. Such poor endurance, Qi Yin sighed, unable to suppress his quiet grumbling. Others are 5-second real man. I'm a bit better at 30 seconds real man. With this kind of stamina, alas. If I were to encounter a drawn-out battle, wouldn't my little frame be exhausted in no time? While he muttered to himself, he lifted his gaze in search of Wang Fatsai. In a distant corner of the training area, Wang Fatsai was squatting with a barbell nearly his size, each ascent causing his ample flesh to jiggle violently. His expression contorted as if he were about to devour someone. He was unaware of how formidable the enemy might be, nor what the future held. All he knew was that, in the future, before he fell, he must ensure that no attack could surpass him. This boy, who typically relished laziness and sought every possible excuse to evade physical training, was waging war against those invisible foes in the most clumsy yet resolute manner. Qi Yin withdrew his gaze, choosing not to disturb him. He accessed the physical training section of the school's forum and opened a thread titled, "How Mages Maintain Combat Power in a State of Empty Blue." Following the illustrations provided, he utilized his core strength to support his body while performing a series of astonishing physical exercises. After an hour, his magical energy had replenished by 60 points. Qi Yin stood up and raised his finger once more. With a whoosh, flames illuminated the dark training ground again. The two continued their practice until 2 in the morning. When they returned to the dormitory, their bodies heavy as lead, they supported each other, stripped off their clothes, and nearly fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed. Qi Yin's proficiency in Yin Xing had been driven to expert level, 5,000 to 10,000. The cost of this endeavor was that he now felt utterly drained. Even lifting his eyelids required immense effort. The following morning, the shrill and urgent sound of message notifications, accompanied by the intense vibrations of his terminal bracelet, forcibly pulled the two youths from their deep slumber. "Who is disrupting our peace so early?" Wang Fatsai grumbled, turning over and burying his head in the pillow. Qi Yin felt as if his body was falling apart, every muscle protesting against the strain. Groggily, he raised his hand and swiped through the air to bring up the terminal's projection screen. On the screen, a bold red, unread message appeared. It was from Lao Wu. "Wu Shiji. Qi Yin, come to the principal's office immediately. Bring Wang Fatsai with you. Your rune stones have arrived." Qi Yin's drowsiness was instantly dispelled. The principal's office? Isn't that Lao Wu's office? He jolted upright from the bed, the sudden movement aggravating his fatigued muscles, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hey, fatty, wake up. Something big has happened." Qi Yin kicked the side of Wang Fatsai's bed. "Let me sleep for 5 more minutes." Wang Fatsai mumbled in a muddled voice. "Lao Wu wants us to go to the principal's office to pick up the rune stones." "What?" Wang Fatsai sprang out of bed like a jack-in-the-box, his unkempt hair resembling a bird's nest, his eyes wide open like saucers. "The principal's office." The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and gravity reflected in each other's expressions. "Hurry, hurry." Wang Fatsai fumbled to get dressed. "If we're late, Lao Wu will skin us alive." Qi Yin splashed some water on his face. "Let us go and claim our beginner's gift pack." Chapter 26. Magic Gloves and Fatty's Mutation. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai arrived at the door of the principal's office, which was slightly ajar. Lin Feng had returned to his usual demeanor, standing upright in front of the desk with his back to the door. Just from his silhouette, one could sense a formidable air of elitism. Wu Shiji and Principal Wang Jiangwo sat behind the desk, the atmosphere thick with silence, as if the air had solidified. "Reporting." Wang Fatsai's booming voice shattered the stillness of the room. Wu Shiji looked up, his brow furrowed in irritation as he scolded. "Are you two snails? Crawling in here? Don't you know how precious the principal's time is?" While this sounded like a reprimand, it was, in truth, a form of protection. "All right, Xiao Wu." Principal Wang Jiangwo raised his hand, his voice calm, yet authoritative, prompting Wu Shiji to immediately silence himself. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." His gaze swept over the three of them before pausing momentarily on Qi Yin. Wang Jiangwo retrieved an exquisite wooden box from beneath the desk, within which lay 3 translucent rune stones, each radiating a gentle glow. "The rune stones are all here." He pushed the box to the edge of the table. "Lin Feng, you go first." Lin Feng stepped forward and picked up one of the stones. It trembled slightly in his palm before transforming into a streak of azure light that entered his body. His taut shoulders seemed to relax for a moment. Next, Wang Fatsai. Wang Fatsai chuckled as he jogged forward to grab the second runestone. The fusion occurred at an astonishing speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the stone vanished. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them wide, unable to contain his ecstatic joy. "Wow!" he exclaimed, his corpulent form trembling with excitement as he leaned in close to Qian's ear, whispering, "Yanzi, my block has mutated. This is incredible." Qian felt a surge of curiosity, but refrained from asking further. It was now his turn. He approached the desk, and as soon as his finger brushed against the last rune stone, a cool and gentle energy flowed into him through his fingertips. "Do you wish to use the skill rune stone?" "Yes," Qian silently affirmed. "Yes." In the next moment, a virtual panel emerged. "Congratulations! You have acquired a skill rune stone. Please choose one of the following skills. 1. Fire explosion technique. 2. Residual fire clone. 3. Fireball technique." Qian frowned, cursing the system internally. He could only see the names, not the specific effects. Fireball technique and fire explosion technique were clearly offensive skills, with the latter likely being an area of effect spell. However, the highest priority was undoubtedly survival. What he lacked now was mobility, a trump card to escape under siege. Select Residual Fire Clone. Qian decided without hesitation. As the light flashed, the panel vanished, and a brand new method of magical energy operation was instantly imprinted in his mind. "Have you made your choice?" Wang Jiangwo inquired. "Yes," Qian nodded. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him once more, asked no further questions, and turned to the other two. "You two may return." Lin Feng walked out silently. Wang Fatsai leaned in, mouthing silently, "I'll wait for you outside." Qian nodded in acknowledgement. As the door closed, only the three of them remained in the office. Wu Shiji adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. "Qian, regarding the video incident from yesterday, the school has investigated thoroughly. The uploader was a maintenance staff member from a training ground, who has been taken away by the Federal Bureau of Investigation for a minimum of 10 years of labor imprisonment, permanently recorded." Qian's heart jolted. The speed and severity of this resolution exceeded his expectations. However, the damage had already been done. There was a sense of helplessness in Wu Shiji's tone. At that moment, Principal Wang Jiangwo stood up and approached Qian, holding a black velvet box in his hands. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted pair of black gloves lay inside, adorned with shimmering blue magical patterns that pulsed like breathing. "This is the school's compensation for you," Wang Jiangwo spoke calmly. "Magical gloves, green rare quality. The best we can offer." He extended the gloves towards Qian. Qian accepted them and put them on. A rush of cool, yet invigorating sensation coursed through him, effectively doubling his internal magical pool. Magical gloves, Dexterity 10, Magic 100, Usage requirements, Dexterity 15, Constitution 8. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Dexterity 30, 2010, Magic 400400, 300100. This was like a timely boon. It directly resolved his most pressing issue of endurance. "Thank you, Principal," Qian expressed sincerely. "This is what you deserve as compensation, compared to the risks you faced. It is but a trifle." Wang Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "The upcoming Qingsai competition is your only path forward. Only by entering the Federal University can you find true safety." Wu Shiji also stepped forward, a firm hand resting heavily on Qian's shoulder. "Qian, remember, give it your all. You have no other choice." Wang Jiangwo cast one last glance at Qian, his eyes seemingly conveying a multitude of thoughts, but ultimately distilled into a single statement. "Though there are wolves and tigers behind you, this is also your chance to soar." Qian nodded and turned to leave the office. As expected, Wang Fatsai was waiting at the door, and upon seeing him, he hurried over. "So, what did Lao Wu and the principal say to you?" Qian raised his hands adorned with black gloves, and under the corridor's illumination, the flowing magical patterns were particularly striking. "Compensation." Qian spoke with a hint of pride. "Magical gloves, plus 10 spirit, an additional 100 points of magic. A weapon." Wang Fatsai's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets as he grabbed Qian's hand, inspecting it fervently. "This is astounding. 10 spirit points and 100 magic? Don't tell me you now have 400 mana." "Indeed, 400. That's doubled." Wang Fatsai gasped in astonishment. He excitedly jumped in place, then suddenly remembered something, hurriedly opening his panel and leaning conspiratorially towards Qi Yinzi, look at mine. My block has evolved. He projected his skill panel. Skill, shield, oath, level, beginner, 0-100, effect. Raise the shield, enter block stance, lasting for 1 second. During the block, completely negates the next incoming attack, can fully block enemies up to 10 levels higher. For every additional 10 levels, the blocking effect decreases by 10 until it reaches 0. If successfully blocked, the next normal attack will inflict a staggering effect, stunning the target for 1 second. After a successful block, 50% of the damage block converts to personal shield value, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Qi merely glanced at it, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, incredible, Qi exclaimed. Fatty, your skill is invincible. Wang Fatsai puffed out his robust chest, his expression almost demanding praise. Ha! From now on, I'll be a moving fortress, and you can just shoot at will. Who could touch a single hair of yours? That'll be my loss. Chapter 27, The Fatty's Divine Skill. The afternoon's practical class was abuzz with an unusual excitement. The trio of Qi Yin, Wang Fatsai, and Lin Feng, rare profession holders, had spread the word of receiving new skill runestones from the principal's office throughout the combat class in mere hours. Many students craned their necks, stealing glances at the three, a mix of curiosity, envy, and jealousy swirling in the air, creating a palpable tension. Did you hear? Only rare professions possess those runestones. Of course, the treatment for rare professions is incomparable. I just wonder what skills they chose. It must be something exceptional. Qi Yin paid no heed to the chatter. His mind was filled with thoughts of his new treasure. Upon entering the training ground, he greeted Teacher Zhang and swiftly distanced himself from the crowd, seeking a secluded corner. He needed to test the skill Cinder Clone. The priority of this skill surpassed, even enhancing the damage of Yanxing. After all, survival was paramount to dealing damage. He was unwilling to experience the helplessness of being cornered. Qi Yin stood still, closed his eyes, and channeled his internal magic along an entirely new and unfamiliar trajectory. It was a wondrous sensation. The magic no longer merely surged towards his fingertips, but unfolded throughout his body as meridians, forming a network poised for action. Cinder Clone, proficiency, beginner, 0-100, incantation, 1 syllable, effect, consumes 30 points of magic. Triggers evasion at the moment of being struck, leaves behind a burning remnant of cinder, inflicting 50 mental damage and adding 1 layer of scorching soul, while the real body teleports to a designated location within 20 meters, immune to the damage of this attack. Cooldown, 60 seconds. With a thought, Qi Yin felt the scenery before him distort, his body being yanked back by an unseen force. In the next instant, he found himself 20 meters away. The entire process was swift, devoid of sound or extraneous visual effects, save for a sudden puff, as a towering dark red flame materialized. The flame burned quietly, warping the surrounding air, a wave of heat assaulting him. Qi Yin turned to regard the remnant fire, then glanced at his current position, unable to suppress a smile. Beautiful. This speed, this distance, this elusive effect is truly a divine skill tailored for a fragile mage like me. After 5 seconds, the cinder gradually extinguished. Qi Yin mentally counted the cooldown time. As soon as 30 seconds elapsed, he activated the skill once more. His figure vanished again, appearing in another direction. He began to continuously experiment, familiarizing himself with the skill's maximum distance and landing control. This ability not only allowed him to evade skills, but also left behind a fiery trap lasting 5 seconds. Though the damage was modest, it crucially stacked a layer of scorching soul. Now, a sense of security enveloped him. Qi Yin felt quite pleased, just as he was engrossed in practice. Wang Fatsai's signature loud voice called out, Yanzi, Yanzi, come over here. Qi Yin turned to see Wang Fatsai eagerly waving at him. Accompanied by the class's cultural studies teacher, Zhang Diyu. Teacher Zhang, I want to test my new skill, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, causing even the typically aloof Zhang Diyu to crack a smile. All right, how do you want to test it? Zhang Diyu inquired, intrigued by Wang Fatsai's exuberance. This is a defensive skill. Wang Fatsai patted his chest, his flesh wobbling. You give me a shield, and let Yin Zi hit me with Yin Xing, so I can test the effect. Zhang Diyu nodded, recognizing this as a direct method to test the defensive skill. She raised her hand, a gentle radiant light emanating from her palm. A beam of more solid and brilliant light than usual during simulated battles enveloped Wang Fatsai, forming a substantial shield. Holy light protection, 300. I've made it a bit thicker for you, 300 points. You can test it without worry, Zhang Diyu advised. Qi Yin approached, observing Wang Fatsai's eager stance, practically screaming, "I'm strong, hit me," with his expression, and chuckled. "Fatty, make sure you time it right. Otherwise, if you take a hit, it'll hurt even if nothing happens." "Rest assured," Wang Fatsai boasted, slapping his chest with a loud thud. "Just let it come." "All right, remember what you said." Qi Yin refrained from further dialogue, raising his right hand, a flicker of fire igniting at his fingertips. Yin Xing, he didn't afford Wang Fatsai additional preparation time. A dark red flame arrow, trailing a long tail of fire, shot forth with a whoosh. Damn! Wang Fatsai's pupils dilated, clearly unprepared for Qi Yan's rapid strike. The thought of using his skill barely registered before his body could react. Bang! The Yanxing struck solidly against his holy light shield. 194. An astonishing damage number appeared. The holy light shield flickered violently, its brilliance dimming significantly, the shield value plummeting from 300 to 106. Only then did a soil-colored arc-shaped shield manifest before Wang Fatsai, evidently indicating that he had finally activated the shield oath. Wang Fatsai grimaced, rubbing his chest, glancing helplessly at Qi Yin, who burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Qi Yin couldn't contain himself, laughing heartily. Wang Fatsai's round face turned beet red. That was a mistake. Purely a mistake. Let us do it again. He hurried back to teacher Zhang Diyu, a sheepish expression on his face. Zhang Diyu, still smiling, restored his holy light protection, replenishing his shield. "This time focus." "Understood, teacher." Wang Fatsai resumed his stance, his expression much more serious now, his eyes fixed intently on Qi Yan's raised hand. Every muscle in his body tensed. Again, Qi Yan's smile faded slightly. He knew that skills requiring precise timing demanded utmost concentration and swift reaction. He remained silent, the fire at his fingertips coalescing once more. This time, the release of Yin Xing caught Wang Fatsai completely unawares. Just as the flame arrow was about to make contact with Wang Fatsai's body, he bellowed, "Block." In a moment of peril, a semi-transparent, weighty, earth-toned, arc-shaped shield materialized instantaneously before him. The shield oath. Clang! The fiery star collided with the earth-toned shield, producing no violent explosion. Instead, it vanished into thin air like a cow sinking into the sea. Immediately, a stream of earthy light flowed from the shield, enveloping Wang Fatsai's body, forming a protective barrier. Astonishingly, it truly blocked the attack. Wang Fatsai himself was taken aback, glancing at the unchanged holy light protection on his panel and then at the newly added shield bar. His face instantly illuminated with joy. Zhang Diyu, standing nearby, was also momentarily entranced. She understood well the outrageous damage of Qi Yan's spell. The 194 points of damage were completely absorbed by the skill of a level 1 warrior, leaving the shield value untouched. This was nothing short of incredible. Qi Yin hurriedly approached to examine Wang Fatsai's panel. Holy light protection, 300,300, shield oath shield value, 9,797, Chapter 28. New rules for the youth competition. Success. The effect of shield oath converts 50 of blocked damage into one's own shield. Qi Yan's 194 points of damage from the fiery star were perfectly blocked, transforming into 97 shield points. What does this signify? With proper timing, Wang Fatsai possessed an absolute defense lasting 1 second. Moreover, after a successful block, not only could he convert the enemy's attack into his own shield, but he could also inflict a 1-second stun on the next attack, a true hard control. The shield lasts for 5 seconds with an 8-second cooldown. The vacuum period is merely 3 seconds. Incredible skill, Fatty. Qi Yin sincerely praised. Wang Fatsai was so elated that his tail seemed to rise skyward, his cheeks quivering with excitement, his mouth stretched in a broad grin. "Ha! Indeed, I tell you, from now on, I shall be a moving fortress. You can rest assured and unleash your attacks beneath my protection. If anyone can touch a single hair on me, then I, Wang Fatsai, shall consider this body of mine a mere facade. All right, from now on, I shall rely on you, Wang the Fortress. Rest assured." Not far away, Lin Feng, who was practicing new skills, was drawn to the commotion, frowning as he looked over. He pursed his lips, said nothing, and silently turned away, retreating deeper into the training ground to a more secluded corner. Every bow drawn was with utmost effort. Every shot was delivered without reservation. The azure wind blade arrows, shrieking sharply, tore through the air, striking the targets with precision. After a brief moment of excitement, the dynamic duo of Qi Yin and Wang Faocai swiftly found their optimal training methods. Yanzi, I will seek out the maintenance instructor and have him crank the tennis ball launcher to maximum speed. I intend to achieve 100% success with this skill. Wang Faocai declared with determination and gallantly dashed towards the reaction test area. Soon, a series of rapid thuds resonated from that direction, interspersed with Wang Faocai's ecstatic howls of success and frustrated curses upon failure. Qi Yin chuckled, continuing his skill practice. With the enhancement of the magical gloves, his mana limit doubled to an astonishing 400 points. This substantial resource provided him with the confidence to push himself to the limits. Let us begin my endurance, Qi Yin murmured to himself, embarking on the tedious yet efficient endeavor of refining his skills. Under the terrifying boost of the Flame Seed talent, the proficiency of this skill soared like a rocket. It took merely 2 attempts to transition from novice to proficient. Advancing from proficiency to mastery required only 4 attempts. Qi Yin persisted without pause, utilizing his cooldowns as soon as they were ready, his figure flashing intermittently across the field. In less than 3 minutes, the prompt arrived once more. Skill Residual Flame Avatar Proficiency elevated to Mastery level. Qi Yin promptly opened his panel to inspect. Residual Flame Avatar Proficiency Mastery 01000. Effect: consumes 30 points of mana. Triggers evasion upon being struck. Leaves behind a burning residual flame that deals 75 mental damage, amplified by talent, and adds 1 layer of burnt soul, while the true body teleports to a designated location within 20 meters, becoming immune to the damage of this instance. Cooldown time, 27 seconds. The cooldown has been reduced by 3 seconds. Qi Yin's heart surged with joy, from 30 seconds to 27 seconds, though it may seem a mere, trifling 3 seconds. In the ever-shifting chaos of battle, this difference could mean the distinction between life and death. His survival capabilities became increasingly agile and lethal. Excellent, let us continue. Throughout the afternoon, Qi Yin operated like an unceasing machine. When his mana was depleted, he would immediately sit cross-legged to recover. In the intervals of recovering mana, he fervently engaged in strength and endurance training, his sweat rapidly soaking his garments. Meanwhile, the proficiency of Flame Star advanced swiftly towards mastery level during this afternoon's practice. Flame Star, Proficiency, Expert, 8950100000, just a fraction away from breaking into mastery. After an exhausting afternoon, Qi Yin felt as though every muscle in his body was crying out in fatigue. It was not until the bell signaling the end of the practical class resonated throughout the campus that he and Wang Faocai finally ceased their activities. Their disheveled appearance drew curious glances from passing classmates. What prompted these 2 lazy fellows to suddenly exert themselves so intensely? Have they become diligent after awakening a rare profession? Upon returning to the dormitory, the 2 almost simultaneously sank into their chairs. Had they not been so filthy, Qi Yin would have considered collapsing onto his bed. At that moment, a series of urgent notification sounds abruptly shattered the dormitory's tranquility. It was Qi Yin's terminal. He raised his hand and clicked on a message. Sendo, Lao Wu. Lao Wu. In 4 days, the new youth competition will officially commence. No one is permitted to use any potions or buff foods. The tournament format comprises 1v1 and 5v5, and all practitioners may carry equipment. High-level practitioners will supervise and record the entire event. Below the message, there was also a lengthy link to the rules. Qi Yin's heart sank suddenly. Here it comes. The new youth competition was finally approaching. He struggled to sit up, clicked on the link, and quickly skimmed through it. The 1v1 and 5v5 formats, as expected, would test individual combat capabilities and team collaboration skills. The prohibition against potions and buff foods undoubtedly placed a shackle on those privileged heirs supported by alchemists and chefs, which was in fact advantageous for orphans like him who possessed nothing. However, Qi Yin's attention quickly gravitated towards another rule. Equipment may be carried. Just 5 simple words made the tension in Qi Yan's previously relaxed heart tighten instantly. A profound sense of crisis surged from within. What did this imply? It suggested that those competitors from affluent backgrounds would likely be fully armed. From head to toe, all 9 equipment slots could potentially be filled with rare or even exceptional items. Meanwhile, he and Fatty currently possessed only the magical gloves on his own hands. This vast disparity in equipment, in a context where everyone was generally at level 1 and possessed only a handful of skills, would lead to a nearly lethal attribute disparity. Damn it! Yinzi, did you see that? The new youth competition rules. Wang Fatsai also noticed the message. Springing up from his bed with surprising agility for his hefty frame, excitement plastered across his face. No potions or buff foods. This rule is tailor-made for us. Those young masters and ladies cannot consume drugs anymore. It's fair. Utterly fair. Chapter 29. This is the correct approach for a mage. Qi Yin withdrew his gaze, observing Wang Fatsai's foolishly delighted expression, and silently sighed. This fatty can be quite naive at times. Equipment. Qi Yan's voice grew somewhat hoarse as he recalled the rules stating that equipment could be carried. Equipment? Wang Fatsai was momentarily taken aback, his smile gradually fading. What of it? We have our own as well, don't we? This glove of yours is not so special. As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they possessed but a single glove, a solitary green rare quality weapon. And what of those so-called scions of affluent families? Qi Yin did not even need to ponder this matter. Those individuals had been privileged with the finest elite education since childhood, receiving specialized guidance prior to their career transitions, employing the most scientific methods, and even indulging in costly medicinal baths to enhance their physical prowess. After transitioning, their families most likely engaged top-tier blacksmiths and tailors to craft a complete set of equipment tailored just for them, from weapons to footwear. Each of the 5 slots would likely be filled with at least green rare items, and it would not be surprising for those from exceptionally affluent families to possess 5 exquisite pieces. Moreover, some might even have arranged for enchanters to imbue their gear with various formidable enhancements. Such disparities cannot be bridged merely through hard work. It is akin to a game where one is a dedicated free-to-play player laboriously grinding for a usable piece of equipment, feeling elated upon its acquisition. Meanwhile, the opposition is fully armed, each equipment slot gleaming with the sheen of monetary investment. How can one hope to compete? The dormitory once again fell into silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. The joy derived from their enhanced strength and mutated skills was doused by this cold reality. In a one-on-one match, Qi Yin felt he still had a chance. The terrifying single-target burst of Yinqing, combined with the elusive and cunning nature of the residual fire clone, bolstered his confidence to carve a path through. But in a 5-on-5 scenario, that would test the collective strength of the team, relying solely on himself and the stout fellow to confront 5 opponents who thoroughly outclassed them in attributes. Even if Wang Fatsai's shield oath was formidable, it had an 8-second cooldown with a 3-second vulnerability. Could he truly withstand the focused fire of 5 fully equipped adversaries? What were their chances of victory? Qi Yin gazed out the window as twilight enveloped the sky. The distant city lights twinkled through the gaps in the leaves, appearing so far away, so unreal. Have faith. Yinzi. Just as Qi Yan's heart grew heavier, Wang Fatsai suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. What does it matter if they are well equipped? The rare profession is determined by the system. It is unique. Those affluent families can only provide them with good gear. In terms of innate talent, we shall always surpass them. When the 5-on-5 begins, who knows who will triumph? Wang Fatsai struck his chest with a fist, causing the flesh to jiggle. I can withstand their attacks. You can eliminate them in an instant. As long as we coordinate well, victory is ours. Though a hint of concern lingered on his face, it was overshadowed by a determined spirit and unreserved trust in Qi Yin. Indeed, what good is worry? Moaning and groaning here will not compel those wealthy players to benevolently strip off a piece of gear for them. Impossible. The path ahead was clear. The only option was to win. Qi Yin looked at Wang Fatsai's face, which was emblazoned with unwavering belief, and could not help but chuckle. All right. Qi Yin raised his hand, the magical gloves on his palm emitting a faint glow under the dim dormitory light, with the magical patterns on the back of his hand seemingly pulsating in sync with his breath. He gazed at Wang Fatsai, enunciating each word. You hold them off for 5 seconds. I will take them all down. This declaration was audacious in the extreme, yet Wang Fatsai, upon hearing it, felt invigorated as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Damn, I was waiting for you to say that. 5 seconds? Yinzi, you underestimate me. I can hold them off for at least 10 seconds. All right, no more boasting. Qi Yin waved his hand, rising from his chair. What are you still dawdling for? Let us go training. Huh? Training again? Wang Fatsai's face fell instantaneously. Yinzi, we just got back. I haven't even warmed my seat. They had only 4 days left. Qi Yin shot him a glance. Do you want to be a punching bag on the battlefield? Wang Fatsai jolted, instantly springing up from the bed, his ample frame suddenly bursting with surprising agility. I'm going to train my reaction speed into muscle memory. No one is sleeping today. The two, driven by purpose, dragged their weary bodies back to the training ground. Under the night sky, the training field lay deserted, illuminated only by the distant streetlights casting a few warm beams. Qi Yin made a beeline for the target range, his first task being to elevate the proficiency of Yinxing to master level. Yinxing, proficiency, expert, 8950100000, only 1. 50 points remained. For him, this meant casting it 21 times. Qi Yin extended his fingers, the magic within him surging forth. Yinxing, a dark red fire line whooshed forth, striking the bullseye 100 meters away with precision. The magic surged again. Second shot, third shot. The magic within him dwindled at a visible rate. Yet the proficiency of Yinxing soared rapidly. Upon unleashing the 21st Yinxing, consuming 105 points of magic, the long-anticipated system notification finally resonated within his mind. Ding! Yinxing proficiency has risen to master level. Master level unlocks new mechanism. Magic infusion. It's done. Qi Yin's heart leaped as he promptly opened the skill panel. Yinxing, proficiency, master, 0100000. Effect, consumes 10 points of magic to generate an arrow engulfed in dark red flames, dealing 900 base mental damage. Triggering 1 layer of Scorching Soul. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Magic infusion. Allows for additional magic expenditure to be infused into Yinxing. Each extra point consumed increases this instance's damage by 10. Current infusion cap, 10 points of magic. Damage multiplied 9-fold. Most crucially, the unlocking of magic infusion meant he could now opt to spend 15 points of magic, 5 points base plus 10 points extra infusion, to unleash a supercharged Yinxing with a power increase of 100. Damage doubled. What a terrifying burst. Qi Yin quickly calculated. His current mental capacity was 30 points. The base damage was 30, 120, translating to 36 points. The master level damage bonus was 900, equating to 369, 324 points. Adding the talent bonus of 50, 486 points. Should he then use magic infusion, the damage would double, reaching 972 points. One shot of Yinxing, 972 points of damage. This was without considering the ongoing damage from Scorching Soul. While 2 consecutive Yinxing casts consumed less magic and yielded comparable total damage, the inherent delay in magic flow made instantaneous rapid fire impossible. In contrast, achieving double damage through magic infusion allowed for an immediate full burst in a single casting, truly doubling the potential for explosive power. This is how a mage should operate. Qi Yin couldn't help but muse. Chapter 30, Adventurers Guild High Burst, High Output, 1 shot to the soul. Qi Yin exhaled deeply, commencing his run to build stamina. At the opposite end of the training field, Wang Fatsai's approach appeared starkly unadorned, even somewhat tragic. Shield oath. Bang! A fast-flying tennis ball struck him squarely on the forehead. Bouncing away. Ouch! I'm too slow. Wang Fatsai clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. The emotionless maintenance robot before him raised its mechanical arm once more, sending another tennis ball whizzing towards him. This time I'll succeed. Shield oath. Bang! This one hit his chest. Again, the stout fellow howled, repeatedly attempting to activate his skill just before the tennis ball struck him. The number of failures far exceeds that of successes. Yet he shows no signs of wanting to cease. Rather, he grows bolder with each setback, his voice rising in volume as if attempting to shake the very lights of the training ground. Qi Yin jogs, silently sensing the gradual return of his magical energy. 2 hours later, his magic has recovered by nearly half. He opens his eyes and gazes at Wang Fatsai, who is still relentlessly battling against the tennis ball, a large patch of redness adorning his forehead. Qian shakes his head, choosing to ignore him. He rises to commence another round of skill proficiency training, determined to elevate Yinxing to the master level. Such aspirations are grand, yet reality is often stark. Within a mere 20 seconds, his magical energy is depleted. The blue bar once again emptied. Yinxing, proficiency, master 1400100,000. As he observes the lengthy proficiency bar, Qian's lips twitch in dismay. Transitioning from master to grandmaster requires a staggering 100,000 points of proficiency, equivalent to 2,000 spellcasts. Given his current magical energy limits, the journey ahead is daunting. Qian sighs and continues to jog around the training ground. Suddenly, a warm surge of energy bursts forth from deep within his body, coursing through his limbs, alleviating the fatigue and soreness that had previously plagued his muscles. Constitution 1. The unexpected system notification causes Qian to stiffen momentarily. Quickly accessing his personal panel. Level 1. Strength 12. Agility 14. Constitution 11. Spirit 2010. Hey. Qian grins widely. He hadn't anticipated that his constitution would land precisely on the threshold, and this evening's exertion had indeed resulted in an attribute point increase. Although it is but a single point, such enhancement, obtained through his own efforts, feels distinctly gratifying. As he continues his light jog, his mind races with thoughts on how to swiftly bolster his combat prowess before the upcoming Qingsai tournament. They have no money. Connections? Even more elusive. The two orphans from the Federation's Hope Institute have only Wu Laoshi and the recently acquainted principal as their pillars of support. How can they procure equipment? Perhaps there are ingenious ideas on Ji Jiebudong. While jogging, Qian engages his terminal screen. He opens the familiar app, Ji Jiebudong, and directly accesses the built-in official marketplace. A dazzling array of products appears before him. Potions, food, materials. He scrolls down to the equipment section. Ordinary longsword, strength 3. Agility 2, exchange points, 500. Sturdy leather armor, constitution 5, exchange points, 1050. Qian dismisses these lackluster white gear items, filtering the quality to rare. The list refreshes instantly. Heavy boots, green rare. Agility 5, constitution 5. Requirement, constitution 12. Price, 5,000 credit points. Rock solid gauntlets, green rare. Strength 8, constitution 2. Requirement, strength 12. Price, 8,000 credit points. Apprentice robe, green rare. Spirit 16, constitution 2, agility 2. Requirement, spirit 15. Price, 16,000 credit points. As Qian gazes at the array of 4-digit credit points, a twitch of dismay crosses his brow. Is this an outright robbery? The cheapest green rare equipment costs a staggering 5,000 credit points. It is essential to note that for children emerging from the Federation's Hope Institute, their monthly living allowance barely amounts to 200 credit points. This sum allows for a month's worth of meals at the school cafeteria, with barely 150 credit points to spare for all their pocket money. Qian instinctively checks his credit point balance. The terminal screen displays a number. Credit points, 1627. This is the entirety of his savings, painstakingly accumulated over time. Yet, it is insufficient even to purchase a single green item. These equipment prices seem tailored to crush the spirits of the impoverished. Qian cannot help but voice his frustration. Undeterred, he types into Ji Jiebudong. How can a professional quickly earn credit points? Soon, a plethora of entries populate the screen. The suggestions boil down to applying for jobs at various professional companies, delivering takeout, participating in official or unofficial competitions, reporting misconduct, and so forth. Qian's movements suddenly halt. His gaze lingers on one particular piece of information. Complete tasks from the Adventurer-S Guild, and rewards are paid immediately upon confirmation. Adventurer-S Guild? Qian's interest peaks, and he quickly navigates to the Adventurer-S Guild app. A simplistic icon featuring a sword and shield appears. Downloading, installing, and registering his identity, he proceeds seamlessly. Once registered, he selects the address Donghai City. In the next moment, a task list interface emerges, and, as he scrolls down, he is greeted by an abundance of tasks. Task name, escort the merchant caravan to Linhai City. Task requirements, team level no less than 15. At least one level 20 professional leading the team. Task reward. 5,000 credit points. Task name. Eliminate the corpse eaters appearing outside the Western District. Task requirements. Recommended level above 10. Task reward. 8,000 credit points. Calculated based on the number eliminated. Chi Yin's heart sinks further as he examines these tasks. They are all beyond their capabilities. Patiently, he continues to scroll, flipping through dozens of pages until finally, at the very bottom, he discovers some low-level tasks with no level restrictions. Task name, material collection, virtual bullhorn, task publisher, logistics department, task description, collect as many virtual bullhorns as you can. All are welcome. Task status, uncompleted, task reward, 1 horn for 5 credit points. Bulk discounts available. If elite virtual bullhorns are collected, 1,000 credit points each. Chapter 31. Wealth is within reach. Virtual bull. That name flashes through Chi Yin's mind. He recalls it mentioned by Teacher Zhang in class. Students, pay attention. The virtual bull is the lowest tier monster in the virtual realm, typically ranging from levels 1 to 10, characterized by its tough hide and massive size. With HP generally between 200 and 300. The energy expended in defeating it does not equate to the rewards, hence higher-level professionals seldom target such creatures. They are mostly hunted by low-level professionals seeking experience. At the time, Chi Yin had been drowsy, absorbing only fragments of a lesson. High-level professionals look down on them as worthless. But what about for him now? Chi Yin's heart begins to race uncontrollably, pounding as if striving to escape his chest. He hastily types Virtual Bull into the Adventurer's Guild app, his fingers trembling with excitement. In an instant, the screen refreshes, displaying several related collection tasks. Task name, Material Collection, Virtual Bull Hide, Task Reward, 10 square meters for 1 credit point. Task name, Material Collection, Virtual Bull Blood, Task Reward, 0. 5 tons for 1 credit point. Task name, Material Collection, Virtual Bull Meat, Task Reward, 2 tons for 1 credit point. Chi Yan's breath quickens. His gaze fixated on the numbers on the screen, picking up the terminal and swiftly calculating with his fingers. Teacher Zhang had stated that an adult virtual bull, being colossal with 2 horns, can yield dozens of square meters of hide, nearly a ton of blood, and several tons of meat. The 2 horns alone are worth 10 credit points. The hide, at a minimum of 30 square meters, amounts to 3 credit points. The blood at 1 ton is 2 credit points. The meat, at a minimum of 3 tons, totals 15 credit points. In total, a single virtual bull can yield a minimum of 165 credit points. 165 credit points. The number caused Chi Yin's pupils to dilate slightly, and he even doubted whether he had made a miscalculation. So he lowered his head to recalculate. Indeed, it is 165. His monthly living allowance is only 200 credit points. This implies that if he were to slay 12 cattle, it would equate to his entire monthly allowance. But what about 100? 1,000? As this thought crossed his mind, Chi Yin felt his blood begin to boil. The most crucial aspect is that this seemingly laborious and time-consuming garbage monster was akin to chopping vegetables for him, as he possessed Yinsheng. A basic Yinsheng inflicts 324 points of damage. Even a level 10 virtual bull, could it withstand a single strike from him? Ha 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 ha. Chi Yin could no longer contain himself, grinning widely as he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Heaven does not close off all paths. This was tailor-made for them. Not only would they earn money, but they would also gain experience. He abruptly turned around and excitedly shouted towards the desolate figure still battling against the tennis ball at the training ground. Fatty, Fatty, stop practicing. Come here. What is it? Yinzi? Wang Fatsai, panting and covered in sweat, approached, his t-shirt soaked and clinging tightly to his frame, outlining his flesh. As he walked, he complained, I just found my rhythm here, and your shout made it all vanish. I have found a way to make money. Chi Yin barely paid attention to his grumbling, pulling him over and projecting the contents of his terminal before him, pointing at the densely packed task list, his voice trembling with excitement. Look at this. Wang Fatsai leaned in with his large, round face, squinting in skepticism as he scrutinized the screen for a while. Adventurers Guild? Virtual bulls? Yinzi, are you crazy? He looked at Chi Yin with a face that clearly questioned his sanity. Are we going to hunt bulls? Those things have tough hides and thick flesh. What's the point in killing them? At our level, even a scratch would be challenging, let alone expending magic. What do you know? Chi Yin was infuriated, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head, producing a crisp sound. Look closely at the task rewards. He nearly shoved the numbers of the task rewards into Wang Fatsai's face. 1 bull, 2 horns, 10 credits. Hide 3, blood 2, meat 1. 5. Adding up to 16. 5. And that's just the minimum estimate. The more Qian spoke, the more exhilarated he became, nearly spitting on Wang Fatsai's face in his fervor. Now, think about my output. Killing those things would be like 1 hit each. Wang Fatsai initially wore a disdainful expression, but upon hearing Qian's calculations, he froze, his face contorting into a puzzled grimace. Seeing that he was still processing, Qian decided to add fuel to the fire. Let me ask you, the cheapest magic restoration potion in the shop, the one that restores 100 points of magic, how much does it sell for? 100 credit points, what about it? Wang Fatsai instinctively replied. 100 credit points. Qian extended a finger. I need only 5 points of magic for 1 yin sheng. With 100 points of magic, I can slay 20 bulls. He paused, locking eyes with Wang Fatsai, and articulated each word carefully. 20 bulls, each worth 165. How much is that? Wang Fatsai's eyes widened instantaneously, his breath hitching in his throat. His mind, usually quick-witted, felt like rusted gears that had jammed. He began counting on his thick fingers, mumbling to himself. 1 is 16. 5, 50 is 165. 20 is 330. Qian shouted the answer for him. Wow. Wang Fatsai slapped his thigh with such force that it echoed, startling the nearby robots into halting their tennis ball launches. 330. Really? He snatched Qian's terminal, flipping through the tasks repeatedly as if trying to burn a hole through the screen with his gaze. The fatigue and pain from the tennis balls were instantly replaced by a fervent glow, invigorating his entire being. If we buy a potion, drink it, we can earn back 330. After deducting the cost of 100, we net 230. This is faster than robbing. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Fatty was so excited that he jumped on the spot, his flesh jiggling like gelatin. Go where at this hour? Seeking death in the middle of the night? Qian shot him an annoyed glance. The virtual realm fishers are even more unstable at night. And we need to ask Lao Wu and Teacher Zhang for leave before we go. Right, request leave. Wang Fatsai nodded repeatedly, rubbing his hands together. We'll just say we are visiting home. Chapter 32. Destiny is with me. Qian looked at him, as if he were a fool. Where's your home? Wang Fatsai was momentarily speechless, the excitement on his plump face freezing. All right, stop thinking about useless things. Qian stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his pants, his thoughts remarkably clear. We'll tell the teacher that we need to prepare for the new youth competition and need some credit points for practical training. He paused, adding, with Lao Wu's protective nature. As long as it's for our good, he will surely agree. But what if Teacher Zhang disagrees? Wang Fatsai seemed a bit anxious. If she disagrees, we can have Lao Wu handle her, Qian said matter-of-factly. All right, let's do it. Wang Fatsai perked up at once, nodding vigorously. He threw an arm around Qian's shoulder, his large, round face breaking into a radiant smile. Yinzi, you truly are my savior. I thought this time for the new youth competition, we'd be mere fodder. Easily kicked around, but unexpectedly, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Stop that. Qian pushed his face away in disdain. Quickly go back and rest, gather your energy, and tomorrow morning we will seek out Lao Wu to commence our money-making venture. All right, the two of them agreed, and without further ado, dragged their exhausted bodies towards the dormitory, yet their spirits were more invigorated than ever. As the night breeze brushed against them, bringing a hint of chill, it could not extinguish the fervor that burned within their hearts. Yinzi, what do you think we should buy first when we finally have money? Wang Fatsai's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. You? Qian shot him a sidelong glance. You should first change out of that outfit. As a bona fide tank class, you don't even have a decent shield. It would be embarrassing to admit. Absolutely, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, thumping his chest, speaking with grand ambition. I want to buy a tower shield, and then get a full set of plate armor. At that point, I will stand my ground, and no one shall pass. As for me, Qian stroked his chin, his mind already calculating, with the weapon settled. I only need a robe, a hat, and a pair of shoes. Yes. All of them must enhance spirit, preferably with some extra magic limit as well. The other jewelry slots are too expensive. I'll buy those later. He began to fantasize about himself adorned in rare equipment, with explosive attributes, unleashing a single infused yin sheng to obliterate everything in sight. Just as the two were blissfully daydreaming about overnight riches, upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory, Qian's student terminal suddenly vibrated. He casually picked it up and saw a special news alert from the ZG Budong app. Typically, such alerts featured significant federal news or urgent official announcements. He swiped it open. In the next moment, both he and Wang Fatsai felt as though their feet were nailed to the ground, bringing their steps to an abrupt halt. Official announcement from Donghai City. Near the number 3 mining area in the eastern suburbs, multiple micro-virtual fissures have been detected an hour ago, with energy fluctuations occurring at an unusual frequency. Preliminary assessments indicate the presence of a low-level monster herd of virtual bulls. For safety reasons, nearby residents are advised to stay clear, and the Adventurers Guild has issued related extermination and material collection tasks. Qian and Wang Fatsai slowly lifted their heads, exchanging a glance. No words were spoken, yet the muscles on Wang Fatsai's plump face twitched, and his lips involuntarily curled into a grin. Qian felt his heart racing. An indescribable euphoria surged from the depths of his being. When one is drowsy, a pillow is offered. When one is ravenous, a sumptuous feast is provided. Destiny is on my side. The following morning, as dawn had yet to fully break, Qian and Wang Fatsai had already completed their morning routines and stood at the dormitory entrance, brimming with energy. They exchanged a knowing look and bumped fists in agreement. I will seek out Teacher Zhang. She's a kind-hearted pastor and should be easy to persuade, Wang Fatsai whispered, a hint of obsequiousness mingled with unease on his face. All right, I will approach old Wu. He is relatively easy to deal with, Qian nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Let us split up and message me once you have resolved your matters. Good. Knock, knock, knock. Qian rapped on the door of Wu Shiji's office. Enter, came a robust voice from within. Upon entering, Qian was greeted by a potent blend of sweat and the peculiar scent of cheap tea. Inside the office, old Wu was shirtless, a damp towel draped around his neck, lifting 2 comically oversized dumbbells in a bicep curl. His explosive muscles glistened under the light, starkly contrasting with his scholarly persona. Upon noticing Qian, he paused, setting the dumbbells down with a thud that reverberated through the floor. He swiftly donned a pair of glasses from his desk, suppressing the rough demeanor that had emanated from a moments before. So early. What brings you here? Wu Shiji inquired, picking up a large thermos filled with goji berries and blowing away the steam. Old Wu, Qian wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I wish to apply for an outdoor mission, to undertake some tasks from the Adventurers Guild and earn money to prepare for the new youth competition. Wu Shiji's tea-drinking motion halted. He slowly placed the cup down, the sound resonating softly against the desk. The atmosphere in the office shifted instantaneously. Wu Shiji's countenance darkened visibly. No. The response was abrupt and left no room for negotiation. Why? Qian furrowed his brow. Why? Old Wu abruptly rose from his chair. His towering figure, over 6 feet tall, cast a shadow that nearly engulfed Qian, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Are you truly unafraid of death, or simply lacking in judgment? Just the other day, I recounted the lunatics of the worship of the divine to you, did I not? Do you think they are harmless? If you run out now, taking Wang Fatsai with you, it's a 2-for-1 deal, is it? His voice escalated, culminating in a near roar, spittle nearly splattering Qian's face. Do you think I am invulnerable? Do you want me to watch you march to your demise? In the face of Wu Shiji's wrath, Qian did not retreat or respond with his usual jesting demeanor. He held Wu Shiji's gaze, refusing to back down. Old Wu, you have seen the rules of the new youth competition. They permit the use of personal equipment. Those affluent scions, are any of them not clad in green gear? They might even possess enchanted items. And what about us? Wang Fatsai and I combined have merely a single pair of green gloves compensated by the school. The rest is all basic gear. We can't even afford the cheapest goods at the store. Qian's voice rose with defiance and determination. If we do not seek funds and gear, are we merely going to be punching bags for the young masters? How can we claim victory? You needn't concern yourself with the equipment. Wu Shiji interrupted brusquely, waving his hand dismissively. I will borrow. I will plead. I assure you, I will procure suitable gear for you and Wang Fatsai to compete. But you must not set foot outside this school. Chapter 33. All, and is a form of wisdom in this chapter. The protagonist's safety issue serves merely as a foreshadowing. Earlier, I hinted that the strongest have noticed the protagonist, hence the chaos you speak of does not exist. There will be further explanations as to why this is handled in such a manner. Too many have inquired, and I am weary of repeating myself. Qian gazed at the furious bald man before him, opening his mouth yet finding himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to utter a single syllable. Just as the atmosphere in the office reached a standstill, the door creaked open, pushed from the outside. Teacher Zhang Diyu entered with a calm demeanor, followed closely by Wang Fatsai, who peered in apprehensively, too fearful to meet the wrathful gaze of old Wu. Teacher Wu, please calm down, Zhang Diyu said as she entered, her voice soothing yet imbued with an extraordinary power to comfort. Xiaozhang, what brings you here? Stay out of this. Wu Shiji's temper slightly lessened upon seeing her, yet his stance remained resolute. I am here to intervene, Zhang Diyu asserted as she approached the desk, meeting Wu Shiji's gaze with unwavering calm. I support their request to go out. Wu Shiji was momentarily taken aback. He likely never anticipated that the typically composed Zhang Diyu would adopt such a stance. You, Teacher Wu, the threat from the worship of the divine is long-term, not short-lived. Zhang Diyu's tone sharpened. You can dodge for a moment, but not for a lifetime. True geniuses emerge from the bloodied battlegrounds, not for being coddled in a greenhouse. Do you wish for him to remain hidden in this school for 10 years? 20 years? Until the worship of the divine forgets he exists, while his remarkable talents wither away. Now is the optimal opportunity. Everyone assumes he will hide due to the threat from the worship of the divine. Who would expect him to boldly venture out instead? This is the safest window of opportunity. What we need is not a timid child protected at all costs, but a strong individual capable of stirring the tides on their own. Zhang Diyu's words struck Wu Shiji's heart with force. The muscles in his face twitched violently, his broad chest heaving, and the fury in his eyes gradually transformed into pain and struggle. After a long pause, it seemed as though all his strength had been sapped away, and he slumped back into his chair, emitting a heavy sigh. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Lifting his gaze to Qian, his bloodshot eyes filled with complex emotions. I must have owed you something in my past life. He relented. 2 conditions. Wu Shiji held up 2 robust fingers, his voice hoarse. First, both of your student terminals must remain on and locatable at all times, allowing me to monitor your whereabouts. Second, you must return to the dormitory before nightfall. Do you understand? Understood. Qian and Wang Fatsai responded in unison, their faces alight with barely contained joy. Wu Shiji shot them an irritable glare before yanking open the lowest drawer of his desk, retrieving a nondescript black object and tossing it to Qian. Instinctively, Qian caught it. It was an unremarkable black bracelet, utterly devoid of embellishments, as plain as the cheap trinkets sold at street stalls. This is an emergency distress beacon issued by the Federation. Single use. Wu Shiji's voice was low and serious. If you find yourself in dire straits, crush it, provided there are capable individuals within the vicinity. They will receive the signal and rush to your aid. Qian held the bracelet, feeling its coldness, yet sensing a weighty significance. Thank you, teacher, Qian said earnestly. Thank you for what? Old Wu waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. You irritate me just by being here. As they exited Wu Shiji's office, the 2 remained silent. Qian lowered his gaze, tracing the surface of the inconspicuous black bracelet on his wrist. Though it bore little weight, it felt burdensome on his wrist. Yanzi beside him, Lao Wu and Wang Fakai sniffed, his eyes slightly reddened. All right, stop acting as if it's a life-and-death separation. Qian patted his solid back with a hearty slap. Hurry up, time equates to credit points. Our plan for sudden wealth is about to commence. With a single sentence, the tinge of sadness in Wang Fakai evaporated. The 2 immediately sprang into action. First, they headed to the Adventurers Guild service point at their school, where they claimed 2 beginner's benefits, a 10-space backpack for students. Subsequently, Qian deducted 100 credit points and signed a temporary team contract with Wang Fakai, ensuring they shared experience points without the worry of accidentally harming each other. After completing these tasks, Qian's terminal balance displayed 1,527 credit points, while Wang Fakai glanced at his 921 credit points. Do you know what it means to burn your boats? Qian suddenly inquired. What? It means right now. Without further ado, Qian dragged Wang Fakai straight to the Guild's supply store, pointing at the shelves lined with shimmering blue potions, shouting to the NPC vendor. Mana botons, 24 botless. The total came to 2,400 credit points. Ding. They took turns paying. Qi Yan's savings instantly dwindled to 27, and Wang Fa Kai's to 21. Two rare professions, two 16-year-olds. Their combined wealth at that moment amounted to less than 50 credit points. We're so damn poor, Qi Yan muttered as he stuffed the bottles of mana potions into his backpack. On the bus to the eastern suburbs, Wang Fa Kai gazed out at the rapidly receding streets, still feeling apprehensive about their earlier gamble. He leaned in and whispered, Yanzi, once we make it big, we must take good care of Lao Wu. Absolutely, Qi Yan replied lazily, reclining against the seat. By then, we'll just claim I'm Lao Wu's long-lost, illegitimate son. With my looks, I doubt anyone would believe Lao Wu could have such a handsome son. Over an hour later, the bus came to a halt at the number 3 mining district station. As the doors opened, a wave of hot air mixed with dust and sulfur rushed in. This was the edge of Donghai City, a desolate landscape stretched before them, with distant mountains looming. Before they could approach, a cacophony of sounds assaulted their ears. The dull thud of weapons striking hard shells, the explosive sounds of skills, human curses mingling with monstrous roars, creating a chaotic symphony. Qi Yan and Wang Fa Kai found a small mound of earth, crouching down to observe quietly. The outskirts of the mining area were packed with people. Groups of adventurers were engaged in fierce battles against hulking beasts covered in black, armored hides. These were their targets. The Sunyo, a warrior, was straining, his face flushed as he swung an axe down onto the leg of Sunyo. Clang! A bright red 21 floated lazily above the beast's head, barely making a dent in its substantial health bar. Agitated, the Sunyo tossed its head, its massive horns sending the warrior flying. Meanwhile, a group of mage apprentices chanted for several seconds, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist. Boom! The fireball struck the back of another Sunyo, producing a plume of black smoke. 35. What the hell? Is this thing made of iron? Its hide is too thick. One adventurer shouted in frustration. Damn it, whoever wants to fight can have it. This is ridiculous. The battlefield was rife with such futile attacks and the despairing complaints of adventurers. Wang Fa Kai's eyelids twitched as he swallowed hard. Turning to Qi Yan with a dry voice, Yanzi, is this thing too tough? Yet Qi Yan appeared unfazed. He glanced at the chaos around him, where adventurers were sent sprawling by the Sunyo's charges, then looked at his own panel. A smile crept across his face. Fatty, huh? Are you ready to pick up some money? Before Wang Fa Kai could respond, Qi Yan had already descended from the mound. Hey, Yanzi. You. The two boldly walked into the fray, their presence unnoticed amidst the turmoil, as most were preoccupied with their own survival. Just then, a Sunyo, frustrated by the assault from several individuals, shook off its attackers, its crimson eyes locking onto the nearest Wang Fa Kai. With a snort, it pawed the ground, nostrils flaring, and in the next instant, its massive body charged forward like an out-of-control truck. Watch out! A captain from a nearby team shouted in alarm. Yet Wang Fa Kai did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the Sunyo head-on. With legs slightly apart and his weight lowered, his usually jovial face was now etched with determination. Shield oath, he shouted, as a thick layer of yellowish light solidified in front of him. The earth-shattering sound that followed was not the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, but the thunderous roar of a heavy hammer striking steel. The Sunyo, capable of tossing a small car, collided with an invisible wall, the immense force causing it to stagger back, dazed. Meanwhile, Wang Fa Kai stood firm, unmoved. The shield of earth-yellow light flared brilliantly, perfectly absorbing the impact. The surrounding adventurers were buzzing with excitement. What skill does this fatty have? It must be something akin to blocking. Such quick reflexes. Amidst the chatter, no one noticed Qi Yan standing behind Wang Fa Kai, casually lifting a hand. A deep red light flickered at his fingertips. In the next moment, the flame star struck true, embedding itself in the Sunyo's brow, still reeling from the shock. Then, a damage number that left every onlooker breathless soared above the Sunyo's head. 486. The beast, which had resisted a 5-person team for 3 minutes with minimal damage, suddenly stiffened, a wail caught in its throat, and then crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. A one-hit kill. All adventurers who had been paying attention halted their actions, expressions frozen in disbelief, mouths agape, their gazes darting between Qi Yan, the fallen Sunyo, and the glaring damage number. A warrior who had been complaining about the Sun Yo's thick hide dropped his axe with a clatter. Another mage rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had witnessed. 486 damage? What kind of joke is this? Is that damage output possible for a level 1 newbie? Even among level 10 adventurers. Few can achieve that. Chi Yin paid no mind to the stunned crowd. His terminal chimed with a notification. Killed LV3, Sun Yo, gained 0, 5 experience points. Efficiency is decent, he remarked, patting Wang Fa Kai on the shoulder. Fatty, don't just stand there. You're in charge of looting. Today, we'll feast on both money and experience. All right, got it. Wang Fa Kai grinned widely, scampering forward and pressing his palm against the Sun Yo's corpse, which instantly vanished into his backpack. Thus began an efficient assembly line. Wang Fa Kai darted around Chi Yin, vigilant against potential ambushes from other Sun Yos and wary of the diverse thoughts of surrounding adventurers. Meanwhile, Chi Yin ensured that his distance from Wang Fa Kai never exceeded 10 meters, targeting the Sun Yos with pinpoint precision. He raised his hand. The deep red flame star shot forth. 486. Another Sun Yo fell. Wang Fa Kai rushed over to loot. He raised his hand again. The flame star flew out once more. 486. Yet another Sun Yo succumbed. Wang Fa Kai hurried to loot again. The duo transformed this chaotic battlefield into their private slaughterhouse. As they relentlessly hunted down monsters from the shadows of a rock, an unseen figure quietly raised a terminal. On the screen, the silhouette of a youth was captured by the lens. With each raised hand, a cluster of deep crimson light erupted forth, precisely and efficiently taking the life of a virtual cow. The recording button was gently pressed. The duo of Chi Yin and Wang Fatsai resembled a finely tuned killing machine, carving out a vacuum amidst the chaos of the mine's periphery. One was responsible for swift eliminations, while the other swiftly collected the spoils. Their efficiency was astonishingly absurd. As Chi Yin consumed his 8th bottle of mana potion, a system notification chimed almost simultaneously in both their ears, announcing, "Your level has increased. Level 12. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Yin allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to Spirit. Spirit, 2010 transition to Spirit, 2510. Wang Fatsai, on the other hand, distributed 4 points to Physique and 1 to Spirit, compensating for his own lack of mana. Physique, 19 changed to Physique, 23. Spirit, 7 to Spirit, 8. Mana, 70 to Mana, 80. The surrounding adventurers had long ceased their tasks. From initial shock to subsequent numbness, they now cast insidious glances toward the two. What profession is that kid? 1 shot, 1 kill, is he cheating? Look at that fatty, his mouth is practically reaching the heavens. How many has he taken down? Our team has been grinding for half an hour, and it doesn't even match what he accomplishes in a minute. Whispers coalesced into a buzzing cacophony, altering the atmosphere in the air. Chi Yin was acutely aware of these changes. Continuing his precision shots, he nonchalantly remarked to Wang Fatsai, beside him, "Fatty, tone it down a bit. Stop grinning like the simpleton of a wealthy family. Someone's got their eye on us." "Huh?" Wang Fatsai blinked, instinctively touching his almost ear-to-ear smile. Upon surveying the surroundings, he indeed spotted several groups pointing and whispering about them. His expression darkened instantly as he muttered, "A bunch of trash." Just then, a 5-man team approached, blocking their path. Chapter 35. No room for negotiation? The leader was a tall warrior, his physique imposing, with a grim scar across his chin. He wielded a large axe, disdainfully sizing up Chi Yin and Wang Fatsai. "You two have done well," he spoke, his voice hoarse and laced with unmasked malice. Chi Yin glanced at the information hovering above the man's head. "Saude, LV7, warrior." He understood the situation but maintained a languid demeanor, even stifling a yawn. "Not bad. Just making a living." A lanky mage behind Zhao let out a mocking laugh. "Making a living? It seems you've practically monopolized all the cows in this mine." "Young student, one should not be too greedy." Wang Fatsai's temper flared instantly. He stepped forward, his sturdy frame exuding an aura of intimidation. "We kill monsters based on our skills. It's none of your business." "Oh, the little fatty has quite the temper." Zhao tapped the handle of his axe against his shoulder, his expression shifting to one of danger. "This mine belongs to our Quangfu team. You've been grinding here for quite some time. Shouldn't you pay a usage fee?" "Usage fee?" Wang Fatsai laughed in disbelief. I haven't heard of any such rule from the Adventurers Guild. Well, now there is, Zhao replied imperiously. Hand over half of the virtual cow corpses in your bags, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, while blades are blind, if a fight breaks out, it won't end well for you too. A blatant threat. The surrounding adventurers, already harboring ill intentions, paused their activities and began to encircle them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Fatsai's face flushed red with anger, his mana surging within. Just as he was about to explode, a hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him back. It was Qi Yan. He discreetly tapped on the terminal screen to activate the recording function, then turned to Zhao, donning a somewhat awkward, yet conciliatory smile. Big brother, please let's not do this. We're just two impoverished students out here trying to earn some money for medicine. We really have no profit to share. He sighed dramatically, embodying the helplessness of youth. Look at our levels. We're just a bunch of novices, hardly your match. Can we just walk away? Wang Fatsai stood beside, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, wishing to speak but receiving a sharp pinch from Qi Yan behind him. Salve. Witnessing Qi Yan's seemingly vulnerable demeanor, grew even more contemptuous. Clearly, you've never seen real combat. What does high damage matter if you're just a soft target? His arrogance intensified as he pointed his axe at Qi Yan's nose. Enough with the nonsense. I'm laying it out straight. Half of your loot, or you two can never leave. No room for negotiation? Qi Yan's smile slowly vanished. He raised his head, gazing steadily at Zhao, softly inquiring. No negotiation with your mother. Zhao completely lost his patience, viewing further dialogue with these students as a waste of time. He swung his hand fiercely, barking orders to his team. Attack! Take their bags. Before the words had even left his mouth, he himself launched the first strike. In his mind, although the stout warrior appeared formidable, the real threat was the mage capable of swiftly dispatching virtual cows. If he could incapacitate this fragile mage first, everything would be resolved. Heavy chop. Zhao roared, his muscles tensing, as the axe in his hand radiated a blinding white light. Slicing through the air with a deafening roar aimed directly at the unsuspecting Qi Yan. Zhao's axe carried immense force, creating a gust that tousled Qi Yan's hair. The onlooking adventurers displayed a mix of glee and sympathy, some unable to bear witnessing the anticipated scene of the delicate youth splattered with blood. Wang Fatsai's reaction was swifter than anyone's. In that very moment, as Zhao swung his axe, a composure and fury beyond his years emerged on his usually blustery face. You dare! A roar erupted not from his throat, but from deep within his chest. Wang Fatsai didn't even glance at the axe. His body moved like a mountain, swiftly stepping in front of Qi Yan with pinpoint accuracy. Shield oath. A thick, solid, earth-toned light shield materialized before him. In the next instant, the axe collided violently with the shield. Bang! Zhao felt an unyielding force surge through the axe handle, causing his palms to split and his entire arm to go numb. His skill, heavy chop, met an immovable wall, rebounding with tremendous force. A bright red number, laden with mockery, slowly floated above Wang Fatsai's head. 0. Perfect block. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Everyone was stunned by Wang Fatsai's remarkable display. Zhao's expression shifted drastically. He never expected this seemingly simple-minded fatty to be such a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Qi Yan had vanished from spot, leaving behind a swirling flame, his true self already appearing 10 meters away. Qi Yan stood at a distance, raising his hand. The earlier laziness and awkwardness had vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. These people truly intended to kill him. Fatty, it's time for self-defense, he declared loudly, then glanced at the approaching members of the Guangfu team, a frigid smirk gracing his lips. Since you initiated the attack, my self-defense is quite justified. Wouldn't you agree? A cluster of deep crimson light began to coalesce at his fingertips. This time, however, it was different. Perfect opportunity to test this mana infusion. Qi Yan murmured softly to himself. After the Yinqing took form, mana continued to surge forth. With a hum, 10 points of mana were expended within him, reaching the limit of infusion. The Yinqing at his fingertips underwent a dramatic transformation. Although its half-meter length remained unchanged, its entire shape morphed into a deep crimson, spindle-shaped energy body. It hovered silently above Qi Yan's fingertip, emitting no sound, yet the surrounding air warped violently due to the intense heat creating visible ripples of heat waves. The mage in the Kuang Fu team, who was in the midst of reciting a spell, suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. He looked up in horror, just in time to catch sight of the ominous deep red Yinxing, along with Qi Yan's face devoid of any hint of a smile. Whoosh! Chapter 36. I told you. I have given you opportunities more than once. The deep crimson, spindle-shaped Yinxing flickered from Qi Yan's fingertip and shot toward the chest of the mage from the Kuang Fu team at an astonishing speed, instantly penetrating through him. The look of terror on the mage's face froze completely. He maintained the pose of chanting a spell, mouth wide open as if to let out a final scream. Yet no sound escaped him. Immediately afterward, a blood-red number, one that would cause the eyes of everyone present to nearly pop out, proudly floated above his head. 972. Instant kill. The level 5 mage fell back, his body stiff and unyielding, without even a sound escaping his lips. Thud! The heavy sound of his fall struck the hearts of everyone around the mining area like a hammer. He was dead. Silence enveloped the area, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Whether the onlookers were merely spectators waiting to seize an opportunity or other members of the Kuang Fu team preparing to rush in, all were frozen in place. Their expressions were blank, mouths agape, their gazes darting between Qi Yan, the fallen mage's corpse, and that blindingly bright damage number. Moments latte. The oppressive silence was shattered. 972 points of damage? Am I hallucinating, or has the system encountered a bug? It must be fake. This is absolutely fake. He is only level 2. What a joke. My brother is a level 10 tank warrior, and his health bar is only 1,000 points. This one shot nearly killed a level 10 tank warrior? Is this the kind of damage a level 2 novice can inflict? The crowd erupted in uncontrollable gasps and sharp intakes of breath, their gazes now fixed on Qi Yan, their initial greed and disdain transformed into sheer horror and dread. Zhao De's face drained of color, turning as pale as a corpse. Cold sweat poured from his forehead and back, soaking his clothes in an instant. His grip on the great axe trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He finally realized the magnitude of the existence he had provoked. These two students might not have seen blood, but this damage, which could easily crush him, was all too real. The power of that strike surprised even Qi Yan himself. TSK, after fully infusing mana, the damage doubles and then some, quite effective. Though I do feel a bit pained by the basic consumption of 5 points of mana, plus an additional 10 points. That has 15 points of mana for one shot. A small blue potion only restores 100 points of mana, which means I can only fire 6 shots. A potion costs 100 credit points. This one shot has already consumed nearly 17 credit points. Damn it, killing a destitute mage. I might not even recoup my losses from the loot he carries. What a loss. While calculating costs and benefits in his mind, he nonchalantly flicked his hand. In a second, Yinxing reappeared at his fingertip. This time, it was a regular dark red, devoid of the previous terrifying aura. He turned his gaze toward the pale Zhao De and the 3 remaining teammates, who had completely frozen in place. I have given you opportunities. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of the members of the Kuang Fu team. Zhao De and his remaining 3 teammates trembled violently, the thread of rationality within them snapping with a resounding crack. Fear surged like a chilling tide, overwhelming their thoughts. Thud! Zhao De was the first to react, his great axe clattering to the ground. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, frantically bowing towards Qi Yan. Big brother, grandfather, I was wrong. I did not recognize the great mountain. I am not human. Please let me off lightly. The other 3, as if awakening from a dream, dropped their weapons and hastily knelt on the ground, banging their heads like garlic, incoherently begging for mercy. Spare us. We dare not again. We are nothing but trash. Please, show mercy. This dramatic scene left everyone in stunned silence. Wang Faocai was equally dumbfounded, his previously rising anger doused by this unexpected display of submission. He turned to Qi Yan, bewildered. In that moment of distraction, Zhao De, who appeared to be filled with remorse, suddenly flashed a glimmer of resentment and madness in his eyes. He surged forward, not to flee, but to seize the great axe from the ground, channeling all his strength towards Wang Faocai's unprotected neck. This was his only and final opportunity, as long as he could eliminate this obstructive, fat tank warrior. No matter how high the mage's damage, he would have a chance once in close proximity. Whoosh! The axe blade sliced through the air with a sound like the wind, moving so quickly it left only a shadow. Wang Fatsai felt a chilling threat, every hair on his body standing on end. But it was too late to turn and block. Throughout it all, Qi Yin remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. He was not merely a 16-year-old child. He had witnessed the true nature of humanity in desperate situations. Thus, he had never relaxed his vigilance towards these individuals, just as Zhao De's muscles tensed, ready to strike. The yinching at Qi Yan's fingertip vanished. Whoosh! A streak of dark red light shot forth, piercing through Zhao De's forehead in an instant. The fierce and vengeful expression on Zhao De's face froze in place. The great axe he had swung with all his might fell limply to the ground. Clang! Zhao De's towering body toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, never to make a sound again. Wang Fatsai, feeling a lingering fear, turned to look at the axe nearly touching his heel and the lifeless body of Zhao De. A wave of icy dread surged up his spine, instantly transforming into a torrent of rage. Damn it! Zhao De's death became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining 3 teammates, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified. It's not my fault. I didn't know he would act. I truly was begging for mercy. I never intended to kill you. The rogue, whose head was still bowed, banged his head harder, blood seeping from his forehead. The other 2 scrambled to their feet, like headless flies, frantically fleeing in different directions, desperate to blend into the panicked crowd, seeking a glimmer of hope. In the distance, Qi Yin remained indifferent, raising his hand. I told you, I have given you opportunities. More than once. Whoosh! The first yinching shot out, and the rogue, still bowing, stiffened as a blood hole erupted from his head, collapsing to the ground, motionless. 486. Chapter 37. It seems this is something the teacher did not cover. Qi Yan's fingers moved slightly, and the second yinching followed closely behind. Whoosh! 486. The assassin, who was desperately trying to merge into the crowd, was struck by a massive force, uncontrollably toppling forward, sliding several meters on the dusty ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then fell silent. Whoosh! 486. The final yinching accurately caught up to the warrior who had already bolted several meters ahead. A dark red streak of light penetrated through the back of his head, emerging from his forehead and creating a small mist of blood. The warrior's running posture froze midair, and then he fell heavily to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. In less than 30 seconds, the once arrogant and boisterous Kuangfu team, who had boasted about causing their demise, was completely annihilated. The entire process was executed with precision and without a hint of hesitation. Outside the mining area, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The wind swept through, stirring up dust, while a faint mingling scent of blood and sulfur filled the air. The adventurers, who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle, some even hoping to seize an opportunity, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Their expressions transitioned from curiosity to shock, then to horror, and finally to a blank vacancy. A chill ran up their spines, surging from their feet through their spines, reaching the crown of their heads. When they looked at Qi Yin, any previous greed at the sight of a fat sheep had been replaced by a profound respect and fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. This youth was no mere novice. He was a harbinger of death. A gulp echoed in the stillness, the source unknown, but it resonated with startling clarity. Soon after, the crowd, as if awakened from a trance, began to retreat silently, step by step. No one dared to make a sound, fearing they might disturb the deity of death standing beside the corpses. In no time, a 20-meter radius around Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai transformed into a vacuum, as everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the blood-soaked area, creating an invisible red line that none dared to cross. Qi Yin exhaled slowly, reflecting on the irony of his existence. In a last life, I saved people for a lifetime, yet in this life, I have begun to take lives. He suppressed the complex thoughts that flickered through his mind and turned to face Wang Fatsai, who stood dazed. He placed a reassuring hand on his sturdy shoulder. Frightened? Wang Fatsai shook his head, his voice still tight. He was not terrified by the act of killing, but rather by Zhao De's desperate last attempt that had nearly startled him into a cold sweat. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on the back of his hands, his teeth grinding in agitation. I will never make such a blunder again. Had it not been for Qi Yan's quick reflexes, he would have suffered severe injuries, if not death. The thought of nearly jeopardizing Qi Yin due to a moment of negligence filled him with a mix of dread and anger. Remember this feeling, Qi Yin said calmly, devoid of emotion. Next time, do not let your guard down until the threat is entirely neutralized, and never turn your back on anyone who harbors hostility, even if they kneel before you in supplication. Wang Fatsai's chest heaved as he turned to Qi Yin, observing the smile still adorning his face. Suddenly, he felt as though the familiar visage he had known for 16 years had become incomprehensible, rendering it somewhat alien. He nodded emphatically, his expression resolute. Yes, I will remember. I want to let it happen again. Enough with the life musings. There will be ample opportunities to experience the perils of society in the future. Qi Yin waved his hand dismissively and approached Zhao De's corpse, disdainfully kicking it with his toe, producing a dull thud. Time to work. Wang Fatsai paused, instinctively asking, work on what? Qi Yin turned to him, wearing a look that questioned his intelligence, and replied confidently, search the bodies. What else? Are we just going to stand here waiting for the police to arrive and present us with a banner for being among the top 10 outstanding youths of Donghai City? He pointed at the 5 corpses on the ground. I just expended 5 Yinqing projectiles to eliminate them, 1 enhanced version for that mage, and 4 ordinary ones. Each ordinary projectile costs 5 points of magical energy, and the enhanced version costs 15 points, totaling 35 points of magical energy. Qi Yin began tallying up the numbers with utmost seriousness. According to the price of magical energy potions, 100 credit points equates to 100 points of magical energy, which means I just spent 35 credit points. 35 credit points. Together, we barely have 50. If we don't recuperate our expenses from them and perhaps earn a little extra, we will be at a loss. Wang Fatsai was taken aback by Qi Yan's reasoning. Following Qi Yan's gaze, he looked at the 5 still warm corpses, his throat involuntarily bobbing up and down. Search the bodies? This wasn't tea covered in theory class. Noticing Wang Fatsai's conflicted and resistant expression, Qi Yin sighed and gently persuaded him. Think about it, fatty. How poor are we right now? You have 21 credit points. I have 27, totaling less than 50. We can't even afford a single magical energy potion. These 5 men clearly have experience. They must have something valuable on them. While we may not be able to take credit points, acquiring their equipment and materials is perfectly legitimate. This is war booty, understand? We are merely defending ourselves by confiscating the enemy's resources, which is only right. Wang Fatsai began to waver under Qi Yan's argument. Poverty was indeed a harsh reality. The desire to become stronger was genuine. His chest heaved as if he had made a decision, gritting his teeth as he approached the nearest corpse of the ranger, who had been felled by a Yinqing projectile. Qi Yin nodded in satisfaction, crossing his arms and standing by as if supervising. Thank goodness Fatty is here. Otherwise, I couldn't bring myself to do something so grotesque. Wang Fatsai crouched down, gazing at the charred body, particularly at the gaping hole in its head, causing his stomach to churn. Hesitantly, he reached out to rummage through the ranger's pockets, but his hand hovered in the air for an eternity, unable to descend. Hurry up. Fatty, stop dawdling. If the police arrive, we won't have the chance to act. Qi Yin urged from his side. Wang Fatsai steeled himself, closed his eyes, and lunged forward, hastily rummaging through the ranger's clothing. Chapter 38. The poor mage? No, a good mage. The sensation was sticky and slightly warm, sending shivers down his spine. He suppressed his discomfort and searched frantically, but after thoroughly inspecting the ranger, he found nothing of value other than a rare longbow. Damn it, what a pauper! Wang Fatsai couldn't help but curse, seemingly emboldened by his own words. He no longer resisted as he reached for the ranger's spatial satchel. Yinzi, this guy is also a miser. A grown man with nothing but a rare weapon and 10 bottles of magical energy potions in his bag. Wang Fatsai triumphantly presented the items he retrieved from the ranger's satchel to Qi Yin. The longbow was a dark green hue, adorned with simple engravings, and appeared quite decent. Name: Ironwood Bow. Quality: rare. Type: weapon. Attributes: agility 5, strength 5, durability 59,100. Not bad. A green rarity. You can keep it. The 10 bottles of magical energy potions are mine, and take the satchel with you. All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatsai's spirits lifted, the earlier discomfort fading as the prospect of impending wealth invigorated him. He nimbly stowed the longbow and magical energy potions into his satchel and eagerly moved toward his next target, the assassin who had been knocked down by the force. This time, he was much more adept. Although he still tried to avoid looking at the distorted face of the corpse, his hands worked with greater speed. This assassin was even poorer. Their weapon was nothing but a plain piece. Just an utter waste. A mere rare leather armor, with its durability dwindled to a mere 13. Wang Fatsai rummaged through the debris while lamenting, "Yinzai, how is it that these individuals, having survived for so long, remain so destitute?" "Ah, you fail to comprehend," Qi Yin replied, crossing his arms as he commenced his impromptu lecture. "Those who engage in robbery within the novice zone are hardly skilled. They are merely idlers with no prospects. True talents have long since ventured to higher tiers. Who would stoop so low as to prey upon newcomers? In essence, they are but a collection of spineless mediocrities." Wang Fatsai darted toward the third corpse, that of a warrior felled by a single strike from Yinqing. "Oh, this one appears to hold some promise." His eyes gleamed as he extracted a half-man-high, kite-shaped shield from the warrior's satchel. The shield, forged from metal, bore faint scars of battle. Name, sturdy iron shield. Quality, rare. Type, weapon attributes. Constitution 8, Strength 2. Restrictions, Strength 10, Constitution 15, Durability. 82-100 Splendid. Wang Fatsai exclaimed, lifting the shield triumphantly. "Yinzai, I can make use of this. I might save at least 8,000 coins." Qi Yin nodded in approval. Elated, Wang Fatsai equipped the shield. A warm surge coursing through his body, endowing him with an unexpected sense of fortitude. Having looted the 3 lackeys, Wang Fatsai's confidence soared. Rubbing his hands together, he set his sights on the mage who had been dispatched by Qi Yan's magically enhanced Yinqing. This is a mage, a provider of damage. He must possess valuable items. Wang Fatsai approached briskly, crouching to explore. However, after a prolonged search, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. Strange. This mage seems even poorer than the others. With disbelief etched on his face, he discovered that apart from a tattered wooden staff, the mage possessed nothing, not even a spatial pouch. He handed over the staff. Name, Apprentice S. Staff. Quality, common attributes. Intelligence 2 durability. 11-100. Qi Yin glanced at it, his lips twitching. This is merely a plain weapon from the Federal Novice Gift Package. My enhanced Yinqing, which requires 15 points of magic power, was wasted on such a trinket. Qi Yan's heart bled, yet he maintained his composure. Search thoroughly. Check the pockets, the shoes. Leave no stone unturned. Wang Fatsai complied, turning the mage's corpse inside out, ultimately surrendering with outstretched hands. Nothing left. He is cleaner than my own face. Unperturbed, Qi Yin approached, giving the corpse a kick. The gaping wound in the chest, where Yinqing had penetrated, remained, with charred remnants of clothing surrounding it. As he furrowed his brow, he sifted through the remains, when suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. It was a ring, entirely silver, elegantly simple, yet adorned with a grain-sized blue gem. Qi Yin's eyes brightened. He bent down and snatched it up. Name, Bluestone Ring. Quality, rare. Attributes, Spirit 10, Magic Recovery Rate 100, Enchantment. Increases maximum magic power by 100 points. Durability, 100-100. Requirements, Intelligence 20, by the heavens. Even Qi Yin could not suppress his astonishment upon assessing the ring's attributes. A rare accessory with full spirit attributes and an enchantment. This was an exquisite piece tailored for mages. To put it in perspective, his magic gloves, which added 10 spirit and 100 magic, were already considered exceptional among rare items. This ring not only matched those bonuses, but also provided an additional 100 in magic recovery rate, transforming an hourly recovery of 60 magic points into one of 120. We struck gold, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, drawn nearer to inspect the attributes. His excitement palpable as his face trembled with glee. Yinzai, with this, your damage output will surely soar. Plus, the automatic magic recovery will save us a fortune in potions. This brother must have sold everything he owned for this ring. What a generous soul to leave me such a grand gift. Without hesitation, Qi Yin donned the ring. He opened his attribute panel for a glimpse. Intelligence, 25. Magic gloves, 10. Magic ring, 45. Magic, 450-1000. Magic gloves, 100. Magic ring, 650. His total intelligence reached 45 points, and his magic surged to 650. What a relief. That last Yinqing was a tremendous profit. With this ring, his total magic increased by 200 points. significantly enhancing his endurance. Now let us not linger. There is one final target. Qi Yin patted Wang Fatsai's shoulder, directing his attention to the leader of the Kuangfu team. Salve, this is the real prize of the day. Wang Fatsai chuckled softly, rubbing his hands as he sped toward Zhao De. As the team captain and a level 7 warrior, Zhao De's equipment was evidently superior to that of his subordinates. His attire, shirt, trousers, and boots all bore the mark of rarity. Chapter 39. The elite approaches. Wang Fatsai's hands scoured Zhao De's body, swiftly dislodging 3 pieces of relatively intact gear. Name: thick leather tunic. Quality: rare. Type: upper garment. Attributes: strength 7, agility 3, durability 90-100. Restrictions: strength 14, agility 6. Name: sturdy trousers. Quality: rare. Type: pants. Attributes: strength 8, agility 2, durability 95-100. Restrictions: strength 15, agility 5. Name: hard-soled leather boots. Quality: rare. Type: footwear. Attributes: strength 6, agility 4, durability 95-100. Restrictions: strength 12, agility 8. He stowed the 3 pieces into his spatial pouch and picked up the massive axe lying on the ground. Name: Berserker's Axe. Quality: epic. Type: weapon. Attributes: strength 18, agility 12, durability 97-100. Restrictions: strength 35, constitution 15. An exquisite blue epic. Wang Fatsai cradled the hefty axe, nearly drooling, his eyes sparkling with dollar signs. The durability was impressively high, practically brand new. Yin Zai, we have truly struck it rich. Qi Yin approached, nudging the gear on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. This axe was indeed a fine asset. Regrettably, it held little utility for the stout warrior. A protector whose primary attribute was constitution, wielding a shield. This weapon bore no relevance to his build. Even the 3 rare pieces he had stripped off were tailored for strength and agility, completely incompatible with his role as a pure meat shield. Indeed, this could fetch several 100,000. Returning home with such a bounty will be no issue, Qi Yin remarked with a smile. Several 100,000? Wang Fatsai had never seen such wealth. His face quivered with excitement. Let us see what I have in my pouch, Qi Yin urged. Wang Fatsai complied, deftly opening Zhao De's spatial pouch. A cascade of items spilled forth, forming a small mountain on the ground, in addition to 20 bottles of magic recovery potions. The most prominent discovery was 30 neatly arranged corpses of virtual cattle. It seemed this band had indeed engaged in some legitimate work before laying in wait for an ambush. Looks like there's nothing of value left, he remarked, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Just as the two were about to tally their loot and continue their unfinished slaughter, an unexpected calamity struck. Boom! The entire mining area trembled violently without warning. The ground beneath trembled violently, as if it were sifting through chaff, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. Countless stones cascaded down from a distant mine, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, while deep within the earth, a lament echoed under the unbearable weight. What could be happening? An earthquake? Wang Fatsai stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and steadied himself against a nearby rock. His expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. No, this commotion is unusual. Panic erupted among the crowd, accompanied by terrified screams. Look over there. An adventurer pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. Everyone turned in the direction indicated, only to behold a small mine towering nearly 100 meters high, where massive black fissures had suddenly appeared upon its surface. These cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread rapidly, as if something was poised to break free from within the mountain. In the next instant, a horrifying bellow erupted from the depths of the mine. The sound was not the dull roar typical of ordinary cattle, but rather sharp and frenzied. Almost simultaneously, the ground quaked violently, and a colossal creature emerged from the collapsing mountain, its heavy footsteps shaking the earth. It was a Suyu, a creature of immense size, more than 3 times that of an ordinary Su. Towering over 10 meters, its body covered in a thick, dark shell that reflected a metallic sheen. Its colossal horns were exaggeratedly large, their tips glinting with a menacing gleam. Its eyes burned a molten red, filled with fury. Almost simultaneously, a crimson monster information popped up on the terminals of Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai. Elite Su, LV-10, HP, 3,000. Upon breaking free from the mountain, The elite Suyu seemed consumed by rage at its confinement. It let out a deafening roar, then stomped down with tremendous force. A visible shockwave of earthy yellow radiated outward from its center, sweeping across dozens of meters in an instant. Several adventurers standing atop the mountain were struck by the shockwave, sent flying, landing motionless in the distance, their fates unknown. Panic surged through the crowd. It's an elite monster. Level 10 elite monster. Run. Damn it. How could something like this spawn from the depths of the mine? Is the Adventurer Guild's intel garbage? Don't block the way. Get out of my way. If you want to die, don't drag me down. Just moments ago, those engaged in slaying ordinary Suyas were now thrown into chaos. They fled frantically away from the mining area, the scene devolving into utter disorder as individuals fought for space, trampling one another in their desperation. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. The crowd surged outward, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Only 2 individuals remained rooted in place. Wang Fatsai gazed at the rampaging behemoth with trepidation, swallowing hard, his palms sweaty, struggling to grip the sturdy iron shield he had just donned. Yinzi, this creature is an elite monster. Level 10. We are only level 2. His voice trembled, his teeth chattering. I can't possibly breach its defenses. Should Tiwi strategically retreat? Beside him, Qian bore no trace of fear, instead radiating an exhilarating fervor. He grasped Wang Fatsai, pointing at the elite Suyu, his voice quivering with excitement. Fatty, don't focus on the level. Focus on the rewards. Wang Fatsai was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Rewards? See those horns atop its head? Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the Adventurer Guild's tasks, a single horn from an elite Suyu garners at least 1,000 credit points. And that skin. Tailors will be clamoring for the skin of elite monsters. The meat, the blood, cooks will be in high demand for it. This is not just an elite monster. It's a treasure trove. If I run away, I will miss out on everything. Chapter 40. Fortune favors the bold, confronting the elite Suyu. Wang Fatsai's mind buzzed with Qi Yin's words. He looked at his brother's face, filled with fervor, and the fear that had gripped his heart was, to a considerable extent, washed away by a surge of desire for sudden wealth. The vision of Qi Yin's grand ambitions filled his mind, his entire being clad in top-tier equipment, even legendary sets, feasting on lavish meals. Wang Fatsai's breaths grew heavy. His previously pale face flushed with excitement. The last remnants of his hesitation and fear were completely consumed by a reckless frenzy. Let's do this. Wang Fatsai nodded vigorously, slapping his empty hand against his chest, causing his ample flesh to jiggle. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. The daring feast, while the timid starve. It's just a level 10 elite monster after all. Just then, the rampaging elite Suyu fixed its fiery red gaze upon the scurrying crowd, its eyes sweeping over numerous terrified faces, ultimately locking onto the 2 individuals who stood their ground, defiantly pointing at it. From these 2 insignificant humans, it sensed a distinct emotion, not fear nor despair. Was it greed? Was it excitement? For an elite monster endowed with intelligence, this was the most blatant provocation. With a roar filled with boundless fury, the elite Suyu abandoned all other targets. In its perception, the entire world shrank to just those 2 oblivious insects. It began to pound the ground with its hooves, causing the hard earth to tremble beneath its weight, cracking and forming deep pits. In the next moment, its massive body surged forward, muscles tensed, unleashing a terrifying force that raised a storm of dust and debris, transforming the elite Suyu into an uncontrollable juggernaut, hurtling toward Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai. The ground of the mining area quaked violently as the elite Suyu charged, its colossal form bearing down with a ferocious momentum. The low growl reverberated painfully in their eardrums. Wang Fatsai stared at the monstrous figure nearly blotting out the sky, each step fracturing the ground and sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. His palms were slick with sweat, yet he stood his ground, not retreating a single step. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped his iron shield tighter. This is perfect, he muttered under his breath, his voice steady despite the tumult. With a thunderous crash, the elite Suyu's hoof struck the ground, creating a deep crater less than 10 meters from Wang Fatsai. The gale from its charge whipped Wang Fatsai's hair back. He bent his legs slightly, lowering his center of gravity, as if rooting himself to the ground. Stop right there, he bellowed, his voice resonating with authority muscles taut, channeling all his strength into the shield. A yellowish light burst forth from the sturdy iron shield, coalescing into a thick arcane barrier that enveloped Wang Fatsai entirely. Shield oath. The elite CU's head collided fiercely with the yellowish light shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a dull thud, akin to a battering ram striking a fortress wall. The shield shuddered violently, but remained steadfast. The unstoppable force of the massive bull was astonishingly absorbed by what appeared to be a fragile barrier. A giant blue numeral materialized above the elite CU's head. Wang Fatsai only shifted backward slightly before regaining his footing. Dust swirled around him. Yet the shield bore no cracks, and a new yellowish barrier emerged around him. A dark silver imprint, resembling interlocking gears and shattered chains, appeared on the back of his hand. Steel Mark 1. Splendid. Qi Yin praised softly, yet he had already commenced his actions. At the very moment when Wang Fatsai braced against the onslaught, a crimson flame star quietly took shape at his fingertips. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his arm, and the flame star transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards the right eye of the elite Sunyo. The elite creature possessed tough skin and resilient flesh, yet he could hardly believe that even its eyes were impervious. The elite Sunyo reacted with astonishing speed. Just before the flame star was about to strike, it abruptly shut its eyes, its heavy eyelids acting like formidable gates, successfully blocking the lethal attack. A blood-red damage number, 437, emerged from beneath the creature's tightly shut eyelids. Simultaneously, a searing red mark manifested upon the elite Sunyo's body. Qi Yin mused inwardly. Having unleashed too many instant kills, I almost forgot about the burning soul effect. This was the core passive ability of his flame messenger, which applied a layer of debuff with every attack, each layer increasing subsequent flame damage by 5. The elite Sunyo, in pain, let out a dissatisfied low growl, its massive form swaying slightly as it angrily shook its head. The flame star is coming for you. Wang Fatsai bellowed in warning. The elite Sunyo opened its colossal eye once more, the fury within intensifying. It disregarded the ironclad figure before it and locked its gaze on Qi Yin in the distance. With a sudden twist of its massive body, it plowed deep furrows into the ground with its hooves, attempting to circumvent Wang Fatsai. Qi Yin remained immobile, already preparing his next flame star. Wang Fatsai understood his duty well. At the moment the elite Sunyo turned, he executed a sideways roll and swiftly moved in Qi Yin's direction, positioning himself firmly in front of Qi Yin. Fat Master won't let you pass. Wang Fatsai lunged forward, his sturdy iron shield cutting through the air with a whoosh, crashing forcefully against the elite Sunyo's flank. This was the shockwave effect triggered by a successful block. Boom! The shield collided with the elite Sunyo's thick carapace, producing a dull thud. Although it did not penetrate its defenses, the elite Sunyo's massive form momentarily halted, its forward momentum disrupted, and its enormous head swayed slightly. Caught in a fleeting pause. Stunned. Now was the moment. Qi Yin seized this slim opportunity. He maneuvered, ensuring Wang Fatsai's body shielded him from the elite Sunyo, while swiftly condensing a second flame star at his fingertips. This time, the flame star was no longer the fiery red of before, but a profound dark crimson. Magical energy flowed through his fingertips as he infused an additional 10 points of mana into it. Buzz. The dark red, spindle-shaped energy body warped the air around it with its emitted heat. Qi Yin aimed for the joint of the elite Sunyo's foreleg, a pivotal point for its movement and relatively vulnerable. Whoosh! The flame star shot forth, striking true. 735. Burning Soul 5. 2 layers of Burning Soul. A larger blood-red number leaped forth as the elite Sunyo's sturdy foreleg shuddered violently, letting out a pained bellow. Chapter 41. Elite Sunyo. The elite Sunyo staggered a few steps, nearly toppling over. It was utterly engulfed in rage. It had never been wounded so severely by these diminutive bipedal creatures. The excruciating pain in its joint left it in a state of agitation. Its already crimson eyes now appeared as if they might bleed, fixated fiercely on Qi Yin in the distance. Rage had consumed the last vestige of reason within this elite creature. It abandoned its plan to bypass Wang Fatsai. In its eyes, the bipedal beast wielding a shield was merely a slightly harder stone, while the one in the distance, continuously emitting flames, was the true source of its agony. It lowered its massive head, directing its formidable horns straight at Qi Yin, its hooves frantically churning the ground beneath it. Boom! 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 The hard, rocky ground was easily gouged beneath its hooves, deep pits appearing in succession. A visible surge of black virtual realm energy, several times denser than before, began to rapidly converge, swirl, and compress at the tips of its horns, exuding a foreboding aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Oh, is it about to unleash its ultimate move? Qi Yin thought to himself, though his expression was graver than ever. He could sense that once the energy gathered atop those horns erupted, it would be beyond his meager frame to withstand. Even a brush against it would spell disaster. Flamestar, be cautious. It's about to unleash its ultimate attack. Wang Fatsai's urgent shout echoed from the front. Qi Yin did not respond. All his focus was on his fingertips. A new flame star was rapidly coalescing, and he unreservedly poured additional mana into it. Whoosh! Before the elite Sun Yo could complete its charge, the flame star was released, transforming into a dark crimson streak aimed once more at its blinking, heavy eyelids. 961. Burning Soul 10. 3 layers of Burning Soul. An exaggerated damage number erupted above the elite Sun Yo's head. The terrifying heat contained within the flame star pierced directly through its resilient eyelid. The ultimate agony prompted the elite Sun Yo to emit a deafening roar. Moo! The searing pain did not interrupt its charge. Rather, it served as the final catalyst. The black virtual realm energy, converging upon the elite Sun Yo's horns, surged dramatically, and even a blurred shadow of black energy began to manifest around its colossal form. The force of this charge far exceeded all previous attempts. Wang Fatsai roared in anger, and at the moment the elite Sun Yo initiated its attack, he once again stepped forward. He was like a nail, firmly planted in the path of the charge. Boom! This time, the collision was anything but muffled. The elite Sun Yo's horns, enveloped in black energy, collided violently with the light shield, producing a thunderous sound. Wang Fatsai's body was violently propelled backward, his feet carving deep grooves over 5 meters long and half a foot deep into the hard ground. Veins bulged from his forehead, and blood seeped from his tightly clenched teeth as his entire body quivered under the immense force. The shield, which had yet to dissipate, was instantly depleted. He held his ground. Moo! The charge attack was intercepted once more, and the elite Sun Yo's fury reached a boiling point. It showed no sign of pausing. The moment it was blocked, its foreleg was already lifted high. Dense black virtual realm energy rapidly gathered from its hooves, coalescing into a sphere of black light. A flicker of human disdain flashed in its scarlet eyes, as if mocking Wang Fatsai's futile resistance. It intended to crush the bothersome fat man and his shield into a pulp. It was a shockwave. Flamestar, quick! Wang Fatsai's warning was only half out when Qi Yin had already sprung into action. Without a moment's hesitation, the flame star, barely infused with mana, was unleashed the instant Wang Fatsai issued his warning. The target remained the elite Sun Yo's wounded eyelid. 670. Burning Soul 15. For layers of Burning Soul. The flame star struck once more, obliterating the elite Sun Yo's eyelid into a bloody mess. Simultaneously, a surge of flames enveloped Qi Yan's body, causing him to vanish from his original position in an instant. The residual fire substitute. In the next moment, the elite Sun Yo's foreleg, imbued with terrifying power, descended with a force to obliterate all. Boom! A visible tan shockwave, infused with thick black virtual realm energy, radiated outward from the point where the elite Sun Yo's hoof struck the ground, expanding in a circular fashion. With a shockwave passed, the ground visibly upheaved, and the first to bear the brunt of it, Wang Fatsai, faced a grim fate. The impact of the shockwave, combined with the elite Sun Yo's raw strength, struck mercilessly against the shield he struggled to maintain. 300. A blood-red damage number emerged above Wang Fatsai's head. Wang Fatsai was violently propelled backward by an immense force, a mouthful of fresh blood tracing a glaring arc through the air. Nevertheless, upon landing, he resolutely clutched his shield, effectively halting his retreat and preventing himself from being thrown too far by the impact. Fatty! Qi Yan's figure re-emerged amidst a conflagration several meters away, his voice tinged for the first time with an uncontrollable fury. Yet, he had no time to rush over and assess Wang Fatsai's injuries. He understood better than anyone that the most effective support for Wang Fatsai at this moment was to swiftly and decisively slay the damned beast. The Inferno star at his fingertips coalesced for the third time. That concentrated, dark red, elongated Inferno star, infused with all of Qi Yan's wrath, hurtled towards the elite virtual bull's head with great ferocity. Whoosh! The Inferno star tore through the air, carving a straight path of death that accurately struck the bull's brow. 1057. Burning Soul 20. 5 layers of burning soul. The colossal body of the elite virtual bull quivered violently. In that moment, its molten-like colossal eyes lost all luster. The lingering contempt for mere insects in its gaze forever froze in that instant. Subsequently, its massive form collapsed abruptly, as if all bones and strength had been extracted from a marionette, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Boom! The tremendous impact reverberated throughout the entire mining area. The rising dust instantaneously concealed the elite virtual bull's gigantic carcass. Elite virtual bull el-Faugishinch. HP 03000. A colossal red death notification simultaneously materialized on the terminals of Qi Yan and Wang Fatsai. Experience 50, Chapter 42. Slashing the elite with 1,000 wounds, a series of system notifications scrolled past Qi Yan's vision. But he was in no mood to pay them any heed. In the distance, those adventurers who had previously fled in terror, lamenting their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, had unknowingly halted their escape. They stood there, dumbfounded, their gazes piercing through the dissipating dust, fixated on the 2 youthful figures in the arena. Is it dead? The very elite virtual bull that had sent them scattering in chaos, effortlessly dispatching several of their comrades, had been slain by 2 seemingly student-like children? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the suppressed murmurings erupted like a contagion. I can't be mistaken, right? Wasn't that final blow over 1,000 damage? Absolutely surpassed 1,000. How could someone so young deal such damage? And that fat shield warrior withstood the elite bull's charged attack and stomp. That was a level 10 elite monster. How is he still alive? What kind of monstrous meat shield is that? The mage even managed to evade. I couldn't even see how he dodged the shockwave. Which prestigious guild did these newcomers emerge from? The discussion surged and ebbed, but soon all voices fell to a hushed whisper. In their stead arose a chorus of increasingly heavy breaths. Shock and fear receded like the tide, replaced by a more primal, fervent emotion that blazed on each face: greed. The total spoils of a level 10 elite beast. This was enough to drive any adventurer still struggling in a novice zone for a few potions and credit points into a frenzy. Qi Yan remained oblivious to the covetous glances directed his way. The defeat of the elite virtual bull brought him no elation from vanquishing a formidable foe, nor any thrill of overnight wealth. He immediately rushed to Wang Fatsai's side, crouching down with urgency. "Fatty, how are you?" Wang Fatsai was struggling to push himself up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a smile that was more pitiful than a frown at Qi Yan. Gulf, I'm fine, Yanzi. He stammered, each word forcing out a trickle of blood from his lips, his chest heaving violently. Just took a hit from that bull, spat out some blood. Might have a few broken bones, but it's nothing serious, I want to die. His voice was hoarse, resembling a weathered bellows. Yet it carried an undeniable hint of relief and uncontainable excitement. Qi Yan's hand was already resting on Wang Fatsai's arm, cautiously checking him over. The area he touched was cold and clammy, a mixture of sweat and blood. Wang Fatsai's complexion was as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly. This was hardly a trivial matter. He was clearly putting on a brave face. This stubborn fool just loves to show off. Qi Yan cursed inwardly, immediately rummaging through his spatial bag. What was he searching for? "Yinzi, I really am fine. Look, I can still move," Wang Fatsai insisted, attempting to feign strength. But the moment he did, pain shot through his injuries, contorting his face into a grimace as cold sweat poured from him anew. "Don't move," Qi Yan scolded. His brow furrowed. He emptied his spatial bag, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, all were mana potions. A total of 46 mana potions. But aside from a pile of blue elixirs, not a single roll of bandages to be found. "Yinzi, stop looking," Wang Fatsai panted. Seeing his friend's expression, he instead sought to comfort him. "With our meager funds, how could we afford bandages? The cheapest roll costs 1,000. My injuries are nothing. I'll just let the school infirmary take care of it. Qian said nothing, silently helping Wang Fatsai to his feet, allowing his heavy form to lean against him. Sorry, Fati. Qian's voice was low, tinged with remorse. It was my arrogance. Since the restoration of his past life memories, his existence had been akin to a cheat. Exceptional cultivation talent, a rare class, and the teacher's favor had all led to a sense of unwarranted pride. He had become so consumed with thoughts of the elite monster's worth that he overlooked the mortal peril it posed. He believed his advanced combat awareness and Wang Fatsai's perfect class synergy would suffice to handle the situation with ease. Yet he had forgotten that it was Wang Fatsai who bore the brunt of all the damage. Wang Fatsai's grievous injuries doused him in a cold shock, awakening him from his self-satisfied stupor. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Fatsai chuckled, flashing a blood-streaked grin as he clapped Qian on the shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. It was my own oversight. Who knew that bull would unleash a double attack? Besides, nothing serious happened. Why are you so worked up? He understood Qian's guilt and sought to lighten the heavy psychological burden his childhood friend bore. Qian refrained from further arguing, instead tightening his grip on Wang Fatsai. He knew that Fatty was trying to console him, but the weight of guilt pressing down on him remained as oppressive as ever. Yinzi, do we really strike it rich this time? Wang Fatsai leaned against Qian, finally catching his breath. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the massive carcass not far away, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, we struck it rich, Qian affirmed, though his attention was not on the elite virtual bull's remains. His peripheral vision was coldly scanning their surroundings. The adventurers who had previously maintained a distance were now unconsciously forming a loose encirclement around them. They approached step by step, seemingly casual, yet with a clear objective. Their faces betraying an unrestrained, almost overflowing greed. Classic case of murder and plunder, truly disgusting. Qian's face bore no expression. I will retrieve the body. Please wait for me here. His tone was eerily calm as he assisted Wang Fatsai to a relatively clean rock, then swiftly approached the corpse of the elite Shunyo. The footsteps of the surrounding adventurers faltered momentarily in unison with Qian's movements. Breath was collectively held under the scorching stares of dozens. Qian reached the enormous corpse and gently touched it. Chapter 43. I'm not in a good mood. As Qian's hand made contact with the body, the mountain-like elite Shunyo instantly transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into his spatial backpack. Only a shallow pit, pressed by the massive form, remained. At the bottom of the pit lay an irregularly shaped diamond crystal, quietly resting, its surface swirling with faint black light. Qian bent down to pick it up. A bone-chilling cold surged from his palm, racing along his arm to his brain. He shivered. He could distinctly sense the chaotic and violent energy contained within the crystal, reeking of destruction and disorder, reminiscent of the feeling when the elite Shunyo unleashed its skill. What on earth is this? Qian furrowed his brows tightly. There was no time to investigate this peculiar object. He quickly stuffed the crystal into his backpack. Let us return to the city. He hastened back to Wang Fatsai's side, not allowing him a moment to speak, and hoisted his heavy body back onto his shoulder, turning without a glance towards the direction of Donghai City. As they moved, the adventurers lingering at the outskirts of the mine, who had been whispering and hesitating, erupted into chaos. The hushed discussions transformed into a cacophony, rife with unabashed greed and malice. Act now. Don't let them escape. They're just two level 2 kids. The fat shield warrior was clearly at his wit's end. He could barely stand, relying entirely on the mage beside him. Exactly. That mage just cast skills for so long. His magic must be nearly depleted. He has just an empty shell now. The materials from an entire elite creature. Their gear, to inflict that kind of damage and withstand elite attacks. Their equipment must be extraordinary. This was an opportunity for untold wealth. If they pulled this off, they'd never have to worry again. The flames of desire blazed in everyone's hearts, burning away their last shreds of reason and fear. Finally, a burly man, face full of flesh and wielding a bloodied long knife, could no longer restrain himself. Damn it, the bold thrive, while the timid starve. I'll go first, he roared, bursting forth from the crowd, his feet propelling him over a distance of several meters, blocking Qian and Wang Fatsai like a wall. Panting heavily, his small eyes gleamed with greed, fixated on the two as if they were fat sheep awaiting slaughter. He deliberately cleared his throat, forcing a smile he believed to be friendly but was, in fact, grotesque. "Hey, little brothers, wait up." As soon as his voice fell, Chien halted in his tracks, supporting Wang Fatsai. He didn't even fully turn around, merely tilting his face slightly. The corner of his eye caught sight of the hulking man blocking their path. A subtle flash of red light flickered at his fingertips. Whoosh! The sound of air being split was piercing. A dark red flame star, infused with extra magical energy, tore through the air and pierced through the man's body. 972. A massive crimson damage number floated slowly above his head before dissipating. The man's smile froze instantly. His body stiffened, the greed and excitement in his eyes replaced by utter shock and confusion. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to say something, yet not a single syllable escaped. The long knife slipped from his grasp with a clang, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. He died unable to grasp that he had not even withstood a single attack or let out a scream before collapsing backward. Thud! The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed, and the entire mine plunged back into a deathly silence. All those who had been poised to move froze in place, expressions of greed morphing into terror. "I'm not in a good mood." Chien's voice was low, almost flat, yet it carried an icy chill that reverberated across the vast mine. "Anyone else who dares to act will not leave." The unmasked intent to kill extinguished the flames of greed that had just ignited in their hearts. No one dared to move an inch. They could only stand still, watching as Chien supported the heavily injured fat man, step by step disappearing from sight. It was only after the two figures vanished beyond the horizon that the oppressive atmosphere finally broke. Gulp! Someone, unsure who, swallowed hard. That old Wang was an 8th-level warrior. How could he kill an elite creature without replenishing his magic? How could he unleash such high damage? No one dared to mention the idea of plundering anymore. They exchanged wary glances, maintaining a safe distance, and continued to encircle the Xunyo. "Yanzi, your ability to show off is becoming increasingly refined." Wang Fatsai, completely leaning against Chien, his head resting on his shoulder, muttered quietly. There was a teasing tone in his voice. Chien ignored him. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. That moment was merely a ruse. The battle with the Quangshu team had drained 35 points of magic, and killing the elite Xunyo consumed another 75. The earlier display to intimidate had cost an additional 15 points. Considering the meager magic he had restored during the journey, his magic had plummeted below the 100 mark. If that group had rushed him, he wouldn't have been able to cast many skills. The best outcome would have been his escape, leaving the fat man to be butchered. To maintain that intimidating aura, he even dared not stop to drink a magic potion, fearing that any slight movement would expose his vulnerabilities. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Only after boarding the floating bus, as the carriage smoothly started and left the noisy mine behind, did Chien finally relax his tense nerves. Amid the gentle jolts of the carriage, Wang Fatsai finally caught his breath. Leaning against Chien, a faint, sickly flush appeared on his pale face, his eyes sparkling. Yinzi, once my injury heals, can we directly trade the bird gun for a cannon?" His voice trembled with excitement. "Yes. Just Zhaoda's blue exquisite axe alone is enough for us to exchange for a decent set of green gear," Chien replied, wearily leaning against the back of the seat. With the crisis averted, the joy of sudden wealth began to wash over him. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Crystal. First, let us go to the school infirmary. Upon returning to Donghai City's 3rd high school, Chien almost dragged Wang Fatsai, who was half collapsed, into the school infirmary. Wang Fatsai, standing at 184 meters, was quite hefty, weighing down Chien significantly. "I say, fatty, you ought to lose some weight. You're as heavy as a pig," Chien remarked mercilessly, though he dared not relax his grip, ensuring he supported him securely. The infirmary was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant, familiar yet reassuring. The attending nurse was still the same elderly gentleman with graying hair and reading glasses, a level 50 school medic. He was leisurely reading a newspaper, but upon hearing the commotion at the door, he slowly lifted his gaze over his glasses, where he saw Wang Fatsai's pale face being dragged in, and Chien, who was sweating from exertion, his brows immediately knitted into a frown. "This is absurd." The old school doctor slammed the newspaper onto the table, rising to his feet as his robust voice reverberated throughout the modest infirmary. "Has it only been a few days since you changed jobs? How dare you venture outside to confront the monsters of the virtual realm? Where's your teacher, Wu? Has he simply allowed you to run amok? The tone of the old-school doctor was laden with reproach, his words almost spitting onto Qi Yan's face. Qi Yan shrank back, not daring to utter a word. This man was one of the school's stabilizing forces, a formidable level 50 expert. A few scoldings wouldn't cost him anything. Though the old doctor's words were harsh, his hands moved with remarkable speed. He swiftly approached Wang Fatsai, not even allowing Qi Yan to assist, and single-handedly lifted Wang Fatsai onto the examination bed. A gentle white light emanated from his palm, enveloping Wang Fatsai. It was the doctor's examination skill, physical check. Before the old doctor, a translucent screen appeared, visible only to him, displaying rapidly scrolling data. A severe blunt impact, 3 fractured ribs in the sternum, and slight internal bleeding. Consider yourselves fortunate. No vital areas were injured, so it's not a serious issue. After completing the examination, the old doctor ceased his tirade, adopting a more official tone. Well, you want to die. I'll perform a realignment and accelerate your recovery shortly. Rest well tonight, and you'll be bouncing back by tomorrow. He gestured towards the adjacent ward. Lie down on that bed. Yanzi, see? I told you it was nothing to worry about. Wang Fatsai took a deep breath, not forgetting to wink at Qi Yan with a smug expression, but as soon as he moved, the pain from the wound caused him to grimace. After receiving a sharp glare from the old doctor, he obediently shifted himself onto the bed. The old doctor approached, once again summoning the healing white light. As he recited a brief incantation, 2 beams of skill light fell upon Wang Fatsai in succession. Almost instantaneously, the furrow in Wang Fatsai's brow relaxed. His previously labored breathing transformed into a steady rhythm, and within moments he had succumbed to a gentle snore, lost in slumber. Watching Wang Fatsai sleep peacefully, the heavy burden that had weighed on Qi Yan's chest finally lifted. He exhaled deeply, and, as his taut nerves relaxed, an indescribable wave of fatigue washed over him, enveloping his entire being. He felt utterly drained, collapsing into the chair beside the bed, lacking the strength to move even a finger. He accessed his attribute panel. Level 2, 51, Strength 12, Agility 14, Stamina 11, Spirit 251,010, Mana 148,650, Mana recovery rate 2 points per minute. He glanced at his skill proficiency. Yinxing, Master 1305-010-0000. Overall, despite the perilous adventure, the rewards were substantial. He retrieved the black diamond crystal from his backpack, holding it in his palm to examine. Removed from the chaos of the mining area, in the tranquil infirmary, he could perceive the crystal's uniqueness more clearly. It felt icy to the touch, radiating a distinct and chaotic aura of the virtual realm. The school's textbooks had never mentioned the existence of such a crystal, whether discussing the rifts of the virtual realm or the creatures within it. Qi Yan had a vague intuition that this crystal was likely connected to the so-called dark corners of the virtual realm. This matter required consulting Teacher Zhang. Qi Yan tightened his grip on the crystal. Teacher Zhang Diyu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in combat studies, was also a genuine level 62 priest. Her knowledge far surpassed that of the newly transitioned students. Perhaps she would be able to discern the true nature of this crystal. With this thought, Qi Yan hesitated no longer, promptly opening his personal terminal, locating Teacher Zhanggu's contact in his list, and began composing a message. He carefully considered his wording, opting not to divulge too many details. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I am Qi Yan. I obtained a special item during my outdoor training today and have some questions. I would appreciate your assistance in examining it. Click send. The message was successfully dispatched. After completing this, Qi Yan lay down on the adjacent bed by the window and fell into a deep sleep. The first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Qi Yan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue dissipate, replaced by renewed energy. Sitting up and stretching, he noticed that Wang Fatsai was already sitting cross-legged on his bed, grinning widely at him, his large, round face brimming with pride. Yinzi, you're awake? Wang Fatsai's voice was bright and devoid of any sickness. He even intentionally rolled over on the bed, moving so fluidly that he seemed nothing like the heavily injured person who had coughed up blood and suffered broken ribs the day before. Qi Yan stretched lazily, his neck cracking in a series of satisfying pops. All better? I feel completely fine, full of energy, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, jumping off the bed and bouncing a few times to stretch his limbs, his tone laced with a hint of boastfulness. The two of them re-entered the infirmary's duty room, where the attending physician had now changed to a young doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing the lively Wang Fatsai and the spirited Qi Yan, the young doctor expressed surprise. "Oh, you've recovered remarkably fast. You're back on your feet already?" He joked, then waved his hand, using the physical check skill. A gentle white light enveloped Wang Fatsai, and the information displayed on the screen before the young doctor surprised him as well. Ah, bone healing is progressing well. Internal bleeding completely absorbed, physical condition restored to optimal status. It seems the old-school Dr. S accelerated recovery effect is indeed significant, especially considering your solid constitution. The young doctor adjusted his glasses, nodding in satisfaction. Of course, I have a foundational constitution of 23 points, Wang Fatsai boasted, thumping his sturdy chest. A proud expression plastered on his face. Qi Yan, uninterested in Wang Fatsai's self-aggrandizement, retrieved his personal terminal to check for updates. Teacher Zhang Yu had already replied. "All right, Qi Yan. However, I am quite busy today and cannot come to school. You may come to my office tomorrow." Chapter 45, Sudden Wealth, Tomorrow it is. Qi Yan felt that this peculiar crystal was far from ordinary, and that consulting someone as knowledgeable as Teacher Zhang, a high-level practitioner, would be prudent. He decided to set aside matters regarding the crystal for the time being. "Let us not dawdle. Let us go." "Where to?" Wang Fatsai inquired, leaning closer. Qi Yan shot him a glance, his tone flat as he replied. "The logistics headquarters, to decompose our spoils and divide the rewards." Oh, yes, money. The moment Wang Fatsai heard the word money, his eyes lit up. He eagerly trailed behind Qi Yan, repeatedly chanting, "Money, money. My name, Wang Fatsai, is not for nothing." The two of them left the school, taking the familiar floating bus directly to the logistics headquarters. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a peculiar blend of scents, sweat, blood, and various materials assailed their senses. The hall was bustling with individuals submitting materials for virtual realm monsters and handling task exchanges. Some adventurers looked exhausted, their gear still stained with drying blood. Others gathered in small groups, boasting about their achievements. And there were those like Qi Yan and Wang Fatsai, patiently queuing to attend to their business. "Yanzi, how much do you think we'll get this time?" Wang Fatsai whispered as he followed closely behind Qi Yan. "Just wait and see," Qi Yan replied nonchalantly, though internally he was calculating rapidly. The elite virtual cattle, according to the reference prices in the school textbook, would amount to several thousand just for their horns, hides, meat, and blood. Not to mention, they had also dispatched as many as 230 ordinary virtual cattle. The two found a window for material disintegration and took their place at the end of the queue. Most of the materials submitted by the professionals ahead of them consisted of trivial items, such as the teeth of virtual dogs and the slime of virtual worms, each possessing little value. The attendant at the counter wore an expression of indifference, operating mechanically with a professional smile. Next, soon it was their turn. "Hello, what service do you require?" the attendant asked without raising her head, her tone monotonous. "Disintegration of virtual cattle corpses," Qi Yan replied succinctly, handing over his spatial backpack. Initially, the attendant maintained her calm demeanor, but when her operational privileges accessed the spatial backpack and her gaze swept across the stored items, her movements noticeably paused for a moment. The mountain of ordinary virtual cattle corpses had already taken her by surprise. But when she beheld the large elite virtual cattle corpse emitting a faint black aura at the top, her professional smile finally faltered. She abruptly lifted her head, her expression now a mix of curiosity and astonishment, reevaluating the two seemingly youthful boys before her. One appeared lethargic, while the other was plump, both resembling high school students who had yet to graduate. Could these two truly have slain an elite virtual cattle, and also disposed of over 200 ordinary ones? "May I confirm that you wish to disintegrate all items in the backpack?" Her tone had unconsciously become markedly more polite. "Yes, all of them," Qi Yan nodded. "All right. Please hold on." The attendant took a deep breath to steady herself and began to register the items at her console. Her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, drawing the attention of the other individuals in line, who cast curious glances their way. Ordinary virtual cattle corpses, a total of 230, with a disintegration fee of 1 credit per corpse. 1 elite virtual cattle corpse, with a disintegration fee of 10 credits. The total fee is 240 credits, which will be automatically deducted from your earnings. Please confirm. Confirmed. Chi Yin nodded again. With the confirmation command given, the mechanical arm lifted the spatial backpack, placing it onto a conveyor belt that slowly transported it to the disintegration facility at the back. The waiting period felt particularly prolonged. The mere 10 minutes seemed to drag on for Wang Fatsai, even more torturous than the minutes spent grappling with the elite virtual cattle. He fidgeted restlessly, rubbing his hands and scratching his head, muttering incessantly. Yin, we didn't damage the elite virtual cattle's horns during the fight, did we? That's the most valuable part. Why is the disintegration fee so high? 240 credits. That could buy 2 bottles of magical potions. Chi Yin, weary of his incessant chatter, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Could you be quiet for a moment, you bumpkin who has never seen money? But I really haven't seen so much money, Wang Fatsai retorted indignantly. Just then, the terminal in front of the attendant emitted a soft beep, illuminating a green light. She glanced at the data displayed on the screen, her surprise no longer concealed, instinctively rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken about the number of zeros following that figure. The disintegration is complete. The attendant cleared her throat, her voice rising in excitement, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. A detailed list has been sent to your terminal. If you have any questions, please consult us in a timely manner. We take no responsibility once you leave. Chi Yin calmly opened his personal terminal. A notification from the logistics department had popped up. He clicked on the notification, a series of numbers coming into view. Ordinary virtual cattle materials, total recovery of 4,012 credits. What the hell? Wang Fatsai's round face nearly pressed against Chi Yan's terminal screen, and upon seeing that figure, his breath caught in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. 4,000 credits. Just from the ordinary virtual cattle. They had sold for over 4,000 credits. This far exceeded his expectations. Chi Yan's fingers continued to scroll down. Elite virtual cattle materials, yielding 15 square meters of virtual cattle hides, 20 tons of virtual cattle meat, 5 tons of virtual cattle blood, and 2 intact elite virtual cattle horns. Elite virtual cattle materials, total recovery of 5,460 credits. Total earnings from this disintegration operation, 9,472 credits. For inquiries, please consult the front desk immediately. Wang Fatsai's eyes transformed into symbols, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg, drool nearly spilling out as he fell into a dazed, silly grin. 9,472 credits, yen. We struck it rich. We're rich, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Calm down, calm down. Chi Yin patted his hand, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Over 9,000 credits. This was merely the harvest from half a day spent in the wild. It exceeded his expectations. With this initial capital, their upcoming journey would be significantly smoother. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, his hair slick and shiny, briskly emerged from the internal passage of the logistics department, a standardized professional smile adorning his face. He approached the window where Chi Yin and Wang Fatsai stood, his gaze sweeping over the two. Is it true that 2 students here have disintegrated the materials from an elite virtual cattle? A gentle voice inquired from beside the window, prompting both Chi Yin and Wang Fatsai to turn their heads simultaneously. A middle-aged man in a suit, his hair slicked back, stood there, a professional smile gracing his features. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses inadvertently revealed a hint of scrutiny. The previously noisy crowd in the hall fell silent for a moment upon his arrival before erupting into an even louder buzz of discussion. Isn't that Manager Gua from the logistics department? Why is he here in person? Wow, it really is Manager Gua. The last time I came to submit a rare material, I couldn't even get an appointment to meet him. Who are these 2 kids that they caught Manager Gua's attention? Listening to the whispers around him, Chi Yin began to grasp the situation. Maintaining a calm expression, he replied evenly, "That would be me. I am Manager Guozheng from the logistics department." The middle-aged man smiled as he produced a distinguished gold-embossed business card from his suit pocket, presenting it with both hands. You 2 students are quite young, yet have managed to slay an elite virtual cattle. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, and your potential knows no bounds. Boom! If the previous reaction from the attendant merely sparked curiosity, manager Guozheng's confirmation felt like a bombshell, igniting a frenzy within the entire logistics department hall. What? An elite monster? They actually killed one? What a joke. How could they possibly kill an elite? Manager Guo said it himself. How could it be false? My goodness. Are today as high school students really this formidable? It must be fake. They surely have someone powerful guiding them, and they're merely along for the ride. Various voices of doubt, envy, and jealousy intertwined. Wang Fatsai's face flushed crimson, a mix of excitement and the pressure of being scrutinized by so many. He instinctively puffed out his chest, attempting to appear more imposing. Manager Guozheng paid no mind to the surrounding discussions. He took out his personal terminal and gestured towards Qi Yan. Our department has always held great admiration for promising young individuals. Here is a VIP card from our logistics department. From now on, whenever you two come to disintegrate materials, all fees will be at an 80% discount. Manager Guozheng worked swiftly, and a virtual black card was transmitted to Qi Yan's terminal. Furthermore, if you don't mind, Qi Yan, we could exchange terminal contacts. In the future, should there be any materials of high value, feel free to contact me directly. I assure you, I will provide a price that will satisfy you. Qi Yan accepted the tangible business card, feeling its weight. It bore only the name Guozheng and a terminal number, simple yet substantial. He did not feign politeness and courteously exchanged friend requests with the other party. With a notification chiming, he had added Guozheng as a friend. Indeed, he mused inwardly. This individual is quite astute. There are no unprovoked gestures of goodwill in this world. A discount card and a friend request may seem like mere trivialities, yet they represent a calculated investment in the future. Manager Guo, evidently, discerned their remarkable potential through their recent triumph over the elite. The cost of extending this goodwill is minimal, yet should they truly evolve into high-tier professionals, the returns on this benevolent connection would be immeasurable. It is a surefire investment. It appears that the feat of two 16-year-old students vanquishing elites is even more noteworthy than I had imagined, Qi Yan contemplated. A manager from the Logistics Bureau of Donghai City holds a position of considerable authority within the official framework. For him to lower himself to befriend two obscure high school students signifies far more than merely a discount card. Guozheng, noticing Qi Yan's perceptiveness, regarded him with increasing admiration. He nodded with a smile, exchanged pleasantries about staying in touch, and then turned, walking back into the internal passage under the watchful eyes of the surrounding professionals. Once Guozheng's figure had completely vanished, Wang Fatsai let out a long breath and leaned closer to Qi Yan, lowering his voice. Yinzi, why was that manager so courteous to you? With the card and friend request. Perhaps he noticed our extraordinary talents, perceiving us as rare martial prodigies. Qi Yan replied casually, stowing the business card in his pocket. I can't believe you. Wang Fatsai rolled his eyes, but soon, overwhelming joy clouded his thoughts. Whatever. Yinzi, we're rich now. Over 9,000. And with manager Guo's discount card, we're going to strike it rich. Look at your excitement. Qi Yan chuckled, patting Wang Fatsai's shoulder, unable to suppress a slight smile. Let us go sell the equipment we've acquired and get ourselves some proper gear. A cannon. We must get the Italian cannon. Wang Fatsai exclaimed, instantly revitalized, waving his hand enthusiastically. With their newfound wealth in hand, the duo departed the Logistics Bureau amidst envious whispers, eagerly heading towards the Adventurers Guild Commercial Street. This area represents one of the most bustling locales in Donghai City, in stark contrast to the stern and orderly Logistics Bureau. It thrived with vitality and noise, tall buildings, and the glowing signs of various weapon shops, armor stores, and apothecaries filled the air with vibrant chaos. Qi Yan had a clear objective. They did not venture into the lavishly decorated, overpriced stores, but instead headed directly to a mobile street designated for adventurers to set up stalls. Upon entering this street, they were immediately greeted by a melange of aromas, grilled meats, cheap potions, and sweat. The sides of the street were densely populated with stalls, mostly run by professionals, filled with the sounds of haggling and shouts, creating a lively atmosphere. Bro, take a look at my freshly made virtual world worm slime. Excellent material for enchantment. A shrewd-looking vendor with a goatee approached, his eyes darting with shrewdness, plastering a business-like smile on his face. What can I assist you with, gentlemen? Are you looking to buy or sell? I've just received a fine batch of goods, guaranteed to be of great value. We're looking to sell. What is the cost for a stall? Chi Yin inquired nonchalantly. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, surprised that these seemingly inexperienced students were here to set up shop. But recognizing the opportunity for business, he quickly regained his composure. Setting up a stall? No problem. It's 80 credit points for a full day. 50 for half a day. Which would you prefer? Half a day, Chi Yin replied, promptly paying 50 credit points. The vendor quickly handed over a palm-sized electronic plaque displaying the stall permit and remaining time. All right, just find an empty spot, and I wish you prosperous business. Taking the electronic plaque, Chi Yin, accompanied by the still curious Wang Fatsai, navigated through the bustling crowd until they found a conspicuous yet unobtrusive spot near the main road. Fatty, set up the stall. Right away, Wang Fatsai exclaimed, eagerly pulling out a piece of tattered gray cloth from his spatial bag and swiftly laying it on the ground. Chi Yin glanced at the cloth, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Wang Fatsai always managed to produce the most unexpected items from seemingly nowhere. Without elaborating, he picked up the electronic plaque and deftly tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard. A line of bold, eye-catching text was swiftly generated, and he selected the projection function. The next moment, a virtual light screen unfurled above their heads, with golden letters bolded and highlighted, hovering prominently in the air, declaring, 4 rare items, 1 premium item, first come, first served. As soon as those words appeared, the once boisterous mobile street fell silent for a brief moment. All shouting and haggling ceased abruptly. Then, like a volcano erupting, discussions and exclamations erupted. Premium? Am I seeing things? Someone is selling premium gear at a stall? In this day and age, while there are many deceivers, there are also plenty of fools. Regardless of authenticity, let us check it out. What if? Even if it's not premium, rare equipment will suffice. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and grab spot. Good things wait for no one. The crowd, stimulated by something, suddenly surged forward en masse toward Chi Yin's stall. Within a minute, their modest stall was surrounded, packed to the brim with eager onlookers. Chi Yin had anticipated this. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he leisurely retrieved several pieces of equipment from his bag. These were items he had stripped from the unfortunate Zhao, although secondhand. Their durability might not be at maximum, their quality was indeed commendable. One by one, he arranged them on the cloth of the stall. The first item was a green glowing ironwood bow. The second was a thick wild boar leather armor. The third was a pair of trousers woven from special vines. The fourth was a pair of boots embedded with hard crystal chips. As soon as these items were displayed, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Wow, they truly are rare items. That green glow is unmistakable. A burly man with a large sword on his back squeezed at the front, fixated on the ironwood bow, and boomed, "This bow looks good. What's the price?" Chi Yin held up 6 fingers. The man's eyes lit up, mistakenly thinking it was 6,000, and shouted, 6,000? Deal. I'll take it. However, a slender man nearby, clearly an archer, scoffed at the price. So cheap? I'll give you 7,000. The ironwood bow, despite its slightly lower durability, offered significant boosts to agility and strength. With careful use, it could last a year or 2 without issue. How dare you compete with me? The burly man glared at the archer, then turned back to Chi Yin, gritting his teeth and shouted, 8,000. If it goes higher, I'm out. The archer merely curled his lip, realizing 8,000 exceeded his expectations. Deal. Chi Yin, quick-witted and agile, swiftly handed the ironwood bow to the burly man before anyone else could react, simultaneously pulling up the terminal S payment code. The man, also decisive in nature, muttered an exclamation about the high price, but promptly completed the transaction. A notification chimed. Your account has received 8,000 credit points. The transaction was executed in a flash. Clean and efficient. This event ignited a fervor for shopping among the surrounding crowd. A rare piece of equipment was displayed and sold in less than a minute. Boss, how much for this thick leather jacket? It's of rare quality with good defense. 7,000 credit points. Chi Yin replied succinctly. I'll take it. And what about these pants? They enhance agility and constitution. I'll offer 8,000. What are those shoes? Will you sell them for 6,000? The remaining 3 pieces of rare equipment were snatched up by discerning professionals in mere minutes. Notifications rang out. Your account has received 7,000 credit points. Your account has received 8,000 credit points. Your account has received 6,000 credit points. Another 29,000 credit points entered the account. Wang Fatsai, squatting beside Chi Yin, stared intently at the numbers on the terminal, a grin stretching from ear to ear, nearly drooling in delight. The excitement at the stall slightly waned as the rare items sold out, yet most remained, their eyes fixed eagerly on Qi Yin and his spatial backpack. The two critical words on the advertisement had yet to be revealed. Jipin. Qi Yin cleared his throat, and under the expectant gaze of hundreds, slowly reached into his spatial backpack. This kid really knows how to keep people on edge, murmured an old adventurer, though his body instinctively edged closer. Qi Yin fished around in his backpack, then produced a weapon. It was a wild-looking two-handed battle axe, its dark body adorned with intricate patterns. The broad axe blade gleamed in a deep crimson hue, and the most striking feature was the deep blue glow pulsating along the edges of the double-faced blade. As this exquisite weapon emerged, the attention of everyone on the bustling street was captivated. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths. Indeed, it is exceptional. This axe looks oddly familiar. Someone in the crowd soon recognized the weapon's origin. Isn't this the weapon of Zhao De, the leader of the Kuang Fu team? A coarse voice echoed, tinged with disbelief, causing a stir among the crowd. Zhao De's Violax? That is his prized possession. How could it be in the hands of this kid? Has something happened to Zhao De? A fierce-looking adventurer, bearing a scar across his face and known as Scarface, stepped forward from the throng, flanked by several burly companions who exuded an air of intimidation. They formed a menacing line before Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai. Kid, where did you get this axe? Scarface's voice was low, his gaze cutting through Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai like a knife. That is Zhao De's treasure. Where did you two little brats steal it from? Chapter 48. A trade up, the surrounding adventurers surged forward, their eager eyes glinting with intrigue, creating a complex web of gazes rife with tension. The scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air. Wang Fatsai instinctively stepped forward, his robust frame acting as a wall to shield Qi Yin. However, Qi Yin placed a hand gently on his shoulder, signaling him to stand down. With a smile still gracing his lips, though laced with an unsettling chill, Qi Yin spoke in a calm tone. As for the Zhao De you mentioned, he had a sudden epiphany yesterday and declared his desire to venture to the west for enlightenment. I, being the helpful person I am, sent him on his way. Qi Yin paused, tilting his head toward Scarface. What? Do you wish to join him? I can offer you a complimentary ride. No fare required. This statement initially silenced the crowd, only to erupt in uncontrollable laughter moments later. Those unaware of the underlying truth found his words amusing, even endearingly audacious. Yet Scarface's smile faded, his eyes bulging, color draining from his face as beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. The mention of going to the west for enlightenment resonated with him, as rumors of two individuals annihilating a small team in a mining area had circulated among adventurers. Yet, no one knew who was responsible. Who could have imagined that it was these two high school students standing before him? He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless, a chill coursing from his toes to the crown of his head, as if something was locking onto him. The laughter around him began to subside. Some well-informed veterans, noting Scarface's ashen demeanor and Qi Yin's calm composure, suddenly understood the situation. I was just asking. No other intentions, Scarface stammered, his lips trembling, his voice barely coherent, devoid of any of his earlier bravado. His companions, pale with fear, instinctively shrank back, eager to distance themselves from Scarface. Qi Yin, now devoid of mirth, casually traced his fingers across the cold blade of the violent axe, dismissing Scarface entirely with a glance. Now, do you still wish to inquire about the axe's origin? Scarface shook his head vigorously, his body trembling uncontrollably. And no, I don't dare. Sir, I was blind and spoke foolishly. He rambled in frantic apology, wishing he could slap himself. Qi Yin ignored him, instead surveying the crowd. Those who had previously gathered to spectate now lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. As if caught in a vice grip, the violent axe of exquisite blue quality starts at 50,000 credit points. The highest bidder wins. Qi Yin's voice resonated once more, firm and commanding. The crowd fell silent for a moment before a middle-aged man in a mage's robe cautiously raised his hand. I offer 55,000. Qi Yin nodded. 58,000. Another warrior immediately responded. 60,000. 70,000. Don't fight me for it. The price soared rapidly, soon surpassing 80,000. The axe's attributes were indeed top tier, worthy of a significant upgrade for warriors. Wang Fatsai, squatting nearby, was utterly astonished. He glanced between Qi Yin, the axe, and the frenzied bidders, feeling as if he were in a dream. Now, this is what it means to make money, selling rare items for a few thousand, and now exquisite ones for tens of thousands, 85,000, 90,000, 100,000. A steady voice suddenly rose above the commotion, belonging to someone resembling a team leader. The crowd fell silent instantly. Ultimately, the violent axe was acquired by this adventurer squad for 100,000 credit points. A notification chimed. Your account has received 100,000 credit points. Wang Fatsai, his face flushed with excitement, slapped Qian's shoulder, his voice trembling. Yinzi, we've hit it big. We've really hit it big. 100,000. Qian smiled gently, tapping on the terminal. Balance, 138,470 credit points. Let us go, fatty. It's time for an upgrade. On the way to the official store, Qian deliberately led Wang Fatsai into a general goods shop. Boss, the 3 rolls of healing bandages cost a staggering 3,000. The official store of the Adventurers Guild is an entirely different realm compared to the chaotic marketplace outside. The shelves are adorned with equipment radiating a faint magical glow, ranging from rare green to exquisite blue, everything one could desire. Upon entering, Wang Fatsai's eyes widened, reminiscent of Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Yinzi, look at this magnificent greatsword. It's absolutely stunning. And this shield, it even bears dragon patterns. Qian, however, remained composed and headed straight for the mage equipment section. He understood that expenditures must be judicious. Flamboyant enchantments were not his priority at the moment. Basic attributes and sustainability were paramount. He quickly selected 3 items. Acolyte robe, quality, rare, type, robe, attributes, spirit 18, constitution 2, mana 100, restrictions, spirit 20, constitution 10 value, 25,000 credit points. Course mage hat, quality, rare, type, hat, attributes, spirit 8, agility 2, restrictions, spirit 15 value, 8,000 credit points. Soft sole cloth shoes, quality, rare, type, shoes, attributes, spirit 9, agility 1, restrictions, spirit 13, constitution 8 value, 7,000 credit points. On the other side, Wang Fatsai approached gleefully, burdened with an assortment of iron gear, all enhancing his constitution. Iron helmet, quality, rare, type, hat, attributes, constitution 6, strength 4, restrictions, constitution 20, strength 10 value, 8,000 credit points. Heavy iron armor, quality, rare, type, top, attributes, constitution 8, strength 2, restrictions, constitution 15, strength 8 value, 10,000 credit points. Iron leggings, quality, rare, type, pants, attributes, constitution 5, agility 5, restrictions, constitution 10, strength 10 value, 6,000 credit points. Hard leather war boots, quality, rare, type, shoes, attributes, constitution 6, agility 4, restrictions, constitution 10 value, 6,000 credit points. Chapter 49, Surge in Combat Power. Dark realm of the virtual world. After completing their purchases, the two eagerly donned their new gear. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through their bodies. Qian summoned his attribute panel. Level 2, 51, Strength 12, Agility 17, Constitution 13, Spirit 80 mana, 1100 mana recovery rate, 2 points per minute. Wang Fatsai excitedly examined his own panel. Level 2, Strength 20, Agility 19, Constitution 56, Spirit 8 mana, 80 mana recovery rate, 1 point per minute. Wow. Wang Fatsai marveled at his skyrocketing constitution, brimming with confidence as he swung his fist. With this equipment, taking down level 10 elite monsters will be a breeze. Indeed, Qian also felt a sense of satisfaction. Now it was time to divide the spoils. He operated the terminal. Ding! Wang Fatsai's terminal chimed, and he looked down in astonishment. Over 32,000. Yanzi. After settling the bill, let us split the remainder. Qian interrupted him, asking where to go next. Back to school? Wang Fatsai scoffed, slapping his armor with a resonating thud. Of course, we're heading back to grind on the virtual cattle. Strike while the iron is hot. We can practice skills, earn money, and boost our fitness all at once. Qian found this reasoning sound. The two boarded the floating bus once more, heading straight for the number 3 mine. However, upon arrival, they discovered the outskirts of the mine bustling with people, resembling a crowded market. There were scarcely a few virtual cattle available, with humans outnumbering them. This is too intense. Wang Fatsai's face fell. Let us head to the back, Qian suggested, pointing deeper into the mining area, which was further from the stable zone and likely less populated. As they navigated the perimeter of the mine, they noticed the crowd thinning. It still spotted several small teams scattered about, cautiously hunting the occasional virtual cattle. Just then, Qian's spatial backpack began to emit a fierce humming sound. His heart sank as he quickly reached inside and extracted a black diamond crystal. The moment the crystal was exposed to the air, it erupted with a dark radiance that seemed to consume everything, levitating into the air and exuding an unsettling aura of chaos. Yanzi, what on earth is this? Wang Fatsai was equally startled. There's no time to explain. Qian felt an irresistible force emanating from the crystal, distorting the surrounding space like rippling water. Retreat. He grasped Wang Fatsai, and they both hurriedly backed away. But it was too late. In the instant they retreated, just a couple of steps, the crystal exploded. Black light surged skyward, tearing open a rift in the virtual realm, nearly 3 meters in diameter, right before their eyes. Nearby teams sensed the terrifying disturbance and turned in horror. Qian and Wang Fatsai had no time to react, swept into the rift by its overwhelming pull, their figures disappearing in an instant. In the final moment of being engulfed, a line of information flashed before Qian's eyes. Small dark realm of the virtual world. Level restriction. LV-110. Qian and Wang Fatsai were drawn into the rift, spinning and swirling as if caught in a vortex. After a brief bout of dizziness, they found their feet firmly planted on solid ground. Before them lay a desolate landscape, with dried grass underfoot and sparse trees in the distance exuding a sense of lifelessness. Cough spit. Wang Fatsai expelled a mouthful mixed with grass debris, shaking his still dizzy head as he propped himself up on his knees. Yanzi, what kind of place is this? It feels like we've been tossed into a washing machine. Qian remained silent, quietly surveying their surroundings. Wang Fatsai scanned the area, his expression gradually shifting. Suddenly, a realization hit him, his voice trembling. Yanzi, this can't be the Dark Realm, can it? He recalled his teacher mentioning that once inside, one could neither exit nor escape unless they destroyed the core or perished within. The mere thought of death drained the color from Wang Fatsai's face. Cold sweat instantly beading on his brow. He instinctively clutched Qian's arm, his lips quivering. Are we going to die here? I haven't even enjoyed my rare profession yet. Calm down, fatty. Qian snapped curtly. His own expression was equally grim. Yanzi, what do we do now? Should we report this? Wang Fatsai still clung to a faint hope. Qian regarded him as though he were a fool. The Dark Realm has no external signals. That's basic knowledge. Wang Fatsai instantly deflated. Just then, Qian pointed towards a distant direction. Following his gesture, Wang Fatsai finally noticed wisps of smoke rising on the horizon, a modern-style village standing quietly. A village? How could there be a village in the virtual realm? Wang Fatsai's eyes widened in confusion. Qian's expression remained tense, darkening further as he fixed his gaze on the village. He spoke slowly. Teacher Zhang mentioned that the Dark Realm is a confluence of consciousness and entropy, reflecting human imagination and memory. This village before us is likely a manifestation of a place rooted in human imagination or memory. You were busy sleeping in class, and now look where that got you. Qian retorted, irritation lacing his words. The Federation's documentation is clear. Entering the Dark Realm offers only 2 paths. Either locate and destroy its core, or we both perish here. There is no third option. Wang Fatsai found himself at a loss for words, unable to recall the events that had transpired. However, the mention of death sent an involuntary shiver through him. How unfortunate it was that their pursuit of elite spoils had led them into such dire straits. Words were futile at this juncture. They needed to investigate further. Qian gestured towards the village, the sole lead they had. He cast a glance at the anxious Wang Fatsai, who was unsure of where to place his hands, and cautioned him to tread carefully and remain quiet as they departed. Acknowledging the warning, the two moved cautiously towards the village, taking care to stay alert. As they approached, an unsettling sense of dissonance grew stronger. At the entrance of the village, an old, rusted agricultural vehicle stood idle, its bed half filled with dry hay. Nearby, several black garbage bags lay strewn about, their openings torn, releasing a nauseating stench of decaying refuse that filled the air. The scene was hauntingly vivid, yet enveloped in an inexplicable silence. The entire village was eerily quiet, devoid of even the slightest sound of barking dogs or crowing roosters, with only the whisper of wind rustling through the treetops, as if some unseen entity was murmuring. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively slowing their pace, pressing against the walls of the houses as they cautiously advanced deeper into the village. This strategy ensured at least one side remained secure, preventing them from being ambushed. As they passed the first courtyard house, a faint, intermittent sound of weeping suddenly reached their ears. Wang Fatsai halted abruptly, his muscles tensing as he turned to Qi Yin. Qi Yin also stopped, signaling for silence and motioning for him to prepare his shield for a potential confrontation. The cries emanated from a room with a tightly shut door. Qi Yin stealthily approached the door, attempting to push it open, but it would not budge. It was locked from the inside. He turned back to Wang Fatsai and gestured for him to kick down the door. Understanding the cue, Wang Fatsai stepped back, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful kick at the lock. With a resounding crash, the aged wooden door, along with its frame, collapsed inward, sending clouds of dust into the air. A musty odor mingled with the dust assaulted their senses, causing both men to cough. The room was dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking out any light. After a brief moment of adjustment, they discerned a small figure, appearing no older than 5 or 6, curled up in the corner. The child, clearly startled by the sudden noise, let out a terrified scream, quickly muffling it with small hands wrapped around his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Qi Yin examined the child, noting the absence of visible injuries, yet the child's face was pale with fear and his large eyes reflected sheer terror. Wang Fatsai's compassion surged within him, and he was about to step forward to offer comfort when Qi Yin pulled him back. Qi Yin shook his head, urging him to remain calm while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. At that moment, Qi Yin's ears perked up. He heard it. Outside, heavy footsteps were hastily approaching the house. Qi Yin's expression darkened as he whispered urgently to Wang Fatsai, "Prepare for battle." He stepped forward, shielding the trembling child behind him, as dark red magical energy began to coalesce at his fingertips. Almost instantly, from around the corner of the courtyard, a figure lunged into view. At first glance, the being resembled a human, but its skin was withered and waxy. Its eyes rolled back, leaving only tiny pinpricks of pupils glowing with an eerie red light. The creature was larger than an average person, its nails elongated and sharp, exuding a nauseating aura of the void. Qi Yin's interface displayed a clear message. Corpse Man, HP 2000, a creature he had never encountered in any records. With a guttural roar, the corpse man lunged at Wang Fatsai like a beast. In a split second, Qi Yin focused intently, releasing the flame star he had prepared, which soared through the air, leaving a dark red trail, striking the creature's head with precision. 1296. The immense force of the impact caused the corpse man to falter, staggering back several steps. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, appeared in its head, emitting wisps of black smoke. Yet, astonishingly, it shook off the injury and charged forward once more with a ferocious roar. Qi Yin's heart sank. How could it still be moving after such a blow? This creature was beyond his comprehension. There was no time to ponder, so he conjured another flame star, this time aiming for the creature's heart. The flame star whistled through the air, striking true. 1360. With a thud, the damage was sufficient. The corpse man collapsed, its body convulsing violently before disintegrating into a pile of black powder, leaving only a faint human-shaped imprint on the rough cement floor. Experience 1. Wang Fatsai, shaken, patted his rattling armor, gazing at the black mark on the ground with apprehension, pondering the implications of such a creature that could still move after sustaining a fatal blow. Qi Yin, however, wore a grave expression. Conventional vital strikes seemed ineffective against such monsters. Perhaps they needed to deplete its entire life force. He turned and knelt in front of the trembling child, attempting to soften his voice. "Do not be afraid. We are not your enemies. Can you tell us what has happened here? What are those monsters outside?" The child cautiously lifted his head, glancing at Qi Yin and then at the imposing Wang Fatsai behind him, seemingly reassured by their lack of malice. Just as the child opened his mouth to respond, The sound of heavy footsteps and distant growls echoed from outside once more. Clearly, the commotion from the earlier battle had attracted more corpsemen. Qi Yin and Wang Faocai exchanged a grim look, their expressions reflecting their growing concern. How can there be so many monsters? Wang Faocai exclaimed. Qi Yin sprang into action, swiftly prying up an inconspicuous floorboard to reveal a dark cellar entrance. You get in quickly. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out or make a sound. He instructed the child. The frightened child cast one last glance outside before scrambling into the cellar. Qi Yin closed the cellar lid and dragged a heavy wooden table over to secure it. Once satisfied with the barricade, he stood up, retreating a few steps behind Wang Faocai as they prepared to face the only entrance that had been kicked open. Outside, a mass of dark figures loomed, and a quick count revealed at least 17 or 18 corpse men approaching from all directions, completely surrounding the small house. The corpse men, their eyes glowing red, moved stiffly yet powerfully, forming a tight blockade at the entrance. Fortunately, the entrance was narrow, allowing only 1 or 2 corpse men to enter at a time, significantly easing the defensive burden for Wang Faocai and granting Qi Yin precious time to unleash his attacks. With a roar, Wang Faocai slammed his sturdy iron shield into the first corpse man that charged through the doorway, producing a dull thud. 20. The damage was minimal, almost negligible. Yet, the corpse man was momentarily pushed back, its advance momentarily halted. Wang Faocai stood resolutely at the entrance, resembling an iron gate, his robust physique and sturdy iron shield effectively barring the relentless advance of the undead. Qi Yin unleashed fiery stars from his hand, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, striking each advancing corpse with unerring precision. Chapter 51. The Weakness of the Undead. Qi Yin's fiery stars continued their assault on the heads and hearts of the undead, inflicting severe damage with each strike. Yet, these creatures seemed to possess an uncanny vitality, even when their heads were pierced and hearts shattered. It took 2 fiery stars to vanquish them completely. The rapid depletion of his magical energy weighed heavily on Qi Yin's mind. He was uncertain how many undead lurked in this place, but he knew he must devise a solution before his magic was exhausted. The tide of undead appeared endless, advancing fearlessly. The synergy between Qi Yin and Wang Faocai grew increasingly harmonious, one blocking the onslaught while the other dealt damage, systematically eliminating the undead within the confines of the room. After dispatching dozens of the undead, a radiant light suddenly emanated from the two, lifting their spirits as warmth coursed through their bodies. Level up. 23. They had leveled up, with a determined thought. Qi Yin allocated all 5 of his newfound attribute points to his spirit. Spirit. 80-85. A glance at his magical energy revealed nearly half had been consumed. If this continued, they would inevitably be drained of their magic, ultimately succumbing to the horde of undead. One hand continued to hurl fiery stars while the other delved into his spatial pouch, retrieving 10 magical energy potions. He swiftly uncorked one and downed it in a single gulp. Magic restored. 650-1150. The resurgence of his magical energy invigorated Qi Yin. He tucked the remaining 9 potions into his robe for easy access. Continuing to unleash fiery stars, he felled the undead that surged forth. Distracted by his thoughts, one fiery star veered off course, unexpectedly striking the navel of an undead. With a gasp, the creature emitted a hoarse cry before collapsing like a marionette with its strings severed, disintegrating into a puddle of black powder. Both Qi Yin and Wang Faocai were momentarily stunned. Instant kill. A smile crept onto Qi Yin's lips. Fatty, aim for their navels, he shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Though Wang Faocai was perplexed, his unwavering trust in Qi Yin compelled him to act without hesitation. No longer merely enduring the assault, he utilized the shockwave from his sturdy iron shield, combining his strength to repel the advancing undead, opening a wide berth for Qi Yin's fiery stars to strike. Their coordination reached new heights, and the efficiency of their efforts surged. One by one, the undead fell, transforming into vast expanses of black powder. The tide of undead that once seemed so despairing became far less daunting once their weakness was identified. As Qi Yin's magical energy rapidly dwindled, the undead were gradually cleared from the vicinity. He opened the cellar, allowing the child to emerge. Now, can you share more details with us? Qi Yin asked gently, aware that this child was the key to uncovering the truth of this shadowy realm. The child crawled out from the cellar, his frail form appearing even more fragile. He cautiously glanced at the black marks on the ground, then looked at Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai, his eyes still reflecting fear, but also a sense of relief at having survived. Did you drive away those monsters? The child's voice was as faint as a whisper. Yes, they have all been driven away, Qi Yin replied softly, striving to avoid frightening him again. The child finally relaxed, tears streaming down his cheeks. He began to recount the events that had transpired in the village. At first, a fleeing outsider fell ill and collapsed on the road. And the people of our village brought him back, the child sobbed. But within 3 days, he transformed into a monster and began attacking the villagers. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai exchanged a grave glance, their hearts heavy with the weight of this revelation. An outsider had brought calamity. Then those who were attacked slowly turned into those monsters. The child continued, his voice laden with despair. Soon, there was no one left in the village. They all became monsters. He went on, my parents hid me in the cellar to protect me. They had prepared food and water in advance and repeatedly instructed me to stay hidden and not make any noise. They said they would go outside to seek help and would return to fetch me. I don't know how long I've been in the cellar, the child said, wiping his tears with his dirty little hands. Today, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I climbed up to see if my parents had returned. Listening to the child's account, Qi Yin's expression grew increasingly solemn. What is your name? He inquired. Xiao Hu, the child timidly answered. Xiao Hu, did your parents mention anything else? Perhaps any peculiar traits of those monsters, or anything strange about the village? Qi Yin sought to extract further information from him. Xiao Hu strained to recall, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before shaking his head in fear. They just told me to hide and not go outside. Wang Fatsai looked at Xiao Hu, a wave of compassion washing over him. Qi Yin gestured for Fatty to comfort Xiao Hu while he rose to his feet. He surveyed the room's environment, as well as the eerily silent village outside. Yinzi, what should we do next? Wang Fatsai whispered, gently patting the child, who had begun to calm down, though remained silent with vacant eyes. First, we need to regroup, Qi Yin replied succinctly, ensuring they were prepared. Leaning against the wall, he remained vigilant for any disturbances outside while uncorking a potion of magical energy and drinking it down. He glanced at Wang Fatsai and added, also, use that brain of yours, which seems only capable of eating and sleeping, to think about what Xiao Hu just said. Wang Fatsai choked slightly, muttering in discontent. I am thinking. He said his parents want to find help, but where could help possibly come from in this cursed place? It's overrun with those monsters. Exactly. Which is why it's likely they never left, Qi Yin continued. In a village, even if it falls, there must be a source of the calamity. Xiao Hu mentioned everything began with the outsider who was rescued. Qi Yin stood and cautiously approached the door that Wang Fatsai had smashed open, peering outside. The village lay in haunting silence, the remnants of the setting sun casting a foreboding crimson hue over the dilapidated structures. An outsider brought disaster. This sounds all too much like a script for a viral outbreak, Qi Yin mused, stroking his chin. Virus? Wang Fatsai blinked. Are you suggesting this thing is contagious? It's highly probable. Qi Yin's expression turned serious. Those who were attacked also transformed into monsters. Is that not a form of contagion? Chapter 52, Donghai City in Chaos. He turned a glance at the solitary cellar entrance in the corner of the room. Xiao Hu's parents had hidden him well, preparing food and water, indicating they were clear-headed and had made long-term preparations. They claimed they would seek help, yet based on Xiao Hu's description, the outside was already perilous. Qi Yin paused, positing a chilling theory that sent shivers down Wang Fatsai's spine. So, is it possible they never left the village? Or rather, they were unable to escape? Wang Fatsai's face turned pale. Yinzi, don't scare me. Are you implying they also? It's best to prepare for the worst, Qi Yin stated calmly. The core of this shadowy realm is likely intertwined with the source of all this chaos. We are in a small shadow realm, and its scope cannot be vast. The clues must lie within this village. No sooner had he finished speaking than both heard a faint clicking sound, akin to metal clashing. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai exchanged a knowing glance, their muscles tensing in unison. Their movement. Wang Fatsai cleared his throat and grasped the shield firmly. Qi Yin gestured for him to be silent, and then turned, speaking in the gentlest tone possible to the corner where Xiao Hu was hiding. Xiao Hu, stay in the cellar a little longer. Remember, do not come out or make a sound. Though frightened, Xiaohu obediently crawled back into the cellar. Wang Fatsai understood the implication and shifted his substantial bulk, placing the heavy wooden table back atop the cellar cover, and carelessly piled a broken chair on top for added security. Having completed this task, he followed closely behind Yin, the two moving like vigilant cats, tiptoeing along the wall towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from the number 3 mining pit in Donghai City, at the Void Rift monitoring station, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the monitoring hall. Zhou Hai, the deputy station chief of the Donghai City Rift Guardians, was furiously berating a young staff member, spittle flying from his lips like rain. The Void Realm swallowed people. We're the last to know. Even the Adventurers Guild received the news before us. What use is it to keep you useless fools? The man, trembling with rage, kicked a nearby metal trash can with a loud clang, startling everyone in the hall into silence. Are we supposed to be the last to know if the rift opens right in the center of Donghai City? He seized the young man's collar, his eyes bloodshot, shouting nearly nose to nose, I ask you, what is the responsibility of our monitoring station? Speak. The young man turned pale, his lips quivering, almost on the verge of tears, to detect in advance and minimize casualties. And now tell me. Zhou Hai flung him aside, pointing at the large screen displaying a rift that had stabilized, emanating an ominous black glow. The Rift Guardians have already surrounded the rift. We, the scouts, are the last to know that something went wrong at the number 3 mining pit. What the hell are you doing? The number 3 mining pit. It was a crucial leveling point for countless novice adventurers in Donghai City, the starting point of their careers. Now a void realm had emerged there, devouring 2 potential high school adventurers. If word got out, Zhou Hai might as well resign, packing his bags and leaving. Just then, a female staff member rushed in, holding a freshly printed report. Director Zhou, the identities of the missing persons have been confirmed. Zhou Hai snatched the report and scanned it quickly. Missing persons. Qian male, 16 years old, class, Flame Envoy, rare, level 2. Missing persons. Wang Fatsai male, 16 years old, class, Oathkeeper, rare, level 2. 2 16-year-old children, both with rare classes. Zhou Hai felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing his balance. This was no longer a mere negligence issue. 2 future pillars of the Federation, 2 rare class adventurers, have been pulled into a perilous void realm due to the oversight of his monitoring station. If they perished inside, he would be branded a criminal in Donghai City. Director Zhou, you can't faint. With Station Chief Wang absent, you are the pillar. The nearby female staff member quickly supported him. Contact the Rift Guardians. Immediately, tell them the truth. Have them organize a team to enter the Void Realm and rescue them. But the female staff member hesitated, her expression troubled. The level restriction for the Void Realm is LV-110, and there are hardly any qualified members among the Rift Guardians. The strongest trained one is only level 8 and what? Speak. And they're afraid to enter. Zhou Hai was stunned. Afraid to enter? What does that mean? They are the Rift Guardians. This is their duty. They claim that the aura emanating from this void realm is too bizarre, far exceeding that of a small void realm, and they assess the danger level as extremely high. Entering recklessly could mean, you useless fools. Zhou Hai slammed his fist down on the control panel, instantly bruising his hand. He winced in pain, but gritted his teeth, hiding his injured hand behind him, suppressing his fury and discomfort. At the same time, in the logistics department of Donghai City, in the manager's office, Guozheng was leisurely sipping a steaming cup of goji berry tea while browsing the latest resource allocation report. Suddenly, the communicator on his desk rang urgently. Frowning, Guozheng answered the call. Manager Guo, this is Shui Zhendong, president of the Adventurers Guild. A calm, yet urgent voice came through the line. Guozheng set down his teacup, leaning forward slightly. President Shui, what brings you here? Our logistics department isn't under your jurisdiction. His tone was light, but he understood that Shui Zhendong, the cunning old fox, would not call unless it was serious. Cut the nonsense. Guozheng, I ask you, are you particularly concerned about a child named Qian? Shui Zhendong's voice was low, yet tinged with anxiety. Guozheng's heart sank, and his smile faded. President Shui, what do you mean? I have many talented individuals I pay attention to. I can't remember every name. Stop pretending. Shui Zhendong's tone sharpened. A void realm has emerged at the number 3 mining pit, pulling him and another child named Wang Fatsai into it. The monitoring station only reported it now, and the Rift Guardians are hesitating. Guozheng sprang to his feet, his teacup crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. Scalding tea splashed onto his pants, but he remained oblivious. What did you say? Qi Yin has been pulled into the Void Realm. Absolutely. Both are 16 years old, rare classes. Especially Qi Yin. He is one who awakened his talent early. You know how many resources that took? Do you understand what this means? Shui Zhendong's voice was nearly a roar. Guozheng's breath quickened as he moved to the window, gazing outside while his mind raced. Qi Yin, the youth he believed had the potential to transform Donghai City and even the entire Federation. The one he planned to invest all his resources in, wagering on the future. Now he'd been devoured by a damned Void Realm. What is the situation with the Rift Guardians? Guozheng's voice turned icy. Captain Li Weigua is on site, but the Void Realm has a level restriction of 110. Our main force cannot enter. The only qualified member is an 8-level rookie just trained, and the others are too afraid to act. Tudi? Isn't that their duty? Guozheng laughed bitterly, fury boiling within. A bunch of overpaid, pampered fools. There's no use in cursing them. Shui Zhendong interrupted. Guozheng, I'm not here to listen to you vent. These two children, especially Qi Yin, must not come harm. I don't care what method you use, your connections, your resources. They must be mobilized now. Guozheng fell silent. He knew Shui Zhendong was right. This was not the time for accountability. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Surrender? Impossible. This was the most perfect diamond discovered since Elena's fall 27 years ago. Save? How to save? The Rift Guardians are afraid to enter. What can he do? Should he send a bunch of low-level adventurers to fill the void? That would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Guozheng's fingers tapped sharply against the windowsill, producing a rhythmic sound. His expression fluctuated, as if he were engaged in an internal battle. After a long pause, he picked up another internal communicator from the desk and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Guozheng. His voice regained its accustomed calmness. Yet beneath that veneer lay a tempestuous gamble. Connect me to the office of the captain of the Breakers team immediately. Yes, it's me. This is an urgent matter. Furthermore, prepare a comprehensive dossier of all individuals below level 10 who have joined the Breakers in Donghai City, regardless of whether they have completed their training. Include their home addresses and information about their relatives. Yes, I want all. After terminating the call, Guozheng dialed Shui Zhendong's number again. Old Shui, listen closely. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. The Breakers are not afraid to enter. It's just that the price is insufficient. What do you mean? I will pay. Guozheng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. For every Breaker who enters the Dark Realm for rescue, a reward of 100,000 credit points will be granted. If they can bring the person back safely, the reward will amount to 1 million. The compensation will be issued at 3 times the highest standard. This money will come from my own pocket, but you must ensure that the personnel are well prepared. Do not let those incompetent fools enter and complicate matters. Shui Zhendong fell silent on the other end. He was taken aback by Guozheng's fervor. This was a reckless expenditure. Was it worth it for 2 uncertain newcomers? Guozheng, have you lost your mind? I am not insane. I am perfectly lucid. Guozheng roared. I am betting on the future of Donghai City. The future of the Federation. More importantly, the future of humanity. You are aware of Qi Yan's talent, right? The resources come from our logistics. You think I am saving those 2 boys? I am saving ourselves. He hung up the phone, gazing out the window, his fists clenched tightly. Qi Yan, you must not die on me. The stakes I have placed on you must be returned, principal and interest alike. In my number 3, at the entrance to the virtual realm's dark domain, dozens of Breakers clad in standardized uniforms surrounded a menacing black fissure that stood over 3 meters tall. The fissure resembled a ghastly scar, suspended in midair, continuously emanating a sense of chaos and death that sent shivers down the spine. Captain Li Weigua was scanning the fissure with a specialized device, yet the screen flickered with blinding red light and ominous warnings of extreme danger. Extreme danger? Extreme danger. Do I not know what danger is? We do not even know what kind of monsters lurk within. Li Weigua muttered in frustration. This cursed place is even more sinister than the medium-dark realm I entered last time. Captain, are we really going in now? A young team member approached, his voice trembling noticeably. The virtual aura of this dark realm does not align with the small dark realm outlined in the data. Indeed, Captain, another team member chimed in. The level restriction is set at level 110, and aside from Zhao Gang, the rest of us exceed that limit. According to regulations, entering means facing higher-tier monsters. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Li Wei was seethed with anger. Did he not understand the peril? Yet, trapped within were two 16-year-old children, two with rare professions. If they were ordinary adventurers, he might hesitate and weigh the risks. But these were two hopes for the future. As he grappled internally, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, his wrist communicator chimed. It was a call from headquarters. Li Weigua answered the call. Seconds later, he abruptly raised his head, astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. He ended the call, took a deep breath, and returned to the center of his team. All eyes were fixed upon him. Everyone has it. Li Weigua's voice rang out, powerful and resolute. Headquarters has just issued an order. He scanned the faces of his comrades, these brothers with whom he had faced life and death, on a voluntary basis. Anyone below level 10 who is willing to enter the Dark Realm for a rescue mission will receive an on-site reward of 100,000 credit points. Successfully rescuing the target will earn an additional 1 million. In the unfortunate event of sacrifice, compensation will be threefold. Parents will receive pensions, and children will be prioritized. As his words fell, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Everyone was taken aback by the staggering figures. 100,000? Just for the entry fee? Who on earth is this benefactor with such a grand gesture? Among the crowd, a slightly slender young man with a hint of boyishness stepped forward. It was Zhao Gang, the only team member who had not exceeded level 10. He was level 8. Captain, I will go. Zhao Gang's voice was soft but unwavering. All eyes turned toward him. Li Weigua regarded him, brow furrowed. Zhao Gang, do not act impulsively. This is no jest. Captain, I'm not being impulsive. Zhao Gang straightened his back. I joined the Breakers for this very day. I do not care about the money, but there are 2 children inside, and they possess rare professions. If we all fear death, who will protect them? Who will safeguard Donghai City? He paused, continuing, moreover, Captain, you have always taught us that the lives of Breakers are meant to fill these voids, correct? Li Weigua observed Zhao Gang, this usually reticent and somewhat introverted young man, who at this moment seemed transformed. He saw in Zhao Gang the reflection of his own youth, a reckless audacity, a determination to charge forward regardless of the consequences. After a brief silence, Li Weigua suddenly smiled, stepping forward to pat Zhao Gang's shoulder firmly. Good lad, you haven't brought disgrace upon me. Captain, I have not passed the Breaker's trial, but I meet the entry requirements. Count me in. With the first volunteer, others soon followed suit. In no time, a temporary squad of 5 Breakers below level 10 stood before Li Weigua. They were all preparatory members who had yet to complete their formal trials. Li Weigua regarded them with solemnity and offered a military salute. Return alive. Chapter 54. Otherworldly version of Biohazard. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai held their breaths, pressing their backs against the wall, creeping step by step towards the intermittent source of sound. The village was hauntingly silent, with only the wind whistling through the abandoned houses, creating a mournful noise, swirling up the dry leaves and dust in a dance. Each footfall on the gravel path produced a faint rustling sound, amplified in the eerie stillness. Qi Yin could even distinctly hear the rhythm of his and Wang Fatsai's heartbeats, one fast and one slow, like the beating of a drum. Fatty, can you be a little quieter? Qi Yin whispered, almost leaning into Wang Fatsai's ear. Your noise is akin to a bear stumbling into a village to steal corn. Wang Fatsai's round face flushed crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks into his collar. Defiantly, he retorted, shut up. This is called tactical movement. Steady. You understand? Despite his words, his steps became even lighter. His massive frame followed closely behind Qi Yin, the enormous iron shield held protectively in front of him. His movements laden with caution. As the noise ceased, Qi Yin was uncertain where it had originated. Thus he could only investigate the vicinity. Soon, he spotted a dilapidated 2-story building. The wooden sign had decayed beyond recognition, large patches of paint peeling away, yet in the dim light, he could still make out the words Village Clinic. The door was ajar, revealing chaos within. Tables and chairs were overturned, shattered glass littered the floor, reflecting sporadic, pale glimmers of light. Qi Yin halted, turning back to Wang Fatsai, signaling him to be cautious. Wang Fatsai understood and nodded. Taking a deep breath, he raised the shield higher, protecting his upper body, and then stepped forward, using his shoulder to push open the wooden door, sidling in. Creak. The old door hinges emitted a piercing groan. Following closely behind, Chi-Yin felt an indescribably complex odor rush into his nostrils the moment he stepped into the clinic. The air was permeated with the chemical scent of pharmaceuticals, mingled with the musty odor of long-sealed confines, and a faint, almost imperceptible, metallic tang reminiscent of blood. The interior of the clinic was modestly sized, and Wang Fatsai cautiously used the edge of a shield to clear away the clutter obstructing their path. He pushed aside a toppled metal cabinet, which crashed against the wall with a dull thud. Chi-Yin's gaze swiftly swept across the room, scrutinizing every nook. His attention was ultimately captured by a flicker of light beneath an overturned treatment table. The glow was faint, reminiscent of fireflies flickering in and out. He bent down for a closer inspection and discovered a deep brown glass bottle trapped beneath a table leg. The bottle itself was opaque, yet a soft luminescence emanated from its opening. "Fatty, lend a hand," Chi-Yin called out. Wang Fatsai approached, and together they lifted the heavy treatment table, moving it aside. Chi-Yin reached down to retrieve the bottle. It felt cold to the touch, its surface smooth. He shook it gently. The viscous dark red liquid inside flowed slowly. A familiar, chaotic aura of the virtual realm wafted from the bottle's opening, yet it bore an unusual synthetic scent distinct from pure virtual energy. Chi-Yan's heart quickened. This object was undoubtedly extraordinary. He discreetly tucked the bottle into the inner pocket of his robe. "Yin, come quickly and look at this." At that moment, Wang Fatsai's voice resonated from a corner of the clinic. Chi-Yin turned his gaze towards the sound and found Wang Fatsai, crouched among a heap of scattered wooden planks and papers, holding a tattered medical record book and a yellow diary with curled edges. Chi-Yin hurried over and took the two items from him. The medical record book was largely illegible, its contents lacking any valuable information. His focus quickly shifted to the diary. He opened it, but the date on the first page was unreadable. The diary began with a tranquil narrative of the daily life in this small village, until one fateful day when an unwelcome guest disrupted the peace. Chi-Yin read each word with intent. The stranger appeared frail, covered in wounds, claiming to have escaped from the capital. He spoke of a city that had completely fallen, where humanity had transformed into walking corpses. And outside lay a world of the undead. Never had Chi-Yin witnessed such despair in a person's eyes. The stranger described his escape as sheer luck. Their village was the only place within 100 miles untouched by the calamity, and the village chief had decided to take him in, hoping to glean more information about the outside world. Upon reaching this point, Chi-Yan's heart constricted sharply. The capital had fallen? A world of the undead? The implications contained within these few sentences sent a chill coursing through him. Is this for real? Wang Fatsai leaned in to read those lines, his eyes widening in disbelief. The capital has fallen? What kind of international joke is this? This diary can't be the work of some delusional fool, can it? Chi-Yin remained silent, feeling a bead of sweat form in his palm as the diary grew heavier in his grip. He continued to flip through the pages. The diary entries persisted. The stranger's wounds were deep, as if gouged by sharp stones, yet they emanated a malevolent black energy. "I have never encountered such a force. It is relentlessly consuming him," he wrote. He claims it is a result of being tainted by the energy of the virtual realm during his flight. This energy seems alive, devouring his vitality. "I have done my utmost to save him, yet I am powerless." The revelation struck Chi-Yin like a thunderclap. This undead creature in the shadows was not a naturally occurring monster of the virtual realm, but a human transformed by the energy of the virtual realm. No wonder they retained their human form. No wonder their weaknesses were so elusive. This was no mere monster invasion. It was a biochemical crisis. The last few pages of the diary were scrawled in a frantic, distorted script, as if the author had been engulfed in terror and chaos, with many words blurred together. On the third day, the energy within him erupted completely. He howled in agony as his body began to mutate, skin withering, eyes turning a sinister red. He transformed into a monster. He attacked my assistant. My God, my assistant has also become a monster. This is a virus, a contagion. The entire village is doomed. I must hide Xiaohu. He cannot. The diary abruptly ended, marred by a large blot of ink, rendering the subsequent text illegible. At the edge of the ink stains, a few fragmented, nearly indistinguishable words remained. "Potion of hope. The writing ceased abruptly, the edges of the paper frayed and torn. Chapter 55. You call this an elite? Qian closed the diary, a heavy weight settling in his chest. The diary's author was none other than the doctor of this clinic and the father of the child they had rescued, Xiao Hu. Everything within the diary intertwined with Xiao Hu's fragmented cries, vividly laying bare the sequence of events that had led to the village's destruction. Wang Fatsai muttered in sorrow, his plump face etched with empathy. So, Xiao Hu's father is. Qian placed a firm hand on his shoulder, interrupting his unfinished thought. Presumably, the refugee from the capital is the source of it all. His voice was low. He is the core boss of this dark realm. As he spoke, he retrieved the deep brown glass bottle from the inner pocket of his robe. The bottle felt icy against his palm, the viscous dark red liquid inside appearing particularly thick in the dim light, resembling congealed blood. The diary concluded with mentions of a potion and hope. Qian shook the bottle lightly, directing his gaze at Wang Fatsai. I suspect this is the last remnant left by that doctor in his desperation. But whether it is a cure or a poison remains uncertain. Wang Fatsai leaned closer to examine it, grimacing. Whatever it is, it's better than nothing. It could very well be the secret weapon to counter that boss. Qian said nothing, yet an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his heart tightly. This dark realm exuded an air of malevolence from beginning to end. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted without warning from the center of the village. Both Qian and Wang Fatsai jolted, instinctively dropping their belongings and turning sharply towards the source of the sound. In the village center, a massive cloud of dust billowed into the sky, forming a colossal gray mushroom cloud that completely obscured the already dim sky. Within the swirling smoke, a colossal shadow slowly began to rise from the ruins. It towered at least 5 meters high, dwarfing the small houses around it, which appeared as mere toys in comparison. Its surface was no longer the withered, waxy skin typical of ordinary undead, but was instead cloaked in a viscous black substance that flowed continuously. Its eyes, no longer the reddened hue of typical undead, glowed with eerie green flames, reminiscent of 2 ghostly lanterns, locking onto the clinic from hundreds of meters away. A roar erupted from the creature's throat, a sound capable of shattering eardrums, releasing a visible shockwave that swept across the entire village. The already shattered windows of the clinic could not withstand even a second, shattering into powder with a crisp crack and shower of glass shards. Mingled with the force of the blast, rushed into the room. Qian and Wang Fatsai instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. The sound ringing in their ears rendered them momentarily deaf, leaving their minds blank. Was this boss a bit too overpowered? This was still merely a small dark realm. With that roar, the previously silent village seemed to be infused with life, awakening in an instant. The eerie atmosphere surrounding the clinic suddenly shifted as several corpses, previously aimlessly wandering the streets, halted their movements. Stiffly, they turned, their hollow, bloodshot eyes fixated on the heart of the village, and then they began to march. 110, 100. More and more corpses emerged from the collapsed houses, dark alleys, and dry riverbeds. The cacophony of their footsteps and low growls converged from all directions, ultimately forming an unstoppable tide. A dark wave, exuding the stench of death, surged forth. At that moment, Qian's vision was met with the information panel of the colossal creature. Mutated corpse, elite, HP, 20,000. By the heavens, what an elite creature with 20,000 health points. Wang Fatsai exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Is this truly what you consider elite? Is it too late to run? Qian remained silent, his expression grave enough to drip water. The size, the aura, the sheer health points. This entity transcended his understanding of elite monsters. It was likely the core of this bizarre dark realm. He reached into his pocket, feeling the cold vial of potion, ensuring it was still there. Let us go, fatty. Qian spoke in a low voice, his tone imbued with an unyielding decisiveness. We must confront this behemoth. It is the final boss. Wang Fatsai took a deep breath. Although fear still lingered on his round face, he quickly regained composure, influenced by Qian's calm demeanor. He tightened his grip on the sturdy iron shield, nodding emphatically. All right, let us take it down. The pair did not linger any longer, carefully maneuvering from the clinic's back door, skirting along the shadows of the buildings, and hastening towards the ominous figure at the village center. Along the way, they were indeed met with more agitated corpses. These undead were more frenzied than those they had encountered before, howling and lunging at the two without a hint of defensive posturing. Fatty blocked the alley. Understood. Wang Fatsai roared, his massive figure charging forward, wedging a large iron shield firmly at the narrow entrance of an alley. The solid shield acted like a wall, sending 3 or 4 corpses crashing back, momentarily immobilized. In that critical instant, he expertly angled the shield to the left, exposing the vulnerable abdomen of one of the corpses. Flame Star. Qi Yin raised his staff, launching a fireball the size of a fist that whistled through the air, striking true. 1388. A vivid red damage number appeared, and the corpse could not even emit a second growl before being reduced to a pile of black dust in the flames. Experience 1. The notification chimed in Qi Yan's ear. Without a moment's pause, he remained intensely focused, mana surging within him. To the left, Wang Fatsai pivoted the shield, again knocking back another corpse, creating the perfect angle for Qi Yan to strike. Once more, he unleashed a flame star. 1402 Experience 1. The continuous notifications became the only glimmer within this symphony of death. Qi Yan felt his mana depleting at an alarming rate, yet his actions did not falter. Within mere minutes, they had cleared nearly 100 corpses from the alley, and Qi Yan's experience bar was visibly increasing. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Zhao Gang led his 5-member team of boundary breakers, engulfed in a desperate struggle. They stood back to back, surrounded by a relentless tide of corpses, forming a continuously compressing circle. What in the world is happening? No matter how many we cut down, they just keep coming. One team member gasped, swinging his battle axe. He had just felled 1 corpse when 2 more lunged at him, leaving deep claw marks on his arm. They exhibited no fear of attack, showing no defensive instincts, only relentless aggression. Another team member's blade had dulled, forcing him to rely solely on brute strength. Zhao Gang's face was pale. His lips cracked, yet he steadfastly held the front line. Each swing of his sword found its mark in the corpses' chests, but the monsters seemed impervious to pain. Unless they severed the head, there was no stopping their advance. He understood that these corpses were entirely different from the training dummies they practiced against. Their vitality was terrifyingly resilient, and their numbers seemed endless. Among the 5-member team, 3 had sustained varying degrees of injury, including a rookie named Shaoli, who had been impaled in the shoulder by a corpse's claw, blood staining half his body. Had it not been for a teammate's timely rescue, he would have been consumed by the horde. Their morale had plummeted, despair spreading through the ranks. "Captain, how much longer can we hold out?" a young team member asked, his voice trembling, his gaze beginning to wander. Zhao Gang did not respond. He merely fixed his gaze on the encroaching tide of corpses, filled with reluctance and despair. He realized that if things continued this way, they would inevitably be worn down and torn to shreds by these monsters. Is this how it ends for us? Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from the distance, sending a shiver down the spine of every present. An uncanny scene unfolded, all the corpses attacking them abruptly halted. Then, as if receiving a command, they abandoned their prey, stiffly turning to rush toward the village center. The once congested circle of encirclement instantly cleared. "Captain, what is happening?" The surviving team members exclaimed in bewilderment, gasping for breath. Zhao Gang observed the direction the corpses retreated, realizing with a jolt that the 2 rare classes were still alive. This commotion must be connected to them. He shouted, his excitement palpable. They are still alive. Far away, beneath the dome of the Holy Light Cathedral in Core City, the church appeared as humble as ever, even somewhat dilapidated, with walls bearing the scars of time. Pope Anders knelt before the faceless statue, engaged in his daily prayers. Suddenly, an ancient bracelet on his wrist glimmered faintly, projecting an urgent message. Upon reading the content, his usually gentle expression turned grave. His finger glided over the virtual screen, finally resting on 2 names, Donghai City Qi Yin, Virtual Realm Dark Chamber. He murmured softly, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickering in his wise, aged eyes. Simultaneously, at the Elemental Council, atop the soaring Mage Tower, Linya floated mid-air, her fingertips dancing with destructive elemental energy, constantly shifting forms as she engaged in intricate calculations. An urgent message abruptly interrupted her thoughts. She cast a brief glance, her icy demeanor remaining unperturbed. Has Qi Yin been drawn into the virtual realm's dark chamber? She mused quietly, before dismissing the thought. Yet, the once stable fire element at her fingertips flickered uncontrollably, emitting a soft pop as a wayward flame escaped. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai broke through the last two obstructing corpses. At the end of the alley lay the center of the village. Congratulations! You have reached LV4, gaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have reached LV4, gaining 5 free attribute points. 2 beams of upgrade light illuminated simultaneously before quickly dimming. Qi Yin didn't even glance. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality. He did not pause, stepping directly into the open space. In the next moment, both of their movements froze. The scene before Wang Fatsai left him momentarily breathless. In the heart of the village square, the ground had completely vanished, replaced instead by a colossal mound of flesh, composed of countless corpses stacked, pressed, and fused together. Arms, heads, and twisted torsos were entangled, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. At the pinnacle of this grotesque heap stood a figure nearly 5 meters tall. Its form was shrouded in a layer of flowing black substance, seemingly alive as it writhed slowly. This entity appeared to be absorbing the energy from the remnants beneath it, growing more oppressive with each intake. What on earth is this? Wang Fatsai's voice faltered. Qi Yin remained silent, his gaze fixated on the mutated corpse. The creature was drawing in energy. The monster was growing stronger. It must be interrupted. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, the towering figure atop the mound halted its absorption. Its disproportionately large head turned at an impossible angle, 180 degrees. Fixing its gaze on Qi Yin, 2 fist-sized orbs of eerie green flame ignited within its eye sockets, precisely locking onto Qi Yin, who was 100 meters away. A shrill shriek erupted from its mouth, the sound waves transforming into a tangible shockwave that swept across the square, stirring up dust and debris. Fatty go! Qi Yin barked. Coming. Wang Fatsai roared back, every muscle in his body tensing. Without an ounce of hesitation, he charged toward the mound of flesh, his massive iron shield raised before him, aimed directly at the exposed navel of the mutated corpse. Spirit of the shield, taste my shield. The mutated corpse bellowed in fury. Its enormous arm, thicker than Wang Fatsai's waist, swept toward him with a menacing gust. Wang Fatsai did not falter. Just as the arm was about to make contact, he let out a growl. Shield oath. A layer of earthy yellow, arc-shaped light shield flared to life upon the surface of his iron shield. Bang! The arm collided with the light shield, producing a dull thud. Wang Fatsai staggered slightly, but quickly regained his footing. At the same time, a dark silver mark, formed of gears and broken chains, flashed across the back of his exposed right arm. The steel mark had been activated. Chapter 57, Breaking the Rules. Elite Evolution. Now is the moment. Qi Yin's fingertips had already gathered a dark red fiery arrow. Flame Star. The arrow traced a straight fiery tail through the air, accurately targeting the navel of the mutated corpse, which was fully engrossed in Wang Fatsai's distraction. Boom! A vivid red 4-digit damage number erupted above the mutated corpse's head. It emitted a pained howl, its massive body swaying backward, interrupting its impending attack. An opportunity. Qi Yin did not hesitate. The second flame star was already in flight. However, this time, the mutated corpse was prepared. Its other arm swung down with greater speed, not to attack Wang Fatsai, but rather to swat the airborne flame star as one might swat a fly. The fireball exploded in its palm, resulting in a pitiful 3-digit damage number. The momentum of that arm continued unabated, sweeping toward Wang Fatsai, who was now perilously close. The speed of this strike was significantly faster than before. Wang Fatsai's pupils contracted. He executed a desperate roll to the side. Boom! The gigantic arm crashed down where Wang Fatsai had just stood, blasting the ground apart and sending dirt and rubble flying, creating a half-meter deep crater. Wang Fatsai scrambled to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. Yinzi, this creature can block. Its speed has increased. Qi Yin's expression darkened. The flame stars continued to fire, but the mutated corpse had learned. It shielded its navel with its massive arm, opting to absorb damage rather than allow Qi Yin a chance to strike its weakness. Damage numbers in the hundreds floated up. Even with the cumulative effect of the 10-layered burning soul mark, the total was barely over 200, a mere tickle against its 20,000 total health. This cannot continue. My magic is depleting rapidly. yet the damage dealt is negligible. Fatty, create another opportunity for me, Qian shouted. Understood. Wang Fatsai regained his composure, charging forward once more. This time, he circled the mutated corpse, using his shield to incessantly batter its legs, creating distractions. Frustrated by his antics, the mutated corpse abandoned its defensive stance, raising both arms like colossal hammers and bringing them down heavily toward Wang Fatsai's position. Wang Fatsai's shield oath had cooled down, allowing him to block another strike. This is the opening. Qian unleashed a magic-infused flame star. However, just as the fireball was about to strike the navel, the mutated corpse contorted its body in an astonishing manner. It used its shoulder to intercept the incoming flame star. Qian's heart sank. This creature learns and evolves during battle. It even anticipated my attack. Suddenly, the mutated corpse ceased its pursuit of Wang Fatsai. It raised one foot and stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! A visible shockwave radiated outward from its center, causing the ground to crack and the entire square to tremble. Watch out! Wang Fatsai bellowed, raising his shield and invoking the shield oath. Qian reacted even faster. Just as the shockwave was about to reach him, he activated his skill, Emberkun. Qian's body vanished from its original position, reappearing behind a pile of ruins 20 meters away. The spot he had occupied moments ago was left with a fiery phantom. The shockwave swept through the fiery illusion, dispersing it. However, the crisis was far from over. The mutated corpse's eerie green eyes had once again locked onto Qian's new position. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a dense stream of black energy that surged forth like a ray, hurtling toward Qian. The speed was too fast. Qian barely managed to roll aside. The energy beam struck the ruins where he had just been standing. Boom! Debris exploded, dust swirling. Qian was thrown by the force of the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Puffed. He spat out blood. Even without a direct hit, the residual shockwave inflicted significant damage. Worse still, crack. A faint sound akin to shattering glass emanated from Qian's robe pocket. His movements froze. Instinctively, he reached for the pocket, feeling something moist and sticky, along with several sharp shards of glass. The vial had shattered. In the next moment, a chaotic and malevolent energy, more turbulent than the aura of the Void Realm, erupted from Qian's torn pocket. That dark red energy surged forth like a shark sensing blood, rushing toward the mutated corpse with frenzied speed. Roar! The mutated corpse did not evade. Instead, it spread its arms wide, welcoming the energy. A sound of both agony and ecstasy emanated from its throat, filled with endless satisfaction. Its body began to swell at a visible rate, bones cracking audibly. The layer of flowing black substance on its surface thickened, resembling boiling tar. The green flames in its eyes surged, nearly bursting forth from their sockets. In Qian's vision, the monster's attributes panel refreshed frantically. Mutated corpse, leader, HP, 653, 950, 000. An elite had transformed into a leader. Its health had soared from 20,000 to 50,000. Qian gazed upon the towering monstrosity before him, now expanded to a staggering 7 meters, its terrifying aura rendering the very air heavy and suffocating. How could this be? An unexpected incident had transformed what was meant to be an elite creature into a formidable leader. This was inconceivable. Such power was not befitting of a mere level 110 minor dark realm entity. The words from his journal flashed vividly in his mind. The elixir of hope. He recalled the claw marks inscribed within its pages. Hope. A chilling wave surged from his spine to the crown of his head. The creature before him was likely not the intruder, but rather that doctor. The potion, which he felt bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy of the virtual realm, was likely the essence extracted from the intruder itself. Yanzi. Wang Fatsai's exclamation jolted Qian from his stupor. What was that thing? No. We have made a grave mistake. He observed the evolved leader-level boss, feeling the overwhelming pressure it exuded, a sense of despair gripping his heart with unprecedented clarity. It was over. The mutated zombie slowly lowered its head, its eyes ablaze with a sinister green flame, once again fixed upon Qian. This time, its gaze was no longer mere observation, but rather that of a predator stalking its prey. It opened its maw, not to roar, but to unleash a concentrated beam of green energy aimed directly at the fallen Qian. In a moment of dire urgency, the beam shot forth, imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtling straight towards him. Chapter 58, Renforcement arrive. The residual flames of his decoy were still cooling. At this distance, with this velocity, Qian's body was incapable of evading effectively. Yanzi, Wang Fatsai's roar echoed throughout the square. Out of the corner of his eye, Qian spotted the robust silhouette surging towards him with a speed that belied its size. Wang Fatsai's face was etched with urgency and ferocity. By my name, I vow to share your pain. The Guardian Oath. Wang Fatsai's incantation escaped his lips as he charged into the trajectory of the energy beam, unwavering in his resolve. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Qian could see the veins protruding from Wang Fatsai's forehead and the flush of exertion in his determined eyes. Just before the energy beam consumed all, Wang Fatsai's form boldly intersected its path. He spread his legs, lowered his body, and presented his battle-scarred iron shield before him. Shield Oath. A layer of earthy light enveloped the shield's surface, forming a curved barrier. Boom! The green energy beam collided with the yellowish shield. There was no explosion, only a resounding thud that reverberated painfully in their ears. A shockwave erupted outward, lifting all debris and dust from the ground. Wang Fatsai's muscles tensed, gritting his teeth against the force. The iron shield before him emitted a resonant hum as its durability plummeted from 79 to 70. His chubby face flushed crimson, every muscle straining against the onslaught. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet the fire in his eyes remained undiminished. The beam dissipated. Wang Fatsai panted heavily, his chest heaving. Ignoring the ache in his body, his gaze locked onto the mutated zombie. It was powerful, but it would not advance another step. Qian coughed up a mouthful of blood, the pain in his chest a stark reminder of his recent peril. He surveyed the surroundings, witnessing Wang Fatsai's stance, and an intense resolve flickered in his eyes. The mutated zombie, realizing its attack had failed, let out a roar and propelled its massive body towards the two, raising its arms to strike. "Fatty, get out of the way!" Qian shouted, his fingers moving swiftly to launch two fire stars. One after the other, they struck the mutated zombie's arms. Damage numbers flashed. 206, 197. The impact of the fire stars momentarily slowed the creature, granting Wang Fatsai precious time to react. Instead of retreating, Wang Fatsai charged forward, colliding with the mutated zombie. He did not evade. Instead, he used the shockwave from successfully blocking with his sturdy iron shield to slam into the creature's legs. The hulking figure of the mutated zombie wobbled, its balance disrupted. In that fleeting moment, Qian seized the opportunity, conjuring another fire star infused with 10 points of magical energy, which soared through the air with a resounding whoosh. Boom! 4,130. A colossal damage number materialized above the mutated zombie's head. It let out a pained howl, its body tilting backward, its impending attack thwarted. For the first time since the battle commenced, the mutated zombie had suffered such significant damage. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Shao Gong, leading a squad of 5, had arrived. They beheld the 7-meter-tall, mutated zombie and the battling Qian and Wang Fatsai, halting in their tracks. Zhao Gang's face turned pale, and his teammates' eyes were wide with shock. Zhao Gang was the first to regain his composure, shouting for his team to act. Quickly, split up and attack. Warriors, hold it down. Archers distract. Priests heal. He and another warrior surged from the side, weapons drawn to engage the mutated zombie. A priest, while running, cast a healing spell on Qian, green orbs shimmering around him. The two archers also drew their bows, arrows flying toward the mutated zombie. Qian felt the warm flow of the healing spell, alleviating the pain in his chest and revitalizing his spirit. Qian immediately shouted, "Attack its belly button." That is its energy core. Though Zhao Gang's squad lacked high attack power, they had undergone specialized training as boundary breakers. Even though 4 of them had yet to be recognized, their teamwork was commendable. Zhao Gang unleashed a piercing strike, applying a debuff to the mutated zombie, slicing through its outer layer. The 2 archers' ensnaring arrows struck the creature's legs, momentarily hindering its movement and drawing some of its attention, allowing Qian and Wang Fatsai a brief respite. Wang Fatsai's iron mark had been activated to its limit after numerous defenses and attacks. The dark silver mark, composed of gears and broken chains, now glowed brilliantly, radiating power. Seizing the moment, Qi Yan unleashed a flurry of fire stars, targeting the mutated zombie's belly button. The creature reacted swiftly, using its arms to block, deflecting the fire stars and minimizing damage. Qi Yan's magical energy was dwindling, having fallen from over 800 to below 300. This could not continue. He hastily retrieved a magical potion from his pocket and consumed it. He knew that the mutated zombie still had nearly 40,000 health points remaining, and if they continued to exhaust their magic, they would be rendered powerless and perish here. You all keep it occupied. Warriors, maintain your armor-piercing attacks. Qi Yan shouted loudly, directing his gaze towards Wang Fatsai, his eyes filled with inquiry. Wang Fatsai immediately understood, aware of the question lingering in Qi Yan's mind. The silvery glow of the chain mark on his right arm shimmered more brilliantly at this moment. Yanzi, Wang Fatsai roared, his massive form charging once again towards the mutated corpse. His muscles tensed as he collided with the mutated being, raising his sturdy iron shield above his head at that instant. With a resounding crash, the gigantic figure of the mutated corpse staggered backward 2 steps from the impact. Chapter 59, Iron Barrier. Weakness penetrated. Wang Fatsai held steadfast at the forefront as the mutated corpse's mountainous arms swung down wildly, each strike causing the ground to tremble. Shield oath, Wang Fatsai bellowed, a flash of earthy yellow light passing over his shield. The heavy thuds of impact resonated continuously, and the ground beneath him was forcibly pressed into 2 shallow pits. Yet his robust physique remained unwavering. Sweat beaded on his brow, splashing onto the earth. With the steel marks fully stacked, he became an immovable mountain. The mutated corpse seemed unable to comprehend how this diminutive human could withstand its assaults without budging. It ceased its fruitless strikes, suddenly opening its gaping maw as a denser black energy began to coalesce than ever before. It's that ray attack. Qi Yan's voice echoed from behind, tinged with urgency. Wang Fatsai did not turn back, yet he grasped Qi Yan's intent. He dug his feet deeper, leaning forward, channeling all his might into the sturdy iron shield before him. Go! Zhao Gang and another warrior seized the opportunity, launching a simultaneous charge from either side, crashing into the knees of the mutated corpse. The dull sounds of their weapons striking left only 2 faint white marks on the monster's legs. But the tremendous force still caused the mutated corpse's body to sway slightly. The energy it had been gathering faltered momentarily. Good chance. The 2 archers, sharing an understanding, released their arrows simultaneously. This time, the arrows targeted not the legs, but the mutated corpse's glowing emerald eyes. Both arrows struck true, although the damage was negligible. The insult was profound. The mutated corpse was thoroughly enraged, abandoning its energy lock on Wang Fatsai to unleash a deafening roar, sending a visible sound wave rippling outward. Zhao Gang and his companions were thrown back by the shockwave, barely managing to stand. Only Wang Fatsai remained steadfast amidst the turmoil. The wrath of the mutated corpse was once again firmly redirected towards him. It forsook all other targets, its colossal arms swinging recklessly and without restraint towards Wang Fatsai. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of impacts melded into a cacophony, and the earthy yellow shield summoned by Wang Fatsai shattered upon contact. Quick-witted, the priest conjured a golden shield just in time to envelop Wang Fatsai. The golden shield illuminated, barely absorbing the subsequent onslaught from the mutated corpse. Yet its brilliance rapidly dimmed at a visible pace. How much longer can you hold on, fatty? Qi Yan's voice reached from behind. Rest assured, Yanzi, Wang Fatsai's voice, muffled through the shield, retained its strength. I am unscathed. Qi Yan involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. At such a critical moment, this fellow still had the gall to jest. Nevertheless, the tension in his heart eased slightly. He glanced at Wang Fatsai's condition. The complete silver chain mark on his right arm glimmered, indicating that the steel mark was fully stacked. At this moment, Wang Fatsai not only had maximum damage reduction, but was also immune to all forms of control. Indeed, he was an unyielding mountain, captain of the breakers. Qi Yan did not turn back, yet his voice rang clear. The mutated corpse's hatred is all directed at Fatty. Find a way to force it to reveal its weakness. Understood. Zhao Gang responded without hesitation. Having witnessed Wang Fatsai's extraordinary defensive capabilities and Qi Yan's astonishing damage output, he harbored no traces of contempt, only complete trust. Lu, follow me, Zhao Gang shouted, charging alongside another warrior once more from the side. At that moment, all the mutated corpse's attention was fixated on Wang Fatsai, and it merely waved dismissively at the two troublesome pests beside it. Zhao Gang ducked just in time to evade a sweeping attack, his longsword slicing across the mutated corpse's calf. A dark red status icon flashed beneath the mutated corpse's health bar, indicating a successful armor break. Well done, Qian praised. He sensed the opportunity had arrived. Archers, target its eyes, do not allow it to lock on a fatty. Priest, be ready to heal. Keep fatty's health up. Qian's commands flowed, one after another, clear and resolute. The members of Zhao Gang's team instinctively obeyed, and the two archers adjusted their aim, abandoning damage output to relentlessly assault the mutated corpse's eye sockets with arrows. The mutated corpse grew increasingly vexed, its emerald flames flickering erratically. It finally broke its focus from grappling with Wang Fatsai, raising an arm to swat away the bothersome arrows. In that fleeting moment, as it turned its massive body to attack the archers, the heavily protected navel became exposed once more to Qian's view. The opening lasted less than a second. Qian's mental focus was razor-sharp, and magic surged within him. He did not hesitate, directly pouring 10 points of additional magic into the already prepared yinxing. The fiery star traced a crimson arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, accurately aiming at the revealed energy core. Boom! A staggering damage number erupted from above the mutated corpse's head. Ah! The mutated corpse emitted a wail so mournful it seemed inhuman, staggering backward 2 steps, nearly losing its balance. Effective. Everyone's spirits surged. This damage number served as a potent stimulant for all present. We can win. One of the young archers in Zhao Gang's team exclaimed with excitement. Do not lose focus. Qian's voice was icy. Fatty, brace for impact. No sooner had he spoken than the mutated corpse steadied itself. It ceased its roaring, slowly lowering its head, its emerald flames fixated on Qian. No longer merely furious, but infused with pain, malice, and a chilling murderous intent. The black substance rippling across its surface began to churn violently, akin to boiling tar. In the next instant, it thrust its arms skyward before crashing them down heavily onto the ground. Boom! A shockwave of greater magnitude and wider reach than before radiated outward from its center. The ground cracked inch by inch. Countless fragments of stone were hurled high into the air. Shield Oath. Chapter 60. Teamwork. Wang Fatsai's reaction was instantaneous. The moment Qian's voice rang out, he had already raised his shield. The earthy yellow shield glowed once more. The shockwave slammed against the shield with a thunderous roar. Thud! The earth beneath Wang Fatsai's feet fractured immediately, yet his robust form merely sank slightly, not wavering in the least. The 5 layers of steel marks converged into an unbreakable silver chain imprint, shimmering with indomitable brilliance on the back of his hand, rendering him immune to all knockback and control effects associated with the shockwave. He endured. However, the team led by Zhao Gang, known as the Overrun, was not as fortunate. Despite Wang Fatsai's immediate use of Shield Oath to absorb the primary attack and their prompt defensive stance, the shockwave still hurled them away. With a resounding crash, they landed like discarded sacks several meters away in the ruins, their heavy armor clanging against the ground, producing a cacophony of harsh sounds, leaving them dazed and struggling to rise. Even the priest, who had been positioned in the safest spot at the back, was caught off guard by the residual force, momentarily stunned and forgetting his purpose. The formation collapsed in an instant. Oh no! Zhao Gang was the first to struggle out of the rubble, shaking his groggy head and witnessing his team in disarray, causing his heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, the target of the mutated corpse was never them. From the very beginning, they were merely nuisances. At the moment the shockwave was released, its enormous body, defying logic, erupted with a speed that belied its size, transforming into a black blur as it charged directly towards Qian, its eyes glowing with an eerie green flame, fixated on the human who was continuously unleashing lethal fire. It had learned in battle to discern who posed the greatest threat to it. Qian, be cautious! Wang Fatsai shouted in alarm, seeing the mutated corpse completely disregard him as it barreled toward Qian. He was desperate to intercept, but the boss's explosive speed was far too swift for a heavily armored defender like him to catch up. Qian's expression remained impassive. He had anticipated this scenario. The creature's demonstrated learning ability had led him to realize from the outset that he could not rely on the same tactics to whittle it down. Just as the foul-smelling giant claw was about to strike his face, Qian's body erupted into a blaze of dark red flames, vanishing from sight. A decoy of residual fire. 20 meters away, on the opposite side of the square, Qian's form coalesced once more amidst the flames. Yet this time, the mutated corpse was not fooled again. It paid no heed to the fiery illusion left behind and abruptly twisted its massive form, its toes gouging deep furrows into the stone ground, altering its charge's trajectory to lock on a Qian's newly emerged position. Its capacity to learn, adapt, and evolve in battle had reached a chilling level. Incredible! It even has a lock-on feature? This is never-ending. Qian cursed inwardly, yet dared not pause. Swiftly maneuvering around the ruins in a rapid retreat. As he ran, he shot basic fire arrows behind him without looking back, aiming at the mutated corpse's calves and knee joints. Damage numbers in the hundreds continued to emerge. For a boss with a total health pool of 50,000, this damage was negligible, merely a tickle. However, Qian's intention was not to inflict harm, but to distract and delay. After circling the ruins, the heavy footsteps and the rush of wind pursued him relentlessly, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as Qian felt he might be caught, a robust figure finally charged in from the side. "Halt, you glutton!" Wang Fatsai roared, delivering a shield bash imbued with shockwave effects that struck the outer thigh of the mutated corpse. The immense force abruptly interrupted its pursuit, causing the creature to stagger momentarily into a state of dizziness for a second. In that brief window, Zhao Gang and the others finally recovered from their disorientation, hastily regrouping. "Continue the fight." Zhao Gang's voice rang out, his tone resolute as he wiped the dust from his face. Although he had been rattled, the heavy armor had prevented any significant injuries. "Understood." Qian responded promptly, issuing rapid commands. "Archers, target its leg joints. Warriors, keep applying armor break. Do not cease." Wang Fatsai, maintain aggro. The strategy was once again clear. "Dare to ignore me." Wang Fatsai fumed as he noticed the mutated corpse recovering from its daze, its green eyes still glancing toward Qian. His fury ignited. He swung his shield down forcefully towards the creature's toes. This strike was deeply insulting. The mutated corpse's eyes flickered between Qian and Wang Fatsai, weighing its options. Ultimately, it chose to abandon its pursuit of Qian, unleashing a roar of frustration as it turned to face Wang Fatsai. The battle resumed its familiar rhythm. Wang Fatsai stood as a mobile fortress, enduring the torrential onslaught of the mutated corpse. Utilizing the short cooldown of Shield Oath, the golden shield provided by the priest, and his own relatively agile dodges, he surprisingly managed to withstand the relentless assault of the boss, sustaining minimal actual injuries. Zhao Gang and his warrior companions moved like the most agile hounds, continuously flanking the mutated corpse, seizing every opportunity to apply armor break and ensuring Qian's crucial attacks dealt maximum damage. The archers, having learned their lesson, no longer remained stationary, but instead moved dynamically, launching arrows from various angles to harass the creature's eyes and joints. Although the damage was low, it significantly hindered the boss's movements. Meanwhile, Qian exhibited an unusual restraint, refraining from firing off flames. Chapter 61. Dual Core Eruption. Qian ceased his incessant firing of fire arrows, redirecting his focus toward observation, seeking opportunities, and conserving mana. His magical energy had been severely depleted in the earlier skirmish, and even after consuming a potion, he was far from rejuvenated. Each strike he unleashed was executed with precision. Each attack was perfectly timed. Time dragged on in this tense and exhausting tug-of-war, each second stretching out. The mutated corpse's remaining health of over 30,000 steadily diminished under the tireless onslaught of the group. 25,000, 20,000, 15,000. When its health finally dipped below 10,000, everyone felt a palpable shift. The creature's attacks became more frenzied and reckless than ever before. It seemed to abandon reasoning and defense, its mountain-like arms swinging wildly, smashing the ground and targeting Wang Fatsai, attempting to crush these bothersome insects in a pulp with sheer primal force. The pressure on Wang Fatsai surged exponentially. With a thunderous crash, A blow from the mutated corpse's massive arm struck his shield before he could activate Shield Oath. A vivid red damage number appeared above Wang Fatsai's head for the first time, marking his genuine injury. Priest, keep up the healing. Qi Yan's voice, strained from prolonged concentration, had grown hoarse. The intensity of the battle was a significant strain on his mental fortitude, causing a throbbing pain in his temples. I cannot hold on. My mana is nearly exhausted. The diligent priest providing support finally voiced his anxiety from the back. As an auxiliary class, his overall magical capacity was inherently limited. The incessant casting of healing spells and protective shields had already pushed him to the brink of exhaustion, with his mana reserves nearly depleted. I still have one. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gang swiftly retrieved the last blue potion from his backpack and tossed it to the priest behind him. This was the final stock of their 5-member team. Everyone's hearts raced, the atmosphere thick with tension. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Fatty, this is a gamble on our lives. Qi Yan, observing the mutated corpse's health plummet to just above 9,000, felt a surge of determination. There could be no further delay. Prolonging the battle would surely lead to their demise. Understood. Wang Fatsai's voice held not a trace of hesitation. Instead of adopting a passive defense, he boldly stepped forward to meet the mutated corpse's descending arm with an enraged roar. In my name, I vow to share your pain. Guardian's Oath. The ethereal image of a shield manifested around both Qi Yan and Wang Fatsai. In an astonishing act, Wang Fatsai made a move that left Zhao Gang and the others in disbelief. He relinquished his guard, allowing the monstrous arm, thicker than his waist, to crash down upon his shield. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining the ground before him. The earthy shield that had just materialized, along with the golden shield cast by the priest, shattered upon contact like fragile glass. Wang Fatsai endured the blow to create a fleeting window of opportunity for Qi Yan. The mutated corpse, thrown off balance by the force of the strike, leaned forward, exposing its vulnerable navel, the core of its being, completely unguarded in Qi Yan's line of sight. Opportunity. Fatty. Strike. Qi Yan's voice resonated almost in tandem with the sound of Wang Fatsai's blood spilling. A dark red flame arrow, meticulously formed at his fingertips, was unleashed in an instant. Let that bastard die. Wang Fatsai, bloodied and breathless, unleashed a hoarse shout filled with fury. The dark red flame, propelled by his anguished roar, tore through the air with a deathly wail, striking true at the now exposed weakness of the mutated corpse. Simultaneously, a brilliant silver light radiated from the ironclad markings on Wang Fatsai's arm gripping the shield. A visible arc of blade light flashed with the swing of his shield, delivering a brutal slash between the mutated corpse's torso and abdomen. Finishing blow. In the next instant, 2 terrifyingly vivid red damage numbers leapt above the mutated corpse, obscuring everyone's view. The creature's anguished howl morphed from a roar into a piercing wail, a cacophony of suffering and malice that threatened to shatter eardrums. The massive body of the mutated corpse convulsed violently, as if an unseen hand had seized its heart before it jerked back and collapsed heavily onto the ground. The entire plaza trembled, enveloped in a cloud of dust. The once vulnerable navel had transformed into a deep, charred cavity, oozing green pus and emitting a nauseating stench of burnt flesh. The dust settled, and the reverberations from the colossal body continued to echo beneath their feet. A deathly silence blanketed the square, with all holding their breaths, fixated on the fallen behemoth. Incredible. The youngest archer in Zhao Gang's team could no longer contain his excitement. Breaking the stillness with a shout, this outburst acted as a switch, unleashing a wave of relief and exhaustion that swept over everyone. One by one, Zhao Gang and his teammates collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the heavy clang of armor echoing against the earth. We really did it. Qi Yan leaned on his knee, his chest heaving, the prolonged focus leaving him with a throbbing headache. He turned his gaze to Wang Fatsai, who was also leaning on his shield, drenched in blood. In each other's disheveled appearance, they found a shared emotion of fatigue and relief. Bah! Wang Fatsai spat out a mouthful of dark red blood mixed with foam, then grinned broadly, revealing blood-stained teeth. Yinzi, we really are amazing. His voice, though hoarse, carried a triumphant spirit. I might be a bit more amazing. Qi Yan chuckled back, teasing him. You still fall short compared to me. Screw you. Wang Fatsai retorted with a laugh, wincing at the pain in his chest. That hurt like hell. It feels like my bones are breaking. Chapter 62. What? No loot from the boss. A shrill, discordant wail erupted from the place where the mutated corpse had collapsed. The sound was not one that a living creature could produce. It resembled metal being forcibly torn apart, a piercing noise that assaulted their eardrums. The sense of relief on the faces of Zhao Gang and his companions solidified into a tense wariness, instinctively gripping their weapons as they turned towards the massive corpse. Qian furrowed his brow, his mental faculties on high alert. Is it reanimating? Or is there a second phase? Damn it, is this never-ending? Under their astonished gazes, the enormous corpse began to deflate with an almost unnatural speed, like a punctured balloon. The writhing black matter that constituted its body was peeling away, disintegrating into pure black ash. A gentle breeze from the void swept through, whisking the ash away, leaving no trace behind. The entire process unfolded at an astonishing pace. In mere breaths, the once imposing leader-class monster had vanished. Literally, smoke and mirrors. Is it really gone? The young archer murmured in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. What? A leader-class monster, just like that? No new drops. Wang Fatsai's shout shattered the eerie silence. His round face was painted with incredulity, and disregarding the searing pain in his chest, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards the spot where the mutated corpse had disappeared. This guy. His mind is only on loot and materials. Qian internally scoffed, but followed suit, curiosity piqued. It was indeed puzzling. A leader-class boss defeated without so much as a scrap to show for it. This defied logic. As they reached the center of where the mutated corpse had once lain, Wang Fatsai prepared to use his foot to sift through the pile of ashes, searching for any hidden treasures. Don't move. Qian grabbed him firmly. Upon the pure black ashes lay a small object, palm-sized and enveloped in a faint aura of void energy, remaining intact. It was a photograph. Qian frowned and approached, bending down to pick it up. The photograph was remarkably well-preserved, with not a single crease on its edges. It depicted a couple with gentle faces, exuding an air of scholarly warmth, smiling blissfully. In their embrace was a small boy of around 5 or 6 years, grinning innocently, revealing 2 tiny canine teeth. The boy's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaohu. Wang Fatsai scratched his head, the resentment on his face swiftly replaced by a profound confusion. Zhao Gang and others gathered around him, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment at the scene depicted in the photograph. Qian handed the picture to Wang Fatsai, his voice tinged with a weary finality as he felt a throbbing pain at his temples. The diary's owner, the doctor couple of this clinic, were none other than Xiaohu's parents. Qian paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing. They had endeavored to create an antidote to save the village afflicted by the energies of the virtual realm. But ultimately, they had failed, becoming part of the catastrophe themselves. He cast a glance at the pile of ashes that had completely dissipated. The so-called mutated corpses were likely manifestations of this couple and other villagers, their consciousness and flesh twisted together under the insidious influence of the virtual energy. Regarding the vial of potion I inadvertently shattered earlier, Qian's voice lowered further. It was likely the most concentrated essence of the virtual energy extracted from outsiders. The diary referred to it as hope, perhaps because they had glimpsed some possibility before losing complete control, but had no time to validate it. Qian chose not to elaborate further, yet everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. That was not hope. It was the wellspring of despair. Silence enveloped the group. After a considerable time, Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, stepped forward, adjusted his battered and scarred armor, and solemnly performed a military salute, a standard gesture of the Breakers. I am Zhao Gang, captain of the Breaker Squad from Donghai City, here to provide support. His voice rang out, resonating with genuine respect. Qian, I have profound admiration for your composure and wisdom. The 4 team members behind him stood upright, casting admiring and grateful gazes toward Qian and Wang Fatsai. Without the unexpected intervention of these 2 students, their squad would likely have faced total annihilation here. Qian, taken aback by Zhao Gang's unexpected formality, managed only a nod in return, feeling somewhat awkward in such a situation. He quickly turned away, directing his gaze toward the depths of the village, towards the direction of the table and chairs they had used to block the cellar entrance. Before we leave, we must attend to one last matter. He stepped toward that direction. Wang Fatsai, who had been following closely, caught his faint words. Fatty, prepare yourself mentally. Huh? Prepare for what? Wang Fatsai was filled with questions. Perplexed by the cryptic remark, Qi Yan did not respond, his silhouette appearing somewhat burdened. Observing Qi Yan's demeanor, Wang Fatsai pondered but ultimately swallowed his inquiries, closely trailing behind. Qi Yan's state indicated that something significant was afoot. The two quickly returned to the entrance of the cellar. The table and chairs blocking the door were still askew. Let me. Wang Fatsai hurriedly stepped forward, moving the heavy wooden table aside, revealing the dark entrance of the cellar. He cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted down into the cellar. Xiaohu, the monstrous beings outside have been driven away. It's safe now, come out. His voice echoed through the desolate village, resonating loudly. The only response was the mournful sound of the wind sweeping through the crumbling ruins. Silence. A profound silence. Wang Fatsai's smile gradually froze. A strong sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Xiaohu, he tentatively called out again, his voice trembling with an unrecognized fear. Still, there was no response. Impossible. Wang Fatsai's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth, as if to confirm something or to shatter the ominous silence. He reached out and grasped the heavy wooden board covering the cellar entrance. With a creak, the board was forcefully lifted. Boom! Chapter 63. A perfect conclusion area announcement. A pungent stench, a blend of dust, mildew, and decayed wood, surged forth as the board was lifted, causing Wang Fatsai to stagger back, coughing violently. Qi Yan stood silently behind him, not uttering a word. Once Wang Fatsai regained his composure, he eagerly leaned forward to peer inside. The cellar was empty. There was no sign of the timid boy, no glimmer of hope in his eyes. Only in the farthest corner lay a small, curled-up corpse, quietly resting. The clothing on the body had long since decayed, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to the bones. The skeletal remains were desiccated, presenting a pallid gray, as if they had been in eternal slumber for countless ages. Wang Fatsai was frozen in place. He stood motionless at the cellar's entrance, staring blankly at the tiny skeleton. Anticipation, joy, and the desire for recognition. Every complex emotion crystallized in that moment, only to shatter like glass under a heavy blow, leaving behind an abyss of confusion and emptiness. A gentle hand rested on his rigid shoulder. Qi Yan's voice was soft, wary of disturbing the tranquility below. This is Xiaohu. Wang Fatsai's body jolted. What we saw earlier, Qi Yan continued to explain, was merely a manifestation of his intense obsession, an echo left in this unique environment of the virtual realm. This village has likely been obliterated for a very long time. Wang Fatsai fell silent. The usually boisterous man, who would joke even in dire situations, was now utterly speechless. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Silently, he leapt into the nearly 2-meter-deep cellar. With a dull thud, he landed firmly, stirring up a cloud of dust. He said nothing more. He walked to the corner, slowly crouching down, clumsily and somewhat frantically removing his sweat-soaked and blood-stained undershirt. Then, extending his trembling hands, he gently gathered the tiny skeletal remains, wrapping them tenderly in his clothing. He cradled the bundled remains close to his chest before turning to face the cellar's entrance. Zhao Gang and the others had quietly approached, standing at the entrance, observing the unfolding scene, each face etched with a tapestry of complex emotions. Qi Yan felt a knot in his heart. He watched as Wang Fatsai emerged, cradling the small bundle in silence, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a serene gravity. The group returned to the village's center, standing before the pile of black ashes. With delicate care, Wang Fatsai placed the bundle he held into the ashes. Qi Yan stepped forward, gently placing the family portrait into the folds of the bundle, allowing the family captured in the photograph to reunite in this manner. No words were spoken. Together, they knelt silently, using their hands to scoop earth mixed with ashes, recovering the small grave they had formed. As the final touches were placed upon the mound, the dark sky of the virtual realm above them suddenly erupted with spiderweb-like cracks. The ground began to tremble violently, collapsing beneath their feet into the void. A radiant golden beam of light, unprecedented in its brilliance, burst forth from the fractured heavens above, enveloping Qi Yan, Wang Fatsai, and the entire Zhao Gang squad in its warm, sanctified glow, dispelling all exhaustion and pain. Before Qi Yan and Wang Fatsai, a flurry of system notifications cascaded across their screens. Congratulations on successfully clearing the special small-scale virtual realm, the Weeping Solitary Village, with your teammate Wang Fatsai. The settlement of the challenge is currently underway, and it has been completed. The final hidden task of peace has been fulfilled, and the ultimate rewards have been adjusted accordingly. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS perfection, experience reward, 500. All basic attributes increased by 5. Acquire proficiency points in free skills, 20,000. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 brilliant beams of golden light shot skyward from Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai. Congratulations on your level increase. Current level, LV5. Congratulations on your level increase. Current level, LV6. Congratulations on your level increase. Current level, LV7. Acquired special item, Dark Realm Core, Crying Lonely Village, X1. Acquired special reward, Skill Rune, X1. Acquired hidden reward, Blessing of the Little Tiger, X1. A series of notifications left Qi Yin in a daze. He instinctively reached out, and a plain red string necklace appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, Wang Fa Kai held a necklace that looked identical, in stark contrast to the golden notifications that flooded the screens of Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai. The rewards for Zhao Gang's team seemed rather modest. They received only experience rewards, barely allowing Zhao Gang to level up from LV8 to LV9. At that moment, the 5 of them stood as if petrified, their mouths agape, staring blankly at the 3 consecutive flashes of golden light from Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai, utterly entranced. Leveling up 3 times in a row, the young archer murmured, his voice trembling. From LV4 to a direct jump to LV7, Zhao Gang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Is this the reward for an SSS-rated perfect evaluation? Our 5-man team fought tooth and nail, yet we barely got a whiff of the flavor. The disparity between people is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, all awakened practitioners of the Tianqi system received a regional announcement from the highest authority of the system simultaneously. Donghai City announcement. Congratulations to novice practitioners Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai for successfully clearing the special small-scale virtual realm of Crying Lonely Village, with a contribution ratio of 90 and a final evaluation of SSS. This announcement is made to commend their achievement. In the logistics headquarters, Guozheng looked at the golden announcement that popped up on his terminal, his astonishment rapidly transforming into uncontrollable joy. He slammed his hand on the table, leaping from his chair, and shouted excitedly. They made it out alive. SSS. It's SSS level. I won my bet. At the perimeter of the No. 3-mine security line, the captain of the breaker team, Li Weigua, dropped the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth with a thud, oblivious to it. He stared intently at every word on the screen, as if struck by lightning. Murmuring to himself, 2 newcomers cleared the anomaly-level Dark Realm with a contribution ratio of 90 SSS. Within the Rift monitoring station, Deputy Station Master Zhou Hai slumped into his chair, cold sweat mingling with tears of joy on his forehead, knowing that his life had been spared. In the Adventurers Guild of Donghai City, President Shui Zhendong paused for a second while pouring tea as the announcement appeared. He set down the teacup and rose to gaze in the direction of the number 3 mine. Are you truly the prodigy, or can you be considered hope? In a high-end training room at Donghai City number 2 High School, Tao Bo Lin, towering at 9 meters, was vigorously punching a heavy bag, drenched in sweat. The notification on his wristband momentarily froze his movements. He looked at the 2 familiar, yet unfamiliar names, then glanced at his character panel. His dark face showed no emotion, yet he silently increased the force of his punches. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, on Byte's platform, an account named War God. Your Tao Ge began to flood the screen with exaggerated fonts. What the hell? Are they human? They've only awakened for such a short time and already entered the Dark Realm and cleared it with SSS? At Donghai City number 3 High School's training ground, Lin Feng had just finished a set of extreme weighted squats, his hair soaked in sweat. He glanced at the golden announcement on his wristband, frozen in place. Did they take a leave to engage in real combat? And they cleared a Dark Realm? In the teacher's office of Donghai City number 3 High School, Wu Shijie and Zhang Diyu exchanged a glance, recognizing extreme shock and elation in each other's eyes. The next second, Wu Shijie's powerful roar echoed through the entire floor. Qiyan, Wing Fachai. How in the world did these two youngsters enter the virtual realm's dark realm. At the boundary between the virtual realm and reality, as the golden light faded, the surrounding scenery spun dizzyingly. The shattered village vanished, replaced by the familiar ruins outside the number 3 mine. The shrill sound of alarms and the cacophony of voices surged into their ears. They have emerged. Chapter 64. The Iron Fist of Love from the Homeroom Teacher. They have emerged. This shout shattered the silence that had enveloped the area due to the regional announcement, causing a sudden uproar. Everyone momentarily paused, their gazes converging on the 7 individuals who had just appeared, especially on Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai, who stood at the forefront. The captain of the breaker team, Li Weiguo, dropped the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth, oblivious to it. He stared at the glaring contribution ratio of 90 on his system panel, then at the 2 dirt-covered, blood-stained, youthful boys before him, a profound sense of absurdity and reverence intertwining, shaking the very foundations of his worldview. 2 newcomers cleared the anomaly-level dark realm with an SSS evaluation. This combat strength, and you call the newcomers? Attention, everyone. Li Weiguo snapped back to reality, bellowing a command. Shut down alarms. Priest, step forward to heal. Everyone else, from a perimeter of 50 meters around me, and set up a security line. He strode purposefully towards the 7 individuals, ignoring the Zhao gang team beside him, and rendered a formal salute to Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai. I am Li Weiguo, the captain of the breakers in Donghai City. Thank you for your contributions. The gazes of all the breakers towards Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai shifted, filled with pure respect and gratitude. A quiet temporary rest area was swiftly isolated. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. A breaker priest hurried forward, waving his staff, and warm golden light enveloped the group. Wing Fa Chai, feeling the surge of power from his rapid 3-level increase, opened his mouth wide, about to burst into laughter. Wow, Yinzi, 3 levels in a row. Smack. Qi Yin swiftly slapped him on the back of his head. Quiet down. He was exhausted himself, his head throbbing, with no energy to listen to this chatterbox. Wang Fa Kai, feeling aggrieved, rubbed the back of his head but obediently closed his mouth, ignoring the commotion around him. Qi Yin promptly opened his space backpack to swiftly check his spoils from this endeavor. He first picked up the plain, red string necklace. Name, Blessing of the Little Tiger quality, superior type, necklace equipment requirement, Qi Yin attributes, spirit 25, stamina 5 enchantment, magic absorption, when your spell attacks hit the enemy. It will restore 1 magic point to you. Remark, thank you, big brother. This note touched a tender spot within Qi Yin's heart. The blessing of the little tiger. He whispered, steadying himself. He donned the necklace without hesitation. A refreshing sensation surged from his chest, instantly dispelling much of his mental fatigue. The spirit attribute on his panel also increased significantly. Next, he turned to the attribute points. Upon ascending 3 levels, Qi Yin acquired a total of 15 free attribute points, in addition to the 5 foundational attribute points granted by his SSS rating reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated all his free points to his spirit attribute, resulting in spirit 30515550. Just as he completed this allocation, a system notification appeared. Detected that your spirit attribute has reached 50 points, hitting the attribute cap. Please complete the spirit-specific breakthrough trial as soon as possible. Otherwise, this attribute cannot be further enhanced by any means. A breakthrough trial? Teacher Zhang had mentioned it in class, but he never expected it would come to him so soon. Qi Yin dismissed the notification and shifted his gaze from the skill talismans to the palm-sized, softly glowing Anjian Jihe. Name, Anjian Jihe, Crying Lonely Village. Type, special item. Effect, a core of the virtual realm's Anjian. By possessing it, you become the master of this story. You may choose any location to solidify the virtual realm's Crying Lonely Village as an experience dungeon. Note, dungeon level 110. Practitioners of level may 10th enter once per day. Exceeding this level will prevent any experience gain. This item is a treasure and also a hot potato. Where to place it? How to utilize it for maximum benefit? A careful plan must be devised. Yinzi, come look at mine. Wang Fatsai excitedly approached, eager to share the attributes of his necklace with Qi Yin, his round face brimming with anticipation for praise. Qi Yin glanced over. Name, Blessing of the Little Tiger, quality, excellent, type, necklace, equipment requirement, Wang Fatsai. Attributes. Constitution 18, Strength 12, Enchant. Iron Will when attacked. There's a 20 chance to reduce the damage by 50. Note. Thank you, chubby brother. Hee, this little rascal has a good eye. Wang Fatsai grinned, carefully donned the necklace, and allocated his 15 attribute points to 10 in Constitution and 5 in Strength. At that moment, Li Weiguo arrived with Zhao Gang's team of 5. Zhao Gang and his teammates gazed at Qian and Wang Fatsai with respect. Classmate Qian, classmate Wang Fatsai. Li Weiguo handed over a metal card engraved with a serial number. This is my personal terminal contact information. Feel free to add me when you have time. I initially intended to send someone to rescue you, but unexpectedly, you were the ones who saved us. This life-saving grace will be remembered by all boundary breakers in Donghai City. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Qian was about to respond politely when a deafening roar of an engine approached, abruptly shattering the atmosphere. An army jeep, disregarding the outer security line, skidded to a halt before them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The screeching of tires against the ground pierced the air, and the swirling dust enveloped them, causing even Li Weiguo to frown. Bang! The car door swung open violently. A burly, bald man and a stern-looking, upright middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle. It was none other than class teacher Wu Shiji and Principal Wang Jiangwo. After disembarking, Wang Jiangwo walked directly towards Li Weiguo, seemingly acquainted with him, and they engaged in hushed conversation. Meanwhile, Wu Shiji scanned the crowd and immediately locked onto Qian and Wang Fatsai. Without uttering a word, he strode over with purpose. His face was a mixture of overwhelming joy at their survival, uncontainable fear, and explosive anger. You two rascals. As he advanced, he violently tore off his sports jacket and tossed it aside, revealing his muscular arms, which were thicker than Qian's thigh. He clenched his fist, the size of a cooking pot, producing a series of cracking sounds. The surrounding boundary breakers were left bewildered. Who is this? In the astonished and confused gazes of Zhao Gang's team and all the boundary breakers, Wu Shiji charged up to Qian and Wang Fatsai. Without a word, he raised his colossal fist high above their heads and brought it crashing down upon them, targeting the two newly acclaimed heroes of the city. Qian's mind, having been under immense mental strain for an extended period, was now in a state of semi-dysfunction. He couldn't even muster the thought to evade. He could only watch in horror as that fist, larger than his own face, rapidly approached his line of sight. Is this how you reward me, sir? I was expecting accolades, not an iron fist. Is this the treatment for achieving SSS level completion? Thud, thud. Two heavy yet controlled blows landed on their heads. The anticipated pain did not follow. At the last moment, Wu Shiji's fist transformed into an open hand, pressing down heavily on the heads of Qian and Wang Fatsai, forcing them downwards. Old Wu, you ambushed us. Wang Fatsai stumbled, covering his head and protesting in grievance. Ambushed. Wu Shiji's roar reverberated, causing Qian's eardrums to buzz. His spittle nearly hitting Qian's face. What do you two little rascals think you're doing? The virtual realm's Anjian. Is that a place you can enter at will? You think you can just waltz in and out as if it's a leisurely experience? His other hand pointed accusingly at them, trembling with rage. Do you know what that place is? Do you understand how many practitioners perish there every year? What level are you at? You just changed professions a few days ago, and you dare to rush in? Do you truly believe you are the chosen ones, invulnerable to death? Qian found himself momentarily dazed by the scolding. He instinctively wanted to retort that it was not their choice to enter. They were forcibly drawn in. However, as he met Wu Shiji's fierce gaze, he swallowed his words. This old fellow is genuinely furious. Old Wu, this isn't our fault. We were the victims. Moreover, we won, didn't we? It was even announced in the regional bulletin, heralding our triumphant return. Wang Fatsai, evidently not grasping the gravity of the situation, argued defiantly. What good is winning? Wu Shiji countered with a swift slap to the back of Wang Fatsai's head, the force unrestrained, producing a sharp crack. If it weren't for your good fortune, you'd be 6 feet under by now. Where'd I have gone to recover your bodies? The commotion had drawn a crowd of boundary breakers, and Li Weiguo and Wang Jiangwo concluded their discussion and approached. Mr. Wu, let us speak calmly, Li Weiguo urged, his brows furrowed. He disapproved of Wu Shiji's teaching methods, believing these two students were heroes. Heroes? Wu Shiji scoffed, interrupting Li Weiguo, his large hands still firmly pressing down on Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai's heads, asserting his authority. Captain Li, these are our students from Class 3. Before they become heroes, they are first and foremost my pupils. To me, they are just two troublesome little rascals. His gaze swept across the surrounding boundary breakers, brimming with unmasked suspicion and hostility. What? Are you boundary breakers now, starting early admissions, trying to poach from my class? Zhao Gang and his team exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of awkwardness. They genuinely admired Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai, and witnessing their saviors being treated so roughly left them uneasy. Yet, Wu Shiji's protective stance was so unreasonable that they were unsure how to interject. Old Wu. Finally, the usually silent Principal Wang Jiangwo spoke up, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. His voice was quiet yet carried an undeniable authority. Enough. Do not embarrass yourself any further. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Wu Shiji glanced back at the principal, his anger still simmering. Yet he loosened his grip on the heads of the two boys. Qi Yin rubbed his neck, finally liberated from the physical oppression of the homeroom teacher. Wang Jiangwo turned to Li Weigua, his expression regaining its serious demeanor. Captain Li, I appreciate your timely sealing off of the scene by the boundary breakers. However, my students have endured quite a shock and require immediate psychological counseling and a comprehensive examination upon returning to school. I will assign a dedicated person to liaise with you regarding subsequent matters. This statement left no room for anyone wishing to approach or win over Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai. Li Weigua cast a deep glance at Wang Jiangwo, then at the still, fuming Wu Shiji, ultimately resting his gaze on Qi Yin. This boy, throughout the ordeal, had remained remarkably composed, his tranquility almost unnatural for a 16-year-old. Very well, Li Weigua nodded, choosing not to insist further. We shall handle the scene first. Principal Wang, please take care. Wu Shiji seized both Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai by their collars, dragging them towards the off-road vehicle as though they were chicks. I can walk myself. Be gentler. Old Wu, you'll ruin my clothes. Wang Fatsai protested, still struggling. Qi Yin, however, relinquished any resistance, allowing himself to be dragged along in a state of surrender. Get in the car. All of you get in. Wu Shiji roughly shoved them into the back seat of the off-road vehicle, squeezing in beside them and slamming the door shut with a thud. The cramped space was instantly filled with Wu's oppressive aura. Wang Jiangwo took the driver's seat and started the engine. The vehicle roared to life, turning around and speeding away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Inside the cabin, an eerie silence enveloped them. Wang Fatsai rubbed the back of his head, muttering under his breath. It was just a matter of passing through a hidden chamber. Is it really necessary to be like this, Old Wu? Are you going through a midlife crisis or something? Your emotions are all over the place. You dare talk back? Wu Shiji shot him a fierce glare. Wang Fatsai immediately recoiled, not daring to make another sound. Qi Yin leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, feeling the bumps of the ride. All he wanted was to sleep soundly, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, a warm hand gently rested on his forehead. Qi Yin opened his eyes to meet Wu Shiji's complex gaze. The rugged features that had once burned with fury now showed only an unmistakable weariness and concern. Are you all right? Wu Shiji's voice softened. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Qi Yin replied honestly. It's better to be alive than anything else. Wu Shiji murmured, withdrawing his hand and turning to gaze out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his imposing figure suddenly appearing somewhat forlorn. Old Wu, Wang Fatsai, also sensed the change in atmosphere and tentatively called out. Wu Shiji did not turn back, merely waving his hand. Silence, let me be. You performed admirably this time. After a long pause, Wu Shiji managed to squeeze out this sentence through gritted teeth. However, he shifted his tone sharply, turning back to glare at the two boys. This shall not happen again. He paused, retrieving a couple of drinks from his backpack and tossing one to each of them. Drink up, replenish your energy. Don't get too cheerful too soon. Wu Shiji twisted open his own bottle and took a large swig, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. When we return to school, both of you will write me a 10,000-word reflection, detailing the entire process of this operation, your thoughts and feelings, and make it clear. Punctuation does not count towards the word count. 10,000 words. Wang Fatsai's wail nearly shook the roof off the vehicle. Old Wu, are you trying to kill me? Qi Yin felt his temples begin to throb again. He knew all gifts of fate had their price marked in the shadows. Chapter 66. The perpetual motion machine upon returning to the dormitory. Wang Fatsai flopped onto his bed, sprawled out in a star shape, fully entering a state of despair, groaning continuously. It's over. I'm done for. A 10,000-word reflection, handwritten, with punctuation not counting. Old Wu Isn T punishing me. He is aiming to physically exhaust me. Yinzi, do you think if I went to Old Wu, sincerely apologizing, saying I was wrong and I do it again, would he consider my honesty and reduce the reflection to 5,000 words? Qi Yin ignored him completely. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with each other. He found a chubby boy as complaints bothersome. Qi Yin sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind entirely immersed in the system panel. 20,000 points of free skill proficiency. He opened the skill list, his gaze locking onto the skill that had reached the master level. Yinxing. Output is the true measure. Flashy tricks cannot compare to substantial damage. Maximizing it is undoubtedly the correct choice. Yinzi, are you listening? Let us discuss this. How about we co-write one 10,000-word reflection together? Wang Fatsai continued to murmur insistently. Qi Yin remained deaf to his pleas, his thoughts focused. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Only those who fight will win. Do you wish to consume 750 points of free skill proficiency to elevate the skill Yinxing to the Grandmaster level? Confirm. Without hesitation. In the next moment, Qi Yin felt his brain's CPU overload. An influx of insights about Yinxing, control techniques, and magical flow surged into his mind like a divine revelation. Ding! Congratulations! The proficiency of the skill Yinxing is now maxed out, successfully breaking through to Grandmaster level. Yinxing has unlocked its ultimate feature, perfect control. Perfect control. The skill can be manipulated freely by the holder. Done. Qi Yin slowly opened his eyes and extended his right index finger. A delicate, faint, almost imperceptible dark red flame quietly burned at his fingertip, stable as a lit candle. He could distinctly sense that maintaining this flicker of flame consumed merely 1 point of magical energy. This is what it means to reach the Grandmaster level. From this moment on, his sustainability would undergo a revolutionary transformation. With perfect control and the magical absorption of the little tiger necklace. The notion of managing mana is but a fallacy for him. As long as he desires, he can exchange 1 point of magical energy for 1 point of recovery. From today forth, his mana bar possesses an inherent regeneration capability, functioning as a perpetual motion machine. Qi Yin nodded in satisfaction, channeling the remaining 250 points of proficiency into another life-saving skill. Ding! The proficiency of the skill Remnant Fire Clone has increased. Current level. Expert. 250-10-000. Remnant Fire Clone effect enhanced. Cooldown reduced from 27 seconds to 20 seconds. The cooldown is now 20 seconds. This signifies that in the heat of battle, his operational ceiling and margin for error have both been elevated to a new tier. What the heck? Yinzi, why are you glowing? Wang Fatsai finally noticed Qi Yin's movements, springing up from his bed in curiosity. It's nothing, just upgraded a skill, Qi Yin replied nonchalantly. So what should I do with my 20,000 points? Should I put them all into Shield Oath? I'm having a hard time deciding. Wang Fatsai looked conflicted. Qi Yin glanced at his skill list. Shield Oath, the Guardian's vow. You really have no other choice, do you? Shield Oath has the highest usage frequency and is the core for the future. Upgrade it to the max for the best value. Qi Yin stated succinctly. All right then. Wang Fatsai's plan was validated, and he excitedly began to operate. Do you wish to consume 20,000 points of free skill proficiency to elevate the skill Shield Oath? Confirm. Ding. Shield Oath has been upgraded to proficiency level. Ding. Shield Oath has been upgraded to mastery level. Ding. Shield Oath has been upgraded to expert level. Ding. Congratulations. The skill Shield Oath has reached a proficiency level of master. 879-710-0000. Wang Fatsai's Shield Oath has been forcefully elevated from entry level to master level with an investment of 20,000 proficiency points. Shield Oath, master level. Effect, consumes 5 mana points to generate a soil-colored shield in front, lasting for 1 second, completely blocking the next attack. Upon successfully blocking, the next normal attack inflicts a 1-second stun effect and converts 90 of the blocked damage into a personal shield, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. The conversion of blocked damage into a shield with a mere 5-second cooldown made Wang Fatsai murmur in disbelief, before erupting into an ecstatic squeal. I can't believe it. I feel invincible. Who could possibly harm me now? I declare that I am the mightiest man in Donghai City. Qi Yin observed his exuberance and silently produced another treasure from the clearance rewards. Oshi Runa. Use. Please select one of the following 3 skills as your new ability. Option 1, Scorching Touch. Option 2, Blazing Whirlwind. Option 3, Explosive Flame Impact. The specifics of the 3 options remain obscure, relying solely on their names for interpretation. Scorching Touch sounds like a single target damage skill, which seems unnecessary. Blazing Whirlwind could potentially be a sustained area of effect skill, but based on past gaming experience. Such names typically lack potency. Explosive Flame Impact, however, resonates with raw power and a certain brutish beauty. After all, explosions are art. Explosive Flame Impact. Selection successful. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Explosive Flame Impact. Explosive Flame Impact. Incantation. 15 syllables. Proficiency. Entry level 0-100. Effect. Consumes 50 mana points to create a 5-meter diameter fiery magic circle, unleashing flames that erupt upwards. Dealing 200 base mental damage to all targets within the circle, triggering a layer of Scorching Soul. Cooldown time 40 seconds. This area of effect explosion skill perfectly compensates for my lack of AoE capabilities. Yinzi, which one should I choose? Wang Fatsai also presented his skill rune, sharing the 3 options with Qi Yin. Defend, Charge, Reinforce. Without hesitation, Qi Yin chose Reinforce. Defend and Charge are typical warrior skills, nothing remarkable. Yet, the term Reinforce conjures vast possibilities for a tank, representing the pinnacle of tanking abilities. Excellent. Wang Fatsai selected Reinforce. Ding. Detected your profession as the rare class Oathkeeper. Skill Reinforce undergoes mutation and evolves into Oath Reinforce. Oath Reinforce, Teleportation. Proficiency. Entry level 0-100. Effect. Consumes 10 mana points per meter, instantly leaping to a friendly target within sight, repelling enemies within a 3-meter radius. Only interrupts casting. Forcibly transfers damage taken by the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. A premier skill that combines teleportation, protection, and control. Wang Fatsai gazed at the skill description, trembling with excitement. This is tailor-made for you, Yinzi. Chapter 67. Reflection. Academic Report. The 2, now significantly more powerful, exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's joy. However, this elation was short-lived. Wang Fatsai's expression fell once more, releasing a wail. No matter how powerful the skill, it cannot withstand a 10,000-word reflection. My hands are not my own. They're the root of my sins. In contrast, Qi Yin, unusually calm, picked up paper and pen from the desk with a hint of pride in his demeanor, as if to say, "You are but a mere mortal. A mere 10,000 words is manageable." Huh? Wang Fatsai paused his complaints, intrigued. Have you already conceptualized it? Qi Yin's pen danced across the page, inscribing a grand line of characters. Analysis of the causes and recap report on the crying solitary village in the special small void of mining area number 3 after finishing. He set down the pen, admiring his masterpiece, exuding an air of strategic composure. Reflection? No. This is an academic report. Old Wu, let me show you what professionalism and vision truly mean. Wang Fatsai's mutterings echoed throughout the small dormitory, creating an auditory landscape of incessant, resonant noise. Yinzi, I feel as if my hands have taken on a life of their own. They wish to flee from home. My mind commands, my hands respond, yet feels detached from me. Qi Yin paid no heed to this cacophony, already immersed in his sage-like state. Seeing his mental assault ineffective, Wang Fatsai rolled over, peering at him as he wrote fervently. Are you serious? The sound of Qi Yan's pen gliding across the paper resonated with a rhythmic cadence. Lines of neat handwriting quickly filling the page. He wrote swiftly, his thoughts clear and precise, as if guided by divine inspiration. He succinctly recounted their venture to the periphery of mining area number 3 in pursuit of wealth, where, after battling an elite void bull, they unexpectedly discovered a peculiar diamond-shaped crystal within its remains. Qi Yin meticulously detailed how this crystal exhibited unusual behavior as they approached the mining pit. forcefully drawing them into the void. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his and Wang Fatsai's abilities or the rewards they had secured. After all, this is strategic withholding. Quiet accumulation of wealth is the true path to success. Yinzi, you are indeed a genius, Wang Fatsai exclaimed after reading the first half, rubbing his hands together. A look of flattery on his face. May I borrow? No. May I reference your core ideas? Let me. The following day, in the teacher's office, Wu Shiji, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes, evidently had not rested well the previous night, emanating a palpable aura of low pressure that urged others to maintain their distance. He glared at the two nonchalant students before him, wearing expressions that conveyed both remorse and defiance, igniting his ire. Place it on the desk. He gestured brusquely at the office table. Wang Fatsai placed his epic manuscript atop the desk, while Qiyin set down his thin, neatly written report beside it. Creating a striking contrast, Wu Shiji first picked up Wang Fatsai's submission. Flipping through a couple of pages, the exaggerated adjectives and heroic depictions made him feel nauseous, causing his blood pressure to spike. Get lost. Are you writing a feel-good story? Take this back and rewrite it. He tossed Wang Fatsai's reflection back into his arms. Wang Fatsai's face instantly transformed into a bitter expression. Reluctantly, Wu Shiji then picked up Qi Yan's report. Upon seeing the title, his already tense face darkened further. Recap report on mining area number 3? He muttered, shooting a glance at Qiyin. Well done, Qiyin, with a pen in hand. You could move mountains, couldn't you? Even a reflection can bear an academic flair. Though he mocked, he maintained his patience to read on. In the office, only the sound of paper rustling filled the air. Initially, Wu Shiji leaned back in his chair, relaxed, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to see what tricks the students had up their sleeves. But as he continued reading, his posture shifted, leaning forward, and his grip on the paper transitioned from one hand to both. When he reached the part where Qi Yin described the diamond-shaped crystal's unreasonable ability to tear through space, he paused momentarily in his page-turning. A black crystal capable of autonomously opening the void, he murmured, quickly searching his mental database, but found nothing. As a level 42 scholar, he had never encountered such an outrageous phenomenon. The more he read, the more upright he sat, his previously restless demeanor replaced by a heavy seriousness akin to an impending storm. Upon finishing the last page and witnessing how Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai laid a grave for Xiao Hu's family, ultimately bringing peace and solace to the entire void, he exhaled deeply, gently placing the report on the desk. He remained silent for a prolonged period, grappling with the immense volume of information contained within the report. Teacher Qi Yin finally broke the silence, calmly stating that there was one detail regarding the Anjian that had not been mentioned in the report. Wu Shiji lifted his head to look at him. Among the final rewards, one item was the Anjian core. What? Wu Shiji was momentarily taken aback, then froze in place. Could you repeat that? What is that thing you have in your hand, the Anjian core? Qi Yin nodded, refraining from further elaboration, and simply reached into his spatial pouch to retrieve the Anjian core. It was a palm-sized core that emitted a gentle glow, as if stars were swirling within it, quietly hovering above his palm. Upon seeing the physical object, Wu Shiji abruptly stood up from his chair, the force of his action causing the chair to slide backward with a sharp sound of friction. He inhaled sharply, his face displaying an unprecedented seriousness and excitement. He grabbed Qi Yan's arm. Come with me. Wu Shiji's voice, filled with intense enthusiasm, became slightly hoarse. We must see the principal immediately. He nearly dragged Qi Yin along, turning swiftly to rush out of the office, completely ignoring Wang Fatsai, who was still clutching his lengthy, written reflection, disheveled in the wind. Huh, Lao Wu, do I need to rewrite my reflection? Chapter 68, Secret Revelations, Part 1. Wu Shiji's grip was exceedingly strong as he held on Qi Yan's collar. Qi Yin felt as though his feet were nearly lifted off the ground, being dragged along in a rather undignified manner. Lao Wu, calm down. Let go of me. Hey, Baldy, release me. Help. Wu Guantou wants to take the student's kidney. Qi Yan's protests were entirely disregarded. At that moment, Wu Shiji was silent, his bald head shining brightly under the corridor lights. Passers-by, both students and teachers, gathered to watch, quietly capturing the scene with their terminals. Qi Yin had given up on resisting, choosing instead to go with the flow. It was likely that the campus forum would soon feature a headline like shocking. The bald Hulk teacher and his genius student. Unspoken tales. Bang! Wu Shiji kicked open the door of the principal's office, causing even the door frame to emit a painful creak. Wang Jianguo, wearing reading glasses, was reviewing documents when he was startled by the loud noise, causing his hand to tremble and his pen to leave a long ink mark on the paper. He looked up to see Wu Shiji bursting in with Qi Yin, who resembled a chick in his grip, and his stern face immediately turned longer than a horse's. Wu Shiji, you're nearly 50 years old, yet you act like a child. Do you want to use my door to evaluate your title? Principal, it's urgent. Wu Shiji paid no heed to the principal's anger. He released Qi Yin, shut the door behind him, and strode to the desk, slamming the thin report onto the table, his finger precisely pressing down on the section about the diamond crystal. Look at this. Wang Jianguo had intended to continue scolding him, but upon seeing Wu Shiji's unprecedented seriousness, he ultimately suppressed his irritation. He skeptically picked up the report, adjusting his glasses. The office fell into a sudden silence. Qi Yin rubbed the back of his neck, which had been painfully gripped, and sank into the sofa, contemplating life. Wang Jianguo read slowly, and when he reached the description of the diamond crystal and how it forcibly dragged the two into the Anjian, his page-turning motion halted. He removed his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, reading that section carefully 3 times. After a long pause, Wang Jianguo set the report down, leaning back in his wide chair, lost in deep thought. Principal? Wu Shiji tentatively called out. Wang Jianguo waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. He turned his sharp gaze towards Qi Yin, as if he could see through him completely. This crystal, the official term for it, is the virtual realm key. Wang Jianguo spoke slowly. Its appearances have been erratic, but in the past century, there have been records of it appearing a total of 12 times. He paused, adding, prior to you, all teams that used the virtual realm key to open the Anjian had a survival rate of 0. Those Anjian that were opened ultimately required countless boundary breakers to sacrifice their lives just to barely close them. Qi Yin's heart sank. It dawned on him that he and the fatty had truly danced on the brink of death. You need not concern yourself with the aftermath of this item. Wang Jianguo made a decisive statement. I will personally report this to the Federation and ensure this record is sealed. Just remember, once you leave this door, consider today as if it never happened. Wu Shiji was evidently hearing about such secrets for the first time, listening with a heart full of trepidation. He had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly recalled something and immediately interjected. Principal, this is not the most important part. This kid, he also obtained the Anjians. Wu Shiji hesitated, clearly taken aback by the term. The Anjian core. Wang Jianguo's body jolted, his previously straightened posture stiffening once more. He gazed incredulously at Wu Shiji, then turned to Qi Yin. What are you talking about? Qi Yin, being quite perceptive and cooperative, reached into his spatial pouch. In the next moment, the core, radiating a gentle glow and seemingly containing a swirling galaxy within, hovered quietly above his palm. Upon seeing the actual object, Wang Jianguo suddenly sprang from his chair, the force of his movement causing the chair to slide far back with a sharp sound. He rushed towards Qi Yin in leaps, yet did not immediately reach for it, instead fixating intently on the core, his breathing becoming heavy. It is indeed the Anjian core. He cautiously extended his hand, as if to touch a rare treasure, gently cradling the core, feeling the pure virtual realm energy flowing within it. He closed his eyes and once again fell into silence. Qi Yin and Wu Shiji dared not breathe. After a full minute, Wang Jianguo finally opened his eyes, his expression a complex mixture of elation, regret, and determination. Then, he performed an action that left both Qi Yin and Wu Shiji utterly astounded. He gently placed the Anjian core back into Qi Yin's hand. Keep it safe. Principal. Wu Shiji was befuddled. This was not how the script was supposed to go. This item cannot be consumed by the third high. Wang Jianguo shook his head. Its value is too great, great enough to drive many to madness. Never test human nature with immense profit, as you will likely be disappointed. Qi Yin gazed at the elderly man before him, feeling a certain part of him being touched. He had anticipated being intercepted when he took out the Anjian core. Yet, instead, he encountered an old gentleman who desired no treasure. This was not the expected turn of events. So what should I do? Qi Yin earnestly inquired. Keep it. Wang Jianguo provided an unexpected answer. Safeguard it yourself, and do not speak of it to anyone. Once you enter the Federation University, You can sell it to the university under your own name. He looked at Qi Yin, who appeared bewildered, and patiently began to explain. This is a cooperative model. As the sole holder of the core, you need not invest any capital or manpower, yet you will permanently enjoy 40% of all future yield from this instance. The university will be responsible for all solidification, maintenance, and daily operations, taking 60%. At this point, Wang Zhengwo wore a hint of pride and longing on his face. The Federation University is the heart of the Federation, where the strongest of the 6 great professions are affiliated, and no one can control it for any reason. It is the most fair and just place in the entire Federation, and it is where humanity's true future lies. Qi Yin nodded solemnly, placing the Onjian core back into his spatial pouch, then asked, Principal, who are the strongest among the 6 great professions? Wang Zhengwo smiled lightly. Returning to his office chair and leaning back, he remarked, Currently, the 6 most powerful warriors in the profession are all exceptional peak practitioners, each at level 149, representing the zenith of human combat prowess. In Chapter 69, Secrets, Part 2, the strongest warrior, President Lei Hong, possesses the rare profession of War Titan. The strongest mage, Speaker Linya, holds the rare profession of Starfall Sage. The strongest priest, Pope Anders, is a rare profession known as the Holy Shepherd. The strongest ranger, Alliance Leader Xiao Yuan, is a rare profession called Storm Scout. The strongest summoner, Master Su Mukin, wields the rare profession of Phantom Beastmaster. The strongest assassin, the Phantom Crow Leader, is a rare profession known as Shadow Dancer. Furthermore, they are all the heads of their respective professional guilds. Qi Yin noticed that the strongest assassin bore a codename. Why was the strongest assassin called Phantom Crow? Moreover, why were they all rare professions? Was there not a single ordinary profession at the pinnacle? The strongest assassins throughout history have all been referred to as Phantom Crow, which is a form of legacy. Additionally, not everyone is born into a rare profession. Rather, they have become sufficiently powerful to transform their professions through various trials. At least, I know that both Pope Anders and President Lei Hong transitioned from ordinary professions to rare ones. Is it possible to undergo a second job change? Qi Yin was taken aback. Wait, can this really be reselect? Of course, Wang Zhengwo replied. The school does not publicize this to prevent students from becoming overly confident, believing themselves to be chosen ones, and subsequently losing their lives. I understand, Principal. Qi Yin nodded and continued. There is one more matter. My mental attribute has reached the bottleneck of 50 points. I wish to complete the breakthrough trial before the start of the new youth competition. Wang Zhengwo was not surprised by this. Rather, he exhibited a look of commendation. I knew it. Given your pace of growth, it is time for you to reach this step. You must have heard of the attribute trial tower. Each stage of the trial tower consists of 7 levels, with the challenge content randomly generated by the system based on your profession and attributes. As long as you can clear the 3rd level, you will have completed the breakthrough and can continue to allocate points. However, Wang Zhengwo's tone shifted. The true value of the trial tower lies in the latter 4 levels. He extended 4 fingers. Clearing the 4th level rewards you with 5 free attribute points. The 5th level grants 10 points. The 6th level, a staggering 30 points. As for the 7th level, Wang Zhengwo shook his head. No one has cleared to this day, and the first clear reward remains unclaimed. Qi Yin's heartbeat quickened. The first clear reward still exists. Such immense wealth must come to me, although I am unaware of the specifics of your talent, based on your current performance. Wang Zhengwo regarded Qi Yin with high praise. The hope of challenging the 6th level is considerable. Return home today, rest well, and adjust your condition to its best. Tomorrow, apply for the trial directly from the Tianqi system. Thank you, Principal. Qi Yin rose, sincerely bowing. Upon exiting the principal's office, Qi Yin felt light as a feather. Just as he reached the corridor's corner, he spotted Wang Fatsai squatting in a corner, drawing circles on the ground with a twig while muttering to himself. I can't finish this. My hand has developed its own thoughts. It wants to run away from home. Qi Yin approached and stepped on the twig, snapping it in 2. Stop drawing. That reflection of yours is probably forgotten by old Wu. Wang Fatsai suddenly looked up. Really? Then I have escaped a calamity? Let us go. Qi Yin said dismissively, patting his shoulder. To the training ground, let us test our new skills. Wang Fatsai's attention immediately shifted, his lament transforming into excitement. All right, new skills. Let us go. Inside the skill training ground of Class 3, training dummies stood densely, each gleaming with a cold metallic luster, capable of withstanding the full force of low-tier practitioners' attacks. You go first. Let me see your new skill. Qi Yin lazily leaned against the wall, nodding towards Wang Fatsai. All right, just watch. Wang Fatsai grinned. From today onward, please call me the strongest man of Donghai City, Wang Fatsai, he declared. If you don't believe it, come and see. Wang Fatsai ceased his banter, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by absolute focus. He fixed his gaze on a composite dummy 10 meters away, his entire presence becoming resolute. In the next moment, Wang Fatsai's robust figure vanished from his original spot. There was no running start, no warning. It was as if space had folded, and he had appeared beside the target dummy. Immediately after, an invisible shockwave erupted from him, rapidly expanding outward. Bang! 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 The other training dummies within 3 meters of the target were forced back half a step by the surge, emitting a dull metallic clashing sound. Group control. It's instantaneous. Wow! Impressive! Wang Fatsai exclaimed at his own accomplishment, his round face beaming like a blooming sunflower. However, this sunflower wilted within 3 seconds. His smile froze, and his face fell. Damn, this skill is indeed impressive, but my mana drains too quickly. He pointed at his mana panel, which displayed mana, 50,150, 10 meters. Just 10 meters. It cost me 100 points of mana. I only have 150 points of mana in total. So my skill's maximum displacement distance is 15 meters. Qi Yin looked at his expression and nearly laughed out loud. 15-meter blink champion. A promising future awaits, my friend. I suggest you directly enter the triple jump competition to bring glory to the school. All right, it's my turn now. He slowly walked to the center of the training ground, manipulating the terminal to gather the dummies into one area. With 8 training dummies packed into a 5-meter diameter circular zone, Qi Yin focused his mind. Without any extraneous movements or even a starting gesture, a dark red fire magic circle materialized beneath the feet of the distant dummies, forming instantaneously as if this space were imprinted with his runes. Explosive flame impact. Boom! A pillar of searing flames shot up from the magic circle, the violent fiery energy instantly engulfing all the dummies within a range, causing a series of distorted explosions in the air. A cascade of bright red damage numbers erupted from the tops of the 8 dummies, perfectly synchronized like a military parade. 390, 390, 390, Wang Fatsai's mouth dropped to an A shape, his jaw almost dislocating. This amount of damage was trivial for him as a tank, but the instantaneous area skill, along with its visual impact, was simply the hallmark of a mage. In Chapter 70, Infinite sustained core explosion damage. Qi Yin's focus, however, was not on this. He remained still, intently observing his mana bar. Just at the moment of skill release, his mana initially dropped significantly. Mana, 1600-1600. Mana, 1575-1600. Explosive Flame Impact. Consumes 50 points of mana, but due to his talent Seed of Flame, the actual consumption was only 25 points. But immediately afterward, a vast and warm torrent of mana surged back, instantly replenishing his mana bar. Mana, 1575-1600. Mana, 1600-1600. Qi Yin was taken aback. The necklace Little Tiger's Blessing described that mana absorption restores 1 mana point when a spell attack hits an enemy. My maximum mana is 1,600, so 1 means 16 points. I just consumed 25 points of mana, yet it returned to full. This suggests that it does not calculate based on the number of skill hits, but rather on the number of targets hit. Wow, the more I strike, the more I recover. This is what sustainable exploitation is all about. Strategic retreat. Qi Yin felt as though he had stumbled upon a new frontier, suppressing the overwhelming ecstasy within him as he resolved to test another hypothesis. It was as if he had grasped the doorknob of a perpetual motion machine. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. A minuscule flame, consuming a mere point of magical energy, danced quietly at his fingertip, stable as if it had existed since time immemorial. With masterful, perfect control, he willed the flame to morph at his command. It transformed into a perfectly round fireball, spinning gracefully, then elongated into a small flame tornado, tracing elegant arcs, and finally reshaped into a sharp, conical form, exuding an aura of danger. Ultimately, it reverted to the classic arrow shape, which resonated most with his aesthetic. Afterward, Qi Yin extinguished the flame. He distinctly sensed that the consumed point of magical energy, through some mysterious connection, flowed back into his reservoir. It worked. The sword of physics could be sheathed momentarily. For I am the embodiment of the law of conservation of energy, a glitch in the system. The theory of perpetual motion is valid. He conjured the miniature flame once more, flicking it casually at the nearest training dummy, his motion as graceful as flicking ash from his fingertips. Whoosh! The spark vanished in an instant. A damage number floated above the dummy's head, incomprehensible to Wang Fatsai. 1263. Simultaneously, Qi Yan's magical energy surged again. Magic, 1605-16-1600. Standard flame consumption is 10. Have by talent to 5. Hit recovery is 16, with excess disappearing, magic fully replenished. Wang Fatsai was utterly speechless, staring blankly at Qi Yan. His eyes filled with existential queries of who am I, where am I, and what have I witnessed. Don't rush to doubt life, my friend. This is merely an appetizer. Qi Yan replied with a mysterious smile, for the main course was about to commence. It was time to showcase true skill. No, it was time to witness the power of proficiency. He lifted his hand again, conjuring a flame of standard size in his palm. The dark red fire burning with a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Go! There were no grand sound effects. Only a faint whoosh as the dark red arrow sliced through the air, striking the unfortunate dummy with precision. An exaggeratedly massive damage number erupted forth. 6,318 what? Is this damage even legal? Wang Fatsai's shout finally broke free from the confines of his throat. Brother, did you enable some internal modifier for this damage value? I must report you. With this damage, even Tyson would have to work overnight to embroider a national flag for you. Hold on, there's even more to come. Qi Yin said with an even broader smile. Magic infusion. The flame at his fingertips became dazzlingly brilliant. The dark red fire, so profound it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, forming a small visual singularity. Explode. Boom! The arrow struck the same unfortunate dummy. A number that made Wang Fatsai completely abandon rational thought slowly emerged. 12,636. Visible cracks appeared on the sturdy alloy dummy, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. 12,000 damage. Wang Fatsai stuttered, pointing at Qi Yin and then at the dummy, gesturing back and forth. But you're only level 7. Qi Yin nodded in satisfaction. This is the violent beauty of numerical supremacy, the ultimate romance unique to damage-dealing classes. The truth lies within the range of the flame stars. To swiftly enhance the proficiency of his new skill in preparation for the impending youth competition, he unleashed another explosive flame impact at the dummy area. Ding! Skill explosive flame impact proficiency increased, current level, proficient. 4 more shots followed. Ding! Skill explosive flame impact proficiency increased, current level, mastered. He tested the mastered explosive flame impact, and the damage had soared beyond 700, marking a new height. Come back to reality, my friend. Qi Yin gently tapped the now petrified Wang Fatsai. I'm off to the dormitory. Upon returning to the dorm, Wang Fatsai remained engulfed in profound shock. He lay on his bed, muttering incessantly about nuclear pacifists, ecological disruptors, and the urgent need for nerfs. Qi Yin, however, remained unusually calm. He opened the system interface, his gaze sharp. My friend, the youth competition is about to begin. I cannot wait until tomorrow. What can you wait for? Wang Fatsai asked, bewildered, still recovering from the shock of my friend being a towering figure. Qi Yin did not respond. He located the entrance to the Attribute Trial Tower on the system interface and selected Breakthrough Trial 50. A blood-red warning box appeared, ominous in its essence. Warning: failure of the trial will result in a permanent decrease of main attributes. Do you wish to continue? Without hesitation, he clicked Confirm. In the next moment, his body began to shimmer, transforming into countless points of light, vanishing within the dormitory, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the fabric of space. Wang Fatsai's muttering abruptly ceased. He stared intently at the spot where Qi Yin had disappeared, enveloped in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he leapt from his bed, grasping the sturdy iron shield, leaning against the wall, and without uttering a word, he exited the dormitory. Chapter 71: Masterful Control, Hidden Questions and Answers. A whirlwind of sensations engulfed Qi Yin, as though he had been thrust into a high-speed spin cycle inside a washing machine. When his consciousness refocused, he found himself standing in an expanse of pure white space. Above, below, and all around him, everything was immaculate white, so pristine it was unsettling. In the center of this space loomed a towering, insurmountable shadow of a tower, emanating an ancient and formidable aura. What a minimalist style. It's as bare as a room stripped to its foundations. Qi Yin couldn't help but critique. Welcome to the Mental Trial Tower 50. This trial tower consists of 7 levels. The challenge content will be randomly generated based on your profession and attributes. Clearing the 3rd level is considered a breakthrough, allowing further enhancement of mental attributes. Qi Yin stepped through the tower's entrance. The pure white was instantly devoured by an abyss of darkness, a chill and damp atmosphere enveloping him as he found himself in a vast underground cavern. 1st level trial. Illuminate the dim light. Requirement. Within 5 minutes, ignite 100 randomly distributed mental runes on the cave walls. Note: during the trial, mental illusions will continuously attempt to disrupt you. The system prompt had barely vanished when a cacophony of seductive voices invaded Qi Yin's mind. Hey handsome, come play. Little brother, I've got some exquisite treasures here. Care to take a look? Only $9.98. Take the skills home. Even more absurdly, Wang Fatsai's chubby face suddenly appeared before him, writhing in a robust dance, singing, "My surname is Sure, no matter when we meet." Qi Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. Is this all? He felt no perturbation, even finding it somewhat amusing, his mental focus unwavering as he wholly disregarded the chaotic phantoms before him. He slowly extended his hands, conjuring 10 miniature flame stars, each only consuming a single point of magical energy and radiating a faint yet stable dark red glow. The true value of master-level perfect control lies in such manipulation of magical energy. Go! With a mere thought, the 10 miniature flame stars shot forth, piercing the darkness and precisely targeting the flickering runes on the cavern walls. Before the first wave of flame stars reached their targets, another 10 fresh miniature flame stars coalesced before him and were swiftly launched again. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. In an instant, a magnificent miniature meteor shower unfolded within the cavern. Countless slender fire trails crisscrossed the air, tracing brilliant arcs as they accurately struck one spirit rune after another. The entire process flowed seamlessly, embodying the aesthetic of an assembly line in motion. A mere 8 seconds passed. With a hum, as the last rune ignited, the cavern was suddenly illuminated, causing all illusions to dissipate like snow under the sun. 1st level cleared. Time taken, 8 seconds. Evaluation, perfect. Transporting to 2nd level. Qi Yin remained unfazed by this evaluation. As long as he had hands, he could manage. The scene shifted once again. After the blinding light faded, Qi Yin found himself transported to an ancient and grand circular library. Towering bookshelves surrounded him, extending to an unseen dome above, with sunlight streaming through the stained glass ceiling, illuminating the fine dust motes suspended in the air. The atmosphere was exceptionally tranquil, so silent that he could hear his own heartbeat, with the occasional sound of pages being gently turned, yet no shadow of a person could be seen. 2nd level trial, the Sage's Test. Requirement. Within 60 minutes, find the unique book spirit among countless tomes. Hint: the book spirit is attracted to true knowledge. Knowledge? Qi Yin surveyed the vast expanse of books, feeling a slight tingle at the back of his neck. Attracted to knowledge? Is this a joke? He cleared his throat, adopting what he believed to be a profound demeanor, and declared in a voice rich with magnetism, "Open sesame." No response. Come fort, Pikachu. The library remained deathly silent. Qi Yin noticed that his antics had caused the few, softly glowing books on the shelves to dim instead. Goodness, does the book spirit have a temper? He decided to abandon such foolishness and started to weave through the shelves, randomly flipping through books. Yet, every time he picked one up, its faint glow extinguished completely. After toiling for over 10 minutes, Qi Yin was exhausted, yet he had achieved nothing. Blast! He forced himself to calm down. Brashness is the epitaph of the fool. A mage must possess the elegance befitting a mage. He walked slowly through the library, his gaze sweeping across the room once more, finally resting upon a reading table. There lay a book, its cover an ancient brown adorned with gilded lettering that boldly proclaimed, "Knowledge." My goodness, such a name. as if to ensure everyone knows it is of utmost importance. Qian approached, pulled out a chair, and sat quietly. He opened the pages. To his surprise, the content was not obscure, but rather accessible and easy to comprehend. Knowledge is like light, not meant for possession, but for illumination. It resolves confusion and leads to deeper enigmas. True wisdom lies not within the pages, but in the hearts of you and me. As Qian mulled over this passage, an extraordinary change occurred. All the bookshelves began to gently tremble, and a tome radiating a soft blue light ascended from the highest shelf, gracefully descending onto the table before him. The pages turned without wind, and a translucent figure composed of countless words and light gradually emerged from the ancient book. It was palm-sized, hovering in the air, curiously observing Qian. This was the book spirit. You approached knowledge with a heart seeking understanding rather than one driven by gain. This is rare indeed. The book spirit spoke, its voice ethereal and neutral. I have witnessed countless mages pass by, all intent on completing the trial as swiftly as possible. Yet you're the first in a century willing to sit and read the title page. Answer me 3 questions, and you shall receive the gift of knowledge. Qian thought to himself, so this is a hidden task. Please proceed. The book spirit nodded and presented the first question. What is the true value of knowledge? This was an easy question. Qian answered without hesitation. The true value of knowledge lies in the changes it brings. The spirit's glow seemed to brighten slightly as it continued. In a vast ocean of books, how does one discern true knowledge? True knowledge does not fear questioning. Rather, it shines even brighter through scrutiny. It can resolve old confusions and inspire new thoughts. Qian replied fluidly. The book spirit nodded in satisfaction and posed the final question. What is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? This question had no direct answer on the title page of knowledge. Qian pondered for a moment, combining his understanding, and offered his response. Knowledge is a detailed map that tells you about mountains and rivers. Wisdom is the singular compass that guides you on your journey. The book spirit fell silent. After a considerable pause, it let out a soft laugh. An intriguing answer, and you grasped the essence. I have encountered many intelligent individuals with vast knowledge who, until death, never possessed wisdom. You have passed the test. The figure of the book spirit began to grow ethereal. It raised a hand, and a ring shimmering with soft light flew from its fingertips, landing before Qian. Remember, true knowledge always serves understanding, not control. As the last words faded, the book spirit vanished entirely, and the blue glowing tome also transformed into scattered light. Qian caught the ring, and a line of information materialized before him. Name, Ring of Knowledge, quality, rare green, type, ring, attribute, spirit 10, durability, restriction, Qian, promotion condition, clear a hidden chamber. Note, knowledge exists not only within the pages, but also within practice and experience. Chapter 72. 3 seconds to pass. Through Qian donned the warm ring on the index finger of his left hand with a deliberate calmness. He focused his thoughts and summoned his attribute panel. Qian, profession, Flame Envoy, rare mage class, level 717, strength 17, agility 24,327, hat 2, shoes 1, stamina 21,728, top 2, necklace 5, spirit 509-0140, weapon 10, hat 8, top 18, shoes 9, necklace 25, left ring 10, right ring 10, magic power 1-400-300-1700, spirit 10 for magic power, magic recovery rate 2 points per minute. The spirit attribute increased from 130 to 140 points, and the total magic power also surged to 1,700 points. Knowledge is indeed power. The ancients did not deceive me. Qian felt satisfied as he flexed his fingers, reveling in the clarity brought by the increase in spirit. Perhaps growth equipment could also enhance the enchanting values with future enchantments. Qian mused, feeling quite pleased with this unexpected boon. Just as he admired his new equipment, the system's prompt tone finally arrived. Second level cleared. Evaluation, perfect. Due to your completion of a unique hidden task, you have received a special reward, the Ring of Knowledge. Transporting to the 3rd level. No sooner had the words faded than the magnificent library, unlike anything mundane, began to twist and dissolve. Akin to an oil painting submerged in water, the colors rapidly blending until they vanished into nothingness. When the familiar sensation of dizziness subsided, Qian found himself standing in an entirely new setting. It was a circular arena, a confined space devoid of any superfluous light, save for the complex magical runes etched into the ground, emitting a ghostly blue glow that cast an eerie and foreboding ambience over the entire area. Welcome to the third-level trial, strength test, requirement. Within 10 minutes, defeat the arcane automaton. Special hint, conventional attacks will not inflict effective damage on the arcane automaton. The challenger must first destroy the energy cores located throughout its body to disable its defense system. Oh, a quirky mechanic? Qian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress a wicked grin, letting out a laugh unique to villains. How fortuitous! I have a penchant for such unreasonable challenges. Because I am not only capable of explaining the mechanisms, but my abilities are also maximized. As soon as he finished speaking, the magical runes in the center of the arena suddenly blazed with brilliance. Countless blue beams of light surged from the ground, intertwining and coalescing in the air, rapidly forming a colossal silhouette. First appeared immense metallic legs, followed by a torso as heavy as mountains and robust arms capable of cleaving stone. Finally, a fearsome metallic head was securely affixed atop. A towering arcane automaton, standing at an impressive 5 meters, thunderously loomed in the center of the arena. Its entire body was forged from an unknown alloy, glistening with a chilling metallic sheen, embodying an aesthetic of cold violence. Embedded at its chest, shoulders, and knees were 5 diamond-shaped crystals radiating intense blue light. These served as both its energy core and its weakness. The automaton's system seemed to have activated. The single red eye on its metallic head flickered momentarily, locking onto the arena's sole living being, Qian. With a roar produced by energy resonance, the arcane automaton commenced its heavy advance, charging towards Qian. Each step resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the very ground to tremble. As the automaton exuded an overwhelming pressure, intent on crushing everything in its path, Qian leisurely lifted his right hand. He extended his index finger towards the automaton, and 5 miniature fire stars instantly formed, hovering in a circular arrangement around his hand. The master-level control was deceptively simple yet monotonous. In a flash, Qian subtly willed the fire stars into motion. The 5 fire stars emitted no sound as they transformed into 5 nearly invisible dark red threads, slicing through the short distance with a speed that far surpassed the automaton's movements. In a whisper of sound, the 5 threads simultaneously pierced through the 5 pulsating energy cores of the automaton with pinpoint accuracy. The light emanating from the cores extinguished in an instant, while the internal structure was obliterated by a torrent of fiery energy, reduced to mere powder. The automaton, now less than a meter away from Qian, abruptly halted. Its massive form remained frozen in the act of charging, leaning forward yet motionless. The next moment, the colossal figure began to collapse from within. Countless cracks appeared on its sturdy alloy body, and blue energy light spilled forth from the fissures, fluttering like fireflies. Ultimately, with a crisp and mournful sound, the entire automaton crumbled, transforming into a heap of useless metallic fragments. Third level cleared, time taken, 3 seconds. Evaluation, perfect. Congratulations on completing the trial. Your mental attribute limit has been unlocked. A series of system prompts appeared before Qian. 3 seconds? Qian scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. If it weren't for showboating, he could have ended the battle in a second. To him, this so-called mechanism monster was no different from a paper construct in the face of his master-level skill control. What dodging, what pulling, what finding opportunities to strike, none of that applied. As long as I strike fast enough, the mechanism cannot keep up with me. Just as he prepared to welcome the next round of teleportation, a brand new system panel appeared before him. You have successfully broken through. Do you wish to challenge a higher level? At the bottom of the panel, a warning was indicated in blood-red font, exuding an ominous aura. Warning: subsequent challenges will significantly increase in difficulty. Failure will result in a permanent reduction of 20 in your main attributes. Your acquired breakthrough qualifications will remain unaffected. A permanent reduction in attributes due to failure? Qian glanced at the warning and chuckled. A 20-point permanent reduction in main attributes would be a catastrophic blow to any profession, potentially ending their career. Yet, Qian merely smiled. What does that have to do with me? Without any hesitation, he reached out and decisively pressed on the alluring option on the panel. I will not fail. Continue challenge. In the next moment, his body transformed into a flurry of light and vanished from spot. Chapter 73, Enlightenment. Heart sketch. As the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him once more and receded, Chi-Yin found himself standing in an entirely new scene. All around him, as far as the eye could see, were endless mirrors reflecting his image countless times, extending to the horizon and forming a bizarre and heart-pounding infinite corridor. Each reflection of himself bore a hint of an unsettling strangeness that he dared not confront. Welcome to the 4th level trial, the Mind Labyrinth. This trial will manifest your deepest fears. Please respond with caution. How quaint. A mind labyrinth. An infinite mirror house. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, attempting to stabilize his composure through sarcasm. This was rather cliched. Just as he intended to step forward, the reflection of himself in the mirror suddenly smiled. It was a smile he had never seen on his own face, sharp as a blade. In the next moment, in Chi-Yan's constricted pupils, that mirror image stepped confidently out of the mirror. The sound of shoes making contact with the ground was particularly jarring in the silence. A living, one-to-one replica. Hello there, traveler. The mirror image spoke, its voice indistinguishable from his own, effortlessly unearthing his deepest secrets. Chi-Yan's heart raced, a chill creeping up his spine. Yet the lazy smile on his face remained firmly intact. Hello there, counterfeit. Still pretending to be so composed? The mirror image advanced slowly, and with each step it took, the countless reflections in the surrounding mirrors synchronized its movements, drawing thousands of eyes upon him, the sense of oppression escalating exponentially. Indeed, in your mind, this world is merely a game. You perceive yourself as a transcendent observer, looking down upon everything from your lofty perch, including those who regard you as family. The mirror image's tone softened. Do you remember when Wang Fatsai first had a fever? You calculated whether this hefty fellow would hinder your progress, rather than concerning yourself with his temperature. Do you recall the first life you took? You coolly assessed the mana expenditure, as if deleting a line of useless code. Even now, as you stand here, a part of you still whispers, it's merely a phantom trial. Just clear it, right? As the words echoed, the mirrors around him suddenly illuminated. Countless scenes began to flash rapidly in the reflections. On the grassy field of hope, a group of children of his age frolicked and played, their innocent laughter ringing out. Only one frail child sat alone in a corner, observing everything with a detached, scrutinizing gaze. Outside the mining area, he recalled his first act of murder, the terrified face of that mage flashing past. His heart remained utterly unfazed, merely calculating mana consumption and gain with cold precision. Even just a short while ago, when he was joking and teasing with Wang Fatsai, a thought had once flitted through his mind like a ghost. This hefty fellow is truly a perfect meat shield, a destined supporting character. An important supporting character. Not a friend, not a brother, just a functional role. Every mirror became a truth-revealing reflection, laying bare all the arrogance, indifference, and detachment he was unwilling to acknowledge deep within his soul. He was a solitary spirit inhabiting this body, a coward too afraid to express genuine emotions. You do not even dare to possess true emotions. The mirror image's voice echoed in the space, laced with mockery of impending victory, for you are afraid. Once you acknowledge the reality of this world, you can no longer deceive yourself with the guise of a game. You must confront the truth that you are fundamentally a cold-hearted monster. Chi-Yin lowered his eyelids, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He could not refute this, for it was all true. However, just as the dam of consciousness was on the verge of being breached by this sound, an image abruptly shattered the thick fog. Not emanating from the mirror, but instead emerging from the softest corners of his memory. He saw it. The time during elementary school when he suffered from a high fever and, after reporting it to his hopes, received no further news, his consciousness clouded by the fever. It was Wang Fatsai, the chubby boy younger than him, who ran through the chaotic streets, using the pocket money he had saved for who knows how long to procure some antipyretic medicine for him. He recalled the cold sensation of the clumsily changed wet towel on his forehead, the bowl of bland rice porridge that he had to force down despite its unpalatability. More memories flooded forth. Before his talent awakened, in the face of everyone's ridicule, it was Wang Fatsai who secretly slipped him a bottle of wild mountain honey, said to be a treasure. During a perilous moment in the mine, when an axe glinted menacingly towards him. It was Wang Fatsai who selflessly stepped in front. In the dark chamber, facing the corpse, it was Wang Fatsai who shielded him from all attacks. Time and again, in moments of true peril, that honest figure steadfastly protected him from all dangers. In those moments, the glimmering in Wang Fatsai's eyes was never the cold flow of data, but genuine, searing emotions that could pierce through all his facades. Qi Yin slowly raised his head, his black eyes, usually filled with languor and detachment, now shone with clarity, devoid of any confusion. You are right, he spoke softly yet with unwavering resolve. I am indeed a scoundrel. I hail from another world, descending with arrogance, treating everything here as a mere virtual game. I even felt no appropriate pain when taking lives. He stepped forward, his gaze like a beacon, piercing into the hollow, mocking eyes of the reflection. But you are mistaken about one thing. Wang Fatsai is not an NPC. His voice began to tremble, not from fear, but from a surging emotion breaking free from its chains. He is the fool who ran across half the city to find antipyretics for me when I was nearly delirious. He is the brother who would rather be hurt himself than let harm come to me. After a pause, when he spoke again, each word was resolute and heavy as a mountain. He is my only friend, the brother for whom I would willingly lay down my life. He is my family. The moment his words fell, the frozen mockery on the face of the mirrored Qi Yin shattered into incomprehensible shock. A clear crack wound down from its forehead, like the starting point of a broken mirror. No, this is impossible. The reflection's voice began to distort. Your defenses should have crumbled. Crack, crack. The fissure rapidly spread. The mirrored Qi Yan's body shattered like glass, transforming into countless specks of light. As it dissipated, the surrounding mirrors began to collapse one after another. Innumerable fragments sparkling like stars in the pure white space, ultimately merging into a warm glow that gently brushed against Qi Yan's cheek. When the last mirror vanished, Qi Yan stood in a serene expanse of pure white, feeling an unprecedented lightness. A path paved with warm light extended beneath his feet, leading to a nearby portal radiating a soft glow. Fourth layer cleared, time taken, 11 minutes and 47 seconds. Rating perfect. Congratulations on overcoming mental barriers, realizing your true self, and completing the soul-hidden task. Gain special mental trait talent hard anchor. When you find your true purpose, your existence becomes like a rock, impervious to all, unscathed by all phenomena. Where your heart resides, that is eternity. Reward: 5 free attribute points. Would you like to continue the challenge? Qi Yin broke into a radiant smile. Heart anchor, he whispered, gazing at the glowing portal leading to the 5th layer. It sounded quite enticing. He stepped forward, his stride resolute, no longer looking back. Chapter 74. Something, but not much. This was a shattered alternate space. Countless floating stone platforms of varying sizes were scattered, forming a winding aerial path leading to a distant, softly glowing endpoint. Beyond the platforms lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness, where distorted light and chaotic energy currents flickered, making one dizzy just to behold. Goodness, this map design feels all too familiar, reminiscent of some open-world game, right? Does the legal department of Mi Jia know about this plagiarism? Qi Yin smirked, a look of resigned amusement on his face. Welcome to the 5th layer trial, Void Corridor. Requirement: reach the endpoint platform within 10 minutes. Hint: during the trial, you will face an indiscriminate attack from 1000 Void Bees. The Void Bees possess extremely high flying speed and keen insight, but they are inherently fragile. 1000? So we're finally ramping up the difficulty, are we? With this in mind, he decided to raise the stakes for himself. With a thought, he attempted to allocate the freshly acquired 5 free attribute points to his mental strength. Hint: during the attribute trial, all unallocated reward points will be temporarily frozen and settled after clearing the trial. Qi Yin's actions froze. No. Is this system playing games with me? I earned those rewards fairly, and you tell me there's a delayed payout? Are you just spinning tails? He realized the attribute tower was particularly stingy and unreasonable. Fine, he thought. One cannot bend an arm against a leg. I shall forgive it for now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the surrounding abyss suddenly lit up with a multitude of black dots. The buzzing sound of insects filled the air from all directions. Those dots elongated instantly, transforming into swift black lightning, launching an all-out assault from every conceivable angle. This was the Void Bee, moving so fast it left only afterimages. Qi Yin raised his right hand, targeting the most concentrated area of the swarm, and made a fist. Explosive flame impact. A dark red fire magic circle, 5 meters in diameter, formed instantaneously in the midst of the swarm, impossibly swift. Boom! A raging pillar of fire shot into the sky. The searing energy instantaneously engulfing hundreds of void bees along the path, reducing them to ash before they could emit a single cry. Magic power, 16, 751, 700 magic power, 17, 001, 700. The magic absorption effect triggered immediately. After releasing the explosive flame impact, 10 grains of tiny fire stars coalesced quietly around him, soon commencing a chaotic yet comprehensive high-speed circular motion centered around him. This exemplified the true essence of perfect control, showcasing a multitasking capability akin to a multi-core CPU processing in parallel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several void bees that had approached from other directions, upon nearing a 3-meter radius of Qi Yin, collided head-on with this absolute defense circle formed by the fire stars. With barely audible bursts, they were instantaneously detonated by the violent energy contained within the fire stars, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. A flawless 360-degree impenetrable defense system had been established. With all this accomplished, Qi Yin finally took the first step, stepping onto the floating stone platform ahead. He began to walk forward at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, embodying composure and elegance. All right, confession time. The truth was that controlling the 10 fire stars was already quite exhausting, leaving him unable to move swiftly. Countless void bees, undeterred by death, surged from the void, transforming into a black torrent of death, rushing towards Qi Yin from all directions. The 10 miniature fire stars, flying in orbit, formed an insurmountable wall of death. Any unit attempting to breach this wall would be promptly identified. Qi Yin strolled leisurely along the stone path, waiting for the explosive flame impact skill to cool down before tossing another one into the densest part of the swarm. Boom! Once again, a mass of void bees was vaporized. As he reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter, akin to flowers blooming at dawn, an unexpected incident occurred. A void bee, seemingly one of the more seasoned members of the swarm, moved with remarkable speed, surpassing its counterparts. It approached from an exceptionally cunning angle, deftly slipping through the trajectory of 2 intersecting micro-inferno stars' defenses. The black stinger aimed directly at Qi Yin's vulnerable back. Just as the stinger was about to make contact, Qi Yin's figure suddenly blurred, leaving behind a fiery afterimage. A fiery decoy. The void bee's attack pierced through Qi Yin with pinpoint accuracy, yet no sensation of impact was felt. The blazing afterimage erupted violently, engulfing the unfortunate elite bee in a tempest of flames, reducing it to char. Meanwhile, 20 meters ahead on a stone platform, Qi Yin's true form materialized, unscathed, his stride unchanged. Ah, quite impressive, he mused, casting a brief glance at the dissipating flames, but he paid it no mind. He continued on with a resolute gait toward the finish line. Amidst the black storm of bees, a youth advanced steadily, unyielding. Behind him, a succession of fiery explosions and swirling energy points trailed, while ahead lay an astonishingly clear path. This scene was strikingly impactful. 5 minutes later, Qi Yin finally set foot upon the enormous platform, radiating a soft white light. Behind him, the last void bee unwillingly collided with the Inferno Star defense, dissipating into the final wisp of black smoke. 5th layer cleared. Time, 5 minutes 48 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward, 10 free attribute points. Would you like to continue the challenge? Excellent. Another perfect score. Qi Yin nodded with satisfaction. Having acquired 10 attribute points, of course he would proceed. No sooner had he spoken than the platform beneath him blazed with light. The familiar sensation of teleportation enveloped him once more. When the radiance faded, an extraordinarily vast and enclosed metallic coliseum came into view. Oppressive and heavy, the air was thick with a pungent mixture of rust and blood. A chilling aura of death emanating from all directions of the arena. Unlike any previous layer, the atmosphere here was pure, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. Oh, a shift in tone. Qi Yin's previously relaxed demeanor faded, Was this the onset of a boss battle? Chapter 75. Undying? Let us discuss it with my stats. A mechanical prompt resonated throughout the empty Colosseum. Welcome to the 6th layer trial, Deathmatch Arena. Objective: defeat the Undying Automaton within 15 minutes. Undying Automaton? These days, even low-level monsters boast such grandiose titles? As if to answer his taunt, the floor of the arena suddenly cracked open, and countless streams of liquid metal surged forth from the depths, coalescing into a massive silver puddle. Shortly thereafter, the liquid metal began to writhe and rise, forming a colossal silhouette amidst the unnerving sound of metal grinding. Standing 3 meters tall, the figure exhibited smooth and powerful musculature, shimmering with silver light. Devoid of facial features save for a single ominous red eye, and its limbs were razor-sharp. A massive health bar appeared above the automaton's head. Undying Automaton. 30,000, 30,000, 30,000 health, and it dares to claim it is undying? He raised his hand, conjuring a standard-sized inferno star at his fingertip, and casually flicked it toward the enormous automaton. The crimson arrow sliced through the air, striking the automaton squarely in the chest. A rather considerable damage number erupted. 6,804. Soul Scorch 1. No special defensive mechanisms, it seems. Qi Yin pondered, yet was taken aback the next moment. He watched as the automaton's health bar, after dropping a segment, began to replenish at an astonishing rate. 24,696, 30,000. 26,196, 30,000 blast. Qi Yin's eyes twitched. Was this recovery speed even legal? Before he could continue his complaints, the automaton's red eye flared, instantly locking onto Qi Yin. Boom! The metal ground beneath the automaton exploded as it charged toward him with terrifying speed, its right limb cleaving downward. The sharp whistling of wind sent shivers down Qi Yin's spine. He executed a sideways roll, narrowly evading the vicious downward strike. Boom! The attack struck the spot where he had just stood, slicing a shallow trench into the hard metal ground. Goodness, if that had landed. IDB joining the ranks of slimes. Just as Qi Yin regained his footing, the automaton unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, its limbs transforming into a storm of blades, creating an impenetrable web of death that eliminated all avenues of escape. Faced with this tempest of slashes, Qi Yin could only roll and retreat, appearing quite beleaguered. Just as he avoided another horizontal slash, the automaton's attack pattern abruptly shifted. Its left arm morphed into a pitch-black cannon, condensing a blue energy beam in an instant. A sense of lethal threat sent alarm bells ringing in Qi Yin's mind. Fiery decoy. Qi Yin's figure erupted into flames, his true form appearing 20 meters away. The energy attack shot from the automaton's cannon, striking the fiery afterimage without hesitation. When he glanced back at the automaton, he discovered its health bar was fully restored. All right, I see. Qi Yin straightened his stance. Simple tactics 1T suffice. Either I eliminate it before it can recover, or I must prepare to be worn down. He slowly raised his right hand. Let me demonstrate to you the aesthetic of brute force in numerical form. An inferno star coalesced at his fingertip, but this time he did not release it immediately. Infuse magic. The automaton seemed to sense this devastating power, its single eye flashing intensely, and it charged at Qi Yin in an instant. Too late. Qi Yin murmured softly. The first shot, infused with 10 additional points of magic, transformed into a dark red streak of light, shooting forth at a speed beyond the eye's capture. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonnated. The small inferno star unleashed terrifying power upon contact with the automaton. An exaggeratedly massive damage number erupted above the automaton's head. 14,288. Soul Scorch 2. The automaton, which had charged toward Qi Yin, was immediately blasted backward by the overwhelming force of the strike, while the automaton's body was still airborne. Not yet having landed, Qi Yin's fingertips conjured a second and third inferno star, both infused with magic. Without a moment's pause, they followed in quick succession. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more dark red streaks sliced through the air, tracing deadly trajectories as they accurately struck the still-flying automaton's form. 2 equally staggering damage numbers burst forth. 14,968, 15,649, 30,000 total health points, obliterated in under 2 seconds by 3 inferno stars. The so-called undying automaton's health bar plummeted to 0. Its body froze midair and then, starting from the point where the first inferno star struck its chest, countless cracks rapidly spread across its form. Ultimately, without even a lament, the colossal metallic body disintegrated in midair, transforming into countless fragments of metal dust that cascaded down. The entire Colosseum fell into an eerie silence. Sixth layer cleared. Time, 8 seconds. Rating, perfect. Congratulations on completing the challenge, earning a reward of 30 free attribute points. The system's notification broke the silence. Undying? Let us discuss that with my stats. Chi Yin expressed his disdain. Upon witnessing the reward, Chi Yin nodded with satisfaction. Taking into account the previous rewards, he had now accumulated a total of 45 unallocated free attribute points, an abundance that typically required a normal individual to ascend 9 levels to acquire. As he completed the challenge, the entire Metal Beast arena began to tremble violently, with walls and floors crumbling into countless specks of light. The system's solemn, emotionless voice reverberated through the expanse. Warning: the 7th layer trial is the ultimate challenge. Failure results in death. As the proclamation concluded, a blood-red confirmation box appeared before Chi Yin, emanating an ominous aura. Do you wish to proceed? Chi Yin gazed at the crimson word death without a hint of fear. Instead, he broke into a radiant smile. I came here for the first clear. This fortune is mine for the taking. Not even Jesus can stop me. Without hesitation, he pointed decisively at the affirmative option. Yes. Once he felt his feet firmly planted on the ground again, he found himself standing on an entirely new platform. It was a vast, pure white expanse, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting his figure. Beyond the edges of the platform lay an endless gray void, devoid of stars and illumination, shrouded in a suffocating, chaotic silence. The system's prompt echoed throughout the space. Welcome to the ultimate trial, Mirage. Objective: defeat your opponent. Chapter 76. 100-fold health? But I am using a modified version. Mirage? On the platform directly across from him, countless tiny points of light materialized out of thin air, swiftly converging. As the radiance intertwined, a hazy human silhouette gradually took shape. First, there were the soft-soled cloth shoes he was all too familiar with, followed by an apprentice robe, a red cord necklace around the neck, and a coarse cloth cap atop the head. At last, a face identical to Chi Yan's emerged from the light, the expression perfectly replicated. An exact replica of himself stood before him. The ultimate trial is to fight oneself? How intriguing. Chi Yan crossed his arms, observing with keen interest. The mirrored Chi Yan remained silent, merely tilting its head to scrutinize him in identical fashion. At that moment, information about the opponent appeared above the mirrored figure. Mirror, Chi Yan health, 310,033, 100. Chi Yan's expression froze instantly. He blinked vigorously, ensuring he was not hallucinating. Indeed, it was 33,100 points of health. With his own physique at 28 points and strength at 17, his health amounted to merely 331 points. This was an astonishing 100-fold disparity. Is this even right? Chi Yan felt utterly overwhelmed. What did it mean to face an opponent who mirrored himself? It signified that the adversary not only replicated his equipment and skills, but also possessed identical enchantments. All his hidden cards were in the opponent's hands, while the opponent boasted an outrageous 100-fold health that he did not have. How could he possibly fight? The mirrored Chi Yan was the first to strike. It slowly raised its right hand, mimicking Chi Yan's typical stance for casting spells. However, the subsequent scene left Chi Yan stunned. The mirrored Chi Yan's lips began to silently move in a rapid yet subtle manner. Though no sound emerged, Chi Yan recognized the unmistakable lip movements of a spell incantation. Despite the swiftness of the action, it was intrinsically discordant. Why would it need to chant a spell? Before Chi Yan could comprehend, following a brief yet nearly imperceptible incantation, a standard-sized flame star finally coalesced at the mirrored Chi Yan's fingertips. The dark red flames burned fiercely, exuding a destructive aura identical to that of Chi Yan's own spells. With a flick of its fingers, the mirrored Chi Yan launched the flame star toward Chi Yan. The motion was fluid and masterfully executed. Yet, from a moment it raised its hand to the incantation, and finally to the release of the flame star, the entire process consumed nearly half a second. Watching the incoming flame star, Chi Yan's tension evaporated in an instant. A sense of absurdity washed over him. The true jester was not him, but the one before him. Qi Yin beamed brightly. This mirror was indeed a flawless replica. It had duplicated all his data, his attributes, his equipment effects, his learned skills, and even his nonchalant demeanor and habitual motions during battle. Yet, it had failed to replicate one crucial element, his innate talent. Yin Yin Zhizhong, all fire-related skills at 50 times proficiency, spell effects enhanced by 50%, and mana consumption reduced by 50%. Most importantly, fire-type skills could be cast without incantation. Instantaneous casting. This talent was his unique core advantage. While the mirror Qi Yin possessed master-level skill proficiency, it lacked the corresponding talent. It still had to adhere to the rules of spell casting and chant incantations, however brief. To an ordinary mage, its casting speed might seem lightning fast. Yet, in the face of his unparalleled prowess, that half-second delay represented the gulf between a king and a mere bronze. So it was merely a counterfeit. Qi Yin grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. Let me show you how a player from Fengling Yuing Zone plays. At the precise moment the flame star was released from the mirrored Qi Yin, while it was still in mid-flight and had not yet crossed half the distance. Qi Yin focused his thoughts. A similarly burning dark red flame star, clearly larger due to his talent enhancement, had already formed instantaneously in front of him, hurtling forward with even greater ferocity. The delayed strike reached first. The two flame stars, one large and one small, collided fiercely in the center of the pure white platform. Contrary to expectations of an evenly matched energy stalemate or a dazzling explosion of colorful effects, Qi Yin's flame star, significantly enlarged by his talent, displayed the absolute dominance of the original over the counterfeit upon contact. Like a famished shark, it devoured the smaller flame star in one swift motion, assimilating its energy without losing a fraction, and instead amplifying its own ferocity. The merged flame star transformed into a raging dark red rainbow, striking directly at the mirrored Qi Yin's chest. The mirrored Qi Yin staggered back several steps from the impact, a substantial damage number appearing above its head. 6,804. Zhuohuan 1. The ensuing scene made Qi Yin lose all composure. After stabilizing itself, the mirrored Qi Yin completely disregarded the significant drop in its health bar and resumed its familiar casting routine. It still wanted to chant. How tragic, Qi Yin thought, as the skills in his hands required no incantation. What could it do? He nearly burst into laughter. Abandoning the idea of matching it blow for blow, Qi Yin realized that engaging a foe with 100-fold health would be foolishness, not valor. The opponent's margin for error was far too high. Any misstep on his part could lead to dire consequences, since it was merely a wooden post bound to chant spells. Qi Yin resolved to give it an enlightening lesson on the importance of interrupting spellcasting. With a thought, 10 mini flame stars, each the size of a grain of rice, quietly coalesced in front of him, suspended in a row and radiating a dangerous yet alluring glow. Are you ready? My turn, draw a card. Qi Yin raised his hand, gesturing toward the mirrored figure like a conductor guiding an orchestra. Whoosh! The first micro-fire star transformed into a nearly imperceptible red line, striking precisely at the forehead of the mirrored Qi Yin. The damage was minimal, with only a small number floating up. The accompanying shockwave, though weak, accurately interrupted the incantation that mirrored Qi Yin was about to complete. A barely noticeable stiffness overcame its movements. It seemed momentarily stunned before it began to move its lips again, attempting to chant. No way, are you serious? Qi Yin found it utterly amusing. Who wouldn't laugh at this? It could be diagnosed with fishy syndrome for sure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The remaining 9 micro-fire stars were deftly controlled by him, transforming into a continuous barrage of red light, forming an impenetrable curtain of death aimed at the mirror. Thus, an exceedingly comical scene unfolded on the battlefield of this ultimate trial. Just as Mirror Qi Yin opened its mouth to chant, it was hit by the first micro-fire star at the forehead, its body stiffening as the spell was interrupted. It attempted to move, but the second fire star followed closely, striking again, causing another brief paralysis. It stubbornly tried to chant once more, only to be struck by the third fire star. The infinite negative cycle of being hit, stiffening, chanting, being interrupted, and hit again was thus established. Its health bar, towering at 28,000, began to steadily and continuously diminish amidst this series of escalating damage. Qi Yin even found time to voice over while controlling the fire stars. adding a touch of mockery to the atmosphere of this grim trial. Bayou, buddy, don't you like using skills? He was thoroughly enjoying himself, transforming the lethal ambience of the ultimate trial into a whack-a-mole game at an amusement park. Just as Mirror Chien's health was reduced to half, teetering on the brink, an unexpected event occurred. Its form suddenly exploded into a raging inferno, leaving behind a burning afterimage at the original spot. A residual flame replacement. It sought to escape Chien's relentless assault through this displacement skill, searching for a glimmer of hope. Chien's actions did not falter in the slightest, but his focus had instantaneously shifted. He instinctively predicted the landing point of the mirror, 20 meters away. The figure of Mirror Chien was just beginning to solidify from the flames. It had no time to catch its breath and reorganize for a counterattack. A dark red magic circle, 5 meters in diameter, had silently formed beneath its feet, suddenly illuminating. Explosive flame impact. A robust pillar of flame surged upward, engulfing the newly materialized Mirror Chien with pinpoint accuracy, the violent energy hurling it back into the air. Perfect prediction, seamless connection. Look, I'll make you fly. Chien observed the immobilized mirrored figure, suspended in midair, and raised his right hand. A fire star, ablaze with dark red flames, appeared at his fingertip, and without hesitation, he poured his magical energy into it. It's over, little fish. Whoosh! The infused fire star transformed into a radiant streak, slicing through the air and accurately striking the target suspended in the sky. An exaggeratedly massive damage number erupted from above the mirror's head. The remaining health of Mirror Chien was instantly depleted. Its body froze mid-air, and soon after, cracks rapidly spread from the point where the fire star struck its chest, coursing throughout its entire form. The body, identical to Chien's, shattered in the air, disintegrating into countless specks of light that gently cascaded downwards. The entire pure white space fell into a profound silence. Moments later, the system's solemn notification finally sounded. Level 7 cleared. Rating perfect. Congratulations on completing the challenge. Earning a reward. 50 free attribute points. All frozen attribute points obtained during the trial have been unlocked, totaling 95 points. 95 points. This translates to a remarkable accumulation of free attribute points. If one level up grants 5 points, it would take a full 19 levels to amass such a sum. Before he could revel in his joy, a series of brand new system notifications, adorned with the golden effects unique to the first completion, flooded the screen before him. Congratulations on becoming the first challenger to clear the 7th level of the attribute trial, earning the unique title, The Chosen One. The Chosen One. Luck 10. Congratulations on receiving the first completion reward. Directional Skill Talisman X1. Congratulations on receiving the first completion reward. Magic Sprite X1. The Chosen One. Directional Skill Talisman. Magic Sprite. Chien equipped the title first, gazing at the newly added line of Luck 10 on his attribute panel, falling into contemplation. This was pure mysticism. On one hand, it seemed useful, as it was a numerical value. On the other hand, it felt trivial, yet it added 10 points. He mumbled to the air, preemptively shifting blame. Listen up, if I end up with garbage items in the future, you'll be the prime suspect, the kind that can't be washed clean. If I get something extraordinary, then it's undoubtedly your doing. Understood? You better be useful. The air remained silent, and the number on the luck value panel provided him no response. Chien pursed his lips, feeling as though he was playing a lute to a cow, and thus shifted his attention to the 2 glimmering rewards. Directional Skill Talisman? Magic Sprite? What are these? The skill talisman was discernible from its name, but he had never heard of this Magic Sprite before. He first selected Magic Sprite X1. In the next moment, a fist-sized orb of light floated out from the virtual list, hovering in front of his chest. As the light faded, a peculiar creature resembling the legendary sprite appeared. It was plump and bouncy, adorned with blue hair, and sported a rebellious blue tuft on its head. Its 2 small, black eyes brimmed with innocent curiosity. Gazing intently at him, the unboxer, Magic Sprite, unnamed, binding, bound a host soul, sharing life and death. Characteristic 1. Naturally immune to all forms of damage, and cannot be attacked or inflict any harm on the outside world. Characteristic 2. Can freely shift between physical and ethereal forms, sharing life and death. This implies complete loyalty, and this inherent sanctity Goodness, it explicitly stated not to expect this little one to serve as a meat shield. Qian's lips twitched. He tentatively extended a finger, gently poking the jelly-like creature. Rather than recoiling, the little one eagerly approached, affectionately rubbing its cool, soft cheek against Qian's fingertip, reminiscent of touching a fine pudding. Oh, Chapter 78. Magic Sprite. The little sprite emitted a soft, melodious sound, filled with curiosity and affection, and began to flit joyfully around Qian. Its form occasionally solidified, allowing it to be touched, resembling a tangible pet. At other times, it became a translucent illusion, effortlessly passing through Qian's body as though it were merely a phantom. Qian immediately found this little creature quite amusing, a true stress relief artifact. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to gather a small cluster of pure magical energy at his fingertip. However, due to the innate affinity of the fire seed, the pure magic instantly transformed into a gentle flame at the tip of his finger, quietly burning and radiating warmth and light. The magic sprite, previously flitting about, was drawn to the flame as if it were a cat responding to catnip, swiftly dashing toward it and diving into the center of the fire. Whoa! Qian was startled, nearly extinguishing the flame at his fingertips. However, the little creature not only remained unharmed but seemed to revel in the fire, as if it had immersed itself in a hot spring, rolling around blissfully with its tiny black eyes squinting into adorable crescents, a look of sheer enjoyment on its face. Qian scratched his head in exasperation, now at a loss for how to proceed. System, can we discuss something? How exactly do I form a contract with this little creature? Could you provide a manual? He clasped his hands together and bowed to the air, his sincerity palpable. The system panel emotionlessly appeared before him. Would you like to form a contract with the magic sprite? Upon contract completion, it will become your sole magical companion, never to betray you. Should the host perish, the sprite will likewise cease to exist. Yes, absolutely. Immediately, Qian thoughtlessly selected yes. What a remarkable creature. It surely must be valuable. As he confirmed, a complex and ornate golden rune materialized from his forehead, splitting into two gleaming lights that merged into both Qian and the magic sprite. The contract was established. Done. Qian snapped his fingers and addressed the little creature still frolicking in the flames. From now on, your name shall be Xiao Mo, simple, memorable, and melodious. My impeccable naming talent. Xiao Montag exclaimed. Yeah. Qian nodded. Indeed, it seems you like this name. You have good taste. Xiao Mo, what do you usually eat? Qian inquired further. Xiao Mo emerged from the flames, flying in front of Qian, gesturing animatedly. It pointed at Qian, then at its own mouth, babbling incessantly, its tiny face serious. Qian was utterly perplexed, frowning. What do you mean? Are you saying I look delicious? Xiao Mo froze, its blue tuft drooping, and frantically spun in place. After much gesturing, it patted its belly. Qian still did not comprehend. Xiao Mo seemed to give up on communicating beyond gestures and flew to Qian's fingertip, opening its small mouth to bite down gently on his skin. Of course, it did not hurt. Only then did Qian realize a pure stream of magical energy was being siphoned from his fingertip. Oh, you mean you consume magical energy? Yeah. Xiao Mo nodded vigorously, its black eyes brimming with satisfaction, finally having taught its foolish master. Qian experienced an epiphany and began to willingly channel magical energy into Xiao Mo. Pure magical energy surged into Xiao Mo's body, causing its eyes to squint in bliss, its tiny form glowing like a little night light charging up. It wasn't until Xiao Mo let out a satisfied, baby-like burp that Qian ceased his efforts. Content and well-fed. Xiao Mo soared into the air, circling above Qian's head before finding a cozy spot, plopping down inside Qian's coarse cloth hat, peeking out from the brim with curiosity, as if claiming this space as its own. Qian opened the sprite panel after forming the contract, eager to discover the specific effects this little creature had brought. However, upon seeing the newly added abilities, he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide as saucers. Ability sharing with contract partner. Source of magic. Your magic recovery speed is enhanced to 1 maximum magic point per second. Other magic recovery effects cannot be stacked. Magic sacrifice. You may actively consume 10 magic points to restore 1 health point. Qian blinked rapidly, reading the line of text 3 times, fearful of misreading a decimal. Per second, recovering 1%. His current maximum magic value was 1,700 points, making 1% equal to 17 points. Recovering 17 magic points per second. Previously, his recovery rate was merely 2 points per minute, and with the ring's doubling effect, it only reached 4 points. Now it was 17 points per second, translating to 10-20 points per minute. Moreover, this was scalable. The higher the maximum magic value, the faster the recovery. And then there was the magic sacrifice, trading 10 magic points for 1 health point. At first glance, the ratio seemed unfavorable. But combined with the magic source's recovery and the necklace's magic absorption, it essentially meant that as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he would be immortal. His blue bar was thicker than his health bar. When the health bar was depleted, the blue bar would sustain him. Xiao Mo, you are not merely my sprite. You are my soul savior, Qi Yin exclaimed, slapping his hat in excitement, his voice trembling. Xiao Mo swayed from the impact, perplexed, and let out a curious yah, a question mark seemingly appearing above its head. Suppressing the overwhelming joy bubbling within him, Qi Yan's gaze landed on the final reward. Targeted Shiruna. Compared to ordinary skill runes adorned with only a few cryptic patterns, this targeted skill rune was densely packed with intricate designs that made one's scalp tingle. Please input 3 keywords for your upcoming exclusive skill. Qi Yin took a deep breath, calming his mind from the fantasies of instant elevation. This was an exclusive skill, a true personal customization, critical for future development. It required utmost caution. He began to think rapidly. The first keyword must be survival. Living is essential for DPS. This is an unchanging truth. Especially in this perilous world, the ability to preserve one's life is never excessive. One must stand firm to be eligible to discuss output. For the second keyword, he pondered briefly before deciding on durability. Based on his conjecture, a survival skill infused with a durability buff would focus on tormenting opponents. If he could win, he would fight. If not, he would outlast. For the third keyword, Qi Yin hesitated not at all. Self-compatible, randomly assigned skills, no matter how excellent, may not suit oneself. The best skill is always one that amplifies one's strengths. Survival, durability, self-compatible. Qi Yin entered the 3 keywords. The rune in his hand instantly erupted in a blinding red light, so brilliant that he instinctively shut his eyes. Subsequently, the rune transformed into a searing stream of light that merged into his forehead. The system's solemn notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations! You have acquired the special skill, Twin Flame Pact. Chapter 79, Sharing Life and Magic, All Staff Announcement. Note, this skill is temporary, will evolve, and will become a true invincible mechanism skill. Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill, Twin Flame Pact. The system notification echoed solemnly in Qi Yan's mind, but his attention was entirely captured by the skill panel that appeared before him. Twin Flame Pact, Special. Effect 1, Life and Death Together. After signing with a willing target, both parties share life magic, taking the higher value. If either party dies, both die immediately. Effect 2, Flame Pact. For each joint completion of a virtual realm dark chamber with a contract partner, 1 layer of Flame Pact can be obtained. Each layer allows for the selection of one of the following enhancements: 10 fire damage or 10 healing effects. Current layers, 0-5. After reading, Qi Yin couldn't help but laugh. Is this the divine power of the system? Truly the skill that suits him best. Life and death together, sharing the highest health and magic? The first image that sprang to his mind was Wang Fatsai's beaming face. What is Wang Fatsai's profession? The Oath Keeper. Sharing his health means that this fragile glass cannon of his would instantly evolve into a tank. Death penalty? If one dies, the other follows? But for him and Wang Fatsai, does that even matter? Not at all. Moreover, the Flame Pact effect filled him with uncontainable joy. A growth-type skill. As one conquers each hidden chamber, a selection for enhancement is granted. One boosts damage output, while another increases healing capacity. A tank with substantial health and formidable defenses. Equipped with innate damage reduction, yet possessing a nearly empty mana pool, is paired with a mage whose explosive output belies their fragile health, akin to parchment. Presently, the mage's vitality is as robust as the tank's, while the tank's mana is comparable to that of the mage. Utilizing Qi Yan's magical prowess, Through the mystic absorption and mana sacrifice abilities, it becomes entirely feasible to convert surplus mana into health, achieving a perpetual synergy between the two. This combination is flawless. Who could possibly contend with them? Qi Yin has already begun to envision a future where he and Wang Faocai stride confidently through their challenges. With satisfaction, he closes the skill panel and gazes at the resplendent numbers in the attribute section. Unallocated attribute points. 95. Qi Yin licks his parched lips. It is time to allocate points. He had initially contemplated a balanced approach, addressing the deficiencies in strength, agility, and endurance. But the emergence of the dual flame pact instantly dispelled that notion. Balanced development is the path of mediocrity. What he seeks is the ultimate limit. A minor advantage is tantamount to no advantage at all. Going all in is an attitude. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, accumulate all points in spirit. As a mighty mage, his ultimate aspiration is to become a harbinger of calamity. For him, the paramount attribute is singular, spirit. Without hesitation, he focuses on the plus sign adjacent to the spirit attribute, pouring all 95 points into it at once. Confirm allocation of all 95 unallocated attribute points to spirit. Confirmed. With his affirmation, the numbers on the attribute panel begin to soar. Qi Yin's base spirit attribute, starting from the bottleneck value of 50, skyrockets. 608, 011, 0130 ultimately. The number stabilizes at 145. His total spirit attribute leaps from the original 140, base 50, equipment 90, to an impressive 235, base 145, equipment 90. Moreover, his maximum mana undergoes a qualitative transformation. Umana, 2650 Ekshilarating. Gazing at the significantly increased blue bar, Qi Yin feels every cell in his body rejoicing. However, before he can revel for more than 3 seconds, a sudden and indescribable agony surges from the depths of his soul without warning. It feels as though his entire essence has been thrust into a meat grinder, relentlessly pulverizing him. By heavens! Qi Yin barely has time to mentally exclaim before the world around him fades to black, all strength evaporating in an instant, his body collapsing backward. Thud! The back of his head meets the pristine white platform floor with a jarring impact, yet he feels no physical pain. His consciousness remains intact, acutely aware of every inch of his soul being torn and crushed, but he has utterly lost control of his body. He observes as the round little creature within his hat is startled by this upheaval, launching itself into the air. Eek! Eek! The little demon frantically flits around him, transforming into a blue blur, emitting sharp, frantic cries. It is near melting with worry, yet can do nothing but circle him in distress. Qi Yin attempts to soothe it with his mind, but he cannot muster even a fragment of mental energy. At that moment, a blood-red warning box abruptly appears in the void before him. Warning: soul intensity has escalated dramatically in a short period, surpassing the current physical body's threshold. Body-soul synchronization failure under assessment. User has entered a state of soul-body imbalance. Soul-body imbalance? This inhuman torment persists for several minutes before gradually receding like a tide. Control over his body returns. The first thing he does is brace himself against the floor, shakily sitting up, and then he addresses the still chirping little demon with a raspy voice, saying, all right, I'm fine, don't worry. The little demon pauses, and upon confirming that Qi Yin is indeed unharmed, it does not retreat back into his hat, but instead lands on his shoulder, turning its head to regard him with concern, resembling a little guardian. Qi Yin opts to exit the trial space. After a familiar sensation of teleportation, the surrounding pristine white platform dissipates in motes of light. When Qi Yin finds solid ground again, he is back in the real world, seated on his familiar single bed. Almost the moment he returns to his dormitory, the entire world seems to hit the pause button, and then a golden announcement forcefully dominates everyone's system panels. Global announcement. Congratulations to novice practitioner Qi Yin for successfully completing the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, 50. This announcement serves as a commendation. Global announcement. Congratulations to novice practitioner Qi Yin for successfully completing the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, 50. This announcement serves as a commendation. Global announcement. Congratulations to novice practitioner Qi Yin for successfully completing the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, 50. This announcement serves as a commendation. Qi Yan's eyelid twitches. A global announcement? Surely this is a jest? He stares blankly at the glowing announcement, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. He merely wished to quietly enjoy a leisurely life. Yet now he has become a household name. The potential scrutiny, alliances, and even troubles he may face in the future cause his head to throb. Chapter 80 Lichiyue Federation Core City. The upper echelons of the Federation Affairs Department. This place is heralded as the epicenter of human power. In a grand conference room capable of accommodating hundreds, only 7 figures are seated around a massive black round table. Silence. At the head of the table sits an elderly man with closed eyes, clad in a gray administrative minister uniform, simple yet fitting. His fingers are interlaced before him, and his body remains utterly still. Lichiyue, Minister of the Federation Affairs Department. Profession, Planner, LV 149. A logistical profession devoid of combat capability. Yet, he is revered by all as the pillar of the human race. Flanking the table are the pinnacle of the Federation's combat strength. The president of the Hero Association. Laihong, Profession, Vatitan. His imposing physique exudes raw power with muscular arms that radiate strength. The chairperson of the Elemental Conference, Linya, Profession, Starfall Sage. A woman in her 30s, exuding an aura of cool elegance and captivating beauty, evoking a sense of nobility at first glance. The Pope of the Holy Light Church, Anders. Profession, Divine Shepherd. An elder clad in a white robe, his demeanor warm and amiable. The leader of the Free Alliance, Xiao Yuan. Profession, Storm Scout. A carefree middle-aged man, lounging in his chair, exuding a laid-back demeanor. The master of the Spirit Contract Tower, Su Myukin. Profession, Beast Tamer. A refined middle-aged man, quietly listening with a gentle smile. The final individual, shrouded in shadows, is known as Phantom Crow, the leader of the Faceless Sect. The holographic projection in the conference room displays a report. Qi Yan, Wang Fatsai. Key content. Successfully cleared the special hidden chamber, Weeping Lonely Village, and caused its permanent closure. My stance remains unchanged. Lei Hong's voice shatters the silence, causing the water cups on the table to tremble. Geniuses must be allowed to forge their own paths. Keeping them in a greenhouse nurtures flowers, not warriors. Haven't we all clawed our way out of piles of corpses? Excessive protection is tantamount to strangulation. Xiao Yuan yawns, his voice laced with fatigue. Old Lei is correct. The path of the strong is one they must tread themselves. Have someone keep watch, but do not intervene. Interference only jeopardizes him. I oppose this. Linya speaks up, her voice soft yet distinct. The talent and potential Qi Yan has displayed thus far is the highest record since the dawn of the divine era. Any unforeseen event would result in an unbearable loss for all of humanity. Linya makes a valid point. Pulpa Andas gently interjected, expressing that the spark of hope requires our diligent nurturing. The two sides held opposing views. Su Myukin maintained his characteristic smile, while Huanya exhibited no response. Nurturing? Nurture my foot. Lei Hong's temper flared, and he slammed his fist onto the table, producing a dull thud. With his level elevated, yet lacking in temperament and practical combat skill, he would become a mere soft-shelled shrimp in the face of real danger. Whose fault would that be? Linya calmly regarded him. The most perilous places do not necessarily cultivate the strongest individuals. There are numerous examples of those who fought only after becoming powerful. Just as Lei Hong was about to erupt, a golden light abruptly manifested in the center of the conference room, appearing without warning. The radiance bore an irresistible will, projecting a piece of information into everyone's sight. General announcement. Congratulations to the novice practitioner Qi Yan for successfully passing the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, 50. This announcement serves as a commendation. The announcement echoed 3 times. Each golden character spun in the air before dissipating. The golden light illuminated every frozen face. The previously contentious conference room fell into profound silence. Lei Hong's heavy breathing was distinctly audible, his eyes wide with disbelief. Each person present had once been the most outstanding genius of their era. They had all challenged the Attribute Trial Tower and knew better than anyone that passing the 6th level was already a feat among geniuses. The penalty for failing the 7th level was singular: death. They all halted in their tracks, having exhausted their efforts to pass the 6th level. Only a select few dared to attempt the 7th level, with none surviving. That was a forbidden zone, a task theoretically impossible to accomplish. A novice practitioner, awakened for only a few days, not only attempted it, but succeeded. Ahem. Linya cleared her throat and spoke again, her pace markedly quicker. I must revise my perspective. I propose that the Federation immediately initiate the highest level cultivation program, exclusively for Qi Yin. Nonsense. This is precisely the time we cannot afford to coddle. Lei Hong surged to his feet, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Qi Yin has already proven his courage and strength in the face of death. What we need to do now is provide the best resources, allowing him to soar, to venture forth, to conquer. The argument erupted once more, intensifying several-fold. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Huanya, who had remained still, stirred. The shadow writhed. A hoarse, dry sound, akin to metal scraping, echoed. The faceless sect will dispatch 2 extraordinary-level assassins, rotating every 24 hours, to covertly protect him and prevent any malevolent interference until he successfully enters the Federation University. Upon finishing, Huanya rose from the shadows and respectfully bowed to the elderly man at the main seat, who had been meditating with closed eyes. The ever-silent Li Chua slowly opened his eyes at that moment. They were eyes that had witnessed nearly a century of turmoil. He nodded gently at Huanya, receiving approval. Huanya's figure gradually faded into the shadows, ultimately vanishing completely. Huanya's declaration quelled the dispute. 2 extraordinary-level assassins. According to the system classification, levels 100 to 149 constitute extraordinary practitioners. Those dispatched by Huanya are certainly not newly promoted individuals barely above level 100. This implies that at least 2 top-tier assassins above level 130 will engage in uninterrupted covert protection. Such an undertaking is monumental. Li Chiyue's calm gaze swept across every individual present before he spoke, his voice soft yet compelling enough to halt all thoughts. Before Qi Yin enters the Federation University, he shall be observed and protected in secrecy, with no proactive contact. His life is to be chosen by him alone. During this time, you are forbidden from providing him with any resources outside of Federation regulations. Everything must be earned by him. I permit you to cultivate him, but on the condition that he must demonstrate his qualifications to all. You are well aware of the Federation's resource situation. If you wish to cultivate him beyond the norm, mere talent is insufficient. The first successful passage of the 7th level alone is inadequate. The new youth competition, signed with the Apocalypse, is about to commence. The content of this team competition shall be revised to a 100 champions contest. The rules remain unchanged, allowing the awakened prodigies from each family to don their finest equipment. I want to witness his limits. Lei Hong, inform the followers of the Divine Cult that Qi Yin is off-limits. Should the Divine Cult exhibit any inclination to approach Qi Yin, eliminate all personnel without the need for consultation. The other 5 exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. I have already instructed, and it would be prudent for Xiao Lei to further pressure the Divine Cult as well. Anders chuckled as he stroked his white beard. In accordance with your will, I shall notify them promptly. Those old codgers from the Divine Cult, I will personally go and rattle their bones. Lei Hong immediately stood, a sinister smile gracing his face. In accordance with your will. Linya bowed to Li Chiyue. As she rose from her seat, a ripple of energy enveloped her, and in the next moment, she had vanished. Sum Yukin also rose and bowed, his figure transforming into countless stars, disappearing in an instant. Anders stood, smiling at Li Chiyue. Old fellow, do take care to rest. Do not overexert yourself. I am returning to the church. With that, he transformed into a gentle radiance and vanished from sight. Lei Hong and Xiao Yuan rose together, bowing to Li Chiyue before turning and departing the conference room side by side. Outside the doors of the Federation Affairs Department, Xiao Yuan waved at Lei Hong, soaring into the sky and vanishing as a streak of azure light across the horizon. Lei Hong looked up at the sky and muttered under his breath, "Only you guys possess such mobility. If it weren't for my fear of destroying these streets, I could outrun any of you." With that, he ceased his lingering and strode away. In the blink of an eye, the vast conference room was left with Li Chiyue alone. He sat quietly at the main seat. The holographic projection report had yet to close. His finger gently tapped the table, bringing forth another document. It was a list of all the geniuses who had challenged the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, 50, throughout the ages. The list was lengthy. Each name was followed by a vivid crimson annotation. Challenge failed, confirmed death. Li Chiyue's gaze traversed the familiar and unfamiliar names. Ultimately, it rested upon Qi Yan's name. Behind that name was a status recently updated. Challenge successful. Evaluation perfect. Li Chiyue extended his finger, lightly touching the two characters of Qi Yin in the air. The experiences of Qi Yin, from birth to his successful conquest of the 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower today, filled the holographic projection before him in dense layers. Li Chiyue observed Qi Yan's journey for an extended period. Finally, he let out a long sigh, the sound echoing in the empty conference room. The highest talent since the dawn of the divine era appears amiable and approachable, yet, apart from childhood friends, none have been acknowledged by him. After the first killing, was the absence of any reaction a sign of hope or a deeper despair? Chapter 81. Imbalance of the Soul, Part 1. The agonizing aftershocks of his soul being shattered lingered, leaving him parched and his throat ablaze. Instinctively, he reached for the water cup on the table. His brain commanded him to extend his hand and grasp the cup. 1 second later, his right hand sluggishly lifted, moving towards the water cup at a pace comparable to that of a sloth, inch by inch. Qi Yin froze. No, who are you, buddy? Where's my hand? Where is my obedient hand? He stared at his own hand, which, with a jarring sensation reminiscent of a PowerPoint slide transition, slowly, resolutely, and precisely missed the cup of water, then continued to stretch forward, ultimately slapping against the wall with a resounding clap. The entire process exuded an aesthetic akin to performance art. The small demon nestled within his hat was startled by this abrupt turn of events and swiftly darted out. Hovering in midair, it gazed at Qi Yan's hand pressed against the wall, as if engaged in some mysterious ritual, and then glanced at Qi Yan's expressionless face, its blue tuft of hair tilting in confusion. What? Oh no! He immediately accessed his status bar. Indeed, beneath the title of Chosen One, there appeared a line of blood-red negative status. Soul-body imbalance. Your soul and corporeal form are severely out of sync, resulting in delayed and highly inaccurate bodily commands. Damn! Qi Yin cursed internally. This was quite the predicament. Wasn't this akin to the game's latency with a red ping of over 1,000? While others had unleashed their skills multiple times, he might only just be lifting his hand. What good was that? He surveyed the empty dormitory. Wang Fatsai had vanished somewhere. Just then, the small demon suddenly perked up its tuft, turning toward the door. In the next moment, bang, the dormitory door was violently kicked open, and a robust figure charged in like a whirlwind. Qi Yin, oh no, you gone viral. You're on the world announcement. Wang Fatsai's round face was alight with exhilaration, brandishing his personal terminal, which still glimmered with the recent group announcement. He rushed toward Qi Yin, eager to envelop him in a bear hug. However, his joy instantly froze upon witnessing Qi Yan's movements, which appeared to be played back at half speed, each motion mechanical and stiff. Wang Fatsai's outstretched arms hovered in midair, his ecstatic expression morphing into shock and bewilderment. What on earth? Yinzi, what are you doing? He cautiously inquired, too excited? Doing the robot. It was only then he noticed the curious blue jelly beside Qi Yin, examining him intently. What is this? Your new night light? It even glows. Eek! The small demon seemed displeased by the night light label, shaking its tiny fist at Wang Fatsai. Speak more slowly. Qi Yan's mouth opened and closed at an excruciatingly slow pace, struggling to articulate a few words. I can't keep up. Wang Fatsai's expression shifted from shock to terror. No way. You're in serious trouble. He grasped Qi Yin, feeling as if he was supporting a marionette filled with concrete. Qi Yin abandoned verbal communication and shared the skill description of the twin flame pact with Wang Fatsai telepathically. Wang Fatsai looked down at the information popping up on the virtual panel, initially engrossed. But his eyes widened with astonishment upon reading the shared life energy, taking the highest value. However, when he reached the line stating that if either party dies, both will perish immediately, he froze. He looked up at Qi Yin, and without a moment's hesitation, broke into a wide grin. Huh, I thought it was a big deal. He slapped his chest, the sound echoing. Is this even a problem? We've always been one life. From childhood, whenever I got beaten, didn't I always share the brunt with you? Whenever you got into trouble, wasn't I the one taking the blame? You're talking nonsense. Enough chatter. Wang Fatsai, with an air of entitlement, urged, come on, let us do this for me too. Qi Yin felt warmth in his heart. With a thought, He activated the skill. A complex rune, engulfed in dark red flames, materialized in the air between him and Wang Fatsai, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. The small demon curiously floated over, cautiously poking the rune with its jelly-like hand. The rune trembled slightly, seemingly unfazed by its touch. Subsequently, the rune split in two, transforming into two streams of light that hovered before Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai. Agree to the contract. The imprint instantly surged into the foreheads of both, flashing briefly. The contract was established. Almost immediately, Wang Fatsai felt an unprecedented surge of colossal energy coursing through his body, as if a parched riverbed had been suddenly filled with flood waters. He eagerly opened his attributes panel. The words magic power, 150,150, danced wildly, finally settling at a mind-boggling number. Magic power, 26502650. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Wang Fatsai babbled incoherently. I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. Qian also glanced at his panel. Health, 331,331, similarly began to swell. Ultimately, the number stabilized at health, 13001300. Wonderful. Yet, the heavy and sluggish sensation in his body showed no sign of alleviation. He attempted to lift his leg, but the familiar slow motion persisted. He instantly realized that the pact merely shared life and magic values, unrelated to attributes. The root of his damned soul-body imbalanced negative status lay in the dissonance between soul and flesh. The joy that had surged within him was abruptly doused with cold water. It was akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet only being able to scrape a bit of gold dust off with a toothpick. The frustration of being unable to exert his strength made him want to curse. Just as Qi Yan's spirits plummeted, a sudden urgent ringing echoed from his personal terminal. Wang Fatsai, quick on the draw, immediately swiped to answer. A booming voice, full of vigor, erupted from the terminal. Qi Yan, you little rascal. I knew you were extraordinary. A world announcement. You brought glory to me. Ha ha ha. The caller ID displayed that it was his homeroom teacher, Wu Shiji. Before Wu Shiji's raucous laughter could subside, it was interrupted by Wang Fatsai's anxious voice. Old Wu, stop laughing. Something's wrong. Qian, I can't explain it. He is a bit stuck right now. Something's wrong? Wu Shiji's laughter came to an abrupt halt. What do you mean stuck? What are you rambling about? No, it's him who is stuck. Wang Fatsai was nearly in tears, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. He moves like he is in slow-motion playback. Even talking is stuttered. On the other end of the communication, an eerie silence fell. Moments later, Wu Shiji's once exuberant voice took on an exceptionally grave tone, even tinged with suppressed urgency. In the dormitory, right? I'll be there immediately. The moment he finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chapter 82, Soul-Body Imbalance. Part 2. Wang Fatsai anxiously paced in place, muttering, Old Wu, being a scholar, isn't the right fit for this. Shouldn't we get a priest to take a look? Qi Yin wished to offer him some comfort, but as he opened his mouth, Wang Fatsai had already circled around several times. Forget it, let us conserve energy. Qi Yin abandoned the idea of communication and opted for a silent greeting in his mind. Eek! The small demon hovering in midair tilted its head, extending its tiny hand to poke Qi Yan's rigid cheek, seemingly curious about why its master was behaving so oddly. Less than 3 minutes later, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tense atmosphere Wang Fatsai had created. He dashed to the door and flung it open. In the next moment, Wu Shiji barged in, having pushed Wang Fatsai aside. Where is he? His gaze immediately locked onto Qi Yan, who was seated in a posture so perfect it resembled a life-size standee. Old Wu, you finally made it. Qi Yan. Yes. Wang Fatsai began to explain urgently from behind. Wu Shiji ignored him, taking 2 strides to reach Qi Yan's side, waving his hand in front of Qi Yan's eyes. Qi Yan, can you hear me? If you can hear me, blink. Qi Yan's brain received the command to blink. After approximately 2 seconds, his eyelids slowly closed and then opened again, as if in slow motion. Wu Shiji's expression froze. He observed Qi Yan's robotic response, akin to a machine that had lost power, then turned to glance at the curious blue, jelly-like creature flitting around his bald head, even attempting to poke him with its tiny hand. What on earth is this? A new type of intelligent ambient light? The little demon, feeling offended by this label, puffed up and flew a little higher. I am currently in a state of soul-body imbalance. Qi Yin exerted all his strength to articulate the crucial information, syllable by syllable. Soul-body imbalance? As a scholar of level 42, Wu Shiji's mental repository rivaled that of small library. He immediately began to search for this keyword. 1 second later, the search yielded no results. 2 seconds later, an expanded search still returned nothing. 3 seconds later, a search for related terms also proved fruitless. Wu Shiji's robust body trembled, once again questioning the extent of his knowledge. This concept was entirely absent from his database. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved his personal terminal and dialed a number. Hello, Teacher Zhang. This is Wu Shiji. Zhang, please come to the faculty dormitory immediately. It's quite pressing. His loud voice startled the little demon, which wobbled in midair before hastily returning to perch on Qi Yan's shoulder, clutching his neck for security. After hanging up, Wu Shiji's gaze returned to Qi Yan, this time etched with gravity. He understood that a condition not even documented in his database was certainly significant. Before long, light footsteps echoed at the door. Teacher Zhang, dressed in a white gown and exuding an aura of cool elegance, appeared at the entrance. Wu Laosher, what is going on? Zhang Diyu stepped into the dormitory and immediately noticed Qi Yan's unnatural, rigid state. Teacher Zhang, please take a look. Wang Fatsai quickly moved aside. Zhang Diyu approached the bedside, a gentle holy light gathering at her fingertips. She scrutinized Qi Yan's condition, her delicate brows knitting in concern. Such an eerie state. The mind and body are completely disconnected. The little demon floating on Qi Yan's shoulder gazed curiously at the holy light emanating from Zhang Diyu's fingers. Seemingly enchanted by the warm and pure aura, unable to resist reaching out its tiny hand to touch it, Zhang Diyu noticed the diminutive creature, which was no larger than a palm, and smiled kindly before redirecting her focus back to Qi Yan. Let me try purifying first. A soft white light descended, enveloping Qi Yan entirely. He felt as though he were enjoying a warm bath, quite comfortable, and then nothing more. The blood-red icon indicating soul-body imbalance on his status bar remained utterly still. No effect. Zhang Diyu was somewhat surprised. Then I will attempt to dispel spell. Another halo rose from beneath Qi Yan's feet, sweeping over his entire form. The soul-body imbalance icon remained steadfast. Holy purification, divine blessing, Sursuding technique. One after another, beams of holy light, some pure, others gentle, and yet others solemn, descended upon Qi Yan, illuminating the entire dormitory as if heaven itself had graced the space. Wang Fatsai and Wu Shiji were nearly blinded by the brilliance. The little demon, on the other hand, took full advantage of the spectacle, darting and dancing amidst the holy light, sometimes chasing a glimmering point and at other times attempting to swallow a beam of light, fully embracing the lively atmosphere. As the focal point of the holy light, Qi Yan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. When the final beam dissipated, Zhang Diyu ceased casting spells, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She shook her head in resignation. It's no use. All purification and blessing spells are ineffective. The priority of this debuff is far too high to be swayed. Wu Shiji and Wang Fatsai's hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. Even a level 62 priest is at a loss. Contact the principal. He is well-versed and may have insight into this. Wu Shiji grit his teeth and made a decision. His decisiveness was remarkable, and he quickly initiated a call. Using the most concise language, he relayed Qi Yan's condition and Zhang Diyu's diagnostic findings. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a steady, authoritative voice. I'll be there shortly. 5 minutes later, a slightly plump, yet upright and serious-looking middle-aged man appeared at the dormitory door. It was Principal Wang Jiangwo. The little demon seemed to sense the serious aura radiating from Principal Wang, immediately ceasing its antics and swiftly retreating into Qi Yan's hat, peeking out with just half its little head to observe stealthily. Principal Wang's gaze swept over the group before settling on Qi Yan. He conducted no examination nor inquired of the two teachers. Instead, he directly addressed Qi Yan. Recount the events leading to your current state. Qi Yan's mind raced as his mouth began to articulate his lengthy account. I cleared the 7th layer and then earned 95 points in free attributes. I allocated all of them to spirit. As the last few words struggled to escape Qi Yan's lips, the dormitory fell into a profound silence. Wang Fatsai's mouth dropped open, Wu Shiji's eyes widened, and Zhang Diyu wore an expression of disbelief. 95 points, all allocated to spirit. What kind of bizarre allocation is this? The usually stoic principal Wang Jiangwo's facial muscles finally twitched. It was an exceedingly complex expression, as if he were on the verge of laughter, yet also wanted to scold someone, mingled with shock, resignation, and a hint of approval. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. He turned to the bewildered group and began to explain. This is neither a curse nor a complex ailment. The triggering conditions for soul-body imbalance are exceedingly stringent. It occurs when the disparity between a fundamental attribute and the physical attribute exceeds a threshold of 5 times. He looked at Qi Yan. Your fundamental spirit is now at 145 points, while your fundamental physique is merely 21 points. The difference is nearly 7-fold. In simpler terms, your software version is too advanced, while your hardware cannot keep up. Your excessively powerful soul cannot be supported by your frail body, resulting in severe command delays. Your body cannot match the reaction speed of your soul. His words struck like a bolt of enlightenment. Wu Shiji, Zhang Diyu, and Wang Fatsai suddenly comprehended. So that is how it is. It's not a curse, but an imbalance of attributes. How do we resolve this? Wang Fatsai quickly pressed on. To return to normal, there is but one solution. Elevate your fundamental physique to 29 points, bringing the disparity back within 5-fold. Principal Wang's words froze the flickering hope that had ignited in the dormitory moments ago. Elevating the fundamental physique by 8 points? Principal, how can we dare take Yin out to level up in this condition? Wang Fatsai's face contorted as if the very flesh were squeezing together. Aren't items that can enhance basic attributes only found in legends? Not legends, but federal strategic resources, Principal Wang replied calmly. Everything is meticulously documented, with strict control. Only a select few circulate in the outside world, having been acquired by adventurers. Under normal application procedures, optimistically, it would take a week, assuming there are no competitors. A week. Wu Shiji's rugged face darkened instantly. He understood better than anyone that the principal's description of normal procedures for a common student like Qi Yan equated to processing, but not yet fully resolved. Wang Fatsai, unwilling to give up, immediately opened his personal terminal, furiously tapping on the virtual screen. A row of glaring red text appeared. According to federal confidentiality regulations, you do not have access to this information. Wang Fatsai switched keywords, trying a more vague approach. The chilling data proved more lethal than Wang Jiangwo's words. It was over. Wang Fatsai's shoulders slumped in despair. Wu Shiji, agitated, rubbed his bald head, rendered speechless by the overwhelming sense of helplessness that plagued him as a non-combatant. Tomorrow marked the commencement of a new youth competition. Zhang Diyu, his expression heavy with concern, spoke softly. Amidst the somber atmosphere, an odd, stuttering sound emanated from Qi Yan's throat. He trembled slowly, frame by frame, arching his neck back with visible effort, his mouth gradually opening. Yanzi? Wang Fatsai was startled, momentarily thinking Qi Yan was succumbing to a fit. Wu Shiji and Zhang Diyu cast worried glances his way. Only the little demon, peeking from under the hat, curiously fluttered before Qi Yan, tilting its head as if investigating the reason behind its master's peculiar sound. Wang Fatsai stared blankly at Qi Yan's face, which appeared unnaturally stiff due to the delay, for a full 3 seconds before realization dawned upon him. This was not a fit. The lad was laughing. Ha ha ha. Wang Fatsai, momentarily taken aback, joined in the laughter. This unexpected outburst left Wu Shiji and Zhang Diyu in a state of bewilderment. Had this chubby fellow lost his mind? What on earth was he laughing about? Wu Shiji smacked Wang Fatsai on the back of his head, exasperated. How could he still find humor in such a situation? Old Wu, you don't understand. Ha ha ha. Wang Fatsai dodged while pointing at Qi Yan, breathless as he explained, Fatten, the Blood Bull Mage. Have you ever seen one? Qi Yan obligingly shared his health data with the group. Health, 1300. The glaring 4-digit health bar plunged the 3 into silence. A level 7 mage with a health of 1300? Do you understand now? Wang Fatsai proclaimed triumphantly, puffing out his chest. We are now sharing life. He is me, and I am him. He currently boasts a health of 1300 and a mana of 2600, an ultimate fusion monster. Wang Fatsai grew increasingly animated, gesticulating wildly. During the competition, he just needs to stand there. For him, it's a mere scratch. He can unleash his skill, and the opponent will be finished. Wang Jiangwo, momentarily stunned, removed his glasses, rubbed his temples, and put them back on, scrutinizing Qi Yin with renewed focus. A mage with such formidable health. Zhang Yu, too, wore an expression of disbelief. As a seasoned priest, she had encountered various peculiar builds, yet she had never heard of a mage with maxed-out damage and such high health. Qi Yin silently commended Wang Fatsai in his heart. Well done, Chubby, you've grasped my intent instantly. However, he was well aware that while this strategy might be amusing against novices in the preliminaries, it would render him a target against seasoned competitors in the finals, where even 10,000 points of health would be insufficient against their prowess. Moreover, he did not trust the so-called application process. Those procedures were designed for the ordinary, while the rules served those who crafted them. Should any oblivious second-generation official enter the competition, seeking accolades, they could easily hinder him with bureaucratic delays, rendering his efforts futile. He could not afford to wait. He must take the initiative. Qi Yin resolved to commence his lengthy vocalization. Principle. The two words emerged with excruciating slowness, capturing everyone's attention. Do you know Guizheng? As the complete sentence finally tumbled from Qi Yan's lips, Wang Jiangwo regarded him with deep surprise, admiration, and ultimately understanding. Guizheng. Wang Jiangwo repeated the name. Of course I know him. The last time you went missing in the Dark Realm, it was he who, on a personal basis, initiated an emergency rescue mission. Rumor has it he spent a fortune, over $1 million, for this task. Boom! Everyone, including Qi Yin, was taken aback. $1 million? Just to save Qi Yin? Wang Fatsai gaped, unable to close his mouth. He had always presumed the school was behind the assistance, and never considered such a backstory. Qi Yan's heart raced. He had never imagined the hidden motives behind the Dark Realm incident. To date, Guizheng had never reached out to him. Wang Jiangwo seemed to drift into a memory, slowly articulating, he is an exceptionally astute individual. He never engages in anyone else's business or trades equipment. Throughout his life, he has done but one thing. He extended a finger towards Qi Yin, investing in geniuses. In the past decades, he has funded no fewer than 80 geniuses. And while less than half have survived, several have become pillars of the Federation. Wang Jiangwo's words shattered all preconceptions held by those present. When you were still an obscure student, he dared to wager $1 million. Now, having cleared a special Dark Realm with Wang, and having conquered the legendary 7th level of the Attribute Trial Tower, you have garnered public attention. Your worth in his eyes is now immeasurable. If you seek him, he will not only assist you, but will impose no additional conditions. Your growth is the best return on his investment. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Qi Yin, too, was processing this colossal influx of information. It is worth noting that he had only met Guizheng once during the sale of elite virtual cattle, and it was Guizheng who had taken the initiative to meet them. Just that brief encounter had led Guizheng to place such a significant bet on him. He recalled a saying from his past life. Things that are free are often the most expensive. Should I seek him out? He inquired once more, struggling to articulate the question. Ha ha! Wang Jiangwo suddenly shifted from serious to jovial, laughing heartily. Yes, why not? A free lunch may be costly, but for you, it will be more than sufficient. After his laughter subsided, he added pointedly, Guizheng is a man of integrity, never abusing his position, and having invested in countless talents. He is a boon for the Federation. With that, he made no further delay, turning to Wu Shiji and Zhang Diyu, saying, let them converse alone. The principal and the two teachers quickly departed the dormitory. Only Qi Yin, Wang Fatsai, and a little demon peeking from Qi Yan's hat remained in the room. Qi Yin was silent for a long while, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, he spoke slowly. Help me contact Gua. Wang Fatsai's face displayed a mix of worry and excitement as he nodded emphatically, activating his personal terminal. He did not rummage through his contacts or input a number. Instead, he directly tapped a pinned icon on the main interface. It was a minimalist black business card design, emblazoned with 2 golden characters, Guizheng. It seemed to convey, when you need me, you will find me. Wang Fatsai appeared resolute as he pressed the green call button. The virtual screen displayed a calling message. Chapter 84. A generous gift is worth more than empty pleasantries. Beep. A soft sound indicated the connection was made. Instead of the anticipated composed middle-aged male voice, a calm, professional tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, responded. Hello, this is Manager Gua's assistant line. Wang Fatsai instinctively straightened his posture, even his breathing becoming more subdued. The little demon, floating in the air, was captivated by the sound waves projected from the personal terminal, curiously edging closer and extending its jelly-like little hand in an attempt to catch the dancing lights. Wang Fatsai cleared his throat, striving to make his booming voice sound more composed while suppressing his excitement and anxiety. He said, hello. Could you please inform Manager Gua that Qi Yin is looking for him? He expected to hear the standard response of leaving a message. However, the assistant's reply was still devoid of emotion, simply stating 3 words, please hold on. The wait was unbearably short, lasting less than 3 seconds. A calm, steady voice with a peculiar penetrating quality emanated from the terminal. It was Guozhang. I am Guozhang. Please proceed. Wang Fatsai was taken aback, unable to organize his thoughts. Yet Guozhang took the initiative, bypassing pleasantries and directly stating, you are Wang Fatsai. You have contacted me on behalf of Qi Yin, who is currently facing difficulties that prevent him from communicating effectively with me. Am I correct in my understanding? Wang Fatsai held his personal terminal, his mouth agape, completely stunned. Is he clairvoyant? How could he possibly know this? Though Qi Yin was physically immobilized, his mind was acutely aware, and he felt a jolt of realization. This individual was truly remarkable, displaying an extraordinary analytical ability. How did you know? Wang Fatsai stammered, feeling as exposed as a child without clothes, as if his every secret had been laid bare. Answer my question, if you would. Guozhang reiterated his assessment without elaboration. Yes. Wang Fatsai snapped back to reality and hurriedly relayed the situation like a flood of beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Qi Yin is currently afflicted with an imbalance of the soul and body. Our principal said he needs an increase of 8 points in foundational physicality to recover. He anticipated Guozhang would express surprise or inquire about the specifics of his condition. However, Guozhang's response once again shattered his expectations. I am aware of the soul and body imbalance, Guozhang stated, his tone unwavering. This is neither a curse nor an illness. It is a symptom encountered during the Federation's early extreme attribute warrior training program, which ultimately led to its abandonment. I did not expect that Qi Yin would possess such courage to tread a path others would avoid. Both Wang Fatsai and Qi Yin were left dumbfounded. Am I unwittingly recreating an ancient version of a bug while believing I am innovating? Qi Yin remained motionless but was mentally berating himself. The solution is quite straightforward. Guozhang continued, moving directly to the crux of the matter without giving them time to process the information, speaking as if addressing a trivial issue. In my private warehouse, I possess a vial of Titan Physique elixir, which can permanently increase foundational physicality by 10 points. It is more than sufficient to resolve his predicament. Wang Fatsai's mind could no longer process the overwhelming influx of information, leading to a complete mental shutdown. Private warehouse? 1 vial? He was stunned. I have dispatched a warehouse specialist for delivery. It is expected to arrive at Donghai City 3rd High School within 10 minutes. Guozhang continued. Please provide the specific dormitory location. Huh? Oh, teacher's dormitory, 404. Wang Fatsai instinctively blurted out the address. Received. Please have Qi Yin sign for it using his personal terminal. With that, Guozhang decisively terminated the communication. The busy tone echoed in the silence of the dormitory. Wang Fatsai maintained his phone posture, frozen in place. His expression one of utter stupor. Qi Yin was no better off. His slow-moving body could not convey the tumult of emotions within. Is this what a true boss is like? A warm greeting pales in comparison to a substantial financial contribution. The little demon floating in midair seemed to sense Wang Fatsai's rigidity, flying in front of him, tilting its head and poking his chubby face with its jelly-like hands. Yeah? Have you slowed down too? Wang Fatsai jolted awake, suddenly realizing something. His fingers trembled as he opened the Byte unmoving engine on his personal terminal, inexplicably typing Titan Physique elixir into the search bar. The first result was the public transaction record from the Federation auction house. Wang Fatsai's eyes were glued to the screen, fixated on the string of gleaming golden numbers. Transaction price: 1,888 credit points. 1,888,888. Wang Fatsai felt his breath catch. The world around him fell silent. He found himself muttering unconsciously 188, almost 2 million, just like that. His worldview shattered in that moment, crushed by the weight of those numbers. Poverty had once again limited his imagination. Is this the world of wealth? Qi Yin sighed silently within. The most expensive things in life are always those that are free. Today's lavish lunch would not be easy to repay. Just as Wang Fatsai was questioning his existence, the little demon buzzed around him, trying to jolt him back to reality. Suddenly, a series of clear knocks echoed in the still dormitory. Wang Fatsai jumped, instinctively glancing at the time on his personal terminal. Only 6 minutes had passed since the call ended. What happened to the promised 10 minutes? Are your delivery specialists this efficient? In a flurry, Wang Fatsai sprang up from the floor and dashed to the door, twisting the doorknob with urgency. Standing outside was a woman in a black professional suit, exuding competence. She held a silver briefcase that shimmered with metallic luster. With a gentle voice and a smile, she said, "Hello, I am here for the warehouse delivery, specifically designated by Mr. Gua from Mr. Qi Yan. Please have Mr. Qi Yan sign for it using his terminal." He hurried back to Qi Yan's side, moving with an agility that belied his physique, lifting Qi Yan's slowly rising hand to align with the terminal offered by the delivery woman. Beep. A soft sound signified the completion of the signature. "Thank you for your cooperation." The woman confirmed the information without further inquiry or scrutiny, gently placing the gleaming silver briefcase on the table. She did not linger or utter unnecessary words, bowing slightly before turning to leave. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous conversation, with no pause even for a second. Professionalism, indeed. As the door clicked shut, the dormitory once again fell into silence. Wang Fatsai and Qi Yan's gazes were fixated on the briefcase. What lay within was a dream unattainable for ordinary people, a home in the heart of Donghai City, the capital that could allow him to live in ease for the rest of his life. Wang Fatsai swallowed hard, his throat constricting. He rubbed his hands together, a mix of reverence and anxiety washing over him as he cautiously approached the table. With bated breath, he slowly lifted the lid of the case. A gentle crimson glow spilled forth, instantly enveloping the entire dormitory in a warm hue. The light was not blinding. Instead, it pulsated with a peculiar sense of life, as if a living heart were beating within the case. Nestled in the soft velvet lining of the case was a crystal vial, no larger than a palm, resting quietly. The liquid inside shimmered in a profound ruby hue, resembling flowing garnet, and the warm glow emanated from this very liquid. A minimalist label adorned the crystal vial, featuring only 6 words: Titan Physique Elixir. Wang Fatsai's mind automatically recalled that suffocating string of numbers. 1, 888, 888. He felt as though his breath had been stolen by those digits, his heartbeat faltering. Is this the legendary wealth beyond imagination? Today, he felt as if he had grasped it in his own hands. At that moment, a beam of azure light burst forth from Qi Yan's hat. It was the little demon. Upon its emergence, its beady black eyes were immediately captivated by a vial of potion, as if it had stumbled upon an exquisite delicacy. Curiously, it circled the crystal bottle twice, then extended its gelatinous little arms, pouncing upon the bottle as adeptly as a hungry tiger, cradling it tightly and rubbing its cheek against the surface. Yay, yay, so fragrant. I want to eat. Show me my mouth. Alas, my little ancestor, be gentle. This concoction is worth more than your father. Wang Fatsai was finally jolted back to reality by the little demon's antics, his heart racing in fright. He carefully pried the little demon away from the bottle and soothingly explained, "This is for your father's treatment. Be good." The little demon seemed to understand. Despite the reluctance etched on its small face, it released its grip and floated to the side, its large eyes still fixated on the potion. Wang Fatsai suppressed his inner excitement. With trembling hands, he twisted open the cap of the crystal vial. An indescribable fragrance instantly wafted through the air, and with just a whiff, every cell in his body seemed to rejoice, overwhelming him with an unearthly comfort. The little demon hovered at the bottle's mouth, inhaling deeply, its tiny belly swelling with each breath. Wang Fatsai held the base of the bottle, cautiously stepping closer to Qi Yan. He brought the bottle's opening to Qi Yan's lips, and the crimson potion flowed slowly into his mouth. Qi Yan's consciousness was acutely aware of everything happening. He could distinctly taste the elixir, which was not at all like the expected bitterness of medicine, but rather a sweet, rich flavor akin to the finest juice. 2 million credit points down the hatch. And this taste is worth nothing. In both this life and the last, I have never spent so much money. Now it's all gone in one gulp. The nearly 2 million credit point potion was downed in a series of gulps. Wang Fatsai ensured not a single drop remained, forcing the very bottom of the bottle against Qi Yan's lips. An indescribable surge of fiery energy began to flow within Qi Yan's body. His skin turned a vivid crimson at a visibly rapid pace, and his body trembled uncontrollably, the bones throughout emitting crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. That sound seemed as if an invisible hand was crushing and reshaping them. Wang Fatsai was so taken aback by this sudden transformation that he jumped up in alarm, his face paling. Could it be that a potion worth nearly 2 million could have side effects? Qi Yan was unable to respond. The intense pain and searing heat threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. He could distinctly feel a domineering force crushing his body, then restoring it, only to crush it again, and then restore it once more. This medicine is far too potent. On his system panel, the attribute representing his physique was fluctuating wildly. Physique 212, 325, 2830. Each fluctuation in the number was accompanied by tumultuous changes within his body. Bones cracked in agony, only to grow more resilient in the heat. Muscle fibers were torn apart, then rewoven into a tighter structure. Finally, the physique attribute stabilized at 31. Success. Qi Yan instinctively glanced at his status bar. The blood-red icon indicating the imbalance of his soul, which had loomed at the top of his status bar, had mysteriously vanished. The violent heat within him receded like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and control. All negative sensations of blockage, delay, and stuttering vanished without a trace. At this moment, his soul and body achieved perfect synchronization. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, then suddenly clenched into a fist. The movement was fluid, without the slightest delay. Exhilarating. Like never before, he stood up from the chair, moved his neck slightly, and a series of crisp joint cracks erupted like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. The little demon, floating in mid-air, sensed its master's transformation, tilted its head, chirped joyfully, and circled around Qi Yan twice before affectionately landing on his shoulder, nuzzling its little head against his cheek. Qi Yan's gaze regained its former clarity and vitality as he turned to Wang Fatsai, who was still in a state of shock. He beamed a familiar, slightly mischievous smile. "Fatty, what are you still dawdling for? Kneel and welcome back the king." Wang Fatsai stared at the now normal Qi Yan, first in jubilation, then suddenly reacted. "Kicking him hard, damn. You scare me to death just now." Qi Yan flexed his wrists, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, and his smile widened. "Fatty, are you ready? Next, let the whole world hear our names." Chapter 86, the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Team Competition. Manager Gua, I will remember this favor. Your kindness will not go unacknowledged. On the other end of the line, Gua Zheng chuckled softly, his voice calm and steady, as if everything was under control. "No need to dwell on it. Your growth is the greatest reward for me." Beep. The communication ended. Qi Yan momentarily lost in thought. Wang Fatsai leaned closer. Curiosity etched across his round face. What do the big shots say? Does he want you to be his servant in the future? He said everything, yet nothing at all. Qi Yan shrugged, adopting a subtle approach, leaving the rest to interpretation. Huh? Wang Fatsai looked utterly bewildered. The next day, October 15th, a series of urgent system alerts jolted the two from their slumber. Ding. Special mission activated. Reach the peak of Donghai City. Mission requirements. Obtain qualification for the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Team Competition in Donghai City. Mission rewards. Skill Talisman 1. Title. Donghai Hujing. Permission to participate in the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Team Competition. Hujing. All basic attributes 3. Reach the peak of Donghai City. Mission requirements. Become the final champion of the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Individual Competition in Donghai City. Mission rewards. Skill Talisman 1. Title. Donghai Shoyue. Permission to participate in the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Individual Competition. The top 3 can obtain this permission. Shoyue. All basic attributes 5. The 76th Newcomer Youth Professional National League, abbreviated as New Youth Competition, Team Qualification Competition, is now open for registration. All eligible participants may apply. The two exchanged glances, springing up from their beds in perfect synchrony, their movements so swift they left after images. Register. Register. Registration successful. Teleportation will commence after the countdown ends. Countdown 10, 9, 8. A flash of white light enveloped them. A sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. In the next moment, they found themselves on an immense floating platform. The platform was constructed of transparent material. Beneath them lay a churning sea of clouds and vast islands. A striking visual impact. The little demon, startled by the sudden sensation of weightlessness, darted out of the hat. It curiously peered down at the transparent floor, then gazed at the dense crowd in the distance, excitedly zipping around Chi Yin and even extending its gelatinous little hand in an attempt to poke a nearby fellow. Chi Yin, quick-witted, swiftly scooped it back and tucked it into his hat, scolding through thought, "Settle down for now, little one. Wait just a bit." At that moment, a grand yet emotionless voice resonated throughout the platform. This island is the competition island number 30 for the 76th Newcomer Youth Professional Team Qualification Competition in Donghai City. A total of 5,000 competitors will participate in the team competition. The rules are as follows. 1. A maximum of 5 members per team. Teams can be formed freely on the platform, but no team formation is allowed once on the island. All items, except for the equipment worn and the spatial backpack, are prohibited from being brought onto the island. Any excess items will be securely stored by the system and returned upon the completion of the task. Points and resources can be obtained by defeating virtual beasts on the island. Defeating a normal virtual beast at level 110 yields 110 points. An elite virtual beast at level 110 yields 100 points, and a boss virtual beast at level 110 yields 1,001,000 points. The higher the points, the better the ranking. Once points reach 1,000, coordinates will be announced every 6 hours. Thereafter, for every additional 1,000 points. The interval will be halved to 4 hours, then 2 hours, and after reaching 4,000 points, the coordinates will be permanently disclosed. Eliminating other teams will grant 50 points from the defeated team. The island is surrounded by deadly fog. Contact with the fog results in immediate death. After 12 hours, the deadly fog will begin to spread from the island's edge towards the center, covering the island after 6 expansions. If multiple survivors remain, the team with the highest points will be declared the victor. Note, death during the competition is considered a failure of the mission, resulting in automatic teleportation back to the original position. Team formation lasts for 30 minutes, and the countdown begins now. As the rules were announced, the platform instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Bring on a strong tank. I am a level 3 assassin, fully geared in green, ready to wreak havoc. We need a healer. I have 3 pieces of green gear. If your equipment is lacking, don't bother. Is there a strong player willing to take the lead? I am a summoner and can rally the spirits. Wang Fatsai observed the lively scene, eager to join in. Yinzai, shall we find a few more people? What do you need teammates for? Qian glanced at the chaotic crowd, maintaining his composure. A 5-person team is too ambitious, and resource distribution will be an issue. Besides, we will certainly have our coordinates broadcasted, making us targets for the entire island. Having teammates would be too troublesome. Wang Fatsai was taken aback, but quickly realized and nodded in agreement. Indeed, ordinary players do not qualify to team with us. They would only hinder us. He chuckled and playfully patted Qi Yin's shoulder. Yinzai, the more I think about it, the more I believe you are like a nuclear-powered donkey. Sharing life energy with Wang Fatsai, Qi Yin could absorb blue energy, which could then be converted into health, effectively covering all aspects of damage output, sustainability, and healing. Wang Fatsai's role was to serve as the most formidable shield. Qi Yin rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with him. The two submitted their team application, naming their squad simply and boldly, seeking defeat. Soon, several teams noticed the duo standing alone. A robust-looking youth approached, sizing them up. Hey, want to team up? We still need 2 more members. Just as Wang Fatsai was about to respond, Qi Yin interjected with a polite smile. Sorry, we've already formed a team. Formed a team, already? The youth appeared puzzled, glancing between them. Just the 2 of you? Yes. The youth's confusion deepened, and he shook his head, saying nothing more. All right then, good luck to you. Nearby, a captain wielding a longbow, initially ready to extend an invitation, displayed a mocking expression upon hearing Qi Yin's words and deliberately stated loudly to his teammates, Two people dare to enter a team competition. ISNT, that just a farce. They're more suited to a logistics profession, tightening screws in a factory for some contribution. Wang Fatsai's expression darkened instantly, and he rolled up his sleeves to confront the mockery. How dare you? Calm down, fatty. Qian pulled him back, his eyes narrowed in amusement. What is the point in getting angry? If a dog bites you, don't think about biting back. It's better to eliminate the threat entirely. As time passed, more individuals approached with invitations, but upon learning of their commitment to a two-person team, they all displayed expressions of pity, disdain, or incredulity. The 30 minutes quickly elapsed. On the platform, the previously scattered crowd had formed distinct small groups, with 5-member teams being the norm and the smallest comprising 3 members. The countdown has ended. Teleportation commencing. Wishing everyone good luck. A flash of white light enveloped Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai, and their surroundings transformed in an instant. Beneath their feet lay soft soil, encircled by dense jungle, with the air thick with the scent of damp vegetation. Wang Fatsai immediately raised a shield, scanning the area cautiously, positioning himself protectively in front of Qi Yin. Qi Yin swiftly turned to assess the situation behind them. What he saw made his pupils constrict sharply. Less than 20 meters behind him was a swirling mass of black fog, alive with a chilling aura of death. A visceral shudder gripped him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A system warning materialized before him. Warning, you're at the edge of the deadly fog expansion zone. Please evacuate immediately. Wow, the start is this intense. Wang Fatsai stared at the undulating black mist, his round face reflecting sheer astonishment. I can't help but suspect foul play. How far do we need to run? While Qi Yin voiced his complaints, his actions remained steady. Let us go deeper into the island, away from this cursed thing. This deadly fog would start to expand after 12 hours. And their current location was undoubtedly among the first to be engulfed. They needed to swiftly move towards the island's center, distancing themselves from the fog. There were no warnings, and no one knew the exact extent of its reach. The only certainty was that the island center was a zone untouched by the initial 5 expansions. Wang Fatsai, wielding an iron shield, led the way, with Qi Yin following closely behind as they plunged into the dense foliage ahead. From beneath Qi Yin's hat, a small spirit peeked out, its translucent head and curious, bean-sized eyes surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Filled with wonder, it occasionally stretched its jelly-like hand to catch strands of sunlight filtering through the leaves, delighting in its play. They had ventured less than 100 meters into the jungle when a swift black shadow suddenly burst forth from the nearby bushes, bringing with it a strong scent of blood. It was a lithe black panther, muscles rippling, its emerald eyes fixated on Qi Yin, the seemingly vulnerable member of their team. A system notification appeared before Qi Yin. Claw-Terror-Cat, Level 3, Common Virtual Beast. A typical speed-oriented virtual beast, instinctively targeting the most fragile spellcaster in the team, was coded into its very DNA. Wang Fatsai reacted with surprising speed, incongruent with his bulk, instinctively sidestepping to shield Qi Yin. Fatty, don't block, Qi Yin called out. Let it come. It's a perfect opportunity to test our new strategy. Wang Fatsai hesitated for a moment, then understood, stepping aside to create a clear path for the Claw-Terror-Cat. The cat, caught off guard by the sudden opening, displayed a flicker of confusion in its green eyes. Yet, its predatory instincts prevailed, and it charged forward without hesitation. Let us take down that fragile one first. It growled, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Qi Yin. Qi Yin slightly tilted his body, allowing the glistening claws to graze his arm. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as his apprentice robe ripped, and a sharp pain radiated from the wound. A vivid red damage number materialized above Qi Yin's head. Meanwhile, the numerical values displayed on the shared health panel between him and Wang Fatsai synchronized and began to diminish. Health, 117-31300. The little demon perched on Qi Yin's shoulder was startled by this sudden turn of events and immediately ceased its playful antics. Tilting its tiny head, it glanced at the wound on Qi Yin's arm and then at the black cat with bared fangs, mimicking the fierce demeanor of the clawed cat. Its adorable little face attempted to snarl, although it appeared utterly charming. With a successful strike, the clawed cat prepared to launch a second attack. However, Qi Yin's response was swifter. He stepped back, neutralizing the impact of the assault while simultaneously focusing his thoughts. Magic sacrifice. This was a skill brought by the little demon. 10 points of magic exchange for 1 point of health. A unique wave of energy emanated silently from Qi Yan, rapidly expanding around him. The gruesome wound on his arm, still bleeding, began to heal at a visible pace. Flesh and blood rejuvenated, the skin restored to its pristine state, leaving no trace of a scar. In that instant, the shared health with Wang Fatsai surged dramatically, reaching full capacity. Health 13001300 success. Although they had previously strategized this tactic, witnessing it unfold before his eyes sent a rush of exhilaration through him. Simultaneously, Qi Yan's magic points plummeted significantly. Magic 13802650. The healing consumed a staggering 1270 points of magic. Such depletion was insurmountable for any mage of Qi Yan's caliber. Yet almost concurrently with the drop in magic, a warm current began to surge from the depths of his being, replenishing the drained magic reservoir. 265, another extraordinary skill from the little demon, the magic spring activated. Qi Yan raised his hand. A minuscule dark red flame danced playfully at his fingertip, resembling a mischievous sprite. Whoosh! The miniature fireball transformed into an inconspicuous streak of light, tracing a direct path toward the clawed cat. Just as the cat lifted its paw, unprepared to strike, the light pierced its skull instantaneously. An exaggerated damage number floated above its head. 1142 ding, killed a level 3 clawed cat, points 3. At the moment the fireball struck the enemy, the magic absorption effect triggered once more, resulting in another influx of magic. Qi Yan glanced at his magic bar. Under the combined effects of the dual sources and magic absorption, the previously expended magic was rapidly replenishing at an astonishing rate, sustaining damage, sacrificing magic for instant healing, and regaining magic through attacks formed a flawless cycle. Ha 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 ha! Wang Fatsai could no longer contain his laughter, erupting like a bell. Qi Yan joined in, delighted as he flexed his restored arm, feeling elated. The little demon, witnessing the joy of the two, ceased its fierce expression and emitted a series of cheerful sounds. Fluttering around Qi Yan's head, Qi Yan opened the map to confirm the general direction of the island center. Then, turning to the still excited Wang Fatsai, he wore a radiant, slightly manic smile. Fatty, it's time to take charge of this match. Chapter 88. Rest early, the outcome will be the same. Darn, how vast is this wretched island? Qi Yan kicked aside a bothersome stone at his feet, his face reflecting utter disillusionment. After 6 hours of wandering, he had yet to encounter a single soul, let alone a specter. A venomous snake adorned with oily green patterns silently descended from a tree, its forked tongue aimed directly at the unguarded nape of Qi Yan's neck. Without turning his head, Qi Yan conjured a tiny fireball that emerged from thin air, preemptively striking the snake's vital point. Ding! Killed a level 2 spotted viper, points 2. Current team points 147 with a mere 147 points. It seemed that only a team capable of continuously defeating bosses could reach the coveted 5,000 points. Qi Yan glanced at the paltry score on the panel, unable to suppress a scoff. Wang Fatsai, wielding a large shield, was clearing the path ahead. Hearing Qi Yan's lament, he chuckled. Yinzi, don't rush. Our pace is already far ahead. You eliminate the small monsters in an instant, wasting no time at all. This place is so bleak that we've been assigned to the outskirts. Qi Yan smirked. The location was indeed the farthest from the island center. The two continued their banter while making their way deeper into the island. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce combat and the furious roars of beasts echoed from nearby. Oh, people ahead? Qi Yan raised an eyebrow. Let us go. It's been so long since we've seen anyone. I, Fatty, will graciously send them off to rest, sparing them from this ordeal. Wang Fatsai perked up, his eyes gleaming. They exchanged glances, a long-standing camaraderie allowing them to communicate without words, and immediately rushed toward the source of the noise. In a moderately sized clearing, a standard 5-member team was engaged in a grueling struggle against a massive wild boar beast. The boar was clad in a thick, rock-like armor, its 2 tusks gleaming menacingly, each charge creating tremors in the ground beneath. Rock-armored boar, level 7, elite beast. An elite monster, Wang Fatsai muttered instinctively, recognizing its worth at 70 points. Qi Yan's attention, however, was focused more on the five-member team. A shield warrior stood at the front, while a warrior wielding a giant axe flanked the side, seeking opportunities to attack. At the rear of the team, a bowman and a mage unleashed their full firepower, while a priest tended to the shield warrior with healing spells. Their configuration was textbook perfect, indicative of a well-coordinated team that frequently adventured together rather than a makeshift group. The mage conjured a fireball that hit the rock-armored boar, dealing a visible 189 damage, indicating decent equipment. This team is quite capable, Qian assessed, but unfortunately for them, they have encountered us. Just then, the shield warrior, acting as the team leader, noticed the approaching duo. While blocking the rock-armored boar's attacks, he called out loudly, "Hey, you two! We spotted this monster first. So if you don't want any trouble, keep your distance." His words carried an undeniable tone of warning, clearly viewing Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai as opportunists waiting to swoop in and claim their hard-earned kills. Qi Yin remained silent, merely nodding subtly at Wang Fatsai beside him. A simple gesture, yet Wang Fatsai instantly understood. A spark of excitement lit up his face as he straightened up. "Charge!" Wang Fatsai raised a shield and charged directly at the group. The five-member team, taken aback by Wang Fatsai's audacity, was momentarily stunned. Are they out of their minds? 2 against 5? Provoking us? The shield warrior leader's expression shifted, and he erupted in anger. Wang Fatsai paid no heed to their gazes, ignoring the 5 entirely as he slammed his shield forcefully against the boar's rear. While they were left bewildered, Qi Yin casually strolled over. 10 miniature fireballs silently coalesced behind him. With a thought, Qi Yin directed 5 fireballs to surround the rock-armored boar, striking precisely at its most vulnerable point, the head. A barrage of damage numbers erupted like a waterfall from above the boar's skull. The rocky shell of the Yin Jiamanju was shattered in an instant, unable to emit even a complete wail before its massive form collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, 5 fiery stars transformed into streaks of deadly light, simultaneously shooting towards the 5 players who remained in stunned silence. The speed was unparalleled. The mage, archer, priest, and the berserker wielding a massive axe were struck with pinpoint accuracy by the fiery stars almost simultaneously. 4 glaring damage numbers rose in perfect unison, their expressions frozen in shock from witnessing the wild boar's instantaneous demise, only to be enveloped in blinding white light as the system forcibly teleported them out of the game. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in less than a second. The once boisterous battlefield fell into a sudden silence, leaving only the shield warrior, the team leader, standing alone. As the fiery star approached, he instinctively activated his blocking skill, raising his shield defensively. With a thunderous crash, the fiery star collided against his shield, producing a deep reverberation. A damage number of 228 floated above his head, indicating he had survived, but merely so. He stood there, dazed, surveying the emptiness around him, glancing down at his meager health, the color draining from his face in disbelief. Had they really been wiped out? A 5-person team, plus an elite, taken down in a single encounter? Qi Yin paused momentarily, observing the surviving warrior, seemingly taken aback. Remarkably, he had managed to withstand the attack, but that was all. The shield warrior finally regained his senses from the overwhelming shock, gazing at the young man, approaching him with deliberate steps, his mouth opening as if to utter a plea for mercy. Qi Yin raised his hand. This time, it was not a miniature fiery star. A full, blazing fiery star coalesced at his fingertips. Time to rest, as the outcome was inevitable. With a swift motion, the complete fiery star was released, its speed far exceeding that of the previous miniature version, leaving a long trail of crimson flames in its wake as it hurtled towards the shield warrior. A horrifying damage number, one that would be etched into his memory and perhaps haunt him psychologically, slowly emerged above his head. His final consciousness was frozen on that staggering damage figure, revealing the stark disparity between him and Qi Yin, with shock and confusion frozen on his face. He was ultimately transformed into white light, vanishing amidst the foliage. Chapter 89, Braised Pork Ding. Team points, 70, current total, 217. Ding. Team points, 24, current total, 241. Was the 5-member team only worth 48 points? That seemed rather insufficient, Qi Yin mumbled. Let me see what good loot we obtained. An elite monster must have dropped something worthwhile, perhaps a drink? Wang Fatsai mumbled excitedly while rummaging through the luminous remnants left by the slain Yin Jia Manju. Qi Yin stood leisurely, while his little magical companion peeked curiously from beneath his hat, observing Wang Fatsai's busy figure. "Hey there." Qi Yin affectionately patted the little creature's head, reassuring it, "Your big brother is looking for food." The little magic creature tilted its head in curiosity. Suddenly, Wang Fatsai froze mid-motion, bent over as though the pause button had been pressed on him. "Did you pull a muscle?" Qi Yin casually inquired. "You're still young. You should take better care of your body." Wang Fatsai did not respond, slowly straightening up with movements as stiff as a rusty robot. When he turned around, he held a square metallic box in his hands, his expression a bizarre amalgamation of shock, confusion, and absurdity, as if his worldview had just been shattered and hastily reassembled. "Yanzi," Wang Fatsai's voice trembled. "It seems we've obtained a box of braised pork." Qi Yin raised an eyebrow, questioning whether his ears were malfunctioning or if Wang Fatsai had lost his mind. "Are you hallucinating from exhaustion, or did that pig knock some sense out of you?" "No, it's real." Wang Fatsai thrust the metallic box toward Qi Yin. "Look for yourself." Qi Yin reluctantly accepted the box, feeling its weight and the chill of the metal. A system information panel unfolded before him. Item: braised pork. Description: ready to eat upon opening. Automatically serve at the optimal temperature. Friendly reminder: pairs excellently with staple foods for enhanced flavor. Qi Yin fell silent, pondering deeply while holding the box of braised pork. So, this item truly cannot be promoted to the Federation? It would be unreasonable for the system to introduce a new marketplace. I would wholeheartedly support that. Wang Fatsai paid no heed to such thoughts, his eyes gleaming with hunger as he gazed at the box of braised pork, saliva nearly pooling at his feet. "Yanzi, it's time to feast. Nothing is more important than a good meal. Indeed, let us rest here for a moment," Qi Yin thought, feeling a bit hungry himself. He handed the box of braised pork to Wang Fatsai and began retrieving items from his spatial bag. 2 steamed buns, a pack of compressed biscuits, 6 bottles of mineral water, a military canteen, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. Although ordinary, they were plentiful enough to satiate hunger. Wang Fatsai looked at these items and then at the hefty box of braised pork in his hands, bubbling with happiness as his face broke into a beaming smile. "Yanzi, I never expected to enjoy braised pork in this desolate wilderness. This is truly a 5-star survival experience. I'm so fortunate." Ignoring him, Qi Yin skillfully propped the canteen between 2 stones. The little magic creature flew out from his hat, curiously circling the green canteen, attempting to poke it with its tiny hands. Qi Yin, too lazy to gather firewood, extended his finger, summoning a tiny crimson flame no larger than a fingernail, which ignited spontaneously at his fingertip, the flickering flame scorching the bottom of the canteen. The little creature's eyes sparkled upon seeing the magical flame, and it quickly darted over, landing on Qi Yin's fingertip as if enjoying a warm bath, blissfully closing its eyes, its tiny body swaying gently with the flames. Meanwhile, Wang Fatsai, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly pulled the tab on the braised pork box. With a hiss, a cloud of steam escaped, and an incredibly rich aroma of meat instantly permeated the forest, dominating every inch of the air. It was intoxicatingly fragrant. Wang Fatsai closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his expression one of pure ecstasy, as if he had transcended to another realm. Before long, the water in the canteen began to bubble vigorously. Qi Yin withdrew his finger, and the little magic creature, still wanting more, flew up and circled him twice before returning to his shoulder. He poured the boiling water into the noodle container and covered it. 5 minutes later, a lavish battlefield picnic was ready. Wang Fatsai carefully speared a piece of the tender, marbled braised pork with his fork. The meat was exceptionally flavorful, displaying an enticing reddish-brown hue, glistening with a sheen of oil. He popped it into his mouth, his eyes squinting with delight as he savored it, chewing with reverence. "Delicious. Absolutely divine," he mumbled, urging Qi Yin to try it. "Yanzi, hurry and taste this. The flavor is unparalleled, far superior to the dining hall of our school." Qi Yin selected a piece and placed it in his mouth. The rich sauce and tender, melt-in-your-mouth morsels of meat exploded in his mouth, the fragrant fat harmonizing exquisitely with the robust lean meat, truly a supreme delicacy. As he chewed on the steamed bun, savoring the red braised pork, He felt the weariness from over 6 hours of traversing through the forest dissipate entirely. Floating nearby, the little demon observed the two with great relish. Its large, bean-like eyes filled with curiosity. "Yeah, yeah." It fluttered in front of Qi Yin, pointing at the container of red braised pork on the ground. Then at its own mouth, the implication unmistakable. "I want some too." Qi Yin was amused by its antics, and with a fork, carefully separated a small piece of lean meat, blowing on it before offering it to the little demon. Subsequently, he calmly devoured the remaining substantial portion in one bite. The little demon, cheeks puffed out, diligently chewed on the piece of meat that was rather sizable for it, its bean-like eyes curving into crescent moons of happiness. Fluttering excitedly around Qi Yan's head while emitting cheerful chirps of iya. The meal was a delightful chaos, leaving them both thoroughly satisfied. After eating and drinking their fill, they leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. "Yinzi, how long shall we rest?" Wang Fa Kai asked lazily, picking at his teeth, embodying the essence of a well-fed sloth. "Let us take 10 minutes, Qi Yin replied, feeling more at ease heading to the central area early, especially since we were perilously close to the dead mist zone. Makasinsa bang fa kai nudda. Letting out a satisfied burp, just as they prepared to move onward toward the island's center, a cacophony of noise wafted from the nearby forest, interspersed with brazen laughter and the panicked cries of a girl. Chapter 90. Yen Xing infuses magic, dispelling malice. "You wait until I get out. I will definitely report you to the Federation." A young male voice emanated from the woods, brimming with suppressed anger and despair. "Report? Ha ha ha. Then I must enjoy myself even more. Go ahead and report. I've already had my fun." Another male voice chimed in, filled with a reckless, mocking laughter. Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai halted in their tracks, exchanging a knowing glance. "That voice sounds oddly familiar." Wang Fa Kai mused, scratching his ear, a peculiar smile breaking across his rotund face. "Yinzi, I can't shake the feeling that this voice resembles that foul-mouthed archer we encountered on the platform." Qi Yin slowly rose, leisurely brushing off the dust from his pants, as though what he had just heard was not an urgent matter, but rather the music for a post-meal exercise routine. "Not just similar," he replied, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, though his eyes held no mirth. "Is indeed him. This world is often a vast stage, where certain ostentatious fools leap forth to play the clown, eager for all to witness their folly." Without further ado, the two fell silent, instinctively concealing their presence as they cautiously approached the source of the commotion. After traversing roughly 100 meters, parting the last expansive leaves that obscured their view, the sight before Qi Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. In a clearing of the woods, 5 individuals surrounded 3 others, forming an impenetrable circle. The besieged trio, consisting of 2 women and 1 man, were evidently from another team. At this moment, they stood back to back, their faces a blend of anger and fear. Their gear tattered and worn, clearly having endured a fierce battle, nearly devoid of all fighting capability. The 5 surrounding them, on the other hand, exuded a flippant demeanor, their faces adorned with cat-and-mouse smirks. The leader, wielding a longbow, displayed a particularly cruel and indulgent expression, seemingly relishing the sight of his prey, struggling in despair. It was none other than the longbow captain who had previously mocked their teaming up on the floating platform, suggesting they were merely there to tighten screws in a factory. The longbow captain appeared to revel in the sense of controlling the lives of others, taking his time before delivering the fatal blow, plucking the bowstring methodically, producing a humming sound, as though orchestrating the prelude to an impending tragedy. With keen interest, he addressed the male player trapped in the center. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and offer your 2 female teammates for my brothers to enjoy, and I shall show mercy, allowing you to continue to scrape by on this island. What do you think? They're rather good-looking. It would be a pity to eliminate them. We are merely repurposing waste, you understand?" Before he could utter more vile words, a thunderous shout erupted from the opposite side of the forest, akin to thunder on a clear day, interrupting his foul speech. "I'll have your grandmother's leg. Winged fa, chai belud." His large hand clutching a sturdy iron shield as he strode forth from behind the trees, his usually jovial face now a mask of uncontainable fury. This sudden outburst startled everyone present. The longbow captain and his 4 companions turned in unison toward the source of the voice. When their eyes fell upon the furious Wang Fa Kai and the leisurely advancing Qi Yin, they were momentarily taken aback. Who do we have here? Oh, it's those two pathetic fools. A man clad in a priest's robe, with an effeminate appearance, was the first to regain his composure, using a tone dripping with sarcasm. What is this? Hoping for heroic rescue? Have you filled your bellies to the brim, completely oblivious to your own weight? He scrutinized Wang Fa Kai's robust figure with unabashed disdain. You fat fool, you be panting after just a few steps, thinking that a bulkier shield warrior is more formidable? You're merely a burden to the team. Do you understand? This taunt struck a nerve with Wang Fa Kai, causing his face to flush crimson, muscles tensing in his arms as he gripped the shield tightly, joints creaking in protest. You wait until I get out. I will definitely report you to the Federation. He roared, his fury palpable. What of it? The priest retorted, undeterred, extending his hands and even taking a few steps forward, his arrogance reaching new heights. I relish watching you squirm, wanting to eliminate me, yet being utterly powerless. He pointed at Wang Fa Kai, then gestured dismissively at Qi Yin behind him. Listen here, fat fool, if you kneel and apologize, barking like a dog 3 times, I'll pretend I didn't TC you. Otherwise, you two will meet the same fate as those 3. The other members of the Longbow Captain S team joined in with mock laughter, their gazes toward Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai, filled with derision and disdain, completely dismissing their presence. The trio encircled, initially sparked with a flicker of hope upon seeing newcomers, felt that glimmer extinguished in the face of the cold reality that only Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai had arrived. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and insults, Qi Yin remained silent, standing quietly, his eyes having narrowed into mere slits. The little demon perched on his shoulder seemed to sense the tension in the atmosphere and the dangerous aura emanating from Qi Yin. It ceased its curious flitting about and, mimicking Qi Yin, adopted a serious expression, its beam-like eyes fixed intently on the incessantly chattering priest. A complete, blazing flame star silently coalesced behind Qi Yin, surging into form with a whisper, magic infused. The flames transformed from the previous miniature flame star's vibrant red to a profound, nearly indistinguishable dark hue. Still daring to glare at me? I see you two are truly tired of living. The priest continued to rant, completely oblivious to the impending doom, even raising his hand to point at Qi Yin. Captain, cease your idle banter with them and swiftly remove these 2 blind fools. With a piercing sound that sliced through the cacophony of the forest, an arrow of dark crimson light shot forth, leaving a trail that dazzled the eyes. Faster than any presence could react, the priest, caught in arrogance, had no time to respond before the malevolent energy penetrated his skull. The clamor of the woods fell abruptly silent. The raucous laughter of the longbow captain and the desperate gasps of the trapped trio were abruptly severed, vanishing without a trace. A staggering number, a 5-digit damage figure, floated above the priest's head, its blood-red hue mocking in its finality. The world around them fell into stillness. The ranger captain, his remaining 3 companions, and the 3 besieged individuals stood frozen in place, their postures unchanged and their movements stilled. All eyes were riveted on the slowly rising, seemingly eternal damage number. Thoughts vacated their minds. Chapter 91. Saving lives? Taking lives? What manner of damage is this? This is the newcomers tournament. We are all mere novice adventurers. Is this what you call a novice? In this oppressive silence, Wang Fatsai sprang into action. His massive frame exhibited agility that belied his size as he disregarded the others and charged straight at the dazed ranger. Wang Fatsai's sudden movement shattered the stalemate. The ranger jolted from his paralyzing fear, instinctively attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous iron shield loomed closer in his view. Bang! The heavy shield struck his chest with a resounding thud. A modest damaged figure ascended into the air. The longbow captain staggered from the force, and before he could regain his footing, Wang Fatsai's second strike arrived. This time, the shield's edge sliced through the air with a whistling sound, crashing squarely against his forehead. A critical hit. The longbow captain's health bar was instantly depleted, and his expression was frozen in a mixture of terror and confusion before he dissipated into a beam of white light, eliminated from the match. He was merely a mage. He was taken out in an instant. A diminutive man in the team exclaimed loudly, promptly activating the assassin's signature skill, stealth. His form became translucent, vanishing from sight. Taken out in an instant, Chi-Yin observed the spot where the assassin had disappeared, splaying his fingers wide before snapping them together. Explosive flame. A 5-meter-wide, fiery magic circle ignited at the location where the assassin had vanished, and in the next moment, raging flames erupted, engulfing the area completely. A brief scream pierced through the inferno as a figure was hurled skyward by the violent shockwave, dispersing into a multitude of luminous specks midair. An equally lethal damage number slowly appeared where he had been. 1269. Now, the once 5-member team was reduced to just 2. 1 warrior, 1 ranger. Spare us, spare us. We'll give you half our points. Spare us. The warrior pleaded incoherently. The second ranger's face was ashen. Wang Fatsai paid them no mind. His expression devoid of any humor, replaced solely by indifference. He raised a shield and advanced step by step toward the 2. Now you think to beg for mercy? Where's your bravado just moments ago? Seeing that pleading was futile, the warrior's face hardened as he charged at Wang Fatsai. Then I shall end you. No matter how high the mage's damage, let us see how he survives to the end. The ranger gritted his teeth, knocking an arrow and aiming directly at Wang Fatsai's face. Wang Fatsai stood unflinching, and at the very moment the attack was about to land, he bellowed, "Shield oath!" A yellow-brown energy shield materialized before him, perfectly blocking the warrior's strike and the ranger's arrow. Simultaneously, a dark silver mark of gears and broken chains on the back of his hand glowed brightly. Steel mark stacked 2 layers. Successful block. The warrior's full-force strike was effortlessly nullified. Wang Fatsai stepped forward, thrusting his shield into the warrior's chest. Stun. A small vortex symbol appeared above the warrior's head, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. The ranger's second arrow swiftly followed, striking Wang Fatsai's yellow-brown shield and dealing 13 damage. Steel mark stacked to 3 layers. Wang Fatsai absorbed the blow and retaliated with a shield strike to the dazed warrior's head, delivering another normal attack. He completely disregarded the ranger, focusing solely on the warrior with relentless strikes. As the warrior regained his senses, panic and rage surged through him as he swung his axe in a frenzied counterattack. The clanging of metal filled the air. Wang Fatsai managed to deflect most of the attacks, with only a few low damage numbers popping up on his screen. When the ranger's next arrow struck him, it was blocked, and the fractured chain on the back of his hand finally snapped shut with a decisive click. 5 layers fully stacked. A heavy aura emanated from Wang Fatsai as he activated his ultimate talent. Finish. He batted aside the warrior's weapon with his shield and, with his other hand open, drew it downwards in a slicing motion. A visible golden blade of light followed the trajectory of his palm. 89. 238. The warrior's health was already critically low, and with this real damage slash, it was instantly reduced to 0. The ranger, caught off guard by Wang Fatsai's sudden explosion of power, watched in horror as the golden blade split in 2, triggering an instant death mechanism, vanishing into white light. Clang. Team points, 54. Current total points, 295. The system notification echoed. Chi-Yin glanced at the shared health bar, noting that Wang Fatsai had eliminated 2 foes while only losing 11 health points, most of the damage having been absorbed by his shield. He focused his thoughts. Magic sacrifice. Consuming 110 points of mana, his health bar was restored to full. The small demon, perched on his shoulder, looked curiously at Wang Fatsai's recent display of power, as if seeing the hefty man in a new light, chirping excitedly. At this moment, Chi-Yin turned his attention to the other 3-member team, who had been mere background players until now. The rescued trio wore expressions of shock, evidently still reeling from the overwhelming battle. The only male warrior in the group was the first to recover. He approached Chi-Yin with quickened steps, deeply bowing with utmost sincerity. Thank you. Thank you so much. Classmates, if it weren't for you, we no need for thanks. Chi-Yin shook his head, interrupting him, with a warm smile on his face. His words chilled the air. My intervention was born from displeasure towards them. Eliminating you is merely the rules of the competition. My personal sentiments and the regulations of the contest have never been synonymous. The gratitude on the male warrior's face abruptly froze. The female priest beside him grew anxious, pleading with a tone of desperation. Classmate, please don't. Our team points are very low. Eliminating us bears no significance to you. You saved us. She attempted to continue, but the silent female ranger beside her grasped her sleeve, shaking her head in warning. Yet the priestess clearly did not comprehend her companion's intent. Remaining undeterred as she gazed pleadingly at Qi Yin cast an astonished glance. Sister, this is a competitive match, not child's play. I saved you because those scoundrels offended my eyes. I would kill you because you're my rival. Is there any logical conflict between these two matters? He could not be bothered to waste more words, raising his hand, finger splayed, then closing his fist. Explosive flame impact. Another fiery magic array ignited beneath the trio's feet. Flames surged and instantly engulfed them. 3 identical damage figures emerged simultaneously. 1269, 1269, 1269. The 3 vanished in a flash of white light. Ding! Team score, 6. Current total score, 301. Qi Yin glanced at the paltry increase in points, curling his lip. Indeed, he had not lied. They were pathetically poor. He turned to Wang Fatsai, who had remained silent. Feeling good? Wang Fatsai grinned broadly, a simple smile lighting up his face as the previous anger dissipated. Feeling great. My mind is clear and my body is relaxed. That's good. Qi Yin nodded, opened the map, pinpointed their direction, and continued onward. They pressed on, seeking more monsters along the way, hoping for a warm meal by nightfall. Wang Fatsai promptly followed suit, the 2 of them soon vanishing into the now silent glade, leaving only traces of battle in their wake. Chapter 92. Earth Poison Lizard. 1 claw 500 for the next 5 hours. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai became the true scavengers of this jungle. Their efficiency was astounding, leaving no blade of grass untouched. Any virtual beast they encountered, regardless of their level, barely survived 3 seconds against them. During this time, they also dispatched a clueless team. The fate of that squad could only be described as tragic. They did not even catch a glimpse of Qi Yin's face before 5 miniature fire stars, shot from different angles, into the match, contributing 136 points to the duo's score. Killing and arson, with no corpses to be found, Wang Fatsai remarked cheerfully as he observed his growing score. Stop joking around. Qi Yin's voice came from ahead. Watch your step. As they approached the center of the island, Qi Yin's extraordinary perception keenly sensed a change in their surroundings. Fatty, do you feel that the atmosphere in this forest is a bit off? Qi Yin paused, listening intently while surveying the area. It was too quiet. A subtle sense of oppression lingered in the air. The once ceaseless chirping of birds and insects had vanished, leaving an unsettling silence. Really? Wang Fatsai raised his shield, scanning the nearby bushes and treetops with a wary expression. I don't sense anything unusual. Maybe these elite monsters are just getting tougher? He patted his shield, now marked with several new scratches. That level 7 elite wolf was something else. It nearly drained 200 shield points from me. Much fiercer than that elite virtual cow we encountered earlier. It's not about how fierce they are. Qi Yin shook his head, his expression serious, as he explained. It's about hierarchy. Haven't you noticed? The deeper we go, the more elite monsters we encounter, while ordinary virtual beasts are becoming scarce. This contradicts ecological balance. Qi Yin paused before voicing his suspicion. I suspect the center of this area is likely populated entirely by leader and elite virtual beasts, leaving no space for ordinary ones to thrive. Were there's an anomaly, there's a monster, Wang Fatsai muttered just as an unexpected event occurred. The ground directly in front of Wang Fatsai suddenly heaved, forming a massive mound of earth without warning, as dirt and grass were forcefully displaced. Immediately, a gigantic shadow surged forth, accompanied by a foul wind, debris and soil erupting from the ground. It was a 3-meter-long lizard, its body covered in rock-like, dark brown scales, each gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Its murky vertical pupils blazed with a cruel hunger, locking onto Wang Fatsai, who stood nearby. LV-10 Earth Poison Lizard Elite, HP, 2000. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, from the ground heaving to the shadow bursting forth, all occurring in less than half a second. Wang Fatsai's combat, ingrained in his very bones, kicked in almost simultaneously with the ground's disturbance. There was no time for thought. He instinctively raised his weathered iron shield before his chest, bracing himself with all his might. In the next moment, the lizard's sharp, foul-smelling claws came crashing down with a deafening whoosh. A dreadful metallic screech echoed through the silent forest as the formidable claws raked across the shield, leaving deep gashes visible to the bone, sparks flying. A tremendous force blasted through the shield, slamming against Wang Fatsai's chest plate. Crack! His rare green armor let out a mournful cry, visibly caving in at the chest. An alarming damage figure shot up above Wang Fatsai's head. 547. Damn! Wang Fatsai felt an irresistible force surge from his chest, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His robust physique felt diminutive at that moment, and he was helplessly hurled backward, crashing to the ground several meters away, sending dust swirling around him. The shared health bar swiftly evaporated by nearly half. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. At the moment the earth-poison lizard erupted from the ground, as Wang Fatsai was sent flying. Qian's gaze narrowed. A dark firestar gathered quietly behind him. Without a shred of hesitation, the moment it fully formed, the dark firestar, imbued with terrifying energy, shot forth, tearing through the air, leaving a blinding dark streak aimed at the earth-poison lizard, which had just executed a successful ambush and was still suspended in midair. As the firestar was launched, Qian's mind swiftly shifted. Mana sacrifice. He generously converted all his remaining mana into life force. O mana sacrifice 2630. Before Wang Fatsai even hit the ground, he felt a warm energy surge within him, instantly clarifying his previously blurred vision due to pain, as the shared health bar surged dramatically in that fleeting moment. 263. Meanwhile, the earth-poison lizard, which had successfully ambushed and had not even landed safely yet, felt a flicker of triumph in its vertical pupils, only to be pierced by the incredibly swift dark streak in the next second. The monstrous force propelled its massive body backward, sending it crashing several dozen meters away, eventually slamming with a thunderous crash against a tree trunk that required two people to embrace. The entire tree shuddered violently, shedding countless leaves. Subsequently, the energy contained within the dark firestar erupted in a brilliant display, dissipating in a flash, while the earth-poison lizard's enormous carcass lost its support, sliding down the rough bark and crashing heavily to the ground. 20,557. Simultaneously, Qian's character panel displayed that his blue mana bar had hit rock bottom. Umana 52,650. Health finally stabilized at 1016-1300. From Wang Fatsai's ambush to Qian's healing and counterattack, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, taking less than a second. Coughing, Wang Fatsai rose from the ground. He first glanced at his dented chest plate, then looked up at the corpse of the earth-poison lizard, his heart still racing as he patted his chest, feeling a chill run down his back. Was that creature merely a level 10 elite monster? The damage it dealt was utterly outrageous. That blow nearly sent me to my demise. Indeed, it was a level 10 elite, but with relatively low health, only 2,000 points, characterized as a high-damage, high-speed assassin-type monster. Qian gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's nothing to worry about. You won't die. Consider it a lesson learned for next time." Wang Fatsai wore a pained expression. "I can't believe I became the weak link." "Well, you did quite well," Qian replied, shooting him an exasperated glance. "Your reaction was swift. Had it been someone else without a shield, it would have been over by now." A little creature, Xiao Mo, who had been napping under Qian's hat, was jolted awake by the commotion. It peeked out, its large, black eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unaware of the recent events. Spotting Wang Fatsai's disheveled appearance, it curiously flew over and circled him. It extended its tiny hand, mimicking Qian's earlier action, and gently patted Wang Fatsai's chubby cheek, emitting soothing sounds. Wang Fatsai chuckled at its antics and playfully pressed his sturdy finger against Xiao Mo's head. "You're a good one, unlike your father, who only knows how to mock me." Qian, uninterested in the playful exchange, focused on the system notification. Defeated level 10 Earth Poison Lizard, team points, 100. Current total points, 1023. Phew, we've broken the 1,000 mark. Wang Fatsai noticed the change in points as well. In the next moment, the system notification abruptly appeared on the panels of all survivors across the island, displayed in bold red letters, forcibly occupying everyone's line of sight. Island-wide announcement. The team seeking defeat has surpassed 1,000 points for the first time. Their current coordinates will be publicly disclosed every 6 hours. Initial coordinates have been disclosed. System announcement. The dead fog has expanded for the first time. The next expansion countdown is 115957. Chapter 93. Who isn't a genius? In another region, by the riverside, a 3-person team had finally defeated a level 5 elite swamp crocodile. The team leader, a shield warrior, sat down heavily, panting and devoid of dignity. These elite monsters are becoming increasingly difficult. We nearly capsized. He spat into the river, feeling utterly drained. Is this even human? The female priest in the team suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock. The points leaderboard had materialized before them without warning. Seeking defeat team? 1,023 points? The shield warrior read the gilded letters aloud, his tone shifting. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, momentarily believing he was hallucinating from exhaustion or had suffered a concussion from the crocodile's tail. But the numbers remained starkly clear, striking him like a resounding slap across his weary face. Over 1,000 points? Are you kidding me? One of his fellow archers stared at his own meager 2-digit score, his mental state crumbling. The disparity between individuals, at times, is greater than that between man and dog. A minute later, the light screen slowly faded, but a bright red, glaring marker, akin to a death knell, appeared on the leader's personal map. He fixated on the red dot, noticing it was alarmingly close to his position. If he hurried, he could reach it in about an hour. Let us take a detour. The leader made the decision almost instantly, omitting any thought process. He pointed in the exact opposite direction of the red dot, his voice brimming with unyielding resolve. We're heading west. This place will soon become a battleground. When gods clash, mortals suffer. His 2 teammates nodded vigorously, showing no dissent. Why even think about it? They had over 1,000 points, while they barely reached 100. There are safer ways to seek death. Such scenes unfolded across various corners of the island. The overwhelming majority of teams, upon seeing that staggering score gap, reacted not with greed, but with fear. They unanimously chose to steer clear of the flickering red, viewing it as a no-go zone. Yet exceptions always exist. On a higher hillside, a 5-person team sat together, the atmosphere as relaxed as a picnic. Their equipment was exceptionally fine, shimmering with brilliance. Nearly every member donned rare adornments like rings and bracers, each piece worth a fortune, at least 200,000 credit points. Each individual exuded calmness, their demeanor radiating innate confidence and pride. This was the Yao Guang team. Team leader Lu Hao, a warrior wielding a silver spear, observed the leaderboard light screen fading before him, showing no signs of shock, but rather a hint of amusement. Seeking defeat? How intriguing. It's rare for someone to adopt such a name. He spoke lightly, his tone laced with appreciation. Captain, their score is merely over 300 points higher than ours. It's likely they stumbled into some luck, perhaps unwittingly entering a den of virtual beasts, chimed in the team's mage, who was handsome but spoke defiantly. Luck is indeed part of strength, but relying solely on luck won't get you far. Luck? Not necessarily. Lu Hao shook his head, rising to gaze over the distant landscape, as if his eyes could pierce through the dense forest. Remember the 2 prodigies who cleared the crying solitary village a few days ago? They were also novice practitioners. The shield warrior in the team retorted, prodigies? Who isn't a genius these days? In Donghai City, we could easily find 500 geniuses, and even among thousands, we could identify at least 50. But those who truly last until the end are the real geniuses. Indeed, Lu Hao turned to his teammates, his words imbued with powerful confidence and charisma. This world is not lacking in talent. What it lacks are those who can decisively trample over other geniuses. His words were filled with determination, igniting a fervor among them. I believe we are the latter. Captain, do you mean? The astute ranger quickly grasped the captain's intent, excitement flickering in his eyes. Huh? Doesn't the captain's meaning seem clear? Let us take them down. The shield warrior in the team stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. I'm curious to see just how capable this seeking defeat team really is and whether they dare to accept the challenge from us. Yao Guang. Exactly. Let us go for it. The team erupted in spirited agreement, showing no signs of fear, each member eager and ready, as if they already glimpsed the dawn of victory. They were geniuses, favored children of the heavens, and the words retreat did not exist in their lexicon. Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction, opening the map, his slender finger pointing between the center and the red light on the map. Their current location indicated a clear intention to head towards the central area. Once the coordinates were revealed, They couldn't afford to linger. They must move. A team with such a name will not take the longer route, even if they suspect an ambush here. He lifted his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since they seek defeat, we shall oblige them. The Yaoguang team sprang into action, racing towards their predetermined ambush point. Meanwhile, in another dimly lit forest, where sunlight scarcely penetrated the dense canopy, the ground was carpeted with thick layers of decaying leaves, exuding a damp, moldy scent. 3 figures melded seamlessly into the shadows, so quiet they seemed almost non-existent. Clad in agile black leather armor and wielding daggers, they radiated an aura of danger that warned others to keep their distance. This was unmistakably a squad composed entirely of assassins. The leaderboard flickered to life before them, only to fade away slowly. None of the trio uttered a word, their breaths barely audible. The leader, silently observing the map, focused on the publicly displayed red dot coordinate. Then he lifted his gaze, exchanging a brief glance with his 2 companions, a simple nod, devoid of any eye contact. In the next moment, their forms became translucent, as if ink dissolving in water, and they vanished soundlessly from their original spot. In an instant, the entire island was engulfed in turmoil. The red dot, named Xiaobai, became the eye of the storm, both a warning that instilled dread in the weak and a tantalizing bait for hunters. In the woods, Qi Yin watched the glowing screen disappear, then glanced at Wang Fatsai, who wore a grim expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, don't get hung up on it. It's just a name. Don't you find it amusing? It saves us so much trouble. Amusing? Nonsense. Wang Fatsai retorted, visibly annoyed. I told you, that name is bound to attract hatred. Isn't that just perfect? Qi Yin grinned, throwing an arm around Wang Fatsai's neck. What you don't understand is that this is targeted marketing. Those who dare to come are high-quality clients with some worth. They come to us, saving us the trouble of seeking them out. It's splendid. Wang Fatsai gazed at Qi Yin, whose excitement was palpable, and sighed deeply. I have a feeling the next team we face will be the strongest in this venue. He tightened his grip on his shield, his gaze sharpening. Fearful as he was, the situation was inevitable. They had to press on. That's the spirit. Qi Yin patted his shoulder, a knowing smile on his face. Fatty, don't panic. Remember this. Elite hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Wang Fatsai paused, then broke into a grin, his earlier worries dissipating, replaced by a sense of reckless bravado. Indeed, little Mo peeked out from under Qi Yin's hat, curiously observing the suddenly charged atmosphere between the two, tilting its head with wide, questioning eyes. Chapter 94. Ambush on the mountain path, 3 hours after their coordinates were exposed. Wang Fatsai felt his nerves fraying under the eerie calm. He walked while muttering softly, his voice never ceasing. Yinzi, my heart is in turmoil. It's been 3 hours, and aside from the phantom beasts, we haven't encountered a single team. This defies logic. Given our exposed coordinates and clear direction, how could no one come and challenge us? Surely, these seasoned players cannot be that patient. Qi Yin, trailing behind, lazily replied, Fatty, you're overthinking it. What do you mean? Wang Fatsai asked, confused. Consider this. Seeing our score of over 1,000 points, any team with a semblance of intelligence and insufficient strength would undoubtedly avoid us, steering clear in fear of confrontation. Qi Yin paused. So, who dares to approach us now? Wang Fatsai wasn't truly dull. He quickly grasped the implication, his round face falling further. They're all excessively confident in their abilities, thinking they can use us as stepping stones to ascend quickly? Bingo. Correct answer. Qi Yin snapped his fingers. They're probably already prepared with ambush points, just waiting for us to make our entrance. Wang Fatsai tightened his grip on his shield. Yinzi, your words are only making me more anxious. Shouldn't we take a detour? Detour? Why would we do that? Let us go. Hurry up. I'm looking forward to a good meal, Qi Yin urged. Relax, Fatty. I've noticed you seem unsure of your own strength. What do you mean unsure? Wang Fatsai protested. Don't compare yourself to me. I'm a once-in-an-era prodigy, and if you can keep pace with me, then you're at least a remarkable talent in your own right, Qi Yin said with a cheerful grin. There's a limit to your delusions, Wang Fatsai retorted, echoing Qi Yin's words, but internally, he felt more at ease. As they bickered, the daylight gradually faded. Meanwhile, at a location known as Linya Mountain Path, on the left was a smooth, steep wall, and on the right, a mist-laden, bottomless cliff. The entire path was merely 5 meters wide, a natural killing ground. The 5 members of the Yaowang squad had already set a perfect trap here. The squad leader, Lu Hao, a warrior wielding a silver spear, stood atop a protruding rock, calmly issuing final commands. Xiao Mu, the priest, Lao Lu, the mage, Lao Zhang, the ranger. You 3 take up high positions and ensure crossfire coverage. Leave no blind spots. As he spoke, Lao Lu, the delicate-looking mage, was polishing his staff, casually interjecting, "Captain, relax. With our lineup and this terrain, defeating them will be a piece of cake. Their first wave will surely lose someone, and once they do, how can they fight us? Trust me, victory is assured." Exactly. They dare to call themselves Bai? Today, they'll learn why flowers bloom in red. Lao Zhang joined in the laughter, envisioning their imminent triumph. Once we take them down, the points will be ours, and we'll be at the top of the island. We could just find a spot and wait for the points to roll in. The team's banter brimmed with absolute confidence in their abilities. Lu Hao listened without interruption. This fervent spirit was precisely what he desired. As a direct descendant of the Lu family in Donghai City, he had been a natural-born champion, the strongest among all except for a select few. As for Bai, they were destined to fall to Yaowang, a fitting end for their adversaries. However, none of them noticed that, lurking beyond their ambush circle, in the shadows of a distant area, 3 figures blended with the darkness, quietly observing everything. The lead assassin, watching the bustling figures of the Yaowang squad, signaled with a simple tactical gesture, "Ambush." Wait. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Half an hour later, darkness enveloped the land, with only the moonlight casting a faint glow upon the earth. Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai arrived at the foot of Linya Mountain Path. "Wow, this place is impressive," Wang Fatsai exclaimed, gazing up at the treacherous terrain, unable to contain his admiration. "If we set up an ambush here, any ordinary team would fall one by one." Qi Yin also looked up, then down at the map. "Indeed, danger lurks everywhere," he assessed. "Then what should we do?" Wang Fatsai inquired tentatively. "Let us go," Qi Yin proclaimed, stepping onto the narrow mountain path. "Wait, are we just going in like this?" Wang Fatsai was taken aback. "Yinzi, this script doesn't seem right." "What else?" "They've already dug the pit. If we don't jump in, wouldn't that'd be quite rude?" "Let us give them a little shock," Qi Yin urged. Wang Fatsai surrendered his thoughts, accepting that whatever Qi Yin said would be the way to go, as it had always been over the years. He raised his shield and swiftly darted ahead of Qi Yin, stepping into the mountain path. As the two reached the midpoint of the path, the narrowest section awaited them. Concealed in the shadows of a lofty height, Lu Hao's face bore a trace of triumphant cunning as he abruptly swung his arm downwards, signaling the attack. In an instant, the entire cliffside seemed to come alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, glistening with a chilling light, shot down from the heights of the cliff. Following closely, a fireball ablaze with fierce flames and a beam of judgment imbued with a sacred aura descended, completely sealing off any escape routes for the 2 individuals below. But that was not all. As the ranged assault rained down, Lu Hao and his shield warrior teammate charged forth from around the corner, propelled by immense force, directly targeting the 2 adversaries. Their intention was clear: to execute a concentrated barrage with ranged firepower, and then to block the sole avenue of retreat with close combat. Intending to utterly crush Qi Yin and Wang Fa Kai within this deadly formation. Indeed, they were here, faced with this concentrated onslaught. Wang Fa Kai did not retreat, but advanced, letting out a mighty roar. Just as the attacks were about to land, he stepped forward, raising his iron shield resolutely before him. Shield oath. Boom! The arrows, fireball, and holy light struck simultaneously against the iron shield, which, though seemingly modest in size, bore the brunt of the assault. A blinding radiance and violent explosions enveloped Wang Fa Kai's figure entirely, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everything. Amidst the smoke and light, the segment of health bar belonging to Wang Fa Kai remained unyielding. Instead, he was now shielded by an extraordinarily thick, earthy yellow barrier, visible even within the swirling dust. Simultaneously, the dark silver mark on the back of his hand, composed of gears and broken chains, shone brilliantly as it absorbed the overwhelming attacks, the fractured chains clicking shut with a decisive snap. Steel mark V, fully stacked. Behind him, Qi Yin stood unharmed, not even casting a glance at the charging Lu Hao and his companion. He merely turned calmly, directing his gaze toward a shadow on the side of the cliff, devoid of any presence. Eek! The little demon peeked out from under the hat, curiously observing that patch of shadow. A star of flame, burning with dark flames, materialized beside Qi Yin, silently targeting that shadowy spot. Chapter 95. The mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow bird awaits. It was over. Lu Hao assessed the epicenter of the explosion, making a calm judgment. In his view, such an intensity of concentrated fire, executed by 3 high-ground range professionals with no blind spots, was simply beyond the capacity of a single shield warrior to withstand. Even if by some stroke of luck he survived, he would be left as a mere flickering candle in the wind, stripped of all capacity for resistance. His shield warrior teammate shared the same sentiment, their pace slowing as they charged. The mage on the high ground, old Lu, even let out a casual whistle, his tone lighthearted. I told you, one wave will take them out. However, why were there only 2 members of the Qiubai team? Had they been intercepted along the way? Do not be careless. Ranger Old Zhang warned verbally, yet his body betrayed him as his fingers on the bowstring relaxed. Meanwhile, in the dark shadow beyond their sight, the leader of the trio of assassins made his own judgment. The moment had arrived. When the Yao Guang team was at their most relaxed, it was the perfect time for them to strike and reap the rewards. The hunt was about to begin. Just as everyone believed that the outcome was settled, and even the lurking yellow bird was poised to take flight, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Amidst the dust and light of the explosion, a robust figure stood firm, akin to an unyielding anchor. The iron shield in Wang Fa Kai's hand now radiated an exaggerated earthy yellow glow, so pronounced that it was clearly visible even through the swirling dust. Truly absurd. His health bar remained entirely intact, without a single point of damage. What is this? Old Lu, the mage on high ground, nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief, his previous ease frozen on his face. Below, Lu Hao and his shield warrior companion wore expressions of embarrassment as their anticipatory smiles faded. He survived? How is that possible? It defies logic. In a fraction of a second that their astonishment caused their minds to stall. Qi Yin behind Wang Fa Kai did not spare a glance for the charging duo. Instead, he turned his gaze firmly toward the empty shadow on the side of the cliff. Eek! The little demon peeked out from Qi Yin's hat, curiously following his line of sight, confusion filling its large, black eyes. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Qi Yin chuckled inwardly. What a pity. The cicada has a high vantage point. Whoosh! The flame star, burning with dark flames, shot forth like a streak of light, vanishing into the empty shadow. This scene left the Yao Guang team dumbfounded. What is he doing? Is the pressure too much, causing hallucinations? Ignoring their astonishment, Qi Yin clasped his left hand before him. Explosive flame impact. Boom! Simultaneously with the entry of the dark flame star, a 5-meter diameter fire magic circle suddenly ignited, and ferocious flames erupted skyward, completely engulfing the seemingly empty shadow. Screech! 2 sharp and harrowing cries emerged from the flames as 3 figures, previously concealed in perfect stealth, were forcibly blasted out by the violent shockwave. 2 of them did not even have time to react, their bodies tumbling through the air before transforming into 2 beams of white light, eliminated instantly. Only the leading assassin managed to twist his body in an uncanny manner as the flame star and explosion converged, becoming a blurred afterimage, miraculously unharmed and appearing several meters away. Yet, the calm and composure typical of a hunter was nowhere to be found on his face, replaced by shock and horror at being so easily uncovered. He could not comprehend. They were professional assassins nurtured by the Wu Mianzhi cult since childhood, and upon awakening to the assassin profession, they were directly absorbed into the cult for further training. Their stealth was unparalleled, yet now they were easily seen through by someone, and a mere mage at that. The opponent exhibited no signs of detection skills, simply casting a normal glance to spot them. How is that possible? This is not magic. This sudden revelation left the entire Yao Guang team in a state of complete bewilderment. There's a third party? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. But the yellow bird had not even struck before the cicada was slapped dead. Who wrote this script? Step forward and take your punishment. As the captain, Lu Hao felt the impact most acutely. What he had deemed a flawless setup now appeared as a mere joke. His charge momentarily halted due to this astonishing turn of events. A moment's distraction could mean the difference between life and death. What Qi Yin desired was precisely this instant. Just as Lu Hao froze, another crimson flame star materialized out of thin air, without a moment's pause, hurtling toward Lu Hao with the force of thunder. "Captain, watch out!" The shield warrior of Yao Guang reacted swiftly, jolting back to reality from his shock, issuing an urgent shout as he abandoned his original target, Wang Fa Kai, and swiftly maneuvered to interpose his massive form in front of Lu Hao, his large square shield bracing firmly. Block, boom! The crimson flame star struck the shield, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. A glaring red damage number soared above the shield warrior's head. 2,284 spit. The shield warrior coughed up blood, and both he and Lu Hao were forcefully pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force, their feet carving deep grooves into the hard, rocky path. He looked down in horror at his health bar, which now read 392,323. His face was etched with disbelief. A single skill nearly obliterated a fully equipped top-tier shield warrior. What in the world is this outrageous damage? A beam of holy light descended from above, enveloping him as his health began to gradually recover. "Heal me, Xiaomu, quickly, heal me," the shield warrior roared, his voice filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. At the same time, the profound synergy cultivated between Wang Fatsai and Qi Yin since childhood was vividly demonstrated in that moment. "It's my turn," Wang Fatsai grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, completely disregarding the injured shield warrior. He strode forward with determination, delivering a shield strike imbued with a shockwave effect that landed fiercely upon Lu Hao, who had just stabilized his footing. Boom! Lu Hao, already pushed back by the shield warrior, had no time to adjust his stance. Wang Fatsai's swift position allowed him no chance to evade this blow, and a small vortex icon suddenly appeared above his head. Stunned. "So, you thought you could ambush me? Here is your chance, but you're useless. Prepare to perish." Wang Fatsai wasted no opportunity. The moment Lu Hao fell into a daze, he activated the finishing move of his steel mark, after accumulating its effects. Finishing move. He raised one hand, palm open, and with a downward motion aimed at the bloodied shield warrior ahead, he made a sweeping gesture through the air. A visible golden blade of light emerged along the trajectory of his hand, shooting forth in an instant. The radiant shield warrior, relieved to have survived, suddenly saw a golden flash whiz past him. An incomprehensible damage number slowly floated above his head. 232. His mind was left with only one thought. Is this truly the damage a shield warrior can inflict? His already dwindling health bar was instantly reduced to 0. He transformed into a beam of white light, eliminated from the match. In a mere 3 seconds, the situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. The meticulously arranged ambush set by the Radiant squad was shattered in an instant. The toughest frontline tank evaporated. The core commander of the team, Captain Lu Hao, stood isolated below. The 3 range professions on the high ground were thoroughly exposed, achieving no effective kills, their output entirely wasted. Meanwhile, the remaining assassin leader of the third-party faction, witnessing the instant demise of the Radiant Shield Warrior, immediately melted back into the shadows, vanishing completely. "Old Chun," the priest Xiao Mu on the high ground gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling. The wizard Old Lu and ranger Old Zhang were equally incredulous, their limbs frozen with disbelief. Their confidently orchestrated killing strategy had been obliterated. Chapter 96. Role Reversal. Now it is my turn to be the hunter. Qi Yin observed as the radiant shield warrior vanished in a flash of white light, his expression betraying little, merely raising an eyebrow. Surviving a full hit from a flame star speaks volumes about this fellow's equipment and attributes. Indeed, he was formidable, considering Wang Fatsai's health was only around 1,300 points. However, that was the extent of it. Qi Yin did not pause for even a moment. His battle logic was chillingly clear. With the front line tanked down, the next target was naturally the 3 range professions above. With a flicker of thought, he summoned his magic. 10 miniature flame stars materialized before him, burning with a fierce crimson flame, casting a red glow upon the surrounding night. Oh, the little demon, seeing the 10 sparkling fireballs, reached out its tiny hand, seemingly eager to touch them. Qi Yin gently pressed its little head down, pushing it back. Behave. In the next instant, the 10 miniature flame stars transformed into 10 streaks of red light, silently darting from various angles with unparalleled precision towards the three individuals on the high ground. The Radiant Squad was evidently no group of amateurs, confident in their ambush, although the three on the high ground were startled by the sudden reversal of the battle below. Their long-honed combat instincts prompted them to react correctly without delay. Arcane Blink. The delicate-looking wizard Old Lu, as the flame stars approached, radiated a blue spatial ripple around him, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind a rocky cover a few meters away, the process seamless and fluid. The agile ranger Old Zhang executed a swift sideways roll, almost skimming the ground as he maneuvered, simultaneously releasing an arrow that struck the nearby rock wall. Using the slight recoil, he altered his rolling trajectory just enough to narrowly evade the targeting of two flame stars. Holy Light Flash. The final priest, Xiao Mu, acted decisively, transforming into a gentle white light and instantly retreating a significant distance, while simultaneously activating a thin protective shield around herself. In an instant, the high ground was a flurry of light and shadow, with each of the three showcasing their skills, none of them falling victim to Qi Yan's miniature flame stars. Oh! Qi Yan observed this scene, not feeling angered, but rather intrigued. Simultaneously, Lu Hao, who had been dazed by Wang Fat's shockwave shield strike, finally recovered from his brief stupor. He shook his head vigorously, regaining clarity of vision. What he beheld would remain etched in his memory forever. His most trusted shield warrior, Old Chun, had dissipated into white light. His ranged firepower was being relentlessly pursued by the wizard, utterly defenseless, forced to flee in disarray. And here he stood, the illustrious captain of the Radiant Squad, a scion of the Lu family from Donghai City, now isolated in the middle of the mountain path, staring face to face with a seemingly bumbling, rotund shield warrior. Hunter? No, they had always been the prey. From start to finish, the Radiant Squad had been ensnared in the machinations of others. They aimed to ambush the Defeat Squad, but the Defeat Squad had long been aware of the impending ambush. And lurking behind them was a damned assassin squad, waiting to spring their trap. Their meticulously crafted ambush was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of their adversaries. A chilling sensation surged from Lu Hao's feet to the crown of his head. No more fighting. True to his status as captain, Lu Hao, upon recognizing the grim reality, exhibited no hesitation or reluctance to engage further. He decisively shouted towards his teammates on the high ground, "Retreat. All members fall back. Break away from combat. If we cannot win, we shall flee, and there is no shame in that. Preserve our strength. As long as we remain, there is hope. Where there is life, there is a way." Upon hearing their captain's command, the three on the high ground instantly comprehended their precarious situation, no longer daring to entertain thoughts of counterattacks. They hastily took advantage of the complex terrain to escape towards the mountain path, swiftly disappearing from Qi Yan's view. Seeing this, Qi Yan dismissed the few flame stars he hadn't yet launched and redirected his attention to Lu Hao, who was preparing to retreat alongside his teammates. "Fatty," he spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for both to hear. "This one is yours. Practice a bit, boost your confidence. This team is no weakling squad. Role reversal. Now it is my turn to be the hunter." With that, Qi Yan's figure underwent an astonishing transformation under Lu Hao's astonished gaze. His entire body, without any forewarning, instantaneously dissolved into countless flickering particles of flame, leaving behind a vague, shimmering outline of fire. Remaining fire clone, in the next moment, his true self appeared at the edge of the cliff above, chasing after the three ranged members of the Radiant Squad, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. Practice? Lu Hao stood frozen, contemplating Qi Yan's light-hearted words as he departed. His countenance, once marred by displeasure, swiftly transformed into a hue of iron blue, eventually swelling to a shade reminiscent of pig's liver. An unprecedented sense of humiliation morphed into a tempestuous rage that surged violently to his head. "I Donghai Lu Jia. Lu Hao, the pride of the Lu family, ranked 5th at Donghai No. 1 High School. How dare you insult me in such a manner? A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. This is 1,000 times more painful than death itself. It is akin to a heartless execution." Lu Hao could no longer contain the fury raging within him. Just as he prepared to charge recklessly towards Wang Fatsai, the latter preempted his move. With a sly grin, his rotund face radiated excitement and eagerness as he took a step forward, flexing his wrists with a series of audible cracks. With a resounding thud, he slammed his sturdy iron shield onto the narrow mountain path, the weighty shield crashing against the rugged stone surface, its reverberations echoing through the desolate valley. Wang Fatsai beamed with an unprecedented confidence and an indomitable fighting spirit, his gaze fixed intently on the enraged Lu Hao, his eyes brimming with pure exhilaration. The prior tension and unease dissipated in that moment. He addressed the trembling Lu Hao in a tone that blended naivety with provocation, whispering, "Don't even think about running away. You cannot escape. Come, let's have a proper fight. Let me see what strength the pride of the Lu family, ranked 5th at Donghai No. 1 High School, truly possesses." Chapter 97. So this is what it means to be called a prodigy? You seek death. Lu Hao's roar reverberated through the valley, igniting a fierce wave of battle energy that erupted from him. A visible crimson aura expanded from beneath his feet, signifying his heightened battle intent. His attack power and speed surged remarkably in this moment. Lu Hao refrained from further idle chatter. With a swift motion, he transformed into an arrow, his silver spear slicing through the moonlight, its tip aimed directly at Wang Fatsai. Warrior skill, Silver Dragon Thrust. This strike encapsulated his wrath. In the face of this thunderous assault, Wang Fatsai stood firm, his legs anchored to the ground, steadfastly presenting his iron shield before him. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing erupted. The spear's immense force struck the center of the shield with undeniable impact. Wang Fatsai's stout form remained unyielding. A failed strike. Lu Hao's attack was so effortlessly thwarted, igniting an even fiercer blaze of fury within him. With a flick of his wrist, he retracted his spear, only to thrust it forth again with even greater swiftness. Gale 7-star thrust. This time, the spear tip transformed into 7 flickering cold stars, each emanating a sharp sound as it relentlessly pierced towards Wang Fatsai's shield from 7 different angles. The onslaught was unrelenting. The spear danced like a dragon. Shield Oath. A thick, earthy shield suddenly manifested atop the iron shield surface. Ding 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 ding. A series of rapid impacts resonated as Lu Hao's 7 attacks were flawlessly absorbed by this earthy shield, inflicting not a shred of damage. Simultaneously, a shield materialized around Wang Fatsai. The dark silver imprint of interlocking gears and broken chains on the back of his hand radiating brilliance after enduring this wave of attacks. Clack! The broken chain's illusory form swiftly sealed, forming a perfect circle. Ironclad mark fully stacked. What? Lu Hao gazed in disbelief at his consecutive strikes being wholly blocked, observing Wang Fatsai as health bar, which not only remained unchanged but even gained an additional layer of protection. His inner fury began to intertwine with incredulity. How could this be possible? With his battle fervor amplifying his attack power, it was inconceivable that even a top-tier shield warrior could withstand such minimal damage. Refusing to succumb to despair, his assault grew increasingly frenzied. The spear swept, lunged, and thrust upwards. A seamless flow of skills and regular attacks ensued, the narrow mountain path echoing only with the clash of spear and shield. Yet, the battle presented an eerie peculiarity. Wang Fatsai, emboldened by the invulnerability granted by his fully stacked ironclad mark, adopted a strategy of passive defense, remaining stationary and utilizing the shield oath as protection to absorb every blow, rendering Lu Hao's attacks increasingly ineffective. As Lu Hao's strikes diminished under the cascading layers of the ironclad mark and shield, the damage barely breached the earthy shield enveloping Wang Fatsai. The latter promptly refreshed his shield with the shield oath. Lu Hao felt as though he were assaulting not a player, but rather a wall that mended itself. He watched helplessly as Wang Fatsai's health bar, shielded by that ludicrous protection, scarcely budged. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Hao's brow. The once raging inferno of anger within him gradually replaced by an icy sensation of powerlessness. At that moment, a system notification abruptly appeared before Wang Fatsai. The Defeat Seekers team has vanquished the Faceless team. Team points 308, current total points 1944. Wang Fatsai paused, taken aback by the notification. Did Yinzi's side manage to eliminate another team? It seemed he needed to act quickly. He couldn't afford to keep Yinzi waiting. At that moment, Lu Hao finally realized that he and his entire Yaoguang team had inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable adversary from the very beginning. Just as his focus wavered, disrupting his rhythm of attack, an opportunity arose for Wang Fatsai. "It's my turn," Wang Fatsai bellowed. Having endured defensively until now, he suddenly lunged forward. His iron shield, having successfully blocked Lu Hao's previous attacks, was now augmented by the shield Oath's effects. A simple yet rapid shield bash struck Lu Hao forcefully. Boom! Lu Hao's body jolted violently, a small vortex symbol appearing above his head. Shock, dizziness. It's over, genius. At the moment Lu Hao succumbed to dizziness, the ironclad mark, now in its complete form, erupted with dazzling golden light. Finishing blow, Wang Fatsai extended his unoccupied left hand, palm open, towards the incapacitated Lu Hao, making a sweeping motion from left to right. Whoosh! A radiant golden blade of light appeared out of thin air, swiftly slicing across Lu Hao's neck. Instant death. In that fleeting moment, his health bar was entirely depleted. Regret and unwillingness crystallized in Lu Hao's eyes. In the next instant, his body transformed into a cascade of white light, eliminated from the game. The Defeat Seekers team has defeated the Yaoguang team. Team points 368. Current total points 2,312. So this is what it means to be called a prodigy? Then I, Wang Fatsai, am also a prodigy. Wang Fatsai sheathed his shield, stroking his chin in contemplation for a brief moment. He gazed upward, noticing a familiar figure standing at the edge of the cliff, calmly observing him. Under the moonlight, Qian's silhouette stretched long. Xiao Mo waved her tiny hand at Wang Fatsai below. Just then, Wang Fatsai felt a warm energy surge within him, instantly replenishing the health points he had lost to Lu Hao in the previous battle. It was the magical sacrifice from Qian. Wang Fatsai grinned broadly, finally grasping the true meaning behind Yinzi's earlier jest. Though he might not be the unparalleled genius that graces the world, but once in an era, he was undoubtedly the one who could steadfastly stand beside such prodigies, shielding them from all storms and reigning supreme over a generation. Chapter 98, Dual Skill Master. On the mountain path, the moonlight was cold. Qian's figure reconstructed from countless flickering flames, appearing instantaneously beside Wang Fatsai. "Yinzi, did you see that? I took him down single-handedly." Wang Fatsai, with his fists raised and spittle flying, animatedly recounted the recent battle, leaving no detail overlooked. The individual referred to himself as Lu Hao, the prodigy of the East Sea Lu family, boasting of being the 5th ranked at Donghai No. 1 High School. Is that all? Just that? He was easily subdued by me. If this is what the 5th ranked at Donghai No. 1 High School amounts to, then I, the chubby lord, feel exceedingly superior. Enough, we acknowledge your prowess. You've had your moment to boast. Qian chuckled, patting him on the back while deftly extracting the inquisitive little demon from his hat, playfully teasing it in his palm. The little demon blinked its large eyes, extending its tiny hand to grasp Qian's finger. "Do not underestimate yourself," Qian remarked, poking the little demon's soft cheek. "You are among geniuses the strongest." Just as he finished speaking, a system announcement materialized before them. Island-wide announcement. The defeat-seeking squad has first surpassed 2,000 points. The current coordinates are now public, with broadcast intervals shortened to every 4 hours. Coordinates have been released. Wang Fatsai's laughter abruptly ceased as he scratched his head, somewhat speechless. Well, now we've become the brightest beacon on the map. What is there to fear? Qian replied, tucking the little demon back into his hat. After a day of travel, it was time to rest. This location is impervious to the encroaching death fog. We shall remain here for the night and await any fateful encounters. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatsai perked up. I've longed for a break. I'm exhausted after a day of walking. The two ascended the mountain path, seeking a sheltered corner, clearing a patch of ground, and seated themselves comfortably to rest. They slept soundly for 8 hours. During this time, the death fog at the island's edge completed its second expansion, compressing the area of activity inward once more. System announcement. The second expansion of the death fog has occurred. The countdown to the next expansion is 115,957 seconds. Qian awoke, stretching languidly. Wang Fatsai lay sprawled out. After a night had passed, the coordinates had been announced twice, yet not a single team had come to challenge them. TSK. This batch of competitors is lacking. They exhibit no gambler spirit at all. Qian nudged Wang Fatsai. Wake up, fatty. Wang Fatsai jolted upright, groggily inquiring, huh? Has someone come? No one. It seems there aren't any formidable opponents. Here, wash your face. Qi Yin retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his spatial pouch, and the two bent down to wash their faces. After a brief discussion, they realized that since no one dared to trouble them, this competition had transformed into a purely PvE experience. They wasted no time and continued their journey toward the island's central region. The deeper they ventured, the more perilous the surroundings became. The air was thick with the scent of phantom beasts, and beneath the shadows of towering ancient trees, pairs of crimson eyes continuously flickered to life. Soon, they encountered their first wave of phantom beast attacks. 3 level 10 elite stone-armored rhinoceri, surrounding them in a triangular formation, their heavy breaths releasing plumes of white vapor. "Watch me," Wang Fatsai shouted, charging forward while activating his shield oath. A golden-hued shield flashed before him, perfectly blocking the charge of the first stone-armored rhinoceros. Following closely, the other 2 elite phantom beasts launched their attacks in succession. Wang Fatsai braced himself against the onslaught, his form as steadfast as a rock, the iron mark on the back of his hand glowing fiercely. Behind him, a series of dark red flame stars aligned, one shooting out, followed by another materializing, continuously bombarding the stone-armored rhinoceros. Simultaneously, he clenched his left hand in front of him. Blazing impact. Boom! A violent fire magic array ignited beneath the feet of the 3 elite phantom beasts, engulfing their massive forms in towering flames. With Qi Yan's extraordinarily high mental attribute enhancement, the power of the skill was terrifyingly potent. These elite monsters, which would require utmost effort to defeat for other teams, were rendered utterly fragile before them. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 elite beasts lay lifeless. Your skill Blazing Impact proficiency has increased. Current level, Expert, 010000. Effect enhancement. Base skill damage increased by 360. A notification popped up on Qi Yan's interface. As time passed, the score displayed on the screen began to escalate at a pace that instilled despair in all surviving participants. 24702, 5902, 8903, 320, 3890. Island-wide announcement. The defeat-seeking squad has first surpassed 4,000 points. Coordinates permanently public. After surpassing the 4,000-point threshold, Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai decided to cease their active pursuit of phantom beasts. They discovered that the resources dropped from the monsters they had slain were already overwhelmingly abundant. Instant hot pot, Dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. Beggar's chicken, an array of delicacies sprawled before them. To say they could last a week was an understatement. They now faced the delightful dilemma of limited space in their backpacks, which could only hold 20 items, compelling them to discard some. Their existence had shifted from a tense survival competition to a leisurely outdoor excursion. In their abundant free time, Qi Yin dedicated himself to mastering his skills. He expended considerable magical energy, repeatedly unleashing Blazing Impact and Residual Fire Doppelganger, familiarizing himself with every detail of the skills. Your skill Blazing Impact proficiency has increased. Current level, Master. Unlock Magic Infusion. You may now expend additional magical energy to enhance Blazing Impact. For every additional 5 points of magic consumed, damage increases by 10, with a maximum infusion of 50 points. Your skill Residual Fire Doppelganger proficiency has increased. Current level, Master. Unlock Magic Infusion. Significantly increases displacement distance. Every 30 points of magic may add 20 meters, with a maximum consumption of 300 points, 200 meters. Meanwhile, under Qi Yan's guidance, Wang Fatsai began attempting to tackle solitary elite and even boss-level phantom beasts on his own. Though the process was arduous and time-consuming, he invariably succeeded in defeating both elites and bosses alike. Simultaneously, in another part of the island, a 5-member team with the ID Baby Belly Thunder excitedly gathered around the corpse of an elite phantom beast. Captain's amazing. We've finally reached over 2,000 points. At this rate, we're set. The captain, a delightful girl, opened the leaderboard, eager to admire her team's ranking. However, her smile quickly faded. First place, Defeat Seeking Squad. Points, 7920. Second place, Baby Belly Thunder. Points, 2200. The entire team fell silent. The captain, called Baby, counted that unattainable number word by word. eventually shutting down the leaderboard in silence. Let us focus on participation instead. This despair permeated the hearts of all surviving teams. The red dot on the map, named Defeat, brazenly moved through the central region, and wherever it passed, no other dots dared to approach. Everyone chose to remain silent and retreat. Time slipped by unnoticed. And soon it was the evening of October 17th. The fifth expansion of the Death Fog has commenced. The safe zone will shrink to a radius of 5 kilometers around the center. Current surviving teams, 12, the system's chilling notification heralded the imminent final showdown. At that moment, Qi Yin and Wang Fatsai sat beside the recently slain level 10 boss-class Phantom Beast, Abyssal Claw Bear, leisurely enjoying their dinner. After 2 days of arduous training, the fall of this boss finally heralded a transformative breakthrough. Your skill Blazing Impact proficiency has increased. Current level, Grandmaster. Unlock perfect control. Your magical energy now flows effortlessly, requiring no gestures to guide. You can finally control the magical consumption of skills and alter their release forms. According to one's magical prowess, it is possible to unleash up to 50 miniature explosive impacts simultaneously. The total damage, not accounting for Zhuan, cannot exceed the power of a single skill release. Your proficiency in the skill Kinhuatishun has increased. Current level, Master. The perfect control feature has been unlocked. This skill can now be used while under control and can also be executed with one individual within a 3-meter radius. Magical consumption doubles. The cooldown time for Kinhuatishun has been reduced to 15 seconds after a talent reduction of 50. Observing the information displayed on the panel, Qi Yin sighed with relief. The intense training over the past 2 days had finally borne fruit. Yanzi, do you think they will unite to hunt us down in the end? Wang Fa Kai asked, his words muffled as he gnawed on a glistening Dompa elbow. Otherwise, they will just be waiting for death. They must risk it, right? Qi Yin cut a small piece of elbow meat and offered it to the little demon sitting obediently on his shoulder. The little demon embraced the meat with both hands and took a bite, squinting in delight. You glutton, you know that consuming magical energy is what truly satisfies. Yet you insist on devouring meat while ignoring the vegetables. He muttered a few words at the little demon before looking up to respond to Wang Fa Kai's question. They will inevitably come. Tomorrow at noon marks the 6th wave of Death Fog expansion. After the 6th expansion, the entire island will succumb to death, which means tomorrow morning will be the decisive moment. If there are any wise individuals among them, they will refrain from acting recklessly tonight and instead use the remaining time to contact all other teams. Qi Yin paused momentarily before continuing with calm composure. They will place all their hopes on tomorrow morning, combining their strengths to launch a final assault against us. However, if they lack wisdom and engage in a free-for-all, then they pose little threat. Chapter 99. Counterattack, the Alliance Against Defeat. As night deepened, a palpable tension filled the air at the edge of the safety zone. 2 teams encountered each other along a forest path, the atmosphere instantly thickening, swords drawn and tension palpable. One side comprised a full 5-member Thunder team, while the other was the dwindled Ding Dong Chicken team, now reduced to 4 members. Both teams eyed each other warily, fingers poised on weapons, a fierce battle seemingly imminent. At that moment, the captain of the Thunder team, a warrior wielding a long knife, suddenly raised his hand to restrain his eager teammates. His name was Chunjia, the backbone of this team. Wait! His shout halted everyone in their tracks. The captain of the Ding Dong Chicken team, a ranger, squinted his eyes and coldly inquired, "What? Do you want to fight? Even if we engage, we may not all perish, but you will certainly lose some." Chunjia disregarded the provocation, opening his system panel to project the leaderboard into the air, the glaring red numbers silencing everyone. First place, Chiu Bai, score 9120. Second place, Bao Bao du Dalelu, score 2200. Third place, Thunder, score 1988. Fourth place, Ding Dong Chicken, score 1910. Over 9,000 points. Chunjia's voice was somewhat hoarse. Tomorrow at noon marks the 6th Death Fog expansion, at which point the entire island will be enveloped, and the competition will conclude. With this score, they are firmly in first place, while we are merely runners-up. He surveyed everyone, raising his voice. Here we are, nearly tearing each other apart. Even if we win, how many points can we earn? 1,000? And then what? We can gather 5,000 points to qualify. Even if someone could, only one team has the chance. the greater likelihood is that none of us will accumulate enough points and will be eliminated. The Ranger captain fell silent, glancing at his teammates, their expressions shifting from hostility to a deeper, more profound seriousness. Chunjia spoke the truth. The Qiubai team is the enemy of us all. Sensing their wavering resolve, Chunjia seized the moment. Rather than compete to the death amongst ourselves, why not join forces? If we defeat them, the 4,500 points will guarantee any one of our teams a direct advancement. The remaining can be settled by our own merits. Fighting to the death does not necessarily ensure advancement. His words were highly persuasive, like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring up ripples of agreement. Join forces? The Ranger captain's wariness considerably lessened, revealing a glimmer of interest. Yes, let us join forces. Chunjia tightened his grip on the long knife. This was our only chance. Either unite for a slim chance of survival, or fight alone and await our inevitable crushing defeat at the hands of those two monsters. Ultimately, the Ranger captain nodded. All right, I agree. The two originally opposing teams reached a consensus in the face of shared despair. They utilized the few remaining hours of night to search for other survivors within the ever-shrinking safety zone. An hour later, in a relatively open clearing in the woods, 11 teams, totaling 48 practitioners, completed their assembly. This was all the remaining participants in the competition, excluding the Qiubai team. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the leaderboard suspended in the air. The overwhelming 9,120 points loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating everyone. Are we really going to fight those monsters? A mage whispered, unable to contain himself. What else can we do? We're bound to lose. What if we win? Someone nearby promptly rebutted. We must have a unified commander. Chunjia stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. His gaze fell upon a seemingly adorable girl in the crowd, the captain of the Bao Bao Du Du de Leilu team, who held the second highest score. Suwei, your team has the highest points. Please lead us in this endeavor, he implored. The girl, Suwei, suddenly panicked at being singled out. Her cute face flushed crimson as she repeatedly waved her hands, nearly shrinking behind her teammates. Me? I can't do it. Our high score is purely luck. I'm truly not capable of leading. Please don't put Mouse in a difficult position. Seeing her on the verge of tears, everyone felt helpless. In that case, I shall take charge, Chunjia said, no longer insisting on Suwei. Though not the highest scorer, he exhibited the qualities of a leader. He stepped into the center of the crowd, cleared his throat, and captured everyone's attention. Everyone, I know you're all uncertain, but I have information that could turn the tide in our favor. He paused, articulating each word carefully. The red dot of the Qiubai team has only ever consisted of 2 individuals. Do you understand what I mean? This formidable team comprises merely 2 members. 2 people? Is that true? 2 individuals have scored 9,000 points? The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. This revelation more shocking than they had anticipated. Silence. Chunjia bellowed, quelling the murmurs. 2 individuals. This is our breakthrough. Their advantage lies in their overwhelming individual combat power, but their disadvantage is equally evident. They are outnumbered. Against our 48, they will surely falter under concentrated fire. He began sketching a rudimentary tactical diagram in the dirt with a branch. My plan is for all 10 of our shield warriors to form the most impenetrable wall at the front. You need not worry about dealing damage. Simply withstand the initial wave of attacks. Summoners and tank-type companions should also be included. We have 6 priests in our team. Your sole task is to monitor the health of the frontline shield warriors, providing unwavering healing to ensure the shield wall remains intact. All 8 assassins should go stealth. You have one objective: locate their main damage dealer. At all costs, eliminate him. If he falls, the match is ours. The remaining ranged fighters, mages, rangers, and summoners, unleash your skills. Spare no mana. Employ your most potent abilities in a relentless barrage. Even if we cannot strike them, we must ensure they lack the energy to retaliate. Chunjia's analysis was both clear and decisive. The strategy he devised, though straightforward and forceful, struck at the very core of the conflict. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, they aimed to crush the disparity in quality. Upon hearing his tactical deployment, the fear and anxiety that had permeated the hearts of the crowd gradually gave way to a fervor known as hope. 48 individuals against 2. This advantage was ours. Absolutely. Could he truly strike 48 times in a second? Let us do this. For the sake of our advancement. The morale of the group was ignited, and they responded enthusiastically. They took a moment to regroup, seizing the last remnants of time to restore their stamina and magical energy in preparation for the imminent full assault. The following morning, as dawn broke, a pale gray mist surged from all directions, compressing the last remnants of the safe zone to its limits. The coalition of 48 professionals, known as the Fanshio by Alliance, advanced under Chinjia's command towards the permanently marked red coordinate on the map. The massive formation startled countless birds in the forest, sending them fluttering away in panic. Meanwhile, in the camp, Qian opened his eyes, noticing the unusual sight of flocks of birds scattering in terror through the trees. He nudged the plump Wang Fa Kai, who was still blissfully asleep. "Get up, fatty." Wang Fa Kai sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes. "Huh, it's still early." Qi Yin gestured towards the chaotic forest in the distance. "What did I say yesterday? Look, they're always clever individuals. They've gathered to explore and prepare to tackle our two world bosses." Wang Fa Kai instantly awoke, standing up to gaze in that direction, excitement illuminating his face. "Hey, they really came. Wow, that is quite the show." Qi Yin chose not to retreat, as their coordinates were publicly available in real time. Hiding would be futile. He leisurely retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his spatial pouch, using one to wash his face and tossing the other to Wang Fa Kai. He then produced 2 roasted chicken legs, wrapped in lotus leaves, glistening with oil. The rich aroma wafted through the air. The little demon in his hat immediately poked its head out, eyeing the chicken hungrily. Qian tore off a tender chicken thigh, offering it to the little demon. The creature chirped eagerly, clutching the chicken leg, which was larger than its own body, and began to gnaw away. Qian handed the other leg to Wang Fa Kai and began to savor his breakfast at a leisurely pace. As time passed, the 48 fully armed professionals came into view, halting 100 meters away from the two. Chunjia, leading the group, gazed at the two leisurely enjoying their breakfast, one of whom had a peculiar creature gnawing on a chicken leg perched on his shoulder. He was momentarily rendered speechless. He had envisioned countless scenarios, the adversary on high alert or fleeing in panic, but never had he anticipated such a leisurely scene, as if they were on vacation. A surge of unnameable rage flared within him. He raised his sword, pointing it towards the two composed figures, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a furious roar. Attack! At that moment, the 48 professionals launched their assault simultaneously. The display was nothing short of magnificent. Dozens of colorful spells and arrows traced brilliant yet lethal arcs through the air. Ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, poison arrows, and the skills unleashed by summoned allies converged upon them, creating a terrifying spectacle. "Hang on tight, Yinzi. I'm going to show you something spectacular." Wang Fa Kai had just swallowed the last morsel of chicken, savoring the taste as he extended his left hand, forcefully slamming down a sturdy iron shield at his feet. With a resounding thud, he stepped back, crouching slightly, resembling a mountain as he firmly positioned himself in front of Qian. His usually jovial face now bore a steady and resolute demeanor. Shield oath. The next moment, a cacophony of explosions erupted as the relentless barrage struck the small area before Wang Fa Kai, the sound deafening. The ferocious energy kicked up clouds of dust and debris, momentarily engulfing his robust figure. They had hit him. The damage was overwhelming. Let us see if he survives this. Even if he was a top-tier shield warrior, enduring the first wave of concentrated fire from all 48 of us would surely leave him obliterated. The Fanshio by Alliance erupted into brief, fervent cheers, excitement written on every face. They believed the battle was already won. However, as the dust settled, the cheers were abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Amidst the dissipating smoke, an exaggeratedly large beige shield bar appeared clearly within everyone's sight. The shield's length had compressed Wang Fa Kai's health bar to a mere 1/3, a sight both comical and terrifying. On the back of Wang Fa Kai's hand, the mark formed by interlocking gears and broken chains blazed brightly as it absorbed the massive damage. With a click, the broken chain's phantom closed instantaneously in front of everyone, forming a perfect circle. Steel mark full layer. Wing gufa, chai studun sketted. Even brushing off the dust from his shield, flashing a grin with his pearly whites at the astonished onlookers. The entire Fanshio by Alliance fell silent in disbelief. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Commander Chanjia's expression of fury and excitement completely froze, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word, his mind blank. The 10 shield warriors behind him stared at Wang Fa Kai's nearly untouched health bar. Then at their own paltry health, a sensation of absurdity exploded within them. Is this truly a shield warrior? We are shield warriors too. Why does it feel as if we are not of the same species? Are we really playing the same game? Continue. Don't just stand there. His skill might be damage immunity. Chunjia finally regained his voice from the shock, gritting his teeth as he nearly screamed, rallying the wavering coalition. Concentrate your fire. Don't let him breathe. I refuse to believe he can withstand this indefinitely. Meanwhile, Qian finally stood up. He calmly retrieved a napkin, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, a small flame ignited in his palm, instantly turning the napkin to ash, effectively cleaning any lingering grease. After completing this, his magical gloves enveloped his hands. Yeah, the little demon had finished its chicken leg, discarding the bone and blinking curiously at Qian. Be good, don't move around, Qian said with a hint of a smile. With a thought, a series of miniature fire magic circles began to materialize above the heads of the coalition members. 1, 2, 10, 30, 50. 50 crimson magic circles, each less than a meter in diameter, densely spread above them, forming a horrifying canopy. Each magic circle radiated magical energy, casting a blood-red hue upon the faces of everyone below. The sight was utterly terrifying. What in the world is that? A magic circle? How did it appear above us? Whose skill is this? The crowd descended into chaos. Just a moment ago, they were rendered speechless by Wang Fa Kai's defense. Now, they were terrified out of their wits by this unimaginable sight above them. In the rear ranks, a mage named Su Wei turned pale as a sheet. Her beautiful features drained of color, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Quick, scatter! Su Wei exerted every ounce of her strength to emit a shrill scream that was nearly beyond hearing. At the very moment her voice pierced the air, Qian's intent descended. An explosion of flames erupted. Boom! 50 slender yet lethal fire pillars cascaded from the heavens, mercilessly and precisely engulfing the rear ranks of the Allied forces. There was no cataclysmic roar, as one might expect, only a series of muted, thunderous detonations. The remote formation composed of mages, rangers, priests, and several summoners was instantaneously consumed by a sea of fire. Although each of these 50 miniature explosive impacts inflicted merely 1/50th of the normal damage. Qian's extraordinarily high mental attributes and master-level skill enhancements rendered this seemingly insignificant harm utterly lethal. The damage might appear minimal, yet the humiliation was profoundly intense. No, the damage was indeed substantial. Waves of crimson damage numbers erupted from the crowd like a torrential downpour. For those fragile classes with already low health, such figures signified certain death. Several figures barely had time to emit a cry of despair before their bodies twisted and dissipated in the flames, transforming into blinding white lights. Forcibly eliminated from a battle, a surviving ranger stared blankly at his side, where just a moment ago his teammate had been rallying him, now vanished without a trace. Not even a curse escaping his lips. The remaining ranged combatants, now all wounded and on the brink of collapse, found their once orderly formation thrown into disarray, akin to a nest of agitated ants. In an instant, merely a fleeting moment, their numerical advantage had been reduced by more than half. Stay calm. Chunji's eyes nearly bulged with intensity as he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves of shock within him, shouting hoarsely to stabilize the crumbling morale of his troops. Steady yourselves. He cannot unleash such a skill repeatedly. This large-scale attack must have an extensive cooldown. Hold on. Do not forget our tactical arrangements. The warriors must continue their charge. His voice, tinged with excitement, became somewhat distorted, yet it indeed had a modicum of effect. The surviving members, struggling in despair, seemed to grasp a lifeline. Yes, the cooldown. Such a potent skill must have an alarmingly long cooldown period. If we can endure this wave, victory will be ours. The advantage lies with us. Just as Chun-Jia's words fell, 8 indistinct figures surged forth from the shadows behind and to the sides. They were assassins, seizing what they perceived to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They launched a meticulously prepared, deadly ambush the instant that terrifying mage completed his cataclysmic spell and inevitably entered a skill cooldown period. A mere mage, no matter how high the damage, could be dispatched with a single strike, could he not? 8 poisoned daggers glimmered with an eerie green light in the morning sun, silently stabbing toward Qi Yan's vulnerable back, neck, and temples from 8 cunning angles. Swift, accurate, lethal. Such was the fundamental prowess of these assassins. Qi Yan merely raised the corner of his mouth, softly uttering, "What makes you believe that approaching me is so simple?" Chapter 101. Thus, the game between the hero and the demon comes to an end. What makes you believe that approaching me is so simple? Qi Yan's words seemed like a self-reflective murmur, yet they resonated clearly in every ear. The angles of the assassin strikes were indeed cunning, and their timing impeccable. It was no surprise that they had survived to this point among thousands of teams. Their grasp of combat opportunities was indisputable. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Or rather, they should never have underestimated him from the very beginning. A sense of foreboding flashed through the minds of the 8 assassins simultaneously. Yet the arrow was already on the string, and they had no choice but to release it. They had wagered everything. The cold gleam of their daggers mere centimeters from their target. The fruits of victory seemingly within reach. The lead assassin growled, channeling all his strength into his wrist, attempting to deliver this fatal blow to the mage's back. He could almost envision the sensation of the dagger piercing flesh and the brilliance of the target's health bar emptying, transforming into radiant white light. Chun Jia, charging forward, bore a jubilant smile, as though he could already see the mage being instantaneously vanquished, dissipating into white light. Well done. Take him down. Once this mage falls, that monster shield warrior shall merely be a target. The scales of victory would tilt decisively in their favor. The tips of the 8 daggers glimmered with eerie green light, mere millimeters from Qi Yan's body. The faces of the assassins glowed with the thrill of anticipated success. It is done. A mere mage, no matter how high his damage, could not possibly survive an assault from 8 elite assassins simultaneously. Impossible. In that moment, their emotions peaked. All hopes, all bets rested upon those 8 daggers. However, just as the 8 daggers were about to make contact with Qi Yan's body, Wang Fatsai, steadfastly positioned before Qi Yan, sprang into action. His robust form abruptly vanished from sight. Vow of aid. In the next heartbeat, his massive frame reappeared at Qi Yan's side. A colossal iron shield raised before him, assuming the most standard defensive posture. At the instant he manifested, Wang Fatsai felt an enveloping force, gentle yet irresistible. Residual fire substitute. What the? Wang Fatsai barely had time to utter a classic exclamation before he and Qi Yan simultaneously